Chapter 91 Waterworld, Day 7. There was only the sound of panting in the cave. Su Ji and Tong Haotsong were exhausted. Let alone digging to the bottom, the pit was not dug very deep. The soil in the cave was not like the forest. It was hard like stone. It was impossible to dig. It didn't look like a treasure cave at all. It was just that the supplies were given after consuming enough physical points. What should I do? Still blow it up? Tong Haotsong didn't want to use the explosive barrels. It felt that it would be a waste to blow them up. Su Ji hesitated and said, "Do you have extra barrels of explosives? Or I trade you some supplies for one?" The meaning was obvious. She wanted to try to blow one up. It was just a barrel of explosives. It didn't matter if it was wasted. If Tong Haotsong couldn't bear to part with the barrel of explosives, Su Ji would trade with him, and she would blow it up. Tong Haotsong understood. "Okay, I do it. You go out first to avoid accidental injuries." "Okay, then you should be careful too." Su Ji walked out of the cave, and waited outside with bated breath. Tong Haotsong rushed out quickly. The power of the explosive barrel should not be underestimated, and he did not dare to stay inside. As soon as he came out, the explosive barrel exploded, and the entire cave collapsed directly. Neither of them dared to go in now, fearing that there would be a second collapse inside. After waiting for 10 minutes, and making sure that there was no movement, the two of them went over with torches to check the situation. The cave collapsed, and the entrance had been blocked, but Su Ji had come out from another entrance before, and now he could go in from that entrance again. The distance was not very far, and she and Tong Haotsong found the place quickly. "Tong Haotsong, how did you find these places?" "In one day. You found 2 treasure hunting spots, and discovered these caves." "How did you do it?" Su Ji, lucky. She had the map of Pig Island in her hand, which was an advantage. It was just a matter of time to find these treasure hunting spots. She happened to be lucky, so she found the place in a shorter time. Tong Haotsong certainly knew that Su Ji was lucky, but in his opinion, Su Ji's ability to get to where he is now was definitely not just based on luck. After re-entering the cave, they actually saw a deep pit at the original treasure hunting spot, and there was light inside. The two looked at each other. "Tong Haotsong, it seems that you made the right bet." "Su Ji, that also thanks to your willingness to try." Tong Haotsong smiled. "I believe in your intuition and good luck." Su Ji also smiled. "Let go. Go down." Tong Haotsong, "Just jump down like this." "Of course not." Su Ji took out the rope. "What if it more than 10 meters below or even deeper? Wouldn't it be a fall to death if you jump down?" "Tong Haotsong, we don't have much time." Su Ji looked at the time. It was 7 o'clock now. "Yes. So we have to hurry up. We have to get back to the beach at 8 o'clock. It takes half an hour to run from here to the beach. If you run faster, you can save a few minutes at most. They can't explore this cave for too long." She looked around and found a huge rock. She tied one end of the rope around her waist, and then tied the other end tightly around the rock. The rope was about 20 meters long. She could climb down along the rope to see if she could climb to the bottom. "I go down first, and then you climb down." Su Ji looked at Tong Haotsong. "Okay." Tong Haotsong took out a lantern from his backpack. "Use this. It's safer than a torch. Tied to a rope. Holding a torch would easily burn yourself or the rope. It would be more convenient to use a lantern." Su Ji looked at him in surprise. This man had a lot of good things. He even had a lantern. She had never seen him use it before. He had always used a torch like her. But it was normal. A torch could illuminate, start a fire and deter wild animals. It was difficult to hold a torch in the wild, but it was more useful. Su Ji took the lantern. "Then I take it, what about you?" "I have some more." Su Ji thought the cave would be very deep, but she reached the bottom after climbing for a few minutes. She held the lantern to illuminate, and found that the cave was full of stones, and there were some ores on the ground. The stones can also be stored in the backpack, which are basic materials for upgrading. But Su Ji didn't have time to collect the stones for the time being, and shouted to the top, "Come down, it's not very deep here." She held up the light, and could even see Tong Haotsong head above. After saying that, Su Ji began to explore on her own. There was a long corridor, and Su Ji picked up all the ores on the road. A lot of iron ores and copper ores, and she could easily pick up 40 or 50 of them. Maybe this was a mine cave. And Su Ji didn't even need to take out the ore detector, because she didn't have time. Even if she detected ores underground, she wouldn't have time to mine them. When they were almost at the end of the corridor, Tong Haotsong came down, and he didn't see Suji, so he called her name. Suji turned around and said, "I'm in here. Come in." After that, she found a purple supply box on the ground in front of her. It was really a treasure cave. Another purple supply box. After seeing the gold supply box, Suji didn't feel as strong when she saw the purple supply box. But she was still happy. The things in the purple supply box must be shared with Tong Haotsong. But it was good to have it. Suji waited for Tong Haotsong to come in before she went to get the box. The purple supply box can only be opened with a key. You can tell at a glance that it is a box that has never been opened. Tong Haotsong, you open it. Everyone knows that players with good luck can get better things when opening boxes. Of course, he will not rush to do this. Let Suji open it. It will also be good for him. There is still some time, then open it before leaving. Suji nodded, took out a key, and directly inserted it into the keychain of the supply box to open the box. Open the purple supply box, get Pigskin Backpack X1, Mysterious Parts X6, Gold Ore X1, Crystal Stone X1, Red Weapon Blueprint X1, Wild Boar Tusk X1, Wheat Seeds X1, Tomato Seeds X1, Key Fragments X4. Seeing the things in the purple supply box, Suji was very satisfied. She was fine with any way of dividing it. Do you want to divide it now or go back? Let go back. There was no time to waste. Anyway, the things had been seen. It was enough to know what they were. Suji, then put it here first. She felt that it didn't matter where she put it. If Tong Haotsong didn't want to, he could take it. Tong Haotsong didn't care. He wasn't a fussy person. And as a boy, in such matters, he would deliberately show a casual and informal attitude, not wanting Suji to think he was narrow-minded. Before leaving, Suji carefully checked every corner of the treasure cave, just in case there were treasures hidden there. She often found things in places that were not easy to find. As a result, she actually found a piece of obsidian. Obsidian, a stone containing magical elements. A rare item. Although she found it herself, it was not good for Suji to take it directly after they found only one piece. She looked at Tong Haotsong. There is only one piece of this stone. I took it. I will give it to you with other things. No need, you found it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Tong Haotsong was open-minded. The obsidian was originally found by Suji alone, and he was about to leave. Then let's talk about it when we get back. Tong Haotsong was so easy to talk to, Suji felt a little embarrassed. However, he said it himself, and although she felt embarrassed, she still took the things. The two hurried and finally arrived at the beach a few minutes before 8 o'clock. Suji took out the teleportation stone and clicked to use it, and soon saw the boat. A few minutes later, Suji just saw her shelter, and Tong Haotsong suddenly disappeared on the boat. Although Suji guessed that Tong Haotsong should have gone back, she still sent a message to ask him. Tong Haotsong, I'm fine, I'm back to the shelter. Suji, that good, now let's divide the supplies. Suji also signed in to draw cards. On the island, she actually thought about using the perspective card to look at Tong Haotsong's backpack, but she gave up the idea several times, because it felt like stealing, and there was nothing to do, but she had to look at other people's backpacks, which always felt bad. It better to keep it, maybe you won't need it in the future. And Tong Haotsong is a nice person, he didn't take advantage of her. Instead, he was always generous. The card she drew today was a hint card. Suji put it away with satisfaction. She and Tong Haotsong divided the supplies very smoothly. The two of them took the approach of collecting all the supplies they got, and then you choose one and I choose one to distribute them. In fact, there weren't many, just the pig they killed together, and the things in a purple supply box. They each took the materials and collections they dug up. Tong Haotsong said ladies first, and let Suji choose first. Suji chose the pigskin backpack as the first item. After reading the detailed introduction, she found that this pigskin backpack was not as ordinary as the name. After all, it was a good thing from the purple material box. This is considered a space backpack. It looks like it is only as big as an ordinary backpack, but it has 5 square meters of space. If you put furniture, 5 square meters can hold a double bed, a table, a bedside table and a chair. If you put some small things in it, you can put a lot of things. After putting them in, the weight of the backpack will not increase. This kind of treasure will be very useful in the future. If she encounters a lake survival competition again, she will not have to worry about the backpack being locked with this backpack. So Suji took this first. Tong Haotsong chose the red weapon blueprint. Suji then took the crystal stone, and Tong Haotsong chose the gold ore. Suji also took the wheat seeds, and didn't want the other things. The best thing in the supply box is the pigskin backpack. Since she took this, it doesn't matter if she gives the other things to Tong Haotsong, otherwise she will still get a big bargain. Didn't I find an extra obsidian? I won't choose the rest, you can take them all. Suji gave them all to Tong Haotsong, along with half of the pork and the byproducts of the pig. Tong Haotsong, how about this? I give you this red weapon blueprint to make for me. Don't worry, wait until the skill competition is over, and then you can talk about it when you have time. Suji, okay. I probably won't be free these days. You can take it first. I ask you for it when I'm free. Tong Haotsong, that fine. By the way, there shouldn't be many people in the whole area who have learned magic skills. If you have relevant information, you can discuss it with me. If you don't mind, I share the new information with you. Okay. In that case, why don't you take a screenshot so I can see the introduction of the other magic materials you got, and I study it. Tong Haotsong, okay. Suji turned off the chat and went to sort out the supplies first. This trip to Pig Island, the harvest was better than the first time, in both quantity and quality. There are still too few things that one person can do, and even if there is a companion to share the supplies, it doesn't feel like a loss. She dug for supplies 10 times by herself, and also dug up a lot of supplies, including several boxes of supplies, which she also needs to take out and open now. Open the red material box, obtain the Intelligent Decomposition Machine Blueprint X1, Energy Stone X2, Copper or X5, Pink Princess 4-piece set X1, Goose Down Pillow X2, 6-inch Cream Cake X1. Open the blue material box, obtain Apple Sapling X1, Energy Stone X1, Iron or X10, Warm Underwear Set, Cotton Slippers X1, Fiber X10, High Grade Wood X10, Foundation X5. Open the blue material box, obtain Blue Armor Blueprint X1, Storage Box Blueprint X1, Energy Stone X2, Telescope Blueprint X1, Large Fishing Net X1, Cotton Cloth X2, Fertilizer X2, Soil Nutrient Solution X2. After opening the materials, Suji will summarize and organize them. The most obtained thing this time was sand. 500 portions of sand were packed into 10 boxes. She kept them there for future use. 500 portions were not a lot, and the value was not high. In fact, some players went to the seabed to dig sand and exchange it for high-level materials. So if Suji wanted sand, she could just exchange it at the trading center. She just thought, since she was here, it would be a pity not to bring back so much sand. In fact, she could exchange it with any high-level materials. But it also saved her some materials. If she could get it back by herself, she would not have to exchange it. She could keep it in her backpack in case the price of sand went up in the future. The other thing is pork. Suji didn't want the piglets born by the sow, and gave them all to Tong Haotsong. The piglets needed milk, and Suji couldn't feed them, so Tong Haotsong took them to see if he could find a professional pig farmer to raise them. There are so many members in the organization, and there must be a professional pig farmer. Suji took all the pork and pig byproducts. Hundreds of pork, and many internal organs. Pig ears, pig tails, pig heads, and pig tongues, all of which are edible. This kind of wild pork tastes better than domestic pigs, and can be used to make delicious food. She wanted to keep a portion for herself, give some to Li Meng, and put a small portion on the trading center. But then she thought, this time she went to Pig Island with Tong Haotsong. She put up new pork with great fanfare. It would be strange if Tong Haotsong didn't suspect her. Forget it. I guess I can't hide my identity for long. As her relationship with Tong Haotsong gets closer, there may be more opportunities for them to cooperate in the future. Just as she was thinking about it, Tong Haotsong sent a screenshot of the details of several magic materials. The pink plant that Suji chose is apple blossom. She can see the introduction herself. Apple blossom, material for magic candles, used as gifts, can increase charm and favorability. The other three left in Tong Haotsong hands are rosemary, material for magic incense, can prevent bad things from happening after use, has a warning effect. Lavender, material for magic essential oil, can calm pain after use. Chamomile, material for magic pills, can remove toxins after use. It feels like some of the effects look similar to drugs. Maybe magic skills are another magical treatment method. Of course, there are more interesting ones, such as improving favorability. Suji chose this apple blossom. In this case, It can be used on the upcoming skill master. But this magic candle probably needs other materials. She opened the Moonstone Mall. Today is the 7th day. She has 22 moonstones. She can buy the enchantment table blueprint. Suji looked around again. There are many things in the mall, many of which Suji wants. But maybe she wants the enchantment table very strongly. And she has just learned magic skills. Suji is in a fresh period, so she still buried the enchantment table blueprint. Minus the moonstone, she said. It back to the time before liberation. Only 2 moonstones are left. I guess I won't have to open the Moonstone Mall for a while, because I can't afford anything. After buying the enchantment table blueprint, Suji looked at the detailed introduction and sighed. Even if I have the blueprint, I can't make the enchantment table right away. I still need to collect materials. Enchantment table, Amethyst X5, Obsidian X1, Key X5, Energy Stone X20. I got Obsidian by chance today. But there are only 2 amethysts. 3 more needed. Suji quickly opened the trading center to look for them. There was one. Suji quickly clicked on the transaction. He found that the seller wanted to exchange it with energy stones. 10 energy stones for 1 amethyst. Is it so expensive? Suji didn't have many energy stones left. She had taken 100 before, and she felt rich, but now she has used them up and has reached the bottom. The later it gets, the more the role of energy stones becomes apparent, but any blueprint for a high-level item requires energy stones to make. Suji has made a lot of drawings recently, which consumed a lot of energy stones. The enchantment table also requires 20 energy stones. Energy stones are not enough to cover expenses, but it is rare to have amethyst. If she doesn't change it, and it is taken away by others, where can she find it? And if she changes 1, she still needs 2. Now Tong Haotsong probably doesn't have the enchantment table drawings, and doesn't know what amethyst is needed. If he finds out, or more people have magic skills, the amethyst will be even harder to get. Suji looked at the owner of the amethyst. It was a familiar name. It was Zhao Minglin, whom I had seen in the chat channel before. This person really had a lot of good stuff. I saw her trading the island teleportation stone before. Now she could trade the amethyst. Suji had the idea of dealing with her. He just wanted to buy this amethyst, so it would be okay to chat with her for a few minutes. Suji initiated the transaction. If Zhao Minglin still had amethyst, let her trade with her first, so there was no need to post it in the transaction center. After the transaction was successful, Suji sent her a message. Hello, excuse me. Did you get your amethyst from materials? Do you still have it? If you do, I want to exchange it. Suji did not expect the other party to reply immediately after sending the message. Nowadays, the players who are doing better will not always watch the light screen to read the messages. Those who frequently speak in the chat channel are low-level players. The powerful ones are busy as hell. After sending the message, Suji went back to her own business. She had a lot of things to do. Just came back from the island. There are a lot of things to do in the shelter. She went upstairs to see Paphiopedilum first. Master, you are finally back. Before Suji appeared, Paphiopedilum sensed her breath. Paphiopedilum has grown again. The color of her buds has become darker, and her pockets have become bigger. Before, it felt like you couldn't put anything in it. You could only put something as big as a baby fist, but now you can put a water cup in it. You have grown a lot. Lan Bao. Yeah, I absorbed all the nutrient solution given by the master. Suji clicked to view the information of Paphiopedilum. Pet name, Lan Bao. Type, plant pet. Level 3, awakening. Skill, magic pocket. Put items into the flower pocket of Paphiopedilum. After a certain period of time, the items will change, may be upgraded to higher level items, or may be dissolved. Tip, put something that Paphiopedilum likes, and there will be unexpected effects. Pink nectar, new Paphiopedilum secretes a portion of sweet nectar every day, which can be collected. Paphiopedilum has not only grown up, but also gained a new skill. Suji had been out for a day, and had already got a portion of nectar. Master, the nectar is in my pocket. You can take it out. Suji reached in, and indeed touched a small bottle. The bottle was pink, and I wondered if the liquid flowing inside was pink. Pink nectar, fragrant and cold, sweet and delicious, quenches thirst and satisfies hunger, can increase 10 physical points after taking it, and has a chance to eliminate negative physical conditions. Suji, this thing is too good. It can increase physical strength points, which is great. It can even eliminate negative states. Although it is only a probability, You can get 1 bottle every day. If 1 bottle is not enough, you can drink 2 more bottles. Suji can save some for backup, which will always come in handy. There are so many benefits of contract pets. She is back, so she can't waste the skills of the magic pocket. Will apple flower Paphiopedilum like it? It is also a flower, but this one is pink. Suji specially selected the apple flower, because Paphiopedilum likes pink. Suji simply took it out and asked Paphiopedilum, "Lanbao, do you like this? How about putting it in your pocket?" Paphiopedilum, "It really beautiful, I can, but it seems very fragile, and it may be absorbed by Lanbao." Suji, "That right, I put it in hard things before. This apple flower is really too fragile, and there is only one. Why don't we change it?" Suji started to worry again. Or put a ruby in it. Although it not pink, it red after all, and it a gem, so it definitely not easy to dissolve. She just happened to have 2 rubies left, which she had used to decorate weapons before. Even if putting 1 in didn't change anything, or it dissolved and broke, she still had 1 left. Suji ran to the studio, opened the drawer for rare minerals and gems, and took out the ruby. Lanbao, "Then take a look at this, do you like it?" When she wanted to use the magic pocket before, Lanbao was always asleep, but this time, since she caught it awake, Suji had to ask it clearly before putting it in. Chapter 92. Zhao Minglin had just finished harvesting vegetables. She had planted some eggplants and pumpkins a few days ago. They were ready to harvest today. The eggplants were round and fat, and the pumpkins were large and heavy, which were different from the baby pumpkins or chestnut pumpkins she often bought in the supermarket. After Zhao Minglin harvested the vegetables, she also planted some broccoli. This pumpkin is so big. No wonder it took so long to harvest. One can probably last for a few days. Why not give some to friends and sell some to others? She took 2 pumpkins to the kitchen and cut them. She kept a small half for herself, cut the rest into 20 pieces, gave 1 piece to each of her friends, and put the rest on the trading center. Her friends sent her words of thanks, and some even sent her other supplies. Zhao Minglin replied one by one, and then she would scan the strangers' messages. There were not many strangers' messages recently, and she soon saw Suji's message. She realized when she saw Suji's words. "Hey, the amethyst was sold. It's so expensive. But someone actually bought it. I saw the name, it's Suji. The first in District 10. Zhao Minglin only has 1 amethyst. Although it written as a material for an enchantment table, she doesn't have magic skills, and just happened to be short of energy stones for supplies, so she put it up for sale. Because it rare, Zhao Minglin was a little reluctant to part with it, so she marked it at a high price. No one was interested in it for a day, and I thought no one would buy it, but it was bought by Suji. Zhao Minglin, "Hello, I only have 1 amethyst, I don't have any extra ones." Zhao Minglin is a Buddhist player. She is not very interested in competitions or anything like that. She is still a person. At first, she always played this game as a standalone game. She was addicted to farming and treasure hunting. Although she would read the chat channel, she would not take the initiative to speak on it. Until the water world began. She can't swim, but you have to go underwater to hunt for treasure. She opened the chat channel to find someone to exchange swimming skill books. Swimming skill books are scarce in the water world. If you can't swim, you can only sit and wait for death. Zhao Minglin could only take the initiative to send messages to find someone to exchange with. Fortunately, she was lucky and found a player who had dug up 2 swimming skill books. She used a red weapon blueprint to exchange for a swimming skill book. And then she began her underwater journey. It was also from then on that she began to pay attention to the messages in the chat channel. Seeing a player who couldn't swim like herself, she felt pity and gave the other party a bowl of kelp soup. As a result, many people sent her private messages, asking her for food and drinks. Zhao Minglin would ask the other party to send photos and videos to prove that they were telling the truth. And then she would help. She soon found that some people were really unlucky and miserable, and she could help them appropriately. But more people just saw that she was easy to talk to, and targeted her, and wanted to take advantage of her. They had no shortage of supplies at all, just like freeloading. And even if those people were really miserable, they were greedy and sent her private messages every day asking for food and drink. She could help some people within her ability, but she was not a fool. A few days ago, Zhao Minglin met Bai Yun because of the island teleportation stone. Bai Yun told her that kind people are bullied and kind horses are ridden, and asked her not to sympathize with others casually. This is a survival game. And upgrading yourself is the most important thing. She is not a strong person. And she should not be too compassionate just because she has some supplies and no shortage of food. Zhao Minglin was enlightened by Bai Yun. And from then on, she stopped being kind. However, since she stopped sending food, most of those who had been trying to please her with kind words left. There were still 2 people who were grateful and would give her good things when they found them. Zhao Minglin became friends with them. For example, this morning she received a broccoli seed from a friend. Zhao Minglin also said to Bai Yun that good people will be rewarded. Bai Yun said, "That because you have land to grow crops. I gave you the seeds. And you will definitely give them back to others after you grow them." Zhao Minglin, you can't say that. You think too badly of people. Bai Yun, whatever you want. You just need to be less of a goody-goody in the future. Bai Yun himself is not a good person. But seeing Zhao Minglin naivety, he can't help but want to scold her. Although the 2 have just met not long ago. They often chat together recently. Seeing Su Ji looking for him to ask about purple crystal, Zhao Minglin happened to be talking to Bai Yun. So she told Bai Yun, "Let me tell you, the number 1 in our district actually bought something from me." Bai Yun, are you talking about Su Ji? Yes, that her. Isn't it amazing? I didn't expect it was her. I was shocked when I saw the name. Zhao Minglin was like a little girl who met a star by chance. She was excited and a little excited. But this is normal. She was only 18 or 19 years old. Oh, what did you buy? Bai Yun and Su Ji were good friends. They could chat for a few minutes before he would take the initiative to talk to her and say a few words of concern. He also extended an olive branch to her several times and pulled her into the Freemasonry. But Su Ji was always cold to him. Later, she became a dead person in his friend list. Amethyst, I asked you last time. You said I could change it. So I logged in and exchanged it for 10 energy stones. That fine. Now energy stones are more important than iron ore. She also sent me a private message. She said she wanted amethyst. But I don't have any. Bai Yun, well, you can add her as a friend. And say you can trade with her later. Is that okay? Will she agree? Bai Yun, why not? Bai Yun didn't say that he also had Su Ji as a friend. Su Ji is collecting the foundations produced by the foundation maker. In one day, 2 foundation makers produced 200 foundations. Adding the foundations she had accumulated before, Su Ji synthesized them with 1 click, and the shelter had an additional 22 square meters. She had something to do. 22 square meters. Su Ji planned to use all of them for farming, first moving the arable land on the small balcony. This is a big project. The first step for Su Ji is to transplant fruit trees. Su Ji has apple trees, peach trees, cherry trees, orange trees. The peach tree has borne fruit once, and the other fruit trees have grown up, and there will be a wave of harvest in the next 2 days. The trees and soil had to be moved down. Su Ji had to dig them out first, put the fruit trees and soil into her backpack separately, and then put them in the right place to plant them again. She had to plan the planting area. The fruit tree planting area and the vegetable planting area had to be separated, and they couldn't be mixed together like before. Root vegetables and leafy vegetables had to be separated, and vegetables that needed to be supported had to be planted separately. The fruit trees were planted behind the shelter, in a row. Su Ji divided an area of 5 square meters for fruit trees, and made a rectangular vegetable garden with the remaining dozen square meters. He used branches to make a fence around it, leaving a small door, and it was next to the pond, so it was convenient for watering. The paphiopedilum also had to be moved down, but it was not placed with the vegetables. Su Ji made a flower pot for the paphiopedilum, filled it with rare soil, and placed it at the entrance of the shelter. It was convenient to water it when going in and out every day. Paphiopedilum likes a humid environment. With the beautiful flower pot, Paphiopedilum was obviously very happy. After finishing all this, Su Ji could stop and take a breath. While drinking water, she opened the chat channel to see if there was any news about the skills competition. She happened to see Zhao Minglin replying her message. She had a good impression of Zhao Minglin. So when she saw the other party suggested adding a friend, she would tell her when there was amethyst, and she agreed directly. After adding a friend, Zhao Minglin took the initiative to greet her. Hello. I didn't expect you to really add me. Don't worry. I will tell you if I have amethyst. Su Ji, okay, thank you. Zhao Minglin, if you need anything else, you can ask me. Su Ji, sure. Hee hee, I just harvested some vegetables. Do you need food? If you want, I can also exchange with you. Zhao Minglin is a bit talkative. When she met a strong and friendly sister like Su Ji, she wanted to be friends with her. But she didn't seem to have anything to show off. Fresh vegetables just harvested, maybe Su Ji would want them. In fact, she was afraid that she would annoy others if she talked too much. After all, in her opinion, Su Ji should be very busy, and Bai Yun had just told her not to talk too much. But Su Ji didn't care. She didn't have many friends in the game. Everyone was busy and didn't chat much. She was just taking a break, so it was okay to chat a little. Speaking of food, she didn't like it, but she could help Li Ming change it. If there were any varieties she hadn't obtained before, she could give them to Li Ming to update the menu and improve her proficiency. So Su Ji asked, "What vegetables?" Zhao Minglin, "Pumpkin and eggplant." "And green beans, do you need any?" The green beans were planted before, and there are still some left. Su Ji planted pumpkin seeds, but she hasn't harvested them yet, and she doesn't have any eggplant or green beans. Then you can have some. Su Ji was too lazy to ask Li Ming if she had any, and it would take time for Li Ming to reply, so he just exchanged them himself. "I can have eggplant and green beans. What do you want to exchange?" "Everything from daily necessities to weapon blueprints or foundations is fine." Zhao Minglin was lucky. After all, she was able to survive alone during the fog season and did well. If it was a specific item, Su Ji would probably be able to make a decision quickly. But if anything was fine, Su Ji wouldn't know what to trade, because she had too many supplies. Su Ji couldn't afford anything that was too bad, so she chose from her backpack for a while. "How about a big fishing net and a latex pillow?" Okay, they are all what I need." Su Ji, "Okay, let's trade." Zhao Minglin said eggplant X3, green beans X3. Su Ji received a prompt, quite a lot. The value of these vegetables is not low. After all, food is valuable now. There is no place to collect vegetables in the water world. Only players who grow vegetables can sell fresh vegetables. This Zhao Minglin is quite generous. Su Ji is satisfied. Zhao Minglin is also very happy. She just disliked her buckwheat pillow because it was too hard, making it uncomfortable to sleep, and she only had a small fishing net, which was too small, so she couldn't catch any fish. With a big fishing net, she could make a device, and put it next to the shelter, and catch fish every day. Su Ji had just gotten 2 goose-down pillows, and eliminated the latex pillow. She gave the eggplant and green beans directly to Li Ming, which was also a gift from a friend. "Li Ming, did you get the vegetables again?" "Su Ji, I just exchanged them with someone else. Do you have these 2 vegetables?" Li Ming, "No, then I can make eggplant and beans tonight. I just haven't made it before." Su Ji, Sure. Li Ming, "By the way, didn't you ask for gold or last time? I dug it up. I give it to you." Su Ji, "Don't you need it yourself?" Li Ming, "Not for the time being. If you need it, take it." She sent it directly to Su Ji. "Then I have a pickled vegetable recipe for you. I don't have time to make it anyway. You can make pickled vegetables." "Great. Then I can make some pickled mustard greens, and then I can make pork with pickled mustard greens or steamed pork." Su Ji, "Haha, very good. I make pickled vegetables tonight, and you just happen to give me a lot of pork belly, which is perfect for pairing with pickled vegetables." Su Ji was drooling after hearing this. "After being busy for so long, I didn't feel hungry at first, but after talking about food for a while, I started to feel hungry. I make a few more dishes tonight, so you can try which one tastes better, and study it. The chef is coming, so what should I cook for him?" "Okay, I was not in the shelter yesterday. Are there any new news?" Some players received the skill master yesterday, but there was not much news. We only know that the gathering skill master is a panda, and the sewing skill master is a 60-year-old grandmother. Today is also the assessment of gathering and sewing skills. I haven't heard about the visit of the forging skill master and cooking skill master yet. Su Ji, will the skill master send a message before coming? Li Ming, my brother said that the master will send an email before coming. What did your brother sign up for? Collecting. Su Ji and Zhou Xueyue didn't keep in touch privately, they always chatted in the group, so she didn't even know that he had signed up for collecting. Su Ji collecting was already intermediate, but she could only sign up for one, so she would definitely give priority to forging. Did he pass the test? He was only given a topic, and was told to come back the day after tomorrow, and we see how he does then. What topic? You have to look for an octopus deep in the sea, and you can only pass the test if you find it. My brother has been looking for it underwater all day today, and he probably hasn't found it yet. What kind of octopus? Did they say what it looked like? It couldn't be an ordinary octopus. There were so many of them. It wasn't an exam at all. It called a mimic octopus. My brother said it can change color and shape at will, so it's hard to find. Even if you see it, you might ignore it. Suji had never seen this kind of octopus, or of course he might have seen it, but was fooled by its disguise. Suji had an intermediate collection skill, and could currently tell the grade of items, but he didn't know every plant or animal. Then I pay attention when I go in the water. Yeah. It's probably quite difficult. I don't know what kind of questions the cooking master will ask. Does everyone else have the same questions? No, I heard that some people's questions are very simple. There was a player who also signed up for the gathering skill. He was just asked to find a kind of seaweed that can bloom and bear fruit. That's true. The difficulty difference is a bit big. Could it be that the skill master has a low impression of him? It's really possible. My brother said that the panda man was very fierce to him. Suji, that probably it. Li Ming, we need to prepare well in advance. Suji thought of apple blossoms, which can be used to make magic items that increase favorability, but she doesn't have amethyst yet. The enchantment table hasn't been made. Why not think of a way to make an enchantment table? Suji decided to ask around. Ming Ming, do you have amethyst? Li Ming, amethyst? There one, do you want it? Yeah. Li Ming, okay, then I find it for you. I got it before, and it's useless to keep it. Li Ming also has a box for crystals and gems. These things are usually in 1 or 2 pieces. They are rarely used. There is no need to put them in the backpack to take up space. So they are all put together. Li Ming quickly sent the amethyst. Thank you so much. Ming Ming. With this one, I only need to find one more. One is easy to find. I thought it was difficult before, but now I have hope again. Suji plans to send messages to all his friends to ask. I will try to make the enchantment table today. She sent a group message to Qirong, Zhou Xueyue, Tong Haotsong. After thinking about it, she decided to ask Tong Haotsong. After all, he also needs an enchanting table. When he knows that the enchanting table needs amethyst, and he is short of it, he may regret exchanging with him. But who cares? At least Tong Haotsong doesn't know now. Besides, Tong Haotsong has the support of the organization, and there are so many supplies. The chance of exchanging amethyst from him is much greater than that of asking others. Qirong, you also want amethyst? Yes. Li Ming also asked me just now. Did she ask for you or did you ask for her? Suji, she asked for me. Suji was touched. Li Ming also asked Qirong for her. Qirong, I asked my friend, I had one before, but I used it up. Suji secretly sighed that it was a pity. If I had asked earlier, maybe I could have gotten it from Qirong. But who knows, Suji didn't know that he needed so many amethysts before. Zhou Xueyue didn't have any either. Tong Haotsong didn't reply, maybe he was busy. Suji opened a friend list. Other friends were rarely contacted. It would be better to ask in the chat channel, just cast a wide net. Suji directly sent a message in the chat channel. Amethyst can be exchanged for foundation. The foundation is what players want most at present. Suji thinks that if she takes this out to exchange, someone will definitely be willing. She doesn't have enough energy stones, and can't exchange them anymore. After Suji sent the message, she was also thinking, how many foundations would be appropriate for one amethyst? 20. Currently, one foundation can be exchanged for 8 iron ores. That it. Suji sent another message. 20 foundations for one amethyst. The chat channel was very lively at the moment. Can I ask what amethyst is used for? I only know about crystal stones, but I haven't seen amethysts. Can crystal stones be used? Suji was also thinking whether crystal stones can be transformed into amethysts, but there is no way at the moment. She used a broken crystal stone and put it in her angry pocket before, and it turned into a pink crystal stone. It is estimated that there is a chance of transformation, but with such special conditions, she probably can't achieve it in a short time. It's safer to exchange it for amethyst directly. It must be a good thing. Now the foundation is so expensive, but he is willing to exchange 20 foundations for one. It must be very useful. 20 foundations can combine into an area of 2 square meters. The big guys are so generous. I have amethysts here. Exchange for 50 foundations. Please chat privately if you want to exchange. Finally someone said they had amethysts. But 50 foundations. Suji's face darkened. If there is no foundation maker, normal players can't even get 20 foundations a day, let alone 50 foundations. Many players with bad luck can only get 2 or 3 foundations a day. This person asked for 50 foundations right away. Even if Suji was in a hurry, she didn't want to change. Although she could get 200 foundations a day, if she changed, she would feel like she was being manipulated. Suji didn't like this feeling. 20 foundations was a more reasonable price for her, even if she really needed it. But the value premium was too high. She would think of other ways. 30. No more. This was Suji's concession. Damn, 30. That's so many, that too much. Is this amethyst so valuable? Deng Xian. 50, not even one less. This man called Deng Xian also saw that Suji really needed amethyst, and refused to lower the price. After all, the thing that the first place in the district wanted, even she couldn't get it, but she had it. Why not make a quick buck? This opportunity is rare. Deng Xian stared at the screen, just waiting for Suji to chat with him privately, saying that he agreed. But he waited for a while. Suji neither added him, nor did he express his opinion in the chat channel. Seemingly he didn't intend to respond. There were many players watching the fun in the chat channel. 50 foundations, why don't you go grab them? No matter how precious the amethyst is, it won't take so many foundations. I only got 5 foundations today, and it almost killing me. Yeah, you're asking for too much, just to make a quick buck. If it were me, I'd probably want to make a quick buck too, but that's Suji, who has a lot of stuff. Since he can take out 30 foundations, he can definitely take out 50. Suji ignored him. Don't you understand? Chapter 93. Suji ignored Deng Xian. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, she just didn't want to give it. But she didn't have time to pay attention to him, because she received an email from the forging master. I will come to your shelter tomorrow morning to issue the assessment task. I hope you are at home. Qianju. This email was sent to a group, because Suji saw that many people in the chat channel said they received the same email. The content of the email was roughly the same, except for the different time, somewhere in the afternoon. The email Suji received clearly stated that it was in the morning. What preparations should be made? Suji didn't know what kind of assessment tasks the forging master would assign her. Zhou Shuiyue was still looking for camouflaged octopuses in the sea with a light. She decided to sort out the forging materials tonight, decorate her shelter, and get some delicious food and drinks from Li Meng, and prepare to receive Qianju. Before that, Suji still had some scattered work to do. For example, building a pig shed. Pig sheds are different from livestock sheds. They are of a lower level. Suji had obtained the livestock shed blueprint before, but he had to wait until the shelter reached level 8 to build it. But the pig shed can be built now, but only pigs can be raised in the pig shed, while cattle, sheep, pigs and other animals can be raised in the livestock shed, and the area is also larger. The pig shed is a small house with a shed, a space surrounded by wood, and a long frame for pig feed, which makes it easy to open and close the door. The pig shed only needs an area of 5 square meters. Suji decided to build it first, and wait until tomorrow morning, and the foundation maker will make enough foundation, and then put up the pig shed. Next, we planted grass seeds, and some newly obtained seeds. Grass seeds have many uses, but Suji only got 2. After planting 2, at most 2 or 3 square meters of grass can grow. Maybe new grass seeds will grow at that time, but now we don't care. We just plant them. The land outside the shelter is bare if we don't plant crops, and it doesn't look good. Suji likes green grass. The rose seeds and hydrangea seeds planted before have sprouted and grown branches and leaves, but it will take a few days for them to bloom. After she finished these things, it was time for dinner. Suji stretched. She planned what she would do next. She thought about practicing sword and archery every day, but there was always endless work to do. She was busy all day. You still have to stop and rest occasionally. Suji sighed. Paphiopedalum, who was standing by, heard Suji's words and said gently, Master, you don't have to be so busy if you are tired. I can help you when I grow up a little bit. Suji said in surprise, Really? What can you do for me? Paphiopedalum was just observing Suji doing things. I can help the master water the things in the field, get things, throw away the garbage. The master can tell me at any time. When it spoke, the leaves moved, the flower stem could be freely extended and retracted, the leaves could become larger. After the flower stem was extended, the pocket of the flower could become something like a vacuum cleaner, sucking away the garbage everywhere, and then gathering it in one place. She could also use flowers to absorb water from the pond and water the farmland in the vegetable garden. Amazing! Suji's admiration was beyond words. It turns out that raising a plant pet can have so many benefits. It is simply the helper that Suji has always dreamed of. Although there are still many things that Paphiopedilum can't do, this can already help her reduce some of the burden. Suji was very happy and decided to reward Paphiopedilum with golden nutrient solution. But Paphiopedilum refused. Master, I can't drink that all the time. In the early stage, once every 3 days, or once every 5 days is fine. Too much will cause indigestion. Okay. Then tell me whatever you want. At this time, a gust of wind blew on the sea, and it seemed that it was going to rain soon. Speaking of which, the weather has indeed been cooling down recently. Suji was freezing cold when she stayed on the island last night. She quickly picked up the flower pot of the Paphiopedilum. Let go in first. It going to rain later. Master. It okay. I like rain. Let me stay outside. Suji, really? Yeah. Although Suji was a little worried, but Paphiopedilum said so herself, there should be no problem. She put the flower pot back to its place, and went back to the house to prepare for dinner. The meal tonight was indeed rich. Li Ming prepared 6 dishes. Each dish was divided into small portions, and served in porcelain bowls. The quality of the dishes was a little different from usual. Probably they were all carefully prepared. In order to meet the assessment of the cooking master, Li Ming also spent a lot of thought. The 6 dishes were eggplant and beans, fried venison with mashed potatoes, conch salad, caramelized onions with pork chops, spicy fried lobster, slow-cooked fish soup. These dishes are a combination of meat and vegetables, with different flavors, but they all look great, and smell very appetizing. So many, they are so delicious. Try it, and give me your comments, so I can improve. Suji, you're putting me in a difficult position. I can only say if it delicious or okay, but for the food you made, I can only say it's super delicious. Li Ming, ha, then just pick the one you like the most, and I combine everyone's suggestions. Suji, can I only choose one? Li Ming, if you really can't choose, choose 2. It's not enough to have only dishes without staple food. Li Ming also sent Suji a portion of handmade noodles. With so much food and noodles, Suji was very satisfied. In order to choose her favorite dish, Suji tasted each dish slowly. Of course, mealtime can't just be eating. She is so busy at ordinary times. Mealtime is the longest leisure time of her day. Naturally, she has to read the chat channel and forum posts to eat. She ignored Ding Xian for a while. The topic of the chat channel had changed a long time ago. These days, everyone has been discussing the skill competition. There are not many blacksmiths in the 10th district. Compared with the applicants for gathering skills and sewing skills, the number of players who signed up for the forging skill competition is only a fraction. Because relatively speaking, gathering skills and sewing skills are more practical. The master of gathering skills is a panda. So he should like to eat bamboo. Right? Or bamboo shoots? I think so too. When he comes to check, give him bamboo to eat, I guess he can get a higher score. But if all applicants feed it, it will be useless. Let's try it. What if it works? Does anyone know what the sewing master likes? I gave her a piece of silk cloth. She praised me for being a good kid, but it didn't work. It's so funny. Is the silk cloth you gave too ordinary? If you gave silk, it might work. Although bamboo and bamboo shoots are rare now, some people got a lot of them during the fog season, and now they are sold at high prices in the trading center. Suji had dug a lot of golden bamboo shoots before. Although he sold some of them, he still had dozens of them in the storage room. He could sell them, but he thought it was unnecessary. It would be better to keep them for himself. He could only get some basic supplies in exchange, because if he wanted to bribe a master player with something as common as bamboo shoots, he would probably not be very capable, and would not be able to produce very good supplies. I don't think there is any bribery or gift giving. You still have to rely on your strength. Everyone knows that you have to rely on your strength. If your strength is similar, the master will also give points based on your favorability. Anyone who has played a strategy game knows that NPCs will give points based on their likes and dislikes. Good fellow. You are playing a survival game as a strategy game? In that case, analyze what a forging master would like. A forging master must like forging materials. For example, rare steel. They are all forging masters. How can they lack steel? After watching for a long time, Suji did not see any useful information on the chat channel. Everyone was talking about different things. Suji was tired of watching and simply switched the light screen. She noticed that Tong Haotsong had replied to her message. I can't give you the amethyst. There are only 2 in the organization warehouse. I have to keep them. Sorry. It's normal that I can't give it to you. Suji can completely understand. There's no need to be embarrassed. Suji, it's okay. Tong Haotsong, are you in a hurry to make the enchantment table? Suji, of course, I want to make it sooner. If you say I'm in a hurry, I don't have to be in a hurry, it won't have much impact. But I got the blueprint, I learned the skills, but I can't use them, so I'm a little anxious. But Suji also knows that. There's no point in being anxious, because I'm short of amethyst. The amethyst in the Moonstone Mall needs 5 moonstones to be exchanged. She only has 2 moonstones, and she can't exchange them. Either she has to wait 3 days, or think of another way. If it takes 3 days, it will be too long. I definitely can't wait that long. Suji planned to think of a solution after dinner. For example, synthesize with mysterious parts, or directly exchange a red weapon for a purple crystal. At this time, Suji received another message from Zhao Minglin. Suji, that dang Xian has been calling you in the chat channel. Did you see it? Suji frowned. She just closed the chat channel, and didn't see it for a while. When she opened it, it was true. That dang Xian might have just eaten a full meal, and was full. Dang Xian, Suji, can't you take out 50 foundations? The amethyst is in my hand. If the foundations don't work, you can exchange them with something else. If you don't want them, I trade with others. A lot of people have come to me. Suji, check the private chat. I sent you a message. Halfway through the transaction, you disappeared. You should have said something. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to trade with others. Suji hadn't checked for a few minutes. And he sent several messages. Some people couldn't stand it and said to him, don't you understand what I mean by ignoring you? Why do you keep pestering me? Not responding is an attitude. You are really shameless. If they don't want to give out 50 foundations, why don't you trade with someone else? Ha ha ha. Maybe other people can't even give out 30 foundations. So he still wants to go back to Suji to trade. But he ignored him in private chat. So he had to go to the chat channel to make a scene. Dang Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? I just think that a deal should have a beginning and an end. Since I am still negotiating with her, I can't just trade with others casually. On the contrary, Suji should also make it clear to me. Looks like he right. Look. He getting anxious. Indeed, there should be a beginning and an end. When did Suji bargain with you? Didn't Suji say he would only give 30, and you said 50, and not even one less that it... It's so funny, ha ha. Why should I make it clear to you? Who do you think you are, who wants to give you shit? Seeing this person dancing in the chat channel, Suji was too lazy to pay attention to him. But seeing that he was always arguing with a group of people, he insisted that Suji give him a word. Suji just didn't want to pay attention to him. This kind of person, the more you pay attention to him, the more excited he may be. Saying a few more words to him is giving him face. Suji let him do whatever he wants. Anyway, he will stop when he says he is tired. As for his private messages, Suji had blocked them long ago, blacklisted them, and couldn't see them at all. He probably sent many private messages, but didn't get a reply, so he went to the chat channel to make a fuss. Suji replied to Zhao Minglin, "It's okay, don't bother." Is it really okay? Will it affect your reputation? Zhao Minglin felt that Suji was the first in District 10, and everyone knew her. If she was misunderstood by people who didn't know the whole story because of a stinky rat, it might not be good. It's okay. If Suji had that time, it would be better to plant more vegetables. Well, you really need amethyst? I asked my friends for you, but they don't have it. Suji, yes, thank you. Zhao Minglin, it's okay. Do you need one more? Suji, yes. Zhao Minglin, that right. I remember that there is a red box that I haven't opened yet. I go open it, hoping to get amethyst. This really woke Suji up. Can she collect the boxes and open them herself? She lucky. Collect boxes from players with average luck at a low price, at a suitable price. You can always get more good stuff. But as soon as this idea came up, she shot it down by herself. Because she immediately thought that players with average luck are unlikely to get red or purple boxes. Blue boxes won't have amethysts. Players like Zhao Minglin, who can get amethysts, are very lucky. Look! She still has a red box to open. Actually, Suji could also pay a lot of money to buy it. For example, she could take out 50 foundations, or exchange it for a red weapon. However, she didn't want to do that, which would ruin the market, and it would also cause a bad consequence. That is, if she needed something in the future, others would offer a very high price, because they thought she could take out anything. Now 50 foundations. It's not a big deal for Suji. But what about the future? Of course, she could also just look at the present and change it later. But she couldn't stand Deng Xian face. If it was Zhao Minglin, a lovely girl like her, Suji would probably agree if he had negotiated with her. Xiaojichu sent a purple crystal. It was getting late, and just when Suji was about to take a break, she saw this message. She widened her eyes, suspecting that she had seen it wrong. Xiaojichu? It'd been a long time since we last contacted. Ever since she gave Xiaojichu the frog, implying that he was the owner of the cheese shop. He hadn't spoken to her. Why did he suddenly contact her? He sent her amethyst without saying anything. Suji? Question mark. A question mark showed Suji doubt and shock. You wanted it, didn't you? It for you, Xiaojichu said in a generous tone, as if he was only giving her an iron ore. Where did you get it? Why did you suddenly give it to me? It wasn't a transaction, but he gave it to her directly. Is he so generous? I just read the whole story in the chat channel. I didn't know you wanted amethyst before. No, she didn't ask that. She asked why he gave it to her. No, it seems that this answer is also right, but Suji didn't mean that. I mean, are you just giving it to me like that? You must need it urgently, so take it first. I don't know what I want yet. I don't need anything for the time being, or you can give me 30 foundations. It just so happened that Suji also gave 30 foundations when trading with others. Xiaojichu has been desperately killing monsters at the bottom of the sea recently, in order to level up as soon as possible, and make himself stronger. This amethyst was what he got this afternoon on the seabed. He found an underwater relic. Although he didn't dare to go deep, he found an amethyst at the treasure hunting spot on the periphery. Suji didn't ask him, so he didn't know that Suji needed this. It was only when he came back to the chat channel, and saw someone mention Suji's name, that he knew about it. To be honest, Suji was really touched. Before, she always thought that she and Xiaojichu were just ordinary friends. She thought that he didn't want to care about her, because he was the owner of the cheese shop, and didn't want to care about her. As a result, this time, the other party came to her rescue, and gave her the amethyst that she needed most. Suji, how about this? Think about what else you need. I can give you whatever I have. If not, I will give you the foundation. If 50 foundations were given to Xiaojichu, Suji would not think it was not worth it. He could give 30 to others. Xiaojichu was so righteous, Suji would of course give more. It okay, I think about it, and tell you when I think of it. Suji, okay. It just so happened that Suji couldn't finish the food Li Ming gave her by herself. She originally planned to save the rest for tomorrow. At this time, she asked, by the way, have you eaten? Xiaojichu, no. What wrong? I treat you to a delicious meal. But it my leftovers. If you don't mind. Ha ha ha. What there to mind? At the end of the world. Okay. Suji also laughed. Of course she knew that there was no need to mind at this time. But she still asked. Just in case. Even if at the end of the world, some people may still be more hypocritical. Okay, I give it to you then. Although it was served in a small bowl, it was actually quite a lot, and Suji ate 6 dishes by himself, so there was basically a lot left over. Suji sorted out the remaining dishes, made a plate on the workbench, similar to the one used in the cafeteria, put the dishes on it, and then added 2 steamed buns. This way it looked more like a proper dish, not like leftovers. Suji sent it to Xiaojichu. Oh my god, are you sure this is what you left? No, can you eat it so well by yourself? Are you really in the same game as me? What kind of pig food am I eating? You eat this kind of delicacies every day? No way, is the gap between people so big? Xiaojichu worked hard to upgrade just to catch up with Suji. After he knew that Suji was the owner of the cheese shop, he felt very complicated, because he felt embarrassed about what he said, wanted to escape, and felt that he was too bad in front of Suji. So he learned from his mistakes, and decided to work harder. After he thought it through, he wanted to talk to Suji many times. But he hadn't replied to Suji before, and they had been disconnected for a long time. And he couldn't find a chance or topic to send a message. Fortunately, Today he finally found a great opportunity to show off. Someone slandered Suji in the chat channel. Xiaoxichu immediately turned into a strong talker and scolded the player named Ding Xian until he shut up. Knowing that Suji needed Amethyst, he immediately offered Amethyst, seizing the opportunity to re-establish a friendly relationship with Suji. Although they didn't quarrel or anything, it was indeed because Xiaoxichu felt a little awkward and a little unfamiliar. Xiaoxichu had to perform well and dispel the unfamiliarity. The effect was remarkable. Suji actually gave him so many delicious foods. Xiaoxichu was ecstatic, and then took a lot of photos, and asked Suji tentatively, "Can I post them on the chat channel to show off?" Suji, sure. You still want to show off? Of course. I've been here for so long. And this is the first time I've had such a great dinner. It would be a waste if I don't post it to show off. After getting permission, Xiaoxichu posted it directly in the chat channel. Who knows? After a busy day, having a delicious meal is so comfortable. Picture. 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 This meal is really good. 6 dishes. Both meat and vegetables. Rich ingredients. Good appearance. Served on a plate. Dazzling. Although it is a bit past mealtime, many busy players have forgotten the time. Many have not eaten yet, and many are still eating but browsing the chat channel. Seeing Xiaoxichu message, the chat channel exploded. Fuck. What kind of family? Eat these? Eat so much in one meal? I don't believe it. Is it photoshopped? Can this game still Photoshop? It a trick. It must be a trick of some special item. Oh my god, I hate you guys who eat well. I thought I was happy eating instant noodles, but you ruined my happiness. How can someone have such a big malice towards this society? Can't you eat it yourself? We can't eat it if you post it. Tell me, are you going to sell food? Tell me now that you are going to sell food. Xiaoxichu saw everyone's enthusiastic reaction and ate even more deliciously. It a really good day today. Suji also saw the picture Xiaoxichu posted in the chat channel. She went to explain it to Li Ming, to prevent Li Ming from thinking too much. After all, this was the food Li Ming gave her. Li Ming's comment was, "This person is quite funny. Then you have collected enough amethysts. Great, I was still thinking today if I could help you find it." Chi Rong also said she was asking. Suji, yeah, so I shared the food you gave me with him. Li Ming, it doesn't matter, you can also ask him which dish he thinks is the most delicious. Suji sent Li Ming question to Xiaoxichu. Xiaoxichu was enjoying his meal, but he was almost done. He thought about it carefully after seeing Suji's words. He sent a long comment. Actually, every dish is delicious, but I prefer meat. If I had to choose, I think the pork chop tastes the best. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The caramel aroma is perfect. The pork chop is also fully cooked. You can almost take it off the bone with one bite. He commented on each dish in detail and made many suggestions. After reading it, Suji gave him a thumbs up, replied him a 6, and then copied it and sent it to Li Ming. Suji, I have to say, you can be a food critic. Chapter 94 Water World, the 8th day. While chatting with Li Ming and Xiaoxichu, Suji had already made the enchantment table. However, making the enchantment table is a big project, and it takes 3 hours. She could see a ball of purple light covering the workbench, which was different from making other things, and it looked like a big deal. There seemed to be lines flowing in the purple halo, and strange patterns could be vaguely seen. Suji could sense the power of magic, which was very weak at first, but as time went by, the enchantment table had begun to take shape, and her perception of magic became stronger and stronger. As for what magic skills do in this game, Suji still has a vague understanding of it. She has to wait until the enchantment table is fully completed before she knows what she can do. She is waiting for the enchantment table to be completed with great anticipation, and is also doing other things. The chicks that hatched a few days ago have grown fluffy and yellow. Very cute. And they are the same as the little expressions she used in the real world before. And they can also make clucking sounds. She is feeding them. There are already 7 chicks now, and 5 more have hatched. She asked Li Ming for 2 boiled eggs, mixed the egg yolks with a little cornmeal, and fed them to the chicks. They were eating happily. The eggs in another incubator also hatched birds. A total of 6 bird eggs were placed, but only 5 birds were successfully hatched. There was still no movement in one egg. Suji planned to wait and see. If it still didn't hatch in a few days, it would have to be treated as a bad egg. The size of the newly hatched bird is much smaller than that of the chick, only a little bit bigger. Suji was not sure whether it could be raised like a chick. So she asked Dooku again. She had told me how to raise chicks before. Dooku also had experience raising birds. She had picked up a wounded bird on the roadside, and later took it home to raise it, and it gave birth to chicks. It's similar to what chicks eat, just mashed boiled egg yolks, millet or insects that birds like to eat into a paste, and then feed it to them. Suji, okay. Dooku, can you show me? Dooku and Suji rarely chatted, and what they talked about before was all about discussions related to chicks. Suji had a good impression of her, and took a few more photos of her. The chicks and birds were fed separately. But when feeding, Suji put them together. The two looked very different in appearance. In addition to their different sizes, chickens are precocial birds, and they have down even when they are just born, and they can walk. But birds are indeed late maturing birds. When they just hatched, they can't even open their eyes, and they can't live independently at all. They are bald all over, and they are very small, which makes them much more difficult to take care of. Dooku specifically explained some precautions to Suji, and asked her to take a few photos of the bird every day, preferably send her a video, and she would help observe the bird health problems. Suji, can you tell what kind of bird it is? Dooku, I can't tell. Wait a few days. I don't know much about birds. Maybe I can recognize it when it grows up. It's too small now. It's still difficult to raise it now. They have a weak ability to adapt to the outside world, and it's very easy to die. You have to take good care of it. It's best to check it every few hours. But I'm a bit busy recently. Suji was indeed too busy. She sometimes forgot. It was not a problem to visit once a day. If she had to take care of it for a few hours, she would be unable to do so. I didn't think too much when I was hatching the eggs. Now it's a bit embarrassing. It's her fault. She was only concerned with collecting resources. She took the eggs away when she saw them. She didn't think about it carefully. Can you help me take care of them? Just ask for the benefits. Suji didn't want to make the bird sick or even die because of his poor care. Okay. I try my best. Dooku was also worried that Suji didn't have the experience to take good care of it. So he said that just now. Because newly hatched birds, like this, need very careful care. It's easy to die from indigestion or cold. And it also needs frequent feeding and cleaning. If any of these conditions are not met, it's easy for the bird to get sick. Of course, this is a game, and their vitality may be stronger than in the real world. But we're still worried. As for the benefits, I talk about it after I raise them well. If possible, just give me one. Suji, that's fine. Suji may not be able to raise them well by herself. If Dooku can make them grow up safely, it is not a problem to give her one. Why don't you give me the chicks too? I take care of them together. After a few days, when their condition stabilizes, I give them back to you. Suji thought about it, and thought that this seemed to be a good idea. She was indeed a bit busy at the moment. Although taking care of chicks and birds was not tiring, it would be troublesome if she forgot to feed them in time and let them starve. It's okay to forget to water the crops, but the newly born chicks are too fragile. Suji thought Dooku's suggestion was good, so he handed the birds and chicks over to her for care. Dooku sent some iron ore. I leave these with you. They're not much. I give you the chicks when the time comes, and you can return them to me. Suji, no. I'm the one who's troubling you. It's better to leave them with you. These chicks and birds are valuable resources. If you give them to me so easily, what if I take them and don't give them to you? Or I may kill them. It's all possible. Dooku's tone was rational, and she spoke in a rigid manner, without much humanity. But Suji thought she was a very nice person. Okay. 100 iron ores were not a lot, and it was nothing to Suji. But to Dooku, it was a large amount of supplies. Dooku really liked these little animals, and wanted to raise them. She could see that Suji had no experience at all, and she was worried about leaving them to her. It was better if she didn't know, but she was really worried after knowing, and she just happened not to sign up for the skills competition, so she could concentrate on taking care of them these days. She didn't spend much time digging for treasures in the water every day. Dooku also had an idea. That is, after raising these birds, Suji could give her a bird, and she would have a bird as her own pet. When she completed the pet training task, there would be some rewards. A ding reminder sounded. The enchantment table was finally completed. It was a black table, although it was called an enchantment table, but it actually looked like a dressing table. There is a dark mirror on the table, which can't reflect people. There are all kinds of complicated totems on the table. And there are 2 drawers below. After the introduction, Suji knows that the one on the left is for materials, and the one on the right is for finished products. The enchantment table has several functions, the most important of which is to increase the properties of items, thereby increasing the energy of items. For example, if you enchant a sickle, it will harvest more wheat or rice. If you enchant a hoe, it will dig out more agricultural products, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. If you enchant a weapon, the sharpness of the weapon can also be increased. So, enchantment is really powerful. But the cost of enchantment is relatively high. Even if you enchant a very ordinary sickle, you still need a lot of high-level rare materials. The value of the materials may be greater than the benefits of enchanting it. Enchant high-level items require more materials, so even if you want to enchant an item, you have to think carefully. After all, Suji's supplies are still limited, not enough for her to waste. For example, amethyst, she took a lot of effort to get it. To enchant items, you need crystal stones, obsidian and other gems with magical properties. In addition, the enchantment table can also make some items that already have magical properties. For example, apple blossoms, plants with magical properties, can be combined with other materials to make items with certain magical effects, such as goodwill candles, good dream essential oils, lucky incense, detoxification pills. Now Suji's most urgent need is to make goodwill candles, in order to cope with the assessment of the forging master tomorrow. Of course, she also believed that she was strong enough not to use these things, but she still wanted to try one to see the effect. The materials needed for the affection candle are apple blossoms, wax blocks, and wax wicks. There are many materials for making wax blocks, including soybean wax, coconut wax, beeswax, etc. The wax wicks can be made of cotton thread and fiber. Suji happened to be able to get all these things. For example, coconut wax can be directly extracted from coconut meat. Suji happened to get some coconuts from Pig Island, and they were still in the storage room and not eaten. She quickly went to get a coconut and used a knife to make a big hole in the coconut to make it easier for her to take out the coconut meat. The process of extracting coconut oil from coconut meat is relatively complicated. Suji spent a long time to get it. It was already late at night when she got the coconut wax. But she was not sleepy at all. On the contrary, she was very energetic and just wanted to make the magic candle as soon as possible. The wick she chose was cotton thread, which was simple and easy to use. After she put all the materials into the drawer on the left side of the enchantment table, she saw light overflowing from the gap between the drawers. After waiting for a few minutes, the light dimmed. She tried to open the drawer on the right, and it opened with one pull. There was a white candle in the drawer. It was done so quickly. Suji was a little surprised. Goodwill candle can be used as a gift, which will immediately increase the recipient goodwill towards the giver. Suji decided to give it to Master Qianju when she saw him tomorrow. Now she should go to bed, so as not to have a pair of panda eyes and no energy tomorrow. On the morning of the 8th day in the water world, a strong wind blew on the sea. The temperature in the morning was also very low. It felt like there was a layer of light mist floating on the sea surface. It was hazy and beautiful, but it was too cold. Players who can sew have been doing very well recently. They can earn a lot of iron, or just by selling cotton-padded clothes in the trading center. Suji originally wanted to make 2 cotton-padded clothes for himself and Li Ming, but he received the cotton-padded clothes sent by Xia Shichu early in the morning. One was white, and the other was black. The material was solid, and it felt heavy in his hand. Xia Shichu, try it on and see if it fits you. Suji. The clothes made by the system are not ill-fitting, whether it is a skinny person weighing 80 caddies, or a fat person weighing 140 caddies, as long as they are put on. They will automatically become the right size. Xia Shichu said this, which is a bit strange in the game. But Suji still accepted his kindness, because she just needed it. Xia Shichu gave it to her, so she wouldn't have to spend time making it herself. But Suji didn't take it for nothing, and decided to give him her or detector, even though she only made one. But it didn't matter, since she could make it anyway, she would make another one tonight. Xia Shichu was very happy to receive it. 2 cotton-padded clothes in exchange for this. You are really losing out. Let me see if there is anything else I can give you. How about I make you a few towels, bath towels, etc.? My sewing skills have improved a lot now. I got the guidance of a sewing master yesterday. I can make hand-woven hats and scarves, And I can also make socks. Suji was about to be laughed to death by Xiaoshichu. Okay, make me 2 more bath towels, and 2 pairs of socks. Suji planned to give Li Ming a share of the cotton coat and bath towel. During the chat, Suji had already signed in and drawn the card. Today he got another teleportation card. This means that Suji can find someone to team up with to go to the island again. If it can be confirmed that it is a relatively safe island, Suji can go with Li Ming. But this will have to wait until she gets the island teleportation stone. An island teleportation stone plus a teleportation card, which can allow 2 people to go to the island together, is still quite cost effective. The 2 of them going to the island can completely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. This morning she didn't plan to go into the water to dig for treasure, so she would do some odd jobs in the shelter, and wait for Master Qianju to arrive. Suji opened the magical pocket of Paphiopedilum, and took out the ruby that she had put in yesterday. Scarlet Ruby, a variant of ruby with magical properties, can be used to make magical items. Wow, an ordinary ruby can also be turned into an item with magical properties. Great. However, Suji still didn't know what she could use this scarlet gem on. She picked it up and examined it carefully, and found that there were a few purple-red lines on the scarlet gem. From another angle, it turned into a deep red. Anyway, it was pretty. Just as Suji was admiring the scarlet gem, a flute sound came from the sea. Suji looked up and saw nothing. She remembered that she had made a telescope. So she took it out and looked around. Sure enough, in the mist, a small boat was seen coming towards this side. There was a man standing on the bow of the boat. The man was wearing a white robe, his hair was tied up, and a long sword was on his back. After waiting for a while, the boat was getting closer and closer, and the sound of the flute became clearer and clearer. But Suji couldn't tell which song was being played, but it sounded very familiar. It seems that this person is the forging master Qianju. He looks about 30 years old, with a stern face, tall, wheat-colored skin, wearing a bamboo hat, and the way he plays the flute is a bit like a knight in a martial arts drama. There were 2 rows of glowing words on his head, namely, Qianju and Weapon Master. He was indeed a distinguished NPC. Suji was even more curious about the sword on his back, which was wrapped in yellow cloth, so tightly that it was impossible to tell what kind of sword it was. But for a forging master to carry it with him, it must be a peerless weapon. Suji wished he had X-ray vision, so he could see the weapon under the cloth directly. The ship was about to approach the shelter. Suji looked around. The shelter was clean, and everything was fine. She walked over quickly to greet him, with a magic candle in her pocket. When Qianju saw Suji, he asked, "Are you the forging player Suji?" Suji nodded. He probably called every contestant the same way. Forging player plus the player name. "Qianju, are you ready to take the test?" His words were also like a template. Serious enough to make people take it seriously. And a little funny. Suji nodded again. "Yes, master." "Qianju, okay." Qianju stepped into Suji's shelter. After Suji came up, he was ready. He didn't know what the process of receiving this master was. Should he pour a cup of tea and let the master sit down first, and then talk about his understanding of forging and his progress in forging? "Master, please come this way." This way. Suji didn't take him into the living room of the shelter, because there were 2 huge foundation makers in the living room, which were now in operation. The foundation is very important, so we can't stop. Suji arranged the reception area outdoors. She moved a set of tables and chairs to the small garden, and also brought glasses and kettles to make it look presentable. She used blueberry leaves for tea, which is very suitable for making tea in this weather. Daily drinking is good for the body. After Qianju sat down, he saw Suji busy pouring tea for him, nodded, and said, "Thank you. It okay. There are fruits here. Master, you have come a long way. Drink some tea and eat some fruits first." Qianju thought for a moment. "Yeah. It really far away." "Suji, master, do you live on an island?" Qianju didn't seem to be interested in the fruit. He just took a sip of tea from the cup, and then showed a satisfied look. The tea is not bad, although it was a glass cup, and there was no tea set. Master Qianju was not very picky. Suji struck while the iron was hot. "Master, what island do you live on? If you like this tea, I'd bring you some next time I have the chance." Qianju seemed to start thinking after hearing this. "But it quite far." "Suji, it doesn't matter, I'm not afraid of distance. Qianju, I live on Ginseng Island. It will take a long time for you to go there by boat. Su Ji, master. Can you tell me where it is, like the coordinates? Su Ji thought of one thing. Even if there is no island teleportation stone, can she build a boat by herself and sail to find the island? If she knows the coordinates of the location. Qianju looked doubtful, lowered his head to drink tea, and said nothing more. Su Ji thought, it seems that the favorability is not enough. This tea can only improve the master's initial impression of me. It's time to take out the favorability candle. Su Ji was about to take out the candle as a gift. The master suddenly stood up. Go and see your forging table. It seems that he is going to give a test question. Su Ji looked serious. Master. Wait here for a while. I will take it down right away. You don't need to go upstairs. The forging table is in the studio upstairs. You have to go inside to go up. It okay, let go together. Su Ji saw him walk straight into the house. And thought, that fine. The assessment is about forging ability anyway. And it shouldn't matter what the furnishings in her room are. Sure enough. After entering, Qianju didn't even notice the foundation maker in the living room on the first floor. He knew the forging table was on the second floor. So he went straight up. When he arrived at the studio, Qianju's eyes lit up. He could see Su Ji's forging table as soon as he entered the door. There were some forging materials on it. And a few bottles of gold nutrient solution. Not bad. Qianju nodded. Su Ji didn't know what he said was good. But it seemed that he was quite satisfied. Su Ji took out the magic candle. Master. Look. Qianju didn't even look at what she had in her hand. And continued her words. Look at the weapon you made. Su Ji had to take out the Qihan sword she made and handed it to Qianju. The appearance of the Qihan sword looked ordinary at first glance. But laymen saw the excitement. And experts saw the doorway. Qianju could see at a glance that the materials used for the Qihan sword were not simple. Although it was just an ordinary sword. It was made of the highest grade materials. The sword body was full of murderous aura. It could be clearly felt that this sword absorbed a lot of killing energy. It was an experienced sword. Moreover, it merged well with the sword master, and awakened a little consciousness of the unity of man and sword. But it was not without flaws. After all, this was a sword made by Su Ji a long time ago. And it was just upgraded again and again with materials. Qianju pointed out the problem of Qihan sword. The sword is a good sword. But the foundation is a little poor. The sword-making technology is good. And the appearance and hilt need to be upgraded. Seeing that he was willing to guide, Su Ji hurriedly asked how to upgrade it. But Qianju had already moved his eyes away and looked at something else. He picked up a bottle of gold nutrient solution, then put it down again, seemingly showing no interest. But Su Ji found it strange. If he had no interest, he would not have picked it up at all. Tell me about the assessment task I assigned to you. The topic changed. Su Ji's gift had not been delivered yet. He was about to assign the task. Su Ji quickly stuffed the gift into Qianju's hand. Master, you and I hit it off right away. This is a gift for you. It was too hasty, and not well prepared. It's not a good thing. Just give it directly, don't worry about it. As long as there is magic power, giving it away will definitely be useful. I have been brewing it for so long, but I haven't given it away yet, so I might as well do it directly. Qianju was stunned at first, and his expression was dazed for a moment. Soon he looked down at the gift, confused for a few seconds, and then looked up at Su Ji. His eyes and face changed slightly. The stern face before actually became gentle. Very good. Su Ji smiled brightly. The gift is not expensive, as long as the master likes it. Qianju, well, okay. He seemed to be at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Su Ji took the initiative to say, Master, you just said you wanted to tell me about the assessment task. Oh, yes, your assessment task. Let me think. I originally planned to ask you to make a red quality two-handed sword, the difficulty of which is probably a level. But now I have changed my mind. Su Ji blinked and asked cheerfully, Really? What weapon do you want me to make now? Qianju looked at her with a gentle look, smiling. I want you to make a purple quality ceremonial sword. The blade and scabbard should be gorgeous and exquisite. This ceremonial sword should have gorgeous decorations and inscriptions. The difficulty is S level. I am very optimistic about you. Su Ji, what? Su Ji doubted her ears. When she said Qianju away from the shelter, she was doubting whether the gift she gave had any effect. Did the favorability value really increase? Or something went wrong? Suji watched Qianju board the boat. By the way, you asked me about the location of Ginseng Island before. After I go back, I will email you, so that next time you want to come, you can come directly. But I have to remind you that the distance is a bit far, and there will be danger on the road. Suji immediately cheered up. It okay, I will bring the tea to you when I make the ritual sword. Qianju, okay. After that, he slowly sailed away on the boat. Chapter 95 Waterworld, the 9th day. The assessment mission has changed from A level to S level. It may be the Weapon Master Trust and test for you. I see that the assessment missions received by others seem to be B level, and C level, and even A level missions are rare. Suji sighed, maybe that the case. Now she not only has to find a way to complete the assessment, but also has to make a ship that can sail in the ocean. However, Qianju hasn't sent her the location of Ginseng Island yet. You won't forget it, will you? Suji was a little worried. Master Qianju was going to issue assessment tasks to so many players today. Would he forget to send her an email? Maybe someone else had a higher favorability with Qianju. It was really worrying. Suji refreshed the email again. Hey, here I am. Hello Suji, this is the location of Ginseng Island. Welcome to visit Ginseng Island. I look forward to you forging a sword that will surprise me. Qianju. Suji said faintly. The consequence of the increase in favorability is that it is to increase the requirements for her. She has been tired these 2 days. Fortunately, the bird and the chicken were taken care of by Dooku, otherwise she really couldn't handle it. She didn't have the blueprints for the ritual sword. However, with a high-level forging table, it can be made without blueprints, but it is more difficult, and it all depends on the blacksmith to draw the design himself. And Qianju requirements are very clear, it must be gorgeous, exquisite, and it must have complex accessories. Suji actually has some ideas in her mind, but she is not sure if she can make it. After all, sword forging is not something that can be made by one wild imagination. The idea is good, but making it is another matter. Before Suji decided to forge the sword, she first went to the seabed to do her daily treasure hunt. The temperature was getting lower, and the seawater was getting much colder. Suji felt cold as soon as she took off her cotton coat and put on her diving suit. She was freezing cold after entering the water. She endured the cold and swam downstream. Her speed slowed down. After swimming for more than 30 meters, she saw a coral patch and decided to look for it. The temperature was getting colder, and there were fewer fish. Suji found a few crabs in the coral area. They were not mutant crabs. She tried to catch them with her bare hands. The crabs were very strong and held the coral tightly, and refused to let go. Suji grabbed them by force, and put them in the net bag. She caught several crabs in a row. We can have a crab feast tonight. The claws of one of the crabs were a strange color, emitting a purple glow. Suji looked closely, and found that it was holding a piece of obsidian. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't open its mouth in the water, Suji would have laughed out loud. She picked up a piece of obsidian. It was so cool. She snatched the obsidian from the crab claws. This is a stone that contains magical elements, and can be used to make magical items. Suji is now very excited whenever she sees anything related to magic. Perhaps it is because she has just learned magic skills, and she is in a fresh mood. After finding a treasure hunting spot nearby, Suji began to dig hard. Stamina points reduced by 20, get Crystal Fragment X1. Stamina points reduced by 19, get Blue Supply Box X1. Stamina points reduced by 19, get Dusty Bead X1. She floated to the surface to rest for a while, took out a pot of hot water from her backpack, raised her head and drank 2 sips, warmed up her body, and then dived again to continue digging for treasure. Stamina points reduced by 20, get the blueprint of a thickened diving suit X1. Stamina points reduced by 19, get the blueprint of a water heater X1. Finally finished digging. Suji's stamina points were almost exhausted. She quickly swam up with her last bit of strength. She had to go back and take a hot bath. Before, there was no water heater in the bathroom. The water was still cold, recently. Suji used a boiler to heat water for bathing. Direct cold water is really unbearable. But today I got the blueprint of a water heater. Suji was shivering with cold, quickly took it out to check. It takes another 5 energy stones to make a water heater. She now has more than 30 energy stones left. She originally wanted to save some, and not use them up so quickly, but there is no other way. The water heater is too important in this weather. Suji must make it. But she is soaked, and her hair is also wet. She can only go to boil water to take a bath first. She can't wait until the water heater is made to take a bath, lest she catch a cold. It only takes 10 minutes to boil water, but it takes at least half an hour to make a water heater, although it has not been put on the workbench. This is Suji experience. As long as there is energy stone in the production materials, the production time is more than half an hour, and some even take 1 or 2 hours. Suji can't wait that long. She hurriedly took a hot bath, put on a thick cotton coat, and then she felt alive, comfortable. Many good things were dug up today, and Suji had to study them quickly. Crystal fragments, fragments of crystal stones. 3 fragments can be combined into a crystal stone, and there is a chance to synthesize amethyst. Dusty beads, mysterious beads buried deep in the sea, may have special effects, and may be restored under certain conditions. Thickened diving suit, a thickened version of the diving suit. Wearing a thick diving suit when the water temperature is low can maintain body temperature. This thing can be given to Xiaoxichu. He made a fortune selling diving suits, and now he can just sell thickened diving suits. It's so cold now, and this thing is also a must-have product. After giving him the blueprint, I asked him to make a few sets for her to use first, and let him make money. Last time, Xiaoxichu gave her amethyst, saying that he wanted some benefits, but he hasn't mentioned it yet. This blueprint of the thickened diving suit, I guess he will like it. Suji sent it directly to Xiaoxichu. Then he opened the blue supply box he got today. Open the blue supply box, obtain seawater filter blueprint X1, milk X2, lemon X1, cheese X1, wool X1, corn flour X1, chicken feed X1, fertilizer X1, glass X2, copper or X3. Finally got the seawater filter. Just when Suji previously stored lake water was about to run out, if the filter didn't come, Suji had to find a way to use distillation to obtain freshwater resources. Although it was troublesome, only a little fresh water could be obtained every day, but there was no way to survive without fresh water. Although there was endless sea water under your feet, it was not drinkable at all, nor could it be used to irrigate the fields. With a seawater filter, many problems could be solved. However, the seawater filter also required energy stones, and quite a few, 10 were required. It seems that we have to find a way to get some energy stones. Suji placed his hopes on the cheese shop. Let's sell something. What sells best at this time? Of course, the foundation. The foundation is now hard currency. Some people are willing to sell energy stones, but no one is willing to sell foundations. 10 foundations in exchange for 1 energy stone are probably willing. Suji can postpone the expansion of the area for a day and save some energy stones first. 200 foundations can be made in a day, and half of them can be taken out and exchanged for 10 energy stones. Make 2 more seawater filters, and then you can sell freshwater. Freshwater is also a scarce commodity at present. A seawater filter can convert 30 L of fresh water every day. Suji can use it for himself and irrigate the farmland. And there is still some left. Selling 10 L should be no problem. People in the chat channel say that there is a shortage of water every day. When I first entered the game, I could often get mineral water when opening boxes. Now there is very little, and they are all more advanced supplies and upgrade materials. However, everyone consumes a lot of freshwater resources every day. In addition to the consumption of farming, players without seawater filters definitely do not have enough fresh water every day. This is why, although everyone has land for planting, vegetables and fruits are still scarce, because there is no water for irrigation, and there is not enough for drinking. The only people who are not short of water are like Suji, who made a lot of lake water in the lake area during the fog season. But there are only a few players who are prepared for this rainy day. Suji also accidentally stockpiled so much lake water in order to make a small pond. Otherwise she would not have thought about it. As soon as the 100 foundations were hung up, they were snapped up. In less than half a minute, they were all sold out. Suji thought of another thing and posted a new product preview. Cheese shop notice board announcement. The new product preview for tomorrow is as follows. Foundation X100. Freshwater 100 ml X100. Need to trade with gold or energy stone. In this case, you need to make more small cups with plastic and divide the fresh water into small cups. Exchange for gold or an energy stone, and you can make a new foundation maker. Make a few more seawater filters. Filter seawater in large quantities, and the foundation maker can also produce foundations in large quantities. In this way, the foundation and fresh water can be continuously updated. With a constant supply of fresh water and foundations, Only a part of them is used for trading, and she can accumulate supplies and earn more high-level resources from trading. On the workbench, the water heater is still being made, and the seawater filter can only wait. Suji has to start forging the ritual sword quickly, it getting late. She has been so busy till now that she has no time for lunch. She can only eat a roasted sweet potato to fill her stomach. Xiaoxichu sent a message, saying that he had just returned from underwater. Today he went to the underwater ruins again, and found a lot of supplies there. Seeing Suji sent the blueprint for the thickened diving suit, he quickly replied, "I just saw the message. Did you give it to me directly? Why did you buy so many foundations in exchange for energy stones? Foundations are very important. They can be used to expand the area around the shelter. The area is also important for upgrading the shelter. You'd better not change it. If you want energy stones, I have some here for you." He sent several messages, but Suji didn't reply. At this time, Suji was drawing a design. It was already dinner time when Suji saw the message. If her stomach hadn't been growling, she might not have noticed the time. Seeing that it was already 6:30, Suji opened the chat, and Li Ming had indeed sent today food. Li Ming also told her that she had received an assessment task. The cooking master asked me to make a dessert. Originally I thought he would ask me to cook a table of dishes, but the master wanted dessert. Luckily I have some fruits you gave me. Finally I made a peach-flavored souffle cake. I think I passed the test. The master gave me a lot of seasonings and a cooking book. Suji, that great. I just finished the design. I guess I have to stay up late tonight. I envy Li Ming a little bit. She finished the test so quickly. Unlike me, I gave a gift, but the difficulty increased. But she also saw what others said. That the cooking master is a sweet and lovely girl. Very easy to talk to. When she arrives at the player shelter, she immediately gives questions based on the player ingredients, and asks the player to cook, as long as she likes to eat, even if she has completed the assessment. If she eats food that she is particularly satisfied with, she will give her gifts. She is the best-mannered and most generous one among the masters. However, the dinner that Li Ming sent made Suji feel better. Tonight we have braised eel, fried pork ribs, and stir-fried cucumber and meat. All of them are Suji favorites. You can only work well if you're full. Suji sighed, stopped what he was doing, and prepared to eat. After closing the chat with Li Ming, Suji opened Xiaoxichu's message again. He sent several messages, and also sent a few energy stones. Suji was a little surprised. She remembered that Xiaoxichu was a little poor before, but now he getting richer and richer. Could it be that all of this was earned by selling things? Don't you need energy stones yourself? It's okay for me to sell some foundations. Suji had her own plans. However, Xiaoxichu probably thought that she was in need of supplies, so she would trade such an important foundation. Xiaoxichu, I have them. I have enough energy stones for now. You will also need energy stones for upgrading later. The shelter needs to be upgraded to level 8, which requires 200 energy stones. Suji has no idea where to get them. Xiaoxichu, it's too early for me to upgrade. Anyway, there is no rush now. I have reached level 7. I just don't want to be eliminated. Suji, then you keep it for yourself. I changed the foundation because I want to save energy stones to make things. Xiaoxichu, didn't you just give me the blueprint for the thickened diving suit? I can sell it for supplies. You can take the energy stones. Just consider it as a trade for the blueprint. Suji, no. That won't work. That's the reward for your amethyst. Did you forget it? Xiaoxichu really didn't take that matter to heart. It's okay. Suji thought of a way. How about this? Do you want the foundation or fresh water? These 10 energy stones will be considered a trade with you. Xiaoxichu, fresh water, there really isn't much water left. Suji, okay. The seawater filter had just been made. It was a huge device. Pour seawater into it. It could filter and convert more than 1 L of fresh water every hour, which was exactly 30 L a day. Suji found a place outside to put the filter, and then made a 50 L bucket. This way, even if I didn't check it for a day, the water wouldn't flow out. She then put in the materials, and continued to make the seawater filter. Tomorrow morning, we will be able to go to Zindanshui. After dinner, Suji continued to forge the sword. The design idea of the ceremonial sword has been figured out, and the next step is to make his design into a real object. This is a ceremonial sword made of gold. As a ceremonial sword, it is not actually used for fighting. It is a decorative sword, mainly to match the dress, and to show status when worn. Suji spent a lot of money, and planned to use scarlet gems on this ceremonial sword. Since it is necessary to use luxurious decorations, it must be a rare item, and scarlet gems are very suitable. The hilt of the ceremonial sword is designed with a D-shaped guard, using the shell of pink mother of pearl, and the handle is made of mother of pearl, with a pearly luster, beautiful and delicate, and the pattern on the hilt is very classical. The blade of this ceremonial sword is slender. Suji used half a bottle of gold nutrient solution, making it look like it is made of pure gold, but it is extremely hard. After all, it is a sword, and real gold ore cannot be used, and there are still requirements for hardness. Suji wanted to make a ceremonial sword that is decorative, but can be used in actual combat. A gorgeous scarlet gem is inlaid on the hand guard, which makes the sword look the best. Different angles can show different color changes. The bright red is deep and charming, and the strong color is eye-catching. There are purple spots on it, and it looks orange-red from another angle. At 2:30 in the middle of the night, Suji's eyes are shining with excitement. It almost done. She left her mark on a hard-to-find position on the sword. She was so tired, but she was tired and happy. This sword was designed by Suji independently. She drew all the blueprints. It is completely her original sword. She felt a sense of satisfaction. When she raised the ceremonial sword in her hand to admire it, the system prompt sounded abruptly. Congratulations to the player for being the first to make the first decorative ceremonial sword in the entire area. Reward: 1 purple weapon blueprint, 2 gold ores, 1 emerald. Congratulations to the player for designing an original weapon blueprint. Reward: 5 gold ores. If the player is willing to make the blueprint design public, he will be rewarded with a forging book, which can increase the forging skill proficiency by 15 points. Suji of course chose to make it public. Even if the blueprint of this ceremonial sword is made public, few people can make it. One is that it is not suitable for combat, and it also consumes a lot of materials. All the materials used are high-grade materials, and it needs rare gemstones for decoration. If Suji was not rich, and for the assessment, she would not be willing to make it. And after making this sword, Suji saw that her forging skill proficiency points increased sharply. She quickly used the forging book again. Congratulations to the player for reaching the full proficiency of forging skills, and having craftsman-level forging skills. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first player in the entire area to have craftsman-level forging skills. Reward: gold weapon blueprint X1. A series of system prompts kept ringing. When she finally saw the blueprint for the golden weapon, Suji's eyes widened. She had waited for so long, and finally waited until today. She had stayed up until midnight, but she was not sleepy at all, and even jumped up on the spot, and turned a few circles. This was the blueprint for the golden weapon. Her golden weapon was finally here. Suji smiled. Although after seeing the blueprint, Suji's expression was a little bitter, it was hard to extinguish her excitement and joy. It was a bit difficult to make a golden weapon. It requires 10 bottles of golden nutrient solution. Advanced forging skills. Proficiency of 120 points. Various rare materials, and golden smelting stones. However, Suji was not discouraged. She was about to go to Ginseng Island to find Master Qianju. She could ask him for advice, and see if she could get some good materials from him. There should be some rewards for passing the assessment. And in the forging competition that follows. If you get a place in the competition in each district, you will also get something. The new seawater filter on the workbench was also finished. She had been working so hard that she hadn't noticed it at all. Now she quickly took it out and put it to work. After leaving the shelter, the sea breeze was blowing wildly outside, making people's faces hurt like a knife. The sea breeze was so strong, no wonder it was so cold at night. Suji wrapped her clothes tightly, and just put the seawater filter in place, and was about to get a few buckets of seawater to pour in, when she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from a distance. It sounded like singing, or something cry. It was a bit weird anyway. It sounds a bit scary. I don't know where it came from. Suji thought. It only said it was a water world, but it didn't say there were water monsters. But there are so many mutated monsters in the water, could there be any that can sing? Suji inexplicably thought of sirens and mermaids. These are probably the only ones that can sing. According to legend, these two species are very good at singing. Especially sirens, they look like half human and half fish. They can sing bewitching songs. They confuse the people on the boat, and let their boat be destroyed and everyone on board die. Anyway, it's not a good thing. But Suji didn't think the sound was very pleasant. She just felt it was weird and scary, and it had nothing to do with Beauty and Beauty. It was probably some kind of underwater monster. Anyway, it was far away, and she couldn't go to explore it in the middle of the night. She rubbed her ears and thought, I should go to bed early. After pouring seawater into the seawater filter, she quickly went to wash and sleep. Tomorrow she had to find a way to go to Ginseng Island. The next morning, Suji got up reluctantly. She really didn't sleep for long. But she had to get up again. There were many things to do today. Suji suddenly remembered last night that she still had a few mysterious discs that she hadn't used. She had won a mermaid statue in a lottery before. But then she put it there and forgot about it. Another disc was already repaired on the disc repairer. And there were still 2 damaged ones that hadn't been repaired. Suji planned to draw a few more times before deciding. Sign in first. Then draw. Sign in successfully. Reward Moonstone X1. Spicy Crayfish X1. Lottery Opportunity X1. Draw a repair card. If there is a repair card, what can it be used for? Suji thought about it. She thought that the dusty bead she got yesterday might be able to be repaired. Suji thought that anything mysterious and special was most likely good. Maybe it was a water-repellent bead. The water-repellent bead that Suji had been looking forward to for a long time. She took the bead without hesitation and clicked on repair. It worked. The gray bead was suspended in the air, and the stains and gray marks on it disappeared little by little, but it was a little slow, as if it would take some time. Suji did not waste time waiting. First, she put a damaged CD in to repair it. Then she opened the lottery mall in the water world, and used the CD to draw a lottery. The pointer moved quickly, and finally stopped at the second prize area. Second prize, Red Coral X1. Red coral, a precious gemstone on the seabed, which grows very slowly, is not renewable, can be used to make gifts, and improve the other party favorability after giving it as a gift. This thing is not bad. The CD needs half an hour to repair. She plans to have breakfast first. She steamed a few crabs. This is simple. No cooking skills are required. Just steam them in a pot. The crabs were caught yesterday, and are very fresh. So the taste is not bad. After eating the crabs, she drank a cup of hot water to warm herself up. She was full. The seawater filter had filtered out a lot of fresh water. Suji took some of it, and gave it to Li Meng. Xia Shichu. Zhou Shuiyue. And the remaining half was directly taken to the new cheese shop along with the foundation. After the new ones were added, she couldn't care about anything else. She had to think about what to put in the magical pocket of the Paphiopedilum. The 8-hour cooling time had passed. Or she could just put the red coral in. It seemed that putting some red would have a good effect every time. This was just a coincidence. A red coral was opened. And it was still red. At this moment, the dusty beads were only a little gray. And they would be repaired soon. And the mysterious disc was already fixed. Suji could draw again. Win the mysterious grand prize. Water repellent bead manufacturing formula. Suji was ecstatic. Water repellent bead. Water repellent bead. Carry it with you, and you can walk in the water as if walking on flat ground, and automatically avoid the seawater in rivers and lakes. Production conditions. Enchanting table and magic skills are required. Materials. Water pearl X1, obsidian X1, amethyst X1. Chapter 96. The water repellent beads are here. But the material is still missing a purple crystal. She got the water pearl a long time ago, and picked up an obsidian today, so now the purple crystal is missing. I finally got one yesterday, but where can I get it now? Suji sighed, and decided to ask Xiaojichu where he got the purple crystal. Her main task today is to leave for Ginseng Island, and arrange things at the shelter, so it's time to leave. But suddenly I got the formula for the water repellent beads, so I have to find a way to make the water repellent beads before I set off again. Xiaojichu quickly replied, I found it in the underwater ruins. Do you still want it? Or I look for it again in the afternoon. In fact, he went there yesterday, but he didn't find the amethyst. Suji, do you know how to find the underwater ruins? Xiaojichu, I also found the entrance by accident. It seems that the entrance to each place is different, but I can hear strange singing near the entrance of the underwater ruins. Singing. Suji thought of the sound she heard last night. Could it be that? But the singing came out in the middle of the night. I don't know which direction it came from, and I can't hear it now. She remembered that the little dolphin gave her a lost crown before, which was a treasure from the underwater ruins. The little dolphin could actually give her that, and she probably knew the location of the underwater ruins, but She hadn't seen the little dolphin for several days. It would be nice if she could see it again. There is a solution, but it cannot be solved at this critical moment. Time waits for no one. It will take time to go to Ginseng Island. Suji can't delay any longer. She can only think of a solution when she comes back. However, she still replaced the new foundation and freshwater trading conditions of the cheese shop with amethyst. According to the location given by Master Qianju, it will take at least 5 hours for Suji to reach Ginseng Island, and she has to row all the way. In order to speed up the boat, Suji made a sail. Although the sail made of animal skin is a bit heavy, it is relatively strong. In a short period of time, she can't make a big ship. She can only make a mast and hang the sail. With a sail, the wind on the sea can be used to propel the boat towards the destination. The angle can also be adjusted according to the wind direction, so as to reach the Ginseng Island at the fastest speed. Although it is just a simple kayak, the boat is light, and as long as she paddles fast, it can reach a speed of more than 10 kilometers per hour. Suji is about 100 kilometers away from Ginseng Island. If the wind and water are favorable, it will take 5 hours to arrive. If it is not smooth, it is estimated that it will take until the evening. The main reason is that Suji does not have a better boat blueprint. Let's do this for now. When Suji was about to leave, the dusty bead was repaired. It was a blue bead, and there was water flowing in the bead, like a ball of living water. She took it and looked at it, and immediately smiled. Sea language bead. Wearing the sea language bead can understand the language of intelligent aquatic animals. It really a good thing. In the water world, the sea language bead and the water repellent bead are both very useful treasures. The new CD was not repaired yet, but Suji didn't wait, and got on the kayak and set off directly. The sea was not calm, but rather windy and rough. Fortunately, the wind was blowing in the direction Suji was going, which made her go much faster. Just in case, Suji brought 2 kayaks. In case the kayaks broke down due to any accidents on the road. She wanted to reach Ginseng Island before dark. However, she was not afraid of darkness, because she had the coordinates of Ginseng Island. Even in the dark, she could tell whether she had gone in the wrong direction by her position on the map. She just had to keep rowing towards the coordinates. What she was most afraid of was encountering bad weather or too strong winds and waves on the sea that would affect her progress. The temperature is about 10 degrees now, and once it gets dark, it may drop to a few degrees. Although she is wearing thick clothes, it will not keep warm if she gets wet. Moreover, it is not convenient to row if she wears too many clothes, and it is not easy to add more clothes if it gets colder. Moreover, at night, if she leaves the shelter, she does not know whether it will be dangerous. The song she heard last night always makes her feel scared. Along the way, Suji occasionally looked at the chat channel on the screen. Does anyone know how to hand in the completed assessment task to Master Qianju? Master, didn't you tell me? No, I just assigned me the assessment task, and that was it. I thought I could submit it directly in the system, but I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Cooking skills are assessed on the spot, and it seems that the gathering tasks can be submitted by email. Will forging be the same? But when I replied to Qianju email, it showed that he didn't accept emails from non-friends. It's so funny. Did the master forget to change the settings? I always kept the do not disturb mode on, and forgot to submit weapons for the assessment task. What should we do now? Suji tried to send a message to Qianju. The message was sent successfully. It seems that Qianju added her as a friend. In that case, Suji could submit the ceremonial sword via email, but she naturally did not go to Ginseng Island just to complete the task. She went to Ginseng Island, mainly to obtain the resources on Ginseng Island. But the journey to Ginseng Island is long. Suji has been rowing for 2 hours, but she has not yet completed half of the journey. The wind blew up the sails. She sat in a small boat, riding the wind and waves and moving quickly on the sea. The waves hit the kayak, and then splashed on her. Her cotton coat was already half wet. Suji was too lazy to care, as long as it was not soaked. She didn't need to change it for the time being. Suji didn't reply to the questions on the chat channel, but she could remind Master Qianju when she met him later. Duca sent Suji a photo of a bird and a chicken. In the photo, the bird and the chicken were raised separately, placed in 2 cages, and they ate different food. In order to keep them warm, the cage is wrapped with a thick layer of cotton cloth. They all look energetic and are eating happily, which shows that Duca takes good care of them. Duca, I will send you a few photos every day at this time. Suji, Thank you for your hard work. Suji thought about it, and sent her 2 liters of fresh water, and some vegetables. These are for you. As hard work fee. We agreed on the benefits before. So you don't need it now. Suji, yes. I can't let you pay for the food and drink for the chicks and birds every day. Duke of freshwater resources were running low. So after thinking about it, she decided to accept Suji's kindness. Thank you very much. Suji, it okay. If you have any questions, just send me a message. When Suji was sending the message, she didn't pay attention. A huge wave hit her head on, and it almost overturned her kayak. She was startled and quickly stabilized the kayak. But it was no use. The waves were too big, and the kayak was small, and couldn't bear it at all. Suji soon felt her body shaking as if she had been on a pirate ship. The kayak flipped over on the crest of the wave, and she fell into the water. However, she held onto the sail of the kayak tightly, soaked in the seawater for a while, and climbed back on the kayak after the waves passed. However, her clothes were all wet, so she had to change into a thick diving suit. At first, Suji shivered with cold, but soon recovered. She was not afraid of getting wet after putting on the diving suit, and even if she fell into the water again, she would not be so cold. They were almost there, and she could not stop for a moment. As long as she persisted for another hour, she should be able to reach Ginseng Island. Although the waves are so big, it is dangerous. Actually, they are helping her. If there were no such strong wind and waves, it would take at least 6 hours for Suji to row the boat by herself. Only 4 hours had passed. Suji took out the hot soup in the pot from her backpack and drank a mouthful. After the hot soup went down her stomach, her body immediately warmed up. She had saved a few pieces of chocolate before, but it was not convenient to eat anything else now. Chocolate was a good choice. It could quickly replenish the calories and physical strength needed by the body. A small piece would be useful, because her face was always hit by the waves and the wind was blowing. Suji simply put on the wild boar headgear. Although it smelled, it was really practical. After putting it on, her vision was clear. The waves had almost no effect on her, and the sea water would not wet her eyes and hair. She did not need to wipe the water off her face from time to time. The sky gradually darkened. The gray sky seemed to be connected to the sea surface, and the dark clouds seemed to fall directly into the sea. Finally, we're almost there. After looking at the coordinates, Suji felt more at ease. Her hands were numb. She had rowed for so long, and they were already sore and painful. There was no way. She couldn't stop. Now she was relying on a strong force to support herself. Stopping would only make her feel more tired. Ginseng Island was just under the dark clouds. The entire island was not large, and was just covered by the dark clouds. The beach was very clean, but there didn't seem to be any seafood on it, and there were no coconut trees. The tide was rising at this time, and the sea water rushed to the shore, submerging the rocks on the shore. There was a path not far away, leading to the depths of the island. It is estimated that if we follow this path, we will reach Master Qianju's residence. Just as Suji was about to dock, he received a reply from Qianju. Are you almost there? Do I need to pick you up? Suji, I'm already there. I'd be on the shore soon. Qianju, okay, I'd be there soon. Qianju had been tempering his weapon before, and had not read the message. When he saw the message, he was just about to prepare dinner. Suji arrived at the right time. Qianju came to the beach with an umbrella, and saw Suji, who was soaked. At this time, Suji had taken off the wild boar mask. Otherwise he might scare Qianju. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. How was it? Was the journey smooth? Suji, it was. Fairly smooth. It was just a little difficult. 100 kilometers is actually quite far. Qianju thought Suji would arrive tomorrow. I'm just going to prepare dinner. Come with me. Qianju was quite enthusiastic in treating guests. Suji breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone in his heart was put down. Master, I have already made the ritual sword. Do you want me to give it to you now? No hurry. Let's see after dinner. Qianju waved his hand, and walked in front to lead the way. Soon Qianju led Suji through a bamboo forest and a stone forest, and came to several bamboo houses. The bamboo house looked simple, but each room was not small. They were the kitchen, the weapons room, and the room where Master Qianju slept. There were 2 huge stones outside. There were gravels all around the stones, and there were many traces of swords and knives. Maybe the master used these 2 stones to test the hardness of the weapons. I go prepare dinner, please wait for a moment. Master Qianju rarely entertains guests. Usually he just eats casually. He grows vegetables on the island, and eats vegetables he grows himself every day. The vegetable field is behind the bamboo house. But it about to rain, so he quickly walked to the vegetable field to pick some vegetables, and then went to the kitchen to get a fish. Just then, Su Ji just received the food sent by Li Ming. Seeing that Li Ming made a sumptuous dinner, Su Ji quickly called Master Qianju. Master, don't bother you. I brought dinner. If you don't mind, come and eat with me. Master Qianju didn't really like cooking. When he heard Su Ji said he brought food, he asked in confusion, You also prepared dinner? Su Ji, Master. How about you take a look and see if it suits your taste? Qianju, okay. Let's take a look. Su Ji asked Li Ming to give him more food that he had prepared to sell, so that he wouldn't have enough to eat. Li Ming must have more than a little food. In addition to the daily dinner, she would also keep some prepared food for future use. Since Su Ji wants it, there must be some. Su Ji took out from his backpack fried prawns with green onions, conch sashimi, venison stewed with carrots and potatoes, alligator meat fried with green vegetables. In addition to these meat dishes, there is also a green vegetable and a seaweed soup. Master Qianju was dazzled. Why did you prepare so many dishes? Su Ji said with a smile. I am a guest here, of course I have to prepare some. Are there any of these dishes that you like? Qianju, it all right. I'm not picky about food. If that's the case, I won't do it. He was also happy and relaxed. Qianju thought for a while. Oh, there are so many delicious foods. I go get some wine. Su Ji didn't know how to drink, and hurriedly said, Master, I can't drink. It okay. I drink mine, and I get you some coconuts. It turned out that there were coconuts on this island, but they might not be on the shore. Su Ji liked to drink fresh coconut water, so he nodded and said yes. Half an hour later, Qianju's stomach was about to explode. He hadn't eaten so much for a long time. It was really delicious. Qianju had to admit that the food he made was completely different from these dishes. These were delicacies, while what he made was just bran. Su Ji didn't eat as much as Qianju. After all, she ate every day. But she was also very full. Master, look, I'm done. Do you want to check my sword now? Qianju stood up, holding his stomach. That fine, burp. He couldn't help burping. Su Ji quickly took out the ceremonial sword from his backpack. Qianju squinted his eyes, took the ceremonial sword and looked at it carefully. He didn't say a word at first, but just reached out and touched the lines on the hilt of the ceremonial sword. After a long time, Qianju nodded. Not bad. Su Ji looked at him expectantly. Did I pass the test? Qianju pondered for a moment, nodded. I passed the test. It seemed like there was more to come. It's just that I was wondering how many points I give you. Su Ji remained calm, thinking, I definitely give you a high score. You took the gift and ate the food. Now you're being too soft-hearted. Su Ji waited for him to give a result, but Qianju didn't continue, and went back to the bamboo house, leaving Su Ji alone outside. It started to rain heavily, and Su Ji quickly found a place to hide from the rain. Qianju didn't say a word. Su Ji didn't know what to do. She looked around, but it was not good to walk around randomly. After all, this was someone else's territory. Although she wanted to walk around Ginseng Island, it was not a good time now. It was not suitable to explore the island in such heavy rain. Although she was full, she was exhausted. She just wanted to take a rest. So Su Ji sat on the steps under the eaves to reply to her friend's messages and check the business of the cheese shop. At present, the cheese shop has become the most concerned store for players in the whole area, because the new things on it are the materials that everyone is scrambling for now. Even the foundation can be sold. What else can the owner of the cheese shop not take out? Many people speculate that the cheese shop is a store opened by the system. Otherwise, at this time, everyone is saving foundations to expand the land area. Who would be willing to sell so many foundations? They are too rich. I guess only the system is so willing, purely to earn players' materials, recover some materials from players, and help players expand their land. There were even several posts on the forum that specifically analyzed the various reasons why the cheese shop was a system store. There were many reasons listed, and Su Ji found it funny, because they said it in a very convincing way. If she was a passerby, she would probably find it very credible. However, she received another message from Tong Haotsong. Are you the owner of the cheese shop? If so, the foundation you want to take out. The organization can buy it at a high price. Su Ji fell into deep thought after seeing these two messages. Since Tong Haotsong asked this, he must have a lot of evidence. He is not like those spectators, nor is he a passerby player. He has cooperated with Su Ji once and has a certain understanding of Su Ji. Do you want to admit it? Su Ji is a little conflicted. In fact, if he admits it, Su Ji wants to ask him for amethyst directly. Doesn't he want to take her foundation at a high price? Then exchange it with amethyst. Su Ji needs amethyst now. Tong Haotsong said last time that the organization has amethyst. But if she admitted it, she would inevitably be involved with the organization in the future. But it was just a deal. Tong Haotsong must have known that she would not join the organization. And her current strength was enough to reject the organization. Or even other organizations. As long as Tong Haotsong kept it a secret for her. And directly cooperated with the organization. There would be nothing wrong with her. So Su Ji told Tong Haotsong directly. I want amethyst. Tong Haotsong was not surprised at all when he saw the news. He asked after confirming the relationship between Su Ji and the cheese shop. The organization needs a lot of foundations. Su Ji must know how to get so many foundations, and they are in a continuous supply, otherwise she would not easily take out the foundations for bulk trading. It just amethyst. If cooperation can be established, one amethyst is nothing. Although Tong Haotsong knew that this was used to make an enchantment table, he couldn't make an enchantment table at present. He didn't have the blueprint. However, there was another reason for looking for Su Ji to cooperate this time. He guessed that Su Ji had the enchantment table blueprint. If Su Ji was willing to help him make an enchantment table, then the benefits he could give Su Ji would not only be amethysts. If you can guarantee a stable supply of foundations every day, I can give you 2 amethysts. Amethysts are not counted as the materials for trading foundations. The foundations will still be traded with you at the price you sell them in your store. Su Ji thought, this is how it should be. It not that I can't sell them in my store, but that you can't get them. Anything else? Su Ji felt that such conditions were not sincere enough. And she didn't really want to provide foundation exclusively to the organization in the future. Recently, she was selling foundation purely because she was short of energy stones, not because she wanted to keep selling. She also had to save up foundations. Don't make it seem like she was going to do this business for a long time. Although it was not impossible, as long as she increased the number of foundation makers, she would need more gold or an energy stones, if the organization could provide them. Tong Haotsong, what else do you want? 2 amethysts, 5 gold ores, plus 20 energy stones. I agree to provide 100 foundations every 2 days for the organization. Tong Haotsong frowned at first. So many. Amethysts and gold ores are all rare materials, and there are not many in the entire organization warehouse. Tong Haotsong suddenly thought of a possibility. Do you have any props that can produce foundations? Otherwise, why can Su Ji provide so many foundations stably? She definitely didn't dig it herself. And if it was a formula for making the foundation, it would also require manual work at the workbench. 100 foundations would take a lot of time and effort. Su Ji could come up with so many for the deal, which means she gets more than that every day. In that case, it was definitely not done by her. Tong Haotsong's mind was spinning fast, and he had already imagined many possibilities. If there really was such a prop, wouldn't it be better if the organization could get it? Tong Haotsong guessed it. Su Ji did not deny it. Although the organization does not have the blueprints of the foundation maker at present, it will definitely have them in the future. Just like the N95 masks at the beginning, it is impossible that only Su Ji has them. She can hide it now. When others have them, everyone will naturally know where her foundation came from. Su Ji, anyway. This is my condition. Tong Haotsong, I can give you these materials, but I want to exchange them for something to produce the foundation. That not enough. The materials for making the foundation maker require 5 gold ores, 5 crystal stones, and 15 energy stones. Su Ji felt that it was not worth it. She could delay it for a day. Since she was the only one who had the foundation maker, she was still qualified to negotiate and make conditions. Except for the amethyst, I want double the materials. I will give you a machine for producing the foundation. To be honest, that's all the raw materials you need. Tong Haotsong was silent for a moment. I need to think about it. Su Ji, okay, think about it first. She turned off the light screen. Qianju came out. I have submitted your score. Su Ji, By the way, Master, how can other people submit their assessment tasks to you? You seem to have closed your email. Others can't send you weapons. Qianju was stunned. It seems so. No wonder you are the first player to come and give me a weapon. Suji thought, if that's the case, if I don't say it, Qianju can't remember it, I will be the only player to submit a weapon? But the system will probably find a way to solve this problem. Qianju, thank you for your reminder. I almost missed the opportunity. I have some excellent forging materials here. Come and pick some to take away. Master Qianju favor towards you has doubled. You will receive Master Qianju personal teaching. Your forging skills will enter the advanced stage. It turns out that there are stronger skill levels above the craftsman level forging skills, but they will only be unlocked after receiving personal teaching. Suji opened his personal information and took a look. I found that the maximum proficiency points of the forging skill have changed. It was 100 points before, but now it is 108 points, and the maximum has become 150 points. It getting late, you can rest here and leave tomorrow. There is a guest room here, although it is simple, but it can still be lived in. Suji nodded, as long as there is a place to stay, even if there is no room. Suji also brought a tent and sleeping bag. Master, can I move freely on the island? When the rain stops, I want to look around. Qianju nodded. Okay. I'm going to be busy now. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Suji hummed twice. Looking at the weather. The rain is about to stop. Although it rained heavily, and the road was muddy. But Suji couldn't waste time staying in the room. He had to look around to see if there were any supplies. Since it's Ginseng Island, there must be at least some ginseng. Right? Suji asked again. Master, this is Ginseng Island. Are there a lot of ginseng on the island? Can I pick them at will? Qianju, I didn't see any ginseng. I don't care about that. You can pick whatever you want on the island. Just don't tell outsiders the location of the island. I don't like being disturbed. Suji, okay. Okay. This way, it would be inconvenient for her to bring others here with a transmission card, so she could only come by herself. She should go around and look around first. Suji changed into clean clothes in the room, and a pair of waterproof shoes, and went to explore the island alone. The first place we went to was the bamboo forest. Unfortunately, it was not the season for bamboo shoots to grow. There was not a single bamboo shoot in the bamboo forest, so Suji did not plan to cut any bamboo. It would be better to hurry up and find some higher quality supplies. Qianju said he did not see any ginseng. I don't know if he did not recognize it, or if the name of this island was chosen randomly. Suji felt that it would not be so random. Since it is called Ginseng Island, there must be a reason. I just forgot to ask if the island has always been called this, nor did I ask Qianju how long he had been on the island. Forget it. It doesn't matter. She has to find supplies by herself anyway. After Suji went deeper into the island, she found that Qianju lived only on the outskirts of the island. But it was already dark, so Suji didn't dare to go too deep. However, she soon found a treasure hunting spot. This was a pleasant surprise. Next to the treasure hunting spot was a forest. The trees were full of fruits. When Suji saw the fruits, she laughed out loud. It turned out to be this ginseng. The reason why it is called Ginseng Island is because there are many ginseng fruits on the island. Chapter 97 Water World, Day 10. Ginseng fruit, also called fairy fruit, the flesh has a unique flavor, it tastes crisp and juicy, it is rich in various nutrients, can also be used as medicine, and can increase 2 points of physical strength after consumption. Suji's eyes lit up. There are more than a dozen ginseng fruit trees here, each tree has at least dozens of fruits. If she picks them all, wouldn't she be rich? Suji suddenly became excited. All these ginseng fruits are hers. She must take them all away without leaving any behind. The ripe ginseng fruit has a light fruity aroma, the unripe ones are not edible. Suji wanted to dig a tree and take it back to plant. Eating ginseng fruit can increase your physical strength. This is a top treasure. Suji picked the fruit from the tree, although she was picking ginseng fruit at the fastest speed, but after 2 hours, there were still a few trees that were not picked. She looked at her backpack. There were already 200 ginseng fruits, more than she thought. Suji was also very tired. Since arriving in the water world, it is not just treasure hunting that consumes physical strength points, but also some gathering behaviors. After tossing around for so long, Suji lost 30 physical strength points. She was also a little out of breath from exhaustion, but it didn't matter. There were so many ginseng fruits, she ate one to try the taste. Suji picked a fresh one, smelled it. It was quite fragrant, probably ripe. It was pure natural. It didn't matter if she ate it directly. Suji took a bite. It was full of juice, and the faint fragrance spread in her mouth. It tastes pretty good. Suji rarely eats ginseng fruit in the real world, and always feels that it has no taste, but this time it tastes pretty good. Until after 11 o'clock, Suji was still wandering outside. In addition to ginseng fruit, she also found a coconut tree. There were too many coconut trees, and many of them were not picked, so more young coconuts had become coconut treasures. Suji liked to drink coconut water, so she picked young coconuts, and only took a few coconut treasures. She also collected some plant fibers from the coconut trees. She didn't chop down trees, because chopping down trees consumes too much energy points. She still wanted to find other resources. By good luck, Suji found a lizard nest. Most lizards are oviparous. The lizard nest that Suji found was quite large, so it is estimated that the lizard was not small. There were 4 lizard eggs in it. The eggs were so big, Suji couldn't imagine how big this lizard was that laid eggs. It didn't feel good. Suji also gave up the idea of killing the lizard for its skin. After all, it was night, not day, and she was not familiar with this place. It was better to be careful. Suji turned around and prepared to leave, but met a pair of cold eyes. Before she could react, the lizard pounced on her like crazy. Suji guessed that it probably thought it was an enemy invading its territory and was going to do something to her child. There was no way. She was in someone else's territory, and she had nothing to say about being attacked. She dodged, but was still swept by the giant lizard tail, and her body was hit by the spiked tail, and she grimaced in pain. Damn, this lizard tail is too strong. Suji hadn't been injured for a long time, and her breathing was disordered, but she quickly calmed down. Suji slashed the Chihan sword at the lizard tail, and while it was dodging, she went around behind it. Just now she noticed that this big lizard had a third eye on its forehead, which might help it see everything around it at night. Suji had to hide behind it to launch an attack, otherwise. In such a dark place, she couldn't see clearly, but the other party could see clearly, and she was at a great disadvantage. The lizard body was large, and it was difficult for it to turn around. Suji took this opportunity to stab it in the back with the Chihan sword. The lizard had long and sharp feathers on its back, which was very strange. She had never seen this kind of lizard before. Not even on TV. Maybe it was not a lizard, but a species that Suji had mistaken for. Soon, Suji discovered its fatal flaw, which was that although it was strong, it moved slowly, and it took a long time to even turn around. Even if it was hit hard by Suji, it only made a sound and could not fight back immediately. But even so, Suji was injured by it just now, and did not dare to slack off. He immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued it, wanting to kill it here. The Chihan sword did not cut into its flesh, but just cut its skin, which shows how thick and hard its skin is. Suji simply jumped on it. She grabbed the fur on its back, and was not thrown down by it. She used her other hand to insert it from the back of its neck. Only a wail was heard. This big lizard was probably dead. Suji breathed a sigh of relief, but it still had the strength to struggle to death. Suji did not dare to be careless. Sure enough, it had a trick up its sleeve. Knowing that Suji was behind it, it actually fell sideways, toward the right wall, trying to knock Suji against the stone wall. Suji originally thought that it would be okay to hit the stone wall, but she was more cautious and didn't want the big lizard to succeed, so she simply jumped forward and hid behind the eggs. However, after she raised the torch, she found that the wall was sticky with mucus. She saw that the wall was somewhat smooth before, but she didn't have time to look carefully. Now she realized it, and felt thrilling. The mucus was probably poisonous and possibly corrosive. If Suji had been squeezed on it just now, and the lizard had used more force, her clothes would have been corroded and her exposed skin would have rotted. Thinking that if she was a little careless, she would be disfigured, Suji's expression became serious. It directly grabbed the haystack containing the lizard eggs, lifted it up, and smashed it against the wall in front of the lizard. The lizard made a sharp sound and tried to grab it, but Suji took the opportunity to stab it in the eye with a sword when it went to pick up the haystack. Its body shook violently and hit the wall, making a sizzling sound of corroded flesh. Suji immediately stabbed its other eye with another knife. After both eyes were blinded, the lizard could no longer survive. Suji did not give it a chance to breathe, pulled out his sword, and inserted it into its open mouth, and forcefully cut its mouth open. Blood flowed all over the floor. Until he saw the supplies on the floor, Suji finally felt relieved. It was finally dead. When he lifted the haystack just now, Suji had already put its eggs into his backpack. The extra supplies in the backpack were eggs of the spotted sphenoid lizard. After reading the introduction, Suji realized that this guy was not a lizard. It was an ancient reptile, but there was a word lizard in its name. This animal can live for a long time, even up to 100 years old. They like to live in caves and move around at night. This spotted sphenoid lizard might have gone out to look for food before, which is why Suji broke in. The materials dropped by the spotted sphenoid lizard after death are very rich. Gold or X2, Crystal Stone X5, Energy Stone X10, Ginseng Island Map 1/2. There is only half of the Ginseng Island map. Suji is a little puzzled. After reading the details, I realized that it turns out that you need to collect 2 maps to synthesize a complete map. Only half of the map is blurry, you can't see anything. It's not the case that you can see half of the island with half of the map, but you have to synthesize it to see it. Suji was a little disappointed. But this was an unexpected gain, so she could only put it in her backpack first, and wait until she found the other half. It was late at night. Suji decided to go back and rest. She would rush back to the shelter tomorrow morning. The assessment was over, and she would go back and wait for the assessment score at 8 o'clock in the evening. At that time, the first place in each district would have a final competition, and the content of the competition would probably be sent to her tomorrow. It would take time to go back, and she still had a lot of things to do, and she couldn't stay on the ginseng island for too long. Moreover, finding so many ginseng fruits this time is already a rich harvest. The 10th day in Water World was a rare sunny day. You can feel the dazzling sunshine early in the morning. After Suji woke up, he heard many birds singing. After Suji signed in, he got a moonstone, 5 buckwheat buns, and a blind box card. Master Qianju didn't seem to get up. I don't know what time he went to bed. If I have to wait for him to get up before saying goodbye, I don't know how long I have to wait. Suji decided to leave a note and leave first. If he slept until noon, Suji couldn't wait. Suji wrote a message on the paper with charcoal pencil, telling Qianju that she was going back first, and sent him an email, double insurance, so that it wouldn't be considered that she left without saying goodbye. She would still use her kayak to go back. But today was a sunny day, the sea was calm, so the road would not be so thrilling. But the lack of wind and waves also meant that she would be very slow to go back today. Suji paddled hard for 3 hours, and only got halfway. It was already noon. And Suji's hands were so sore. Under the scorching sun, she was thirsty and tired. So she had to stop to drink some water to replenish her water. She was also hungry. She had eaten a little in the morning, and had already consumed all the water. She drank a large bottle of water, and took out a ginseng fruit and ate it. And then she felt a little better. When it rained, she wanted the sun to come out. But when the sun came out, she felt uncomfortable. Although Suji wore a hat, her face was not exposed to the sun. But she was wearing thick clothes, and she was sweating all over. She just wanted to jump into the sea and swim. At this time, the temperature in the sea is low, and swimming must be comfortable. Suji just ate ginseng fruit and had enough energy. So she thought, why not go down and swim around, and see if there are any treasure hunting spots below? She did it right away, put on an ordinary diving suit, and jumped into the sea. This place is still some distance away from her shelter, and the underwater situation is completely different. Suji saw schools of sea fish, but these were not her target. So she continued to dive, wanting to find a treasure hunting spot. But she was carrying the sea speaker pearl, and after she went into the sea, she soon heard voices. A delicate voice and a duck voice were talking. Did you see the crying dolphin swimming over just now? Yes. It was crying again. It cries every day. It's really embarrassing. It likes to run around all the time. If it is caught, it will never come back. The siren likes to catch big fish. Dolphins and whales are easy to catch. That not bad. We small fish shouldn't worry. After listening to their conversation, Suji couldn't help but think of the dolphin she had seen. Could it be that he was talking about? Suji wanted to ask. But he couldn't talk in the water. If he approached the 2 fish, they would run away. She knew how to communicate with them. She would have to wait until she had the water repellent beads, so that she could breathe in the water and talk to marine life. She had no choice but to continue diving to see if she could hear any other useful information. But most fish don't talk. They just hide under the rocks and blow bubbles. It estimated that not all fish have intelligence. Some are stupid. Suji looked around and saw a mutant lobster. After killing it, she got 2 foundations, and then found a treasure hunting spot. But she stayed in the water for too long. So she couldn't dig for treasure directly. She had to go up to take a breath, and then come down. As soon as Suji floated to the surface, she saw a dolphin jumping on the sea. She looked closely, and it seemed to be the same species as the one she had seen before. Could it be it? Suji was a little excited, and swam over quickly. But her swimming speed was not as fast as that of the dolphin. The dolphin swam and jumped, creating waves, and its skin was smooth and shiny under the sun, looking particularly beautiful. Suji was attracted by it. In order to make it stop, Suji had to shout loudly. Wait! Wait a minute. Suji didn't know what the little dolphin was called, and she shouted anxiously twice, but the dolphin didn't turn around, and disappeared from her sight. Her head floated out of the sea. She wiped the water off her face with her hands, and then sighed. I can't catch up. There's nothing I can do. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Are you looking for me? Suji turned around suddenly, and saw that the dolphin had appeared beside her at some point. It probably disappeared just now, and swam back. Suji said in surprise, Is it you? Do you remember me? I remember you, you gave me a gift. Suji, yes. Did you turn around after hearing me calling you just now? The little dolphin circled around Suji. Well, why are you here? I came out to look for something. I have a lot of things to ask you. What? Where did you find the crown you gave me? What is it for? The little dolphin had a good impression of Suji. It had treasured the gift Suji gave it last time. It in the sea, a very beautiful place. I don't know what it for. I just think it looks good. Suji looked at it hopefully. Then can you take me there? That place. If we can find the underwater ruins, we may find amethyst. One is enough. If we are lucky, we may find more. Then we will be rich. Suji could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Little dolphin, it not impossible. But, it a little far away. Under the sea. And you may not be able to reach that deep. Try it. Maybe you can. Xiaoshichu had been there. And Suji thought that she might be able to do it, too. However, the underwater ruins that Xiaoshichu went to might not be the same place as the little dolphin. As for the deep sea, Suji was not sure, but she still wanted to try. At least she knew where it was. Okay. Then, follow me. And I take you there. Suji, you have to be fast. I can't keep up with your speed. The little dolphin, pull me, and I swim with you. After saying that, it let Suji pull its fin. Suji carefully grasped its pectoral fins, not daring to use force. Its fins were hard. After feeling Suji grip, the little dolphin began to swim faster, taking her forward at an extremely fast speed in the sea. Suji felt like she was flying in the sea. From time to time, the little dolphin would take her to the surface to breathe. When the dolphin jumped out of the water, Suji could also take the opportunity to breathe. In this way, Suji soaked in the water for more than an hour. The little dolphin finally said, We're almost there. Suji looked at the map and found that her shelter was not far away. She had to remember the location so that she could come next time. After a while, the little dolphin stopped. It right below here. Very deep. Can you really go down? Suji thought of some diving equipment sold in the Moonstone Mall. So she simply bought an oxygen tank and a breathing regulator, spending 3 moonstones. In this way, Suji could go directly to the deep sea. Although she would not need these things in the future with the water-repellent beads. She could sell them, or give them to friends. It would not be a waste. It was just a little painful to spend all the few moonstones. After changing into the equipment, Suji gestured to the little dolphin. The man and the dolphin swam towards the deep sea. The deeper they went, the harder it felt for Suji to swim. However, the little dolphin soon brought her to a dense seaweed area. The seaweed here was 1 or 2 meters long, which made people afraid to approach, as they always felt that there was something dangerous inside. If Suji came alone, she probably wouldn't risk going in. But the little dolphin took her directly into the seaweed. And Suji soon saw a big hole. There is another space under the cave. It turns out that the underwater ruins are hidden in it. Suji was a little surprised. Such a hidden place is really hard to find. It is estimated that there are many underwater ruins in such a large ocean, Some are hidden. Some are in obvious positions, and a few are in shallow waters. Currently, few people can go down to the deep sea, so most of the underwater ruins have not been discovered. Xiaoshichu was lucky and found one in the shallow waters. If Suji did not have the little dolphin to lead the way, it is estimated that he would not be able to find it in a short time. Enter! Suji has a slender body. This cave is very big, so it is easy to enter. Soon, Suji saw a beautiful coral reef. The coral reef is full of beautiful shells. Many of them are shining mother-of-pearl. Little dolphin, the place where the crown is found is over there, but that is the territory of the mermaids. You may be caught if you go there. I heard that they caught a person a few days ago. Mermaid territory? Caught a person? This amount of information is too much. Suji was shocked, but she couldn't speak, and could only think in her heart. Little dolphin didn't tell me earlier. Now that we are here, are we going to leave? Suji didn't know what those mermaids looked like. To be honest, she was quite curious. Are they the mermaids in fairy tales? Chapter 98. Why don't we go over and take a look first? Suji nodded to Little Dolphin. Then let go. Little Dolphin is not afraid. It has been here many times. This place is very beautiful. It often comes here to play around when it has nothing to do. The gift it gave to Suji last time was taken here temporarily. It was placed in a beautiful room. It must be a good thing. Little Dolphin gave it to Suji as a return gift. Suji had just noted down the coordinates of the entrance and took photos, although no one could come to save her, but if anything happened, she would send the coordinates and photos to Li Ming, at least let other people know about it. Be careful. Of course. Suji was just taking precautions in case he was also captured. If there was real danger. Suji also had means to save his life, such as the two cards. A teleport card and a flash card, which could be used in critical moments. Continuing forward, Suji soon heard singing. The beautiful music was fascinating, and it was completely different from the singing Suji heard that night. One was a heavenly sound, and the other was weird and terrifying. Suji checked the remaining oxygen in the oxygen cylinder, and there was still half, which should be enough. She followed the little dolphin into the hidden seaweed tunnel. She saw many small fish and shrimps. There were blue-quality conchs everywhere. Suji wanted to pick them up, but he held back because he was thinking about his business. Little dolphin, it right there. Suji saw an ancient building from afar. Although it was in ruins, it could still be seen that it was once glorious. This was a mysterious underwater world that Suji had never thought of. It turned out that mermaids lived here. I didn't know what mermaids looked like. Was it like the rumors, half human and half fish? Suji swam over with great curiosity. However, she was also worried. The little dolphin said that the mermaids caught people. Why would they do that? They wouldn't eat people. Would they? That would be a bit scary. The little dolphin whispered. Most mermaids are sleeping at this time. They will all come out at night. Suji nodded, gestured to pack up, and said that she knew. By the way, I don't know what you are doing here. Suji didn't know how to express amethyst. Even if she did, the little dolphin might not know what amethyst was. So she gestured a crown with her hand. Little dolphin said, Are you still looking for that thing? Suji nodded. There should be other things where the crown is placed. And little dolphin has been there. Since it can take it quietly, it should be less dangerous. We can go and have a look first. Little dolphin, okay, then we have to hurry. He led Suji to a small house at the back. The white round house, pointy roof, surrounded by seaweed, swaying with the water flow, and occasionally a few big fish swim by. As soon as she got close, the little dolphin blocked her and shook his head. You can't go in. There's a mermaid inside. Suji didn't hear anything, but the little dolphin found it. Maybe its hearing is very strong. But Suji still wanted to get closer to take a look. It would be better if she didn't make any sound. Suji swam quietly outside the house, and she really heard the sound of talking. What should I do? The wedding is coming soon. And he still doesn't want to take the witch medicine? Yes. He doesn't take it. And the princess is so angry. Why? Doesn't he want to marry the princess? I don't know. It would be great to become a mermaid. He and the princess are so well matched. If he doesn't take the medicine, will the child born by the princess and him be a monster? Suji listened for a long time, and probably understood. They were talking about the captured person. It seems that the mermaid princess wants to marry the human. She wants him to take medicine and become a mermaid. But the man doesn't want to. What kind of person is he? Even the mermaid princess wants to capture him to marry. Could it be a player? Or an NPC? Or is this a side quest? If Suji gets involved, will it trigger any quest? However, since the mermaid princess wants to find a marriage partner, that person will be captured, and Suji is a woman, so it should be okay. Of course, Suji did not dare to let her guard down. What if they capture the men to marry and kill the women directly? Although it is a bit extreme to think so, but no one can guarantee whether the mermaids are good or bad, after all. She has not even seen what they look like. Let go and have a look. If he still doesn't take the medicine, we have to tell the princess. The wedding is the day after tomorrow. If he doesn't take it, you can go to the witch to exchange for a mind-confusing potion. Suji hid outside the house and listened for a while. He felt that the fish inside was about to come out. So he quickly pulled the little dolphin to hide in the seaweed behind the house. Soon, Suji saw two strange-looking mermaids swimming out. They had sparse green hair on their heads, and their teeth were like those of fish. Pointed. Their heads were indeed similar to those of humans, but they were round in shape, and their faces had no clear outlines at all. A bit like orangutans. The lower body is a fish, covered with golden scales, glowing, and exuding a smell. The fishy smell of sea fish. Although Suji can understand their speech, the sound they make is like a cat meow, and a bit like a baby cry. In short, if Suji were in their place, he probably wouldn't want to marry such a mermaid. He also doesn't know what the mermaid princess looks like. Suji thought, since she is a princess, she should be more or less pretty. Maybe she was the most beautiful one among the mermaids, so she was chosen as the princess. However, Suji suddenly thought of a question. How could humans live in the sea for so long? After thinking of this question, a thought flashed through Suji's mind. Could it be such a coincidence? Suji soon discovered that these mermaids had average hearing and poor observation skills. So she decided to follow behind to see the human. However, when she turned around, she found that the little dolphin was gone. She didn't know when it left. Quietly. Maybe because he thought he had taken her to a place and went to play by himself. Suji had memorized the way she came, and she could go back by herself anyway. So she didn't look for it. She still wanted to see what was going on with the mermaids. If she could see that human, she could ask him if he knew where the amethyst was. Suji followed the two mermaids through a large coral reef and saw many aquatic plants, a group of lobsters hiding here, and various small fish swimming around on the seabed, which looked colorful. She also saw a sparkling treasure hunting spot. But now is not the time to rush to dig for treasure, because she has seen a simple house in the distance. Is that where the human lives? The mermaid shouted to the human who was practicing sword. Why don't you eat? The princess will come to see you tonight. If you don't eat, she will be angry. Suji's eyes widened. Even though she was a little distance away, she recognized that the person practicing sword was Yenshin. Isn't the orange snow sword in his hand? Suji was stunned. Just before coming here, Suji had a guess in her mind. Is it possible that the human is the missing Yenshin? But she didn't dare to have too much hope. Yenshin was found here. Suji quickly sent a message to tell Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyue. But she didn't dare to send messages all the time. She had to observe the situation around her. What if other mermaids discovered her intrusion and arrested her too? She couldn't save Yenshin. Suji stared at that side, only to see Yenshin ignore the two mermaids, just practicing swordsmanship by himself, treating them as air. The two mermaids talked for a long time, but got no response. They were so angry that they put their hands on their hips and pointed at Yenshin and shouted, "We will go and tell the princess now." "Yes. You really don't know what good for you. The princess has a way to deal with you." After the mermaids left angrily, Suji waited for 2 minutes to make sure that they didn't come back, and then swam over carefully. She couldn't speak, otherwise she would have called Yenshin's name. When she was about to get close to Yenshin, Yenshin frowned, turned around with his sword, and pointed the sword at Suji. Suji was startled and quickly retreated. After seeing Suji, Yenshin was even more frightened than her, and his face turned pale. "Suji, why are you here?" Yenshin almost hurt her. His expression was ugly, and he quickly put away his sword. Suji pointed to the respirator on his face and told him that he couldn't speak. Yenshin looked around. "Let go. I take you somewhere else. It's not safe here." Suji frowned. "Unsafe? Aren't there other mermaids nearby?" And she thought Yenshin was quite free here. However, Suji still let Yanchen drag her to a cave in a nearby coral reef. When they reached the deepest part, there was actually a space without water. Suji was finally able to take off the breathing regulator. When were you caught here? Yanchen, it a long story. After the misty season ended, the lake plate was flooded, and the game system and I disappeared. Probably my data was detected and directly erased. But I am still alive. But I can't contact the players. Soon I met the princess of the mermaid tribe in the sea. She has magic and forcibly brought me here. Suji smiled after hearing this. It seems that you were taken away to be the wife of the bandit leader. Yanchen did not speak. It was indeed the case, but he was a man. You can't stay here for too long. The mermaids will come out when it gets dark. Leave early. Suji, what about you? Yanchen, I will find a way to leave. Suji did not believe it. If he could leave, why didn't he leave until now? Chapter 99. I heard it. The two mermaids said, the mermaid princess wants to turn you into a mermaid. You refused. They won't give up. They said they would use drugs that confuse your mind to make you obedient. Suji was worried that Yanchen was really drugged by them. Yanchen, I know. Then what are you going to do? Do you have any plans? Yanchen, I can't leave for the time being. It used something on me. It can find me wherever I go. What is it? Yanchen, magic, a kind of magic perfume. If you apply it on me, it can track my location. This is why Yanchen stayed here. If he left, he would be found. He has tried many times. And every time he left, and was caught again, the mermaid would control him more strictly. And the mermaid would go crazy. Although seeing Suji, Yanchen wanted to leave with her, but he couldn't. He couldn't let her get involved. After leaving with her, the mermaid princess will still come looking for him. And Suji will be implicated. If the mermaid princess goes crazy, Yanchen can't guarantee what she will do to Suji. Speaking of magic, Suji blinked. Is there any way to remove this perfume? Yanchen, it also requires magic. Suji thought about it and said seriously, how to do it? I know magic now. She has magic skills and an enchantment table, so she can definitely make something to help him. Yanchen looked at her in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm serious. I know magic. After saying that, Suji couldn't help laughing, because she felt that her words were not credible, because the magic she knew was not the kind of cool and awesome magic. It was just using the enchantment table to make some magic props, or enchanting items. Okay, then come and save me after you make a magic prop that can erase the smell. I wait for you. The words I wait for you made Suji feel strange. Suji frowned and looked at him. What if I can't do it? You just said you have a way. Yanchen, I will find a way. He has been practicing swordsmanship just to kill the mermaid princess. As long as it dies, its magic will disappear. But in that case, he will be the enemy of the entire mermaid tribe. It doesn't matter if he is alone. But now, Yanchen hesitated again. Maybe he should try another approach. I heard that your wedding is the day after tomorrow. Yanchen, who said that? Suji, the two mermaids I saw just now. Yanchen himself didn't know. Maybe he had already arranged it. It getting late, you should go first anyway. Yanchen was worried about Suji's safety. He thought about it, used the orange snow sword to pick up a reef on the ground, and took out a bag from it. These are for you. Suji, what is it? I collected some supplies here. You should be able to use them. Suji opened it and saw it. His eyes widened. Wow! It was blinding. It was all kinds of gemstones and minerals. Amethyst, pink crystal, gold ore, obsidian, black pearl. A bag full of them. This is really a fortune. Suji saw Yanchen eyes glowing. Where did you get all these treasures? Did the mermaid princess give them to you? This mermaid princess is really generous. Yanchen's expression darkened, and he looked at her with a strange expression. No. Suji was so happy at this moment. He had tried every means to get a few gems before, but now he had a big bag of them, which was really great. She looked at Yanchen with a smile. Seeing Suji so happy, Yanchen shook his head helplessly. Okay. Let go. Suji squinted at him. You are so anxious to urge me to leave. Is the mermaid princess coming to see you soon? Is the mermaid princess pretty? Yanchen. Suji, what wrong? It can't be the same as the two mermaids just now. Right? I want to stay and take a look. Yanchen, no, let go. He pulled Suji out of the cave. Suji took out the respirator, but before putting it on, he couldn't help asking, then tell me, What does it look like? Almost. Suji showed an expression that was hard to describe, and sighed. No wonder you don't want to. Yinchen. After leaving the reef cave, Suji didn't even go to the treasure hunting spot, because Yinchen kept urging her to hurry up. Suji saw that he was so anxious, and probably there was really danger, so she didn't dare to delay, and hurried back the same way. Yinchen didn't want to send her too far. Before leaving, he held her hand and looked at her for a long time. Suji thought, Yinchen is also quite pitiful, being caught by such an ugly mermaid, locked up here every day, and can only see the ugly mermaid. He must be very painful inside, and when he sees her, he will think of the outside world, and he can't bear to let her go. She took out a little bear that could soothe him to sleep from her backpack and handed it to Yinchen. Little bear that could soothe him to sleep. A healing bear. You will sleep extra soundly if you hold it. Giving this to him, it might give him a little comfort. She had to go back and think of a way to save him. Suji made gestures to him, although she didn't know if he could understand. I come back to you in 2 days. Yinchen nodded, probably understanding. It was already 7 o'clock when they returned to the shelter. Suji was exhausted. Her body was soaked by the seawater, and her skin was wrinkled. But she didn't have time to care about that, because she had a lot of things to do. First, she collected the foundation and fresh water, and then took out the red coral in the magic pocket. After a day, there were many more foundations, and the ground area of the shelter could be expanded. But she kept half of it for the new cheese shop, because there was no rush to expand. It didn't make much sense for her to have a larger area at the moment, so it was better to exchange it for resources first. Since she started exchanging foundations for gold or an energy stones, the number of transactions has decreased. This time, the new cheese shop was rarely sold out immediately, because there are too few players who can take out energy stones and gold ore. Suji thought, exchange as many as you can. When she uses more foundation makers, she will put them in a row outside the shelter. It would be best to make 10 foundation makers, which can produce 1,000 foundations a day. A lot of fresh water was also filtered out. Suji has not put it on the shelf for the time being, and will keep it for now. She went to take out the red coral again. Enhanced version of red coral powder. Hemostatic drug, the main material of tranquilizer. The effect is stronger after strengthening. Suji didn't have the formula of hemostatic drug and tranquilizer yet. For the time being, she could only keep it. While counting the gems Yinchen gave her, she opened the light screen to reply to the messages from her friends. Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyue both sent messages to ask Suji where she found Yinchen. Suji sent a coordinate and a lot of photos, all of which she took at the underwater ruins. Then she briefly recounted Yinchen's experience. Li Ming, then Yinchen will not be able to escape for a while. Zhou Shuiyue, it seems that the mermaids are not good people. We must find a way to rescue Yinchen. Suji, I think so too. I plan to go to the underwater ruins again after the skills competition is over. Li Ming, but will the mermaid princess do anything to Yinchen in the next 2 days? Didn't she say she would drug him? Suji, I hope Yinchen can protect himself. I think he is quite confident. In the seabed, Yinchen was not afraid at all. So Suji had confidence in him. Zhou Shuiyue, you said you wanted to make a magic item to erase odors. I got a material today. See if it works. Zhou Shuiyue sent a picture. It was a screenshot of the detailed introduction of an item. Rose essential oil extracted from 100 Bulgarian roses, with a strong fragrance. It can be used to make aromatherapy items and perfumers. Suji, I haven't found a suitable formula yet, but it looks a bit useful. Zhou Shuiyue gave the essential oil to Suji. Then keep it with you, and use it when you need it. When receiving the essential oil, Suji had just finished counting. Obsidian X4, Gold or X5, Amethyst X2, Pink Crystal X1, Black Pearl X3, Sapphire X1, Ruby X1, Energy Stone X10. Suji thought, Yinchen is still the best. These things really helped a lot. She must rescue him. Let make the water repellent beads first. With the amethyst, the raw materials for the water repellent beads were complete. Suji quickly put the things into the drawer of the enchantment table and started making them. The mirror of the enchantment table emitted a faint light. Although there was no countdown, it would probably take a long time. Anyway, she would not go into the water for the time being, so there was no rush. Suji checked the materials in her backpack again. She could make another foundation maker. She exchanged some crystal stones at the cheese shop. And with her harvest this time, she had enough materials. So she started making a new foundation maker. At the same time, she replied to Tong Haotsong's message. Tong Haotsong had discussed with the leaders of several other groups in the organization, and agreed to Su Zhi conditions, and was willing to provide her with those materials in exchange for a foundation maker. Tong Haotsong, when can you give it to me? Su Zhi, tomorrow afternoon. The email for the skills competition will be sent at 8 o'clock later. Su Zhi doesn't know if she will be busy tomorrow, but it should be no problem to try to make it for him. It was unknown how long the final of the skills competition would take. Su Zhi was also worried that she would be too busy. After getting a positive answer, Tong Haotsong sent all the materials that he had promised. Su Zhi looked at the time, and ran to the small vegetable garden to take a look. Fortunately, she had made an automatic sprinkler before, so she didn't need to water it automatically every day, otherwise she would really be too busy. Today there are new vegetables to harvest, and 2 trees have grown fruits. The apples and peaches are ripe. Most of them are white quality. There are also a few blue quality ones. Su Zhi picked them one by one and looked at the introduction. Red Fuji apple, white ordinary variety crisp and sweet, rich in VC, thin skin and thick flesh, sufficient water. Yanshan peach, white ordinary variety juicy and sweet, melts in the mouth. Red Fuji apple, blue high quality variety can increase 2 points of physical strength after taking it. Yanshan peach, blue high quality variety can increase 2 points of physical strength after taking it. The previous wave of peaches harvested did not have blue ones. Maybe my planting proficiency has increased, so the quality of the fruits and vegetables produced has also improved. You can plant without learning planting skills. But if you learn planting skills, the quality of the vegetables you plant will probably be very good at the beginning. Just like cooking. Players who don't have cooking skills can also cook. Just like Su Zhi. But the food they make is not so delicious. And there will be no special buffs. Of course, this is just Su Zhi's guess. Otherwise she can't think of any other reasons. The vegetables are not ripe this time. So I don't know if there are blue varieties. I have to wait and see tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Su Zhi sorted out the ginseng fruits in his backpack and planned to post another new product announcement. Sell some ginseng fruits and see if he can exchange them for some gold or an energy stones. Su Zhi can also grow ginseng fruits himself and directly use blue quality fruits to grow them. It is estimated that the probability of growing blue quality fruits will be higher. Chapter 100 Water World, Day 11. Su Zhi was thinking she should take advantage of the foundation maker now, produce foundations like crazy, and expand this advantage as soon as possible. Even if Tong Haotsong was given a foundation maker, it would not have much impact on her. The entire District 10 also needs to be developed, and there will still be business for her and Tong Haotsong to do in the future, and if she needs any supplies in the future, she will have to find him. Doing more favors will not do any harm to herself. The soft seeds inside the ginseng fruit are the seeds of the ginseng fruit, and she deliberately kept them when she ate them today. She planted the seeds in the fruit tree area. There were too many seeds in the fruit tree area. Seeing how crowded it was, Su Zhi simply used 100 foundations to expand the area. After burying the ground and watering it, Su Zhi went back to her room to take a shower. When she came out, it was exactly 8 o'clock. The system email was sent to the mailbox of each player who participated in the skill competition on time. Su Zhi also received it. Congratulations to the player for getting an A+ in the forging skill assessment task in the first skill competition, and becoming the first place in the forging skill assessment in the 10th district. Task reward: Golden Hammering Stone X2, Gold Nutrient Solution X5, Golden Axe Blueprint X1. The final will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please prepare the weapons for the competition again. At that time, the players will go to the forging competition site for the final evaluation. There is also an on-site evaluation, so Su Zhi can meet other contestants. Not bad, and can also see the works of the first place in other districts. Then she had to prepare well. Su Zhi first checked the blueprint of the Golden Axe. Golden Axe, Advanced Axe, chopping down trees will have a critical hit effect, increases the wood drop rate by 10%. Required materials: gold or X5, Golden Nutrient Solution X2, Golden Hammering Stone X1. The Golden Axe is a good thing, but Su Zhi wants to save the materials to make a golden weapon. Making a golden weapon requires a lot of materials. If the Golden Axe is made, the materials will not be enough. A golden weapon requires 10 bottles of Golden Nutrient Solution, which was not enough originally, but he got 5 bottles, and with the Golden Hammering Stone, Suji can make a golden weapon to participate in the final training competition. After she defeats the first place in other districts, it won't be too late to use the reward to make a golden axe. Before making the weapon, Suji picked up the repair disc, and then put the last remaining broken disc on top. Today she will use all the discs to draw. And she also used a blind box card. Try to find a way to rescue Yanchen as soon as possible. But there is no clue at the moment. Welcome to the Lottery Mall of Waterworld. Suji clicked on the lottery and consumed a disc. The pointer moved quickly and finally stopped at the second prize. Second prize, a deep-sea codfish. Codfish is useless. She doesn't lack food. A large codfish can be decomposed into 15 portions of codfish meat. Keep it for now. Suji clicks to use the blind box card. Blind box card. You can choose to get any category of blind box, such as food, equipment, materials, tools. After Suji used it, he got a huge box. This time the box is so big, what will be inside? Suji immediately revealed the suspense, tear open the packaging on the box, revealing a corner of the things inside. Wow! It a cow. And it a dairy cow. It a black and white dairy cow, so cute. Its fur is black and white, and there a white triangular star on its head. Although it's still a calf, it already as tall as Suji belly. Chihuahua Holstein cow. The highest milk-producing dairy cow, large in size, and produces a lot of milk. Suji was so happy. With a dairy cow, she can harvest milk steadily, and achieve milk freedom in the future, and can also find ways to make various dairy products. It was so cool. But this cow was still young, and could not produce milk for the time being. She had to take good care of it and raise it. By the way, she had to give it a name. Seeing that it looked well behaved and was a girl, Suji decided to call it Xiao Tian. Suji had read a report before, saying that cows would be more active in producing milk if they had names. Calling them by their names and interacting with them would make them feel happier and more relaxed. It was best to touch them every day. Suji reached out and touched its head. Sure enough, it cried happily. Moo. Suji smiled even more happily. How good is Xiao Tian? Where should it live? Suji thought, it seems that it can only live with those piglets for the time being. There is no way. The barn has not been built yet. There is only a pig shed at present. Suji scratched his head. To build a barn, she has not met the conditions yet. The shelter must be at level 8. Suji frowned. She still lacks a lot of things to upgrade to level 8. Suji clicked on the information of the shelter. Level 7 Garden House. Defense Index, 2.5 stars. Aesthetic Index, 3 stars. Overall rating, 128. Upgrade conditions. High grade wood X 10,000, iron or X 2,000, copper or X 2,000, metal fragments X 2,000, energy stone X 200, foundation area 500 square meters. Still a long way to go. Suji sighed. Why does it take so many things to go from level 7 to level 8? Where can I get so many things? Suji felt a headache. After finishing the skills competition, she has to save up resources. At present, Suji land area is more than 200 square meters. When her land is enough, she will start selling it to exchange for other materials. Suji rubbed her temples and settled Xiao Tian in the pig shed. The pig shed was smelly. These pigs ate, drank, defecated and urinated in it. Suji had no time to take care of them. She had to think of a way. The piglets looked cute. Seeing Suji approaching her affectionately, they probably knew her. After all, Suji was the one who fed them every day. Both cows and pigs eat grass. The grass seeds that Suji had planted earlier had just sprouted, and not much grass had grown, so she had to feed them with some vegetables first. Cows mainly eat green and juicy food, such as grass, vegetables. Corn is also okay. Pigs are omnivores, and they eat everything. Suji took some potatoes and sweet potatoes for them to eat, but they had to be cut into small pieces first. After all, they were piglets, and their mouths were not that big. Suji was too lazy to go to the kitchen, so she just chopped them with a Chihan sword, but they were chopped into pieces by Suji. It looked a bit hard to swallow, but a few pigs still rushed over and started eating. Suji scratched his head. It a bit casual. You just eat it. The piglets ate their pig's feet, and seemed to enjoy it. Suji looked at the cows next to him. In comparison, the cows were still cute. Suji treated Xiao Tian differently, and got a clean bowl for her, and put some corn and vegetables in it. Xiao Tian, this is yours. Eat it quickly. After coming out of the pig shed, the last CD was also repaired. Suji clicked to use it. This time he was lucky, and drew a rare blueprint. Communication Talisman, Enchanted Talisman Paper, 2 copies can be used for communication. Production conditions: Deer Blood X1, Deer Skin X1, Emerald Powder X1, made with an enchanting table. Although it is called talisman paper, it is actually made of animal skin. It just so happens that Suji has all these things. He had obtained the deer meat, deer skin and deer blood of a sika deer in the forest before, and gave all the deer meat to Li Ming, and kept the deer skin and deer blood for himself. I thought it would not be used, so I put it away. Suji went to the warehouse to look for it for a while, and after finding it, she put it directly into the enchantment table for making. She looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock, and she had to start making the golden weapon quickly. Otherwise she might not have enough time tonight. No matter what, she would definitely stay up late tonight. Suji took out the golden weapon blueprint. She decided to make a new sword. She would no longer use the Qinghan sword to upgrade it. Purple weapons were also rare. If she used the Qinghan sword to upgrade it, she would only get a golden weapon. It would be better to make a new golden weapon directly, and keep the Qinghan sword. When her forging skills reached the master level in the future, she might be able to upgrade it without the blueprint. This is also the decision Suji made after thinking about it. There are many differences between the golden weapon blueprint and other weapon blueprints, but the most important difference is that it will tailor a weapon for the player. When Suji clicks to use it, the system will prompt whether to tailor a weapon for yourself. If you choose yes, the blueprint will generate the weapon blueprint that best suits Suji. She got a knife. S-level Tang Dynasty barrier knife. Suji thought it was probably a sword, because she was comfortable with swords, and she had used swords for a long time. Unexpectedly, the system matched her with the most suitable Tang Dao. Suji carefully read the introduction of this knife, and then she knew why. The Tang Dynasty sword is very light and flexible, and its shape is similar to a dagger, which is a very suitable weapon for close combat. The length of this sword is 45 cm, which is moderate, not too short, and when using it, the whole person and the sword will face the enemy, which can be called a melee weapon. Suji is fast, and she is a girl, and has less strength, so she can fully play her advantages with this sword. In addition to the knife, there is also a scabbard. The scabbard of this knife is designed to be very gorgeous. The red paint requires red dye. It is wrapped with gold and silk, and it is decorated with deer antlers, and it has several gemstones. Since this is her first tailor-made golden weapon, Suji wants to make it more unique. The material must be the best. In addition, she also wants to enchant this knife, although it does not say that the weapon can be enchanted. This idea suddenly popped up in Suji's mind. What if it works? Suji stayed up all night. It was not until 5 in the morning that she finished this Tang Dynasty sword. The sword is simple, but Suji forged it all by herself, and hammered out every piece of steel by herself. She polished the shape, then quenched it, and then adjusted it. She put her heart and soul into every step. She still had a few gems, but Suji liked red, so she chose ruby. Although she didn't put it into the magic pocket for mutation and upgrade, Suji liked the original color of ruby. Pure and bright red, there is a kind of gorgeous beauty. She put the finished barrier knife into the enchantment table, and added an obsidian and amethyst. At this time, the mirror of the enchantment table burst into a gorgeous light. Suji's heart was hanging. This is the reaction of working. What will this knife become after being enchanted? Suji is full of expectations. This time, it is a huge investment. There are too many things used on this knife. All kinds of gems are used, even rare amethyst and obsidian are used. If Yinshin hadn't given her so many gems, she wouldn't have thought of enchanting the weapon, after all. She couldn't afford it. When this weapon is made, her own strength will probably be greatly improved, and then she won't have to worry so much when she goes to the underwater ruins. Chapter 101. Time passed by little. The enchanting table was still shaking. Suji had been standing in front of the enchanting table. She was too sleepy. But she couldn't go to sleep. She was afraid that she would not be able to wake up after falling asleep. She just stayed up until dawn. She took a nap on the workbench next to her, until the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the windowsill after dawn. The sound of a knife was faintly heard from the drawer of the enchanting table. Suji was startled. She was very nervous. Is this done? She was full of expectations. But she didn't dare to open it, fearing that the sound of the sword just now was the sword breaking. Would the magic conflict with the forging? And damage her sword? Suji was very worried. However, what should be faced must be faced sooner or later. She held her breath and opened the drawer. She saw the barrier sword inside emitting a purple-red light. Dazzling and hot. She was about to reach out to touch it. But it felt so hot. A wave of heat surged out. But after touching her fingertips, it was immediately retracted, as if it would recognize its master. Suji picked up the barrier knife. He immediately felt it. This knife has its own name. Hidden Demon Knife, an enchanted S-level divine knife. It has the consciousness of a knife. It can trigger the invisibility effect. It has magic damage. It has a poisoning effect. People who are cut by this knife will be poisoned. Bleeding will not stop. If the antidote is not obtained, they will continue to bleed. The antidote is a high-level enchanted detoxification pill. Suji was shocked after reading the introduction. Is this knife so awesome? It can be invisible, and it has a poisoning effect. After being poisoned, you need a high-level enchanted detoxification pill. Suji doesn't even know where to get this thing. Doesn't it mean that, after being poisoned, there is currently no solution? Ha ha ha. It seems that she made the right bet by choosing enchantment. It's so cool. Even though she didn't sleep all night, Suji is very excited now, and doesn't feel sleepy at all. It's 6 o'clock. She just waits for the game to officially start at 8 o'clock. Let's get some food first. She's so hungry. Yesterday, Li Ming hasn't finished the food she gave her. Suji took it out of her backpack and ordered more for herself. Her stamina was almost exhausted, and she hadn't slept all night. Now she only had 20 stamina points left. For the upcoming game, she decided to eat and restore some of her stamina points. It wasn't necessary to restore it to full, but at least make her look better. She arranged her meals reasonably. 1 ginseng fruit, 2 pizzas, a bowl of kelp and pork rib soup, and braised crocodile meat made from high-quality crocodile meat. All of them were foods that could increase stamina points. After eating, Suji's stomach was swollen, bloated. She touched her stomach and let out a satisfied burp. By the way, sign in. She signed in every day after waking up, and almost forgot when she didn't sleep. Suji signed in quickly. Signed in successfully. Moonstone X1, Brown Sugar Buns X5, Card Draw Opportunity X1. Brown sugar buns. Fluffy and soft, sweet but not greasy brown sugar buns, rich in nutrition. Eating can increase 3 points of physical strength. Suji squinted her eyes and drew a card. She thought, it'd been so long. Is it time for the doubling card to come? She was just thinking casually after all. She rarely gets what she wants. When she got it this time, she looked at it. It really is a doubling card. No way. No way, the doubling card is here. Damn, if it had come earlier, wouldn't she have been able to get 2 hidden demon blades? TSK, it a step late, but she can't be so greedy. She can only try to get more good stuff today. The doubling card appeared, and it's still early, so she has to sell some things directly, clear the inventory, exchange for supplies, and maximize the effect of the doubling card. Suji was going to put a batch of supplies on the shelves before 8 o'clock. Sell whatever you have. It would be best if you could earn enough supplies to upgrade to level 8 today. And then sweep the trading center. And buy and trade like crazy. Oh! I hope the forging competition won't last too long. But thinking that the rewards for the competition could be doubled, Suji's mood immediately jumped up. She began to organize the supplies. At present, she has a lot of good things to sell. For example, hundreds of ginseng fruits, dozens of wild boar meat, piglets, vegetables and fruits, foundations, filtered pure water, 1 ginseng fruit for 20 iron ores. And the food that can restore physical strength points at present is all at this price. Suji set the price by comparing it with the prices sold by other people. 1 serving of ordinary wild boar meat is 1 gene, which can be exchanged for 15 iron ores. A piglet can be exchanged for 1,000 iron ores. The price of ordinary vegetables and fruits is not much lower than that of ordinary wild boar meat. 1 gene can be exchanged for 10 iron ores. As for the price of foundation and pure water, it is 10 iron ores for 1 foundation, and 15 iron ores for 1 liter of pure water, and 30 iron ores can be exchanged for 1 energy stone. Of all the supplies, Suji plans to sell half of them in exchange for iron ores. Then use the extra iron ore to exchange for energy stones. Suji just saw an additional restriction on the doubling card, which is that the materials that have been doubled cannot be traded for double again otherwise. The bug can be used to double infinitely. But it doesn't matter. Suji can make a lot of money by trading the materials he currently has. In fact, not many players get up early in the morning to update the new products, but she chooses to update the new products now mainly because she will go to the competition at 8 o'clock in a while, and everyone will wake up at this time, and buy them when they see them. Suji can go crazy shopping between the time when new products are released and 8 o'clock. It's been a long time since I've bought a lot of things. Suji's eyes curved with laughter. Buy wood, soil, sand. Buy a lot of basic materials first. These are the materials for making foundations. It's never too much to buy more. In the past few days of making foundations, she has used up all the basic materials she had previously stockpiled, so she just needs to buy more. Transaction successful. Obtain soil X2000. Double card takes effect. Get soil X2000. Trade successful. Get sand X3000. Double card effective. Get sand X3000. Trade successful. Get stone X1000. Double card effective. Get stone X1000. There are fewer stones in the water world nowadays. You can dig soil and sand at the bottom of the sea, but there are no stones. So Suji only bought 1,000 stones, and after doubling, there are only 2,000. Next time I go to the island, I have to find a way to get some stones. However, upgrading does not require stones. Cutting trees is also very important. The main thing missing for upgrading is wood. Suji spent all his iron ore to buy only 1,000 pieces of wood, doubled it, and got 2,000. After buying the basic materials, Suji began to exchange the foundation for supplies. Because one of the hard currencies she had, iron ore, was gone. She exchanged the foundation for seeds, for daily necessities, and some medicinal materials. I haven't been to the trading center for a long time, and there are many more various supplies. Because no one has fresh water, and there is not much land. Only a few people grow vegetables in large quantities. Many people get seeds but don't use them, so they have to put them in the trading center. Broccoli seeds X1. Coffee beans X2. Hop seeds X1. Tomato seeds X1. Taro seeds X1. Lotus seeds X1. Leek seeds X1. Mushroom seeds X1. Water spinach seeds X1. Zucchini seeds X1. Lavender seeds X1. Rosemary seeds X1. Cotton seeds X1. Wheat seeds X2. Lily of the Valley seeds X1. Suji bought a lot of them, and after putting them in his backpack, the quantity doubled. Suji was very happy to find lavender and rosemary seeds. These two are enchanted plants. She decided to plant these two plants first. After buying the seeds, she began to search for some magic-related materials. She also bought 2 pieces of obsidian. Although the price is expensive, she got double the price. With this buff, nothing is expensive. She exchanged 5 foundations for 2 broken mysterious discs, which became 4 after doubling. Suji was overjoyed and took the discs to repair. This CD is a good thing. 1 copy can be used for a lottery, and you may get treasures in the lottery. She also bought chicken feed, fertilizer, fish bait, and bird cages. Suji sent the chicken feed and bird cages directly to Dooku. She probably didn't get up yet, but she can use them directly when she wakes up. At 8 o'clock, Suji's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. She was really exhausted. She didn't dare to stop for a moment, and kept buying, for fear that she would lose money if she bought less. Time is money. Every time she gets a double card, she is exhausted. Today is no exception. She is racing against time again. The final skill competition is about to begin. The forging skill competition will be held on Ginseng Island. Players will go to Ginseng Island to participate. Please bring weapons for the competition. 5 minutes later, go to Ginseng Island for the final evaluation. Master Chinjue will be waiting for you on the island. The competition will officially start at 8:30. Suji explained, so we are going to Ginseng Island. Will the ginseng fruit she just picked refresh? If it refreshes, won't she be able to pick another wave? Then she has to rush over to pick them after the game, to avoid being discovered by other players. Suji's brain is working fast. Put the hidden demon knife into the backpack, and take the boxes and barrels with you. It's okay to get more supplies on the island, and sell them while getting supplies, double the gains and double the supplies. It's so exciting just to think about it. By the way, let's make the golden axe when we come back today. She had to make it anyway, so that she would have 2 golden axes. Suji took advantage of the half-hour preparation time to quickly open her various drawings. The 2 workbenches could not be idle. The alchemy table and sewing machine could not be idle either. Today was double time. So there must not be idle people at home. Suji was going crazy. She sent messages to her friends frantically. Give me some gold ore. Just tell me what you want. She sent messages to the group. And she didn't care about that. If she got more gold ore, she could make the golden axe and the foundation maker. I came back and got double the amount. Li Ming said 2 gold ores. Zhou Xueyue said 2 gold ores. Xia Shichu sent 1 gold ore. Tong Haotsong sent 1 gold ore. Su Ji sent a lot of people in the group, and she also sent some people with whom she had average relationships. It was indeed a bit casual. Because she was in a hurry, she didn't have time to check one by one, so she just selected all. It was also because of her fast hand speed. As a result, Zhao Minglin and Bai Yun also sent her 1 gold ore. Others replied to her message and asked her what happened. Is there something urgent? Su Ji didn't have time to reply, and only received the gold ores sent to her. There were 8 gold ores in total, and they all doubled. They became 16. Su Ji was so happy. She almost shed tears of emotion. 16 gold ores. Enough to make a golden axe and 2 foundation makers. Doubled again. Oh my god. Su Ji was so excited that she turned around. She looked at the time. It was incredible. There were only 3 minutes left before we had to leave. Hurry up. She put the materials on the workbench. She also put the materials for the communication charm on the enchantment table. She still had some deer blood and deerskin left, and 1 emerald could be divided into 4 powders, so she could make several communication charms, which would be useful in the future anyway, which was equivalent to a telephone. Chapter 102. Soon, Suji saw the boat that was coming to take her to Ginseng Island. This boat was quite cool. Different from the previous boat that used the island teleportation stone to go to the island. This time the boat had the logo of the skill competition on it, and even the forging skill icon was painted on it, which was a bit funny. Suji couldn't help but laugh. Let go! Heading to Ginseng Island. On the way, Suji kept buying things, not wasting a minute or a second. She would not treat any of the friends who sent her gold or unfairly, and when she was done, she would give them all good food, drinks and supplies. But now she was not free, she did not even have time to reply, so she could only send a group message again, asking them to wait until she was done. Friends who were willing to give her gold or directly would naturally not care about this, and they also knew that the finals of the skill competition were coming soon, and Suji must be very busy. Most of them thought Suji wanted gold or for the competition. After arriving at Ginseng Island, Suji reluctantly turned off the light curtain. The first place winners of each major region had gathered on the beach of Ginseng Island, including Suji. There were 10 people in total. 7 of them were men and 3 were women. Each of them had their own name and region on their heads. Suji met Bai Shuiwe, a player he had met in the lake survival competition before. Seeing Suji, she also showed a surprised expression, and her eyes subconsciously fell on Suji's hand. Suji did not take the hidden demon knife in her hand, but put it in her backpack. Her hands were empty. She would not take out the knife until the critical moment of the competition. Obviously, others thought so too. Everyone was empty-handed. But maybe someone took it at first, and then put it away when they saw that no one else took it. Everyone is here, a tall man said calmly. Suji looked at him, and was secretly amazed. This man must be about 1.9 meters tall. So tall, he was much taller than the others, and particularly eye-catching. So should we wait here now, or go find Master Qianju? Suji didn't say anything. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. There was no need for her to reveal that she knew Master Qianju's address. Anyway, she wasn't the only one competing. So many people were here. She could just wait here. There would always be arrangements. Sure enough, soon everyone heard the system prompt. Please follow the instructions to Master Qianju's address. The finals are about to begin. A glowing guideline appeared on the ground. Everyone immediately understood and followed the guideline. Someone took the initiative to come forward and talk to Suji. Hello, I'm Tangji from District 2, hello. Suji, hello. Tangji winked at her. There are only 3 girls in this forging competition. Just as I expected, there are more boys learning forging. Suji didn't know how to answer, so she could only smile politely. She was a little surprised why Tangji didn't go to say hello to Bai Shuiwe, but came to her instead. After all, Suji felt that Bai Shuiwe looked more active. Look, she was chatting with several other boys, standing between 2 boys, and talking to them about her forging experience. Suji didn't have much to say. When we came here, we were all rivals. There was no need to cultivate any feelings between rivals. What more, after the game, everyone returned to their own area. It might be difficult for them to have any intersection again, unless there was a server-wide competition in the future. Tangji seemed to think that Suji was easier to deal with, and asked what weapon Suji was going to use in the finals. Suji was stunned, thinking, "Can I say this now?" Seeing Suji's hesitation, Tangji said, "It doesn't matter if I say this. Before you came, we arrived early, and we discussed it just now. Anyway, we will definitely put it together for Master Qianju to comment on it later." Suji shook his head. "Let's talk about it later. We know when the time comes." Tangji, "Okay." Before he knew the rules of the game, Suji didn't want to say more. Tangji looked at Suji and felt a little distant. She pursed her lips. Although she was still smiling, she was obviously not as enthusiastic. When she arrived in front of Master Qianju's house, Suji found that it was very different from before. There were many strange dummies, wooden stakes, iron pillars, copper pipes, and 2 wild boars hanging on several hanging poles. Master Qianju and 2 tall and strong men were sitting there chatting. They stopped talking when they saw the contestants coming. Suji thought, there might be more than one judge. Master Qianju counted the number of people, confirmed everyone information, and then said to the other 2, "Well, they are all contestants." The 3 of them gathered together, and whispered a few words, so that the contestants could not hear them. A few minutes later, Master Qianju walked up to them. "These 2 are my friends. This one is named Lu, he is a swordsmith, and this one is named Ma, he is a blacksmith. The 3 of us will score and comment on you in this competition. The competition will start soon. Each of you will enter the hut in order of your respective regions, from Region 1 to Region 10, and hand in your weapons for this competition." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. In this case, it is estimated that the competition will be anonymous first, and the answer will be revealed at the end. The blacksmith surnamed Ma stepped forward. "Okay, first. Area 1, follow me." He led the contestants of Area 1 into the hut on the far right. Not long after, the contestants of Area 1 came out. After he came out, it was Tangji from Area 2 turn. Tangji hurriedly asked, "Did you say anything after you went in?" "Nothing, just handed in the weapon, and was given a number plate." Tangji wanted to ask more questions, but Bai Shuiwei from the 3rd district urged her. "Go in quickly. Don't keep the master waiting for too long." Tangji had to shut up and go in. As soon as Tangji left, others gathered around to ask questions. Suji was in the 10th district, the last in line. She stood alone, as if she didn't care. But she was actually shopping. Instead of asking questions, she might as well buy more things. Earning supplies is the most important thing. Fortunately, when she got here, the trading center was not closed, and she could still use the double card to trade. After everyone went in one by one, Suji bought dozens of daily necessities. By the way, he checked the income of the cheese shop. All the foundations and purified water that were put on the shelves early in the morning were sold out. Although she asked to exchange them for energy stones and iron ore, the sales speed was not that fast. But foundations and purified water were the rigid needs of every player, and they could be sold anyway. 200 foundations and 50 liters of purified water sold for a total of 2,700 iron ores. After doubling, it directly became 5,400 iron ores. Suji kept 3,000 iron ores, 2,000 of which were used for upgrading, and 1,000 for backup. There were more than 2,000 left, half of which were exchanged for energy stones, and half for metal fragments. After doubling, iron ore can no longer be doubled if it is exchanged for energy stones or metal fragments. This is the restriction rule of the doubling card. But it has been exchanged for more than 300 energy stones and more than 600 metal fragments. Now, the iron ore and energy stones needed for upgrading are enough. After she returns, she will put the newly made foundation maker on the foundation. And before 12 o'clock, she will exchange another wave, and try to find a way to get it all today. At present, she can only operate the supplies in her backpack. Before it is her turn to go in, she takes out all the exchangeable items in her backpack to exchange, and strives to maximize the benefits. Judging from this situation, the competition is estimated to take a long time, and it will not be over in 1 or 2 hours. If she can only go back in the afternoon, she can't waste her free time here, and it is impossible to chat. Suji passionately operates the light curtain, and others think she is silent, because others can't see her operating the light curtain. although she can guess that she is using the light curtain by looking at her eyes, and not moving forward, but no one knows what she is doing. Maybe she was chatting with friends. Or maybe she was watching the chat channel in her own zone. These are what everyone does normally. But now other players are concerned about the competition. So Suji seems a little different. Chushu, a contestant in Zone 8, has been observing Suji silently for a long time. Seeing that she has been standing still, she finally couldn't help but walked over. Why don't you go over? Suji's full attention was on the trading center. She had just found a blueprint related to magic. And she was very happy. But the other party wanted to trade with blue armor. Suji didn't bring her blue armor with her. She only had red armor on her. It was impossible for her to exchange the red armor. She was afraid that she would sell the blueprint after returning. She had to negotiate with the other party to pay a deposit or something, saying that she was in the competition and would give her the blue armor when she returned, or trade with other things, and asked her if she needed food or iron or to increase her physical strength. In the end, they said no. Only blue armor. No deposit. And whoever bought it first would get it. If she wanted it, she could just go back and buy it. But now there were other people chatting with her privately, wanting the blueprint. If it was any other blueprint, forget it. The main thing was that Suji saw that the blueprint was a succubus perfume blueprint. She was thinking about Yenshin, who needed a magic item to erase the smell. And maybe this blueprint could come in handy. She was anxious and wanted to ask a friend for help. As a result, Li Ming and Zhou Xueyue were both in their respective skill competitions, and they did not wear blue protective gear. It is estimated that Tong Haotsong and Qi Rong were the same. At this point in time, who else did not participate in the competition? Suji thought of Xia Jichu. Although he learned sewing skills, he did not enter the finals. If he had not gone to dig for treasure, he would probably be in the shelter now. Sure enough, as soon as she sent a private message, Xia Jichu replied, I didn't participate in the competition. I'm farming at home. Suji, do you have blue armor? I need one now. Xia Jichu, blue armor, I make one for you now. Xia Jichu just happened to have a blue armor blueprint. Suji, okay, how long will it take? Make one, it faster than her going back. At present, there is no blue armor for sale in the trading center. There are many monsters in the sea, and armor is now as urgent as weapons. Suji made a lot before, and sold them all. There are some in the shelter, but they are not available at the trading center. Xia Jichu, very soon. Wait for me. I do it right away. Suji was about to send him 10 energy stones, but was interrupted by Chu Xiuyu. Suji frowned, not because he was unhappy, but because he was anxious and a little confused. In Chu Xiuyu's opinion, he felt that he was rejected by Suji. He said very embarrassedly, sorry, did I disturb you? Suji, Chu Xiuyu, I don't mean anything else. I just saw that you looked lonely here alone, so I came to talk to you. Suji, She was a little confused for a moment. Does she look lonely? Doesn't she have the words busy, please don't disturb written on her face? Suji had no choice but to say, no, I'm busy. Chu Xiuyu, okay, do you need help? Suji, no. After saying that, Suji looked around and found that other people were also looking at this side. However, it seems that it is not her turn yet. After all, none of the contestants from the 8th district have entered. So she turned around and moved to another place, thinking that, from her behavior, it should be obvious that she does not want to communicate with others. Chu Xiuyu was turned away, embarrassed and a little depressed. He touched his nose and returned to the crowd. Someone asked him with a smile, why? She ignored you? She said she was busy. Ha! Did you want to chat with her because she looks pretty? I was ignored. Right. I didn't ignore her, but maybe I'm not good at talking to girls. Speaking of which, I've been alone since I entered the game, and it'd been a long time since I talked to a girl, I mean face to face. I didn't expect that. There would be such a pretty girl among the forging masters, and she doesn't look like someone who can swing a hammer and do forging. Yeah, I can't blame the brothers in District 8 for wanting to chat her up. Actually, I wanted to go too, but I was afraid of being rejected, and I'm not as brave as you. That just admirable courage. Chu Xiuyu sighed, and glanced at Suji again, thinking, what is she busy with? She seems very serious. It was Suji's turn to enter the house. She walked into the small room. She saw Ma the blacksmith waiting for her. Ma the blacksmith said concisely. Your weapon. Suji took out the hidden demon knife and handed it over. Ma the blacksmith didn't react much when he saw the hidden demon knife, but nodded slightly, thinking, Tang Dynasty barrier knife. It is very gorgeous, and it uses a lot of good materials. This is your serial number plate. Take it. Before the results are announced, don't show it to anyone. Suji nodded. In fact, Suji was reluctant to let go. This was his treasure. If he gave it away, it wouldn't be gone forever. Seeing Suji's hesitation, Ma Taijiang laughed in his heart, thinking, would I covet your knife? Ma Taijiang didn't even know. No! Ma Taijiang's face changed the moment he touched the hidden demon knife. This knife. Suji didn't let go. Ma Taijiang just held the hidden demon knife with surprise on his face. This knife is enchanted. Suji nodded. Yes. When Ma Taijiang touched the knife, he also saw the properties of the hidden demon knife. Hidden demon knife. Super S level divine knife, enchantment, skills, invisibility. When the will of the knife awakens, there is a chance to trigger the invisibility skill, poisoning, after being stained with blood. It will carry toxins, which will poison the injured, and they must take strong detoxification pills to stop bleeding and detoxify. There are only 2 skills now, but it does not mean that there will only be 2 in the future, and these 2 skills are very suitable for actual combat. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a divine knife. This competition mainly compares the feel, hardness, sharpness of the knife. But this knife has already exceeded the standards of these tests. No need to compete. Ma Taijiang even shouted such a sentence in his heart. Is it necessary to continue the competition? This is the last contestant to come in. He has handled the weapons of the previous 9 contestants, and none of them can compare to this knife. It can even be said that, if used in actual combat, they are no match for the hidden demon knife. But, could it be that this knife is only magnificent in terms of enchantment skills? And in fact, these basic things are not as good as those weapons? Blacksmith Ma could only think so. What Suji didn't know was that there were actually very few weapons that could be enchanted, even though she succeeded by just putting it in the enchantment table and using some materials. In fact, even Master Qianju himself had tried many times, but always failed for various reasons. Either the materials were not fused, or the key things were missing, or the weapon itself did not have the conditions for enchantment. This hidden demon blade is enchanted too perfectly. Ma Taijiang wanted to call Qianju and Lu Nan in right now, so that the 3 of them could study this blade carefully. Okay, you can go out now. Ma Taijiang looked at Suji meaningfully. Coming out of the hut, Suji didn't notice that many people were looking at her. Bai Shuiwei was just talking eloquently, but she stopped when she saw Suji. Qianju, okay, everyone weapons have been handed in, so just move to the front and stand in a row. Today finals are divided into 3 rounds, which will test the appearance and feel of the weapons, hardness and sharpness of the knives. The 3 of us will score each item of the weapons, eliminating 4 weapons in the first round, eliminating 4 weapons in the second round, leaving 2 weapons for the final round, and finally deciding the first place. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone understood, and shook their heads or shouted to show that they had no objection. Suji listened and bought things at the same time. Xia Shichu hadn't made the protective gear yet, so she took a look to see if the magic blueprint had been sold. Fortunately, it hadn't been sold. Suji couldn't urge Xia Shichu, so she could only pay attention to it herself. Anyway, she didn't need to do anything in the 3 rounds of competition. She just watched the 3 masters holding weapons for evaluation. The contestants were more like spectators. If she wasn't busy, she would really appreciate the weapons of others. But Suji thought again and again, and still felt that she couldn't concentrate too much on watching the competition, and had to do 2 things at the same time. So she opened the light curtain, while buying randomly in the trading center, while observing the progress of the competition. Master Lu Nan was responsible for randomly selecting weapons in front of everyone, bringing them to Ma Taijiang and Qianju, and commenting with them. The first weapon drawn was number 7. Except for the weapon forger himself, the other contestants did not know who made it. This knife is called Snow. Suji took a look. It was a saber. The blue and gold decoration was very beautiful. Suji's eyes lit up. This color of knife is very rare. The blade is of extremely high quality, and the appearance is almost perfect. Suji, who was not very focused at first, began to admire it. The blade is shiny. The upper part has a snowflake gold pattern, and irregular snowflakes are carved. which looks like heavy snow falling in the ice blue sky. The handle is made of brass hand guard, and the handle is made into a dome-shaped handle. This knife also uses sapphire, and a polished sapphire is inlaid in the middle of the handle, like the eye of the sky. When Suji saw the knife, the forging process had already emerged in her mind. It seems that there are still hidden talents in the forging skills competition. She must not underestimate the opponent. At least the first knife she put out was powerful enough. Sure enough, the comments of the three masters were very good, whether from the appearance or the feel of the knife. It is a top-notch work. The contestants showed admiration in their eyes. It is indeed a good knife. I think this knife will definitely advance. I don't know who made it. Everyone observed the expressions of others, and first tried to find out the forger of the knife from their expressions. Unfortunately, everyone had different expressions, and it was impossible to tell who it was. Next is weapon number 4. Lunan took out a Japanese sword. This sword is called Cold Light. Suji looked at it carefully, and thought, this sword doesn't look special, but it has a very bright luster. There are special forging lines on it. Suji has never made a Japanese sword, but he knows that it is the blade pattern of this sword, and the craftsmanship of the blade is probably not ordinary. This kind of knife is made of multiple layers of steel, and then each different part of the blade is selectively cooled separately, and then a completely different texture is made. Just by listening to it, you can tell how difficult this technique is. But the knife made in this way is very hard. The process of forging is very complicated, and it is full of ritual. In short, although the appearance is simple and not as gorgeous as other knives, it is actually very difficult. It is probably not an ordinary product. But Suji doesn't know the specifics, and you can't tell by just looking at it. Sure enough, several masters touched it carefully, and after trying it, they showed a satisfied look on their faces. It looks good, Suji thought. The next two knives were not as good as the previous two, and were quite ordinary. They were a long-handled axe and a 5-finger sword. The long-handled axe was more like a battle axe, and there was a spike on the hammer head. It was powerful and very suitable for close combat, but its shortcomings were also very fatal. It was heavy to pick up, and it consumed too much material. The axe was large and thick, and it was not easy to grind the handle to make it comfortable. This one was not made well enough. The 5-finger sword looked exquisite, and it was also plated with gold, and there were many patterns engraved on the broad sword, and some gems were used on the handle, but it looked very heavy, and the grip was not very good, and the masters just picked it up and gestured for a few times before putting it down. The 5th weapon finally came to Suji Demon Drinking Knife. This knife is numbered 5, and its name is the Hidden Demon Knife. When they heard the name, everyone became serious. Someone laughed and said, this knife is fancy, but it is quite gorgeous. I'm afraid it just for show with this name? Could it be able to suck blood? Suji heard it, but her heart was calm. She just added secretly, it the invisibility, not the blood drinking. But there no way, if you don't see the name, it easy to confuse if you don't explain it. Suji's face was expressionless. She was more concerned about the master comments. Unfortunately, the master didn't comment much while holding the knife, but his expression was a little cautious. Only Qianju said, exquisite, great grip. Lunan, well, we have to wait and see how it performs in the next round. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Is this telling everyone directly that this knife has entered the next round? The other weapons are not bad either, and none of them were directly promoted, but this knife is promoted to the second round. Su Li is the forger of the first knife. Snow, and his face is not good. Seeing his work appear first, he is actually happy in his heart. He thinks highly of himself. In his opinion, the forging level of these people cannot compare with his. His knife is the first to appear, so that they can see his strength and feel ashamed of themselves. Sure enough, none of the weapons that appeared later were better than his. But why did this knife get the direct recognition of the master, and even announced to enter the next round? Did the master make a slip of the tongue or something? Is this knife really better than his? Why is it better? Su Li was very dissatisfied, but he did not show it. The next weapons appeared one by one. Finally, all 10 weapons were shown, and the result of the first round was to be announced. The 3 masters discussed among themselves, and it looked like they were very hesitant and confused, as if it was difficult to choose. The contestants were also communicating in a low voice. I am more optimistic about number 7 and number 9. I also like the snow on number 7, so beautiful. I think number 5 is good, after all. He was recommended, he must be very strong. Indeed, the purple-red knife is quite cool, but I don't know how strong it is. Don't just pretend to be good. Chushu couldn't help asking Suji. Which one do you like? Suji, number 5. Chushu nodded. Oh, you like this gorgeous one? I think it good too. He didn't think that this knife was made by Suji. Most people would say they like someone else's knife. One reason is to be modest, and the other is that they don't want others to know their number. Chapter 103. The results of the first round were announced by Master Chinjue. The weapon numbers for the next round are 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10. The eliminated players can also stay and watch, and find a seat for themselves. Only the players themselves know the numbers of their weapons. The contestants who found out that they did not enter the finals showed disappointment. The people who stayed on the field included Xiang Juanxia from District 1, Tang Ji from District 2, Xian Sheng from District 4, Wei Rui from District 6, Zhang Wukong from District 7, and Su Ji from District 10. The number and the region are not the same. For example, Su Ji number is 5. There are 6 weapons, respectively called Cold Light Knife, White Moon Bow, Spear of Tomorrow, Hidden Demon Knife, Snow Knife, Light Feather Rapier. The first round of selection is the hardness of the weapon. It was given to Ma the blacksmith to assess. He used each weapon to cut on the bamboo, copper pipe, and iron sheet in turn. He was particularly heavy-handed, and every time he saw it, everyone was terrified. Everyone stared at the weapon closely, and always felt that the weapon would be easily bent, or even cut into a gap. At the beginning of cutting bamboo strips, all 6 weapons were fine. But soon, the rapier was scrapped. Tangji screamed, her voice full of anxiety and heartache. Everyone knew that the rapier should be her work. However, this did not mean that her rapier would be eliminated. Only by comparison could we know the difference. It was not necessarily that her sword was the most damaged. Ma the blacksmith did not pick up the weapons in order, but picked them randomly. After all 6 weapons had been chopped twice, only the rapier and the Spear of Tomorrow had some problems. The problem with the Spear of Tomorrow was not with the spearhead. On the contrary, the spearhead was very hard, and there was no crack at all. It was just that when the blacksmith Ma chopped the copper pipe hard, the spearhead and the connected wood shifted, which was a serious workmanship problem. Everyone knew that the Spear of Tomorrow was going to be eliminated. Tang Ji was also disappointed. Only her rapier was broken, and the weapons of the other people were fine. Even the bow withstood the damage, and was not hurt at all. The other knives performed even better. The cold light even cut the copper pipe, and chopped the iron sheet into pieces. At first, she thought it was a fancy hidden demon knife, which was also fancy to use. The blade was always wrapped in a layer of flowing colorful light, and it seemed that before it touched the copper pipe or iron sheet, it had already dented it. Although the force was not as strong as the other 2 knives, the hidden demon knife had a strange power. In the second round, Su Ji was watching carefully, because she wanted to know how powerful the sword that could enter the third round with her was. To be honest, she was more optimistic about the Japanese sword. Its name was Lung Guang, and it was indeed as good as its name. As for Shui, who she liked at first sight, in fact, in actual combat, she was not so outstanding. Su Ji noticed a few details. After Lung Guang chopped the copper pipe, it trembled continuously, and there was a faint sound of tiger roar, while Shui would be bounced away. Of course, the hidden demon sword was the most special. It had magic attacks. Even though the target of the attack was a cold instrument, it also had magic damage. The sword light alone could damage those things without actually touching them. Since it didn't even touch, it was impossible to damage the blade. After the 3 masters discussed, they would choose which 2 weapons to enter the final round. Everyone was looking forward to the result. Su Ji believed that the power of the hidden demon blade would not let her down. However, she was also curious about who the opponent was. Soon, there was a result. Master Qianju stood up and announced, "The ones who entered the next round are number 5 and number 7. Su Ji guessed correctly. It was indeed the hidden demon blade and the cold light blade. The last round was a competition of sharpness. It was divided into 2 parts. The first part was that Ma the blacksmith used 2 knives to chop the pig head, testing the sharpness of the blade, to see the cutting depth and the difficulty of cutting. The first one he picked was the hidden demon knife. Ma the blacksmith swung it vigorously, leaving a purple blade light in the air, accompanied by a slight sound of the blade entering the flesh, and the pig head was directly cut off. Everyone exclaimed, This is too amazing. This is the real way to cut iron like mud. Su Ji was a little proud. After all, it was a knife he made. Next was the cold light knife. Ma the blacksmith swung with the same posture and strength. And the result was similar. Except that the pig head was broken, but still attached to the skin, while the hidden magic knife was directly cut off. And the skin was not even attached. It was a little bit worse. However, there is still a second part of the competition. That is, the two knives collided. This method of competition can easily damage the knives. For two such excellent works, even Master Qianju was a little hesitant. Before starting, he discussed with the other two judges for a long time before deciding to ask the forgers of the two knives. In fact, the two forgers have not yet been revealed, because after entering the third round, Su Ji and the forger of the cold light knife sat down with the others. They did not stand there to let people know that they had advanced. Although everyone was guessing, Master Qianju walked to the front of the crowd. Su Ji, Qiansheng, come here. This was equivalent to announcing that the two were the final winners. Su Ji looked at the player named Qiansheng, and it turned out to be the tallest man. He stood up, and was much taller than Su Ji. Qianju explained the rules of the second part of the competition to Su Ji and Qiansheng, and planned to let them take the competition in person. It was a one-stop competition. It was different from a martial arts competition. It was a knife test. There was no need to really fight. The main purpose was to test the performance of the knife. As forgers, they might know their work better than others. This round was the most likely to go wrong. The masters didn't want the knife to be ruined in their own hands, so they just let them do it themselves. If the knife was ruined in the hands of the forger, everyone might feel better. Su Ji and Qiansheng both agreed. Su Ji nodded happily. After she made the hidden demon blade, she had not used it in actual combat yet. Now there is such an opportunity, of course she cannot miss it. She is both a forger and a user. She can't not know how to use her own blade. She looked at Qiansheng, and the other party eyes also ignited with fighting spirit. He was probably very interested in her demon drinking blade. The two of them each held their own blade, and stood face to face. Master Qianju stood aside, like a referee. Let's start. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ji rushed forward with the hidden demon blade tightly in his hand. Because the hidden demon blade is a melee barrier blade. It is a close-range battle, just like an assassin, and must be close. In fact, it is still disadvantageous to fight against Ling Guan long sword. So Qiansheng stood still with the sword in his hand, observing Su Ji's weakness. He was very confident that his sword would never lose. And according to reason, when the long sword had an advantage, he only needed to prevent Su Ji from getting close to him to win this competition. But Su Ji was too fast. Almost in an instant, she rushed behind Qiansheng. Su Sheng's martial arts value was not bad, and he was also ranked in the top 10 in the 4th district. Seeing that Su Ji was a weak girl, he actually underestimated her at first. But now, he couldn't help but regret it, put away his contempt, and began to prepare for battle. But Su Ji was already behind him, holding a knife and stabbing at him. Luckily he blocked it with a long knife. The two knives collided, making a sound. Su Ji had heard Ling Guang make this sound just now. But the hidden demon knife was very calm, almost integrated with Su Ji's body. When Su Ji waved the tip of the knife, it was like waving his own hand, because the purpose was to compete with the knife. Su Ji would not stab Qiansheng's body, but would focus on Ling Guang's knife to attack. Qiansheng did the same. After a back and forth, Su Ji had already gained the upper hand. Su Ji was fast, and her moves were fierce, which was completely different from her appearance. Chu Shi, who was interested in her, had already widened his eyes because of her appearance. He secretly said in his heart, "You can't judge a person by appearance." One move after another, the knife hit the cold light, and the blades collided many times. Qiansheng was a little overwhelmed. This woman was too fierce. Although he knew that the two were testing the knife in a friendly way, every time Su Ji swung the knife, he felt like he was going to die. The next second, he felt like he had survived a disaster. He began to sweat on his forehead. Not only was the person fierce, but the knife was also fierce. Qiansheng felt pain when the hidden demon knife hit Ling Guang's knife. His hand was sore from the impact, and he could only grit his teeth and hold on when he heard Ling Guang trembling cry. But less than 10 minutes later, Lu Nan shouted, "It enough. Let finish it. Qianju, now we can check the two knives. Bring them over." Su Ji almost didn't break. But he still stopped in time, picked up the knife, and handed it over. Xiansheng looked at his knife, and his eyes were red. It was heartache, but also anger. There were actually several deep scratches on the blade. He subconsciously looked at Su Ji's blade. He thought it would be a little damaged, but it turned out that his blade was intact. The difference was obvious. Xiansheng knew better than other spectators that the result was out. Now it is announced that the final winner of the forging skills competition is number 5. That is, Su Ji, the contestant from District 10. This sentence was accompanied by a system prompt, and notifications were issued in all 10 districts. The forging skill competition is over. The first place has been decided. The first place winner will receive a golden forging platform specially made by Master Qianju, and will become Master Qianju direct disciple. Su Ji received a prompt from the system. Do you want to disclose your identity? If you disclose your identity, you will receive an additional reward, Golden Forging Box X1. Of course Su Ji wanted this golden forging box. Golden things must be top-notch stuff. It may contain some top-quality forging materials. How could she let it go? Moreover, Su Ji has a double buff today, so she immediately decided to make it public. Winner of the forging skill competition, Su Ji from District 10. This message was sent to every player in the form of an email, along with a list of other first-place winners of the skill competition who were willing to be made public. Su Ji also received it. Since the competition is over, everyone can leave Ginseng Island. But since they are here, Bai Shuiwei was the first to ask Master Qianju if they could stay on the island for a while longer. After all, everyone was like Su Ji, and they were very attracted to the word ginseng when they heard the name of Ginseng Island. After everyone asked Master Qianju, they found out that Su Ji, who was here just now, had disappeared. Su Ji rushed to the place where she had picked ginseng fruit before. She had dealt with Master Qianju before, and she knew that he would definitely not refuse, because she knew that if she didn't disturb him, he would not care what the players did. So she simply ran away as soon as the game was over to see if the ginseng fruit had refreshed. Can't let others get there first. She ran fast, and was familiar with the route. It took her 20 minutes to reach the ginseng fruit forest. Refreshed? Su Ji couldn't stop smiling. We have to pick them quickly. Su Ji was a little anxious, and wished he could learn the art of clones. There were more than a dozen trees, and it would take at least half an hour to pick them. He didn't know how long it would take those people to find this place. Normally, they had never been to Ginseng Island, so they should have taken a detour. When Su Ji first came, he also walked for a long time before he found this place. If she was lucky, she could pick all the fruits and run away without leaving any trace. Even if other people came and found that all the ginseng fruits here were picked, there would be no evidence to prove that she picked them. Su Ji picked them quickly, as if she was driving at 3 times the speed. She clamped her legs around the tree trunk and picked with both hands. Ginseng fruit X2. Double card takes effect. Ginseng fruit X2. After picking for 40 minutes, there were still a few left on the top of the tree. Su Ji decided not to pick them anymore and just leave a few. Including the doubled amount, she has already obtained more than 500 ginseng fruits. It was so cool. She had to hurry back to the shelter. She didn't have time to look at the light screen just now. Now she received the message from Xia Zhichu that the blue armor had been sent to her. Su Ji didn't think twice, and quickly opened the trading center to find the magic blueprint. Luckily, the blueprint was still there. Su Ji traded it immediately. The next second, the owner of the blueprint, Yuan, sent her a private message. I thought you didn't want it anymore. Just now a player was about to trade, and I've been chatting with him for a long time. Su Ji, I came here first. Didn't we agree that I would give you the blue armor once I got it? Okay, but I thought you didn't want it, then I tell them. Su Ji, click confirm. Su Ji was anxious to get the blueprint. That person didn't agree either. He said he wanted me to get some more supplies. What should I do now? If it wasn't for Yanchen, this blueprint was a must. Su Ji wouldn't bother to talk so much. But the problem was easy to solve. After Su Ji got the blueprint would double and become double. However, she was the first to come. She said she wanted to pay a deposit, but this person refused to accept it. Now the blueprint has not been sold yet. There is no reason not to give it to her, and Su Ji can afford to raise the price. How about this? Whatever he adds, I will add 2 energy stones. I hope you keep your promise. I don't think anyone else can offer this price. Okay. The man agreed immediately, seeing someone rushing to buy it. Although the behavior of raising the price is speechless, but after all, this is a doomsday game. Suji really needs it, and doesn't care about these 2 energy stones. After the transaction was successful, Suji left and clicked on the blueprint details. Magic Gem Strawberry Perfume. A perfume specially made with gem strawberries and roses. Sweet and fragrant. Full of delicious aroma. But it contains the power of magic. Not only can it completely cover up the smell, but it can also be used on specific people. And only specific people can smell the aroma. Production conditions. Gem Strawberry X1. Rose X2. Must be made on the enchantment table. The blueprint is available. But where can I get the gem strawberries? Suji only has ordinary strawberries. Could it be that gem strawberries are made from gems and strawberries? Suji doesn't think it should be taken literally. I have to go back and study it. After the game, Suji can click the option to leave the island at any time, and the system will send a boat to the nearest beach to pick her up. Suji got on the boat back, and now she has time to continue her shopping. However, on the way back, Suji wanted to ask if anyone knew about gem strawberries. Suji sent a message in the chat channel. Suji, weren't you just participating in the competition? You're back so soon? Gem strawberry? Are you using it to forge weapons? You can actually use strawberries to forge weapons? I'm so ignorant. It's so funny. Gem strawberry is a high-level planting strawberry. It can only be grown by players with high-level planting skills, and ordinary players don't know about it. You can ask players with planting skills. Finally saw some useful information. But Suji didn't know any players who knew the planting skill. She had no choice but to continue sending messages. I need gem strawberries. If you have any, please PM me, and I talk about the benefits. Can I have a red weapon? That too much. A red weapon in exchange for a strawberry? You're dreaming. Even if it a real gem, it can't be exchanged for a red weapon. Everyone is using blue weapons now. I have gem strawberries. I only exchange for red weapons. Red weapons are considered top level in the mist season. But at this time, gold weapons have already appeared. And most high-level players are using red weapons. But purple weapons are relatively rare. So it's not difficult for Suji to take out a red weapon. But is this strawberry really worth the price? Suji was also skeptical. She was also curious about what the gem strawberry was. She had double today. If it was really a good thing, and could help Yinchen, it was not impossible to exchange it for a red weapon. She didn't have much time to think and hesitate. She had to make a quick decision. Okay, you can private message me. The chat channel exploded. Everyone else was stunned. Is this the top blacksmith? Red weapon for strawberry? Really don't take the red weapon seriously. This is too much. My planting skills are still at the intermediate level. I don't know what gem strawberries are. I always thought that planting skills were rubbish. I didn't expect there would be such a good thing. Are red weapons so worthless? I'm still using blue weapons. Suji, can you make me a red weapon? I'm willing to pay 50 energy stones. I'm willing to pay 100. I just want a red weapon. You guys are really good at planning. She the first in the whole game skill competition. The weapon she makes must be very expensive. So what? Just now Suji agreed to exchange a red weapon for a strawberry. That a gem strawberry, what do you know? After eating a gem strawberry, you can not only increase the upper limit of physical points, but also have a chance to increase strength and luck. Damn! I suddenly feel that the red weapon is not so attractive. If I have extra red weapons, I am willing to exchange red weapons for gem strawberries. Suji often grows vegetables, and has not lit up the planting skill. I guess his proficiency is not up to the requirement. He has never heard of gem strawberries. Seeing others say this, her eyes lit up. Is it so amazing? This strawberry. Suji hurried to check the private message. After doubling, you can get 2, 1 to make magic perfume, and 1 to eat yourself. Wouldn't it be awesome? Suji was very excited. Red weapons are nothing, you can make them in a few hours. Although she still owes others red weapons, but she must have the gem strawberry. Chapter 104. After returning to the shelter, it was already past 4 o'clock. Suji looked through the private messages for a long time, and finally found the player with the gem strawberry, because there were too many private messages from strangers, most of which asked her to help make weapons. After finding the person, Suji directly added the other party as a friend. This kind of player with advanced planting skills, adding friends, will definitely deal with each other in the future. Lan Su, hello, how do I trade? Suji, it takes a day to make a red weapon, and I can tailor it for you. I can guarantee that the red weapon I make will not be worse than the purple weapon made by others. Can you give me a few gem strawberries? Suji thought that the more the better. Although one was enough. She would like to have 2 more. Lan Su, gem strawberries are very precious. I only have 1 here. But I may be able to grow more in a few days. Suji urgently needs gem strawberries. She doesn't know if the other party is willing to give her strawberries first. And then she will make red weapons for her tomorrow. Tomorrow she will go to the underwater ruins to find Yin Chen. Her task tonight is very heavy. She must not make weapons before 12 o'clock. She must use the double card to do more things. Suji, you know. Red weapons are expensive. With my current forging skills, it's too little to exchange a gem strawberry for a red weapon I made. Lan Su, but I don't have one now. If it doesn't work, you can make it first. When the gem strawberry grows, I give you another one. Suji, no one knows if you can grow it. If you grow it but don't tell me, I won't know either. Lan Su, I will definitely do what I promised. Don't worry about that. Suji waited for a while, and then went back to do something else. Then, you give me a gem strawberry first, I work overtime tonight, and make it for you tomorrow morning. Can't we trade tomorrow? If it's not urgent, I won't exchange it with the red weapon, it's up to you. Suji couldn't wait until tomorrow. Today, it can double. After 12 o'clock, the double card will be invalid. She thought she had to make the magic strawberry perfume tonight. She knew that Lan Su was also hesitant. But she would definitely want the weapon she made. Suji was her golden signboard. She had just won the first place in the forging skills competition. The weapon she made was definitely very strong. Players from all over the region wanted Suji to make weapons. If it weren't for Lan Su, who happened to have the gem strawberry that Suji wanted, it wouldn't have been her turn. Now that she had the chance, it would be unwise for her to refuse. Okay. Then can you show me the weapon you made first? And how do you do the tailor-made products you mentioned? Suji, I can now make red weapons without weapon blueprints. As long as you tell me the weapon style you want, and some of your habits, I can help you design a weapon. Of course, you have to provide the materials yourself. Lan Su, do I have to provide the materials myself? Yes. If you provide them yourself, you will definitely be able to do better. And you don't have to worry about me saving materials. Right? If you can provide better materials, maybe I can help you make a purple weapon. Suji's words made Lan Su excited. She originally only asked for a red weapon, but Suji actually said that it could be upgraded to a purple weapon. That was just what she wanted, and it was indeed beneficial to provide the materials herself. Lan Su also saved a lot of materials, and it was for herself anyway, so she didn't feel bad about giving them away. Okay, the system has a new trading rule, and if you follow the system process, you don't have to worry about breach of contract. I give you a gem strawberry first, and then you can help me design a weapon that suits me. When you decide what materials you want, make a list for me. And I send you the materials. Suji, okay. This is the best. Suji soon received a system prompt. Lan Su initiated an agreement. After Suji received the gem strawberry, he must give Lan Su a red weapon within tomorrow, otherwise the system will deduct the corresponding supplies and return it to Lan Su. Suji didn't know this rule yet. It was probably new from the trading center. She didn't read it carefully. This is better. In the future, there is no need to worry about the order running away or the player breaking the trust. The system will forcibly deduct supplies, and there will be fewer scammers. Receive Gem Strawberry X1. Double card takes effect. The Gem Strawberry that entered Suji's backpack instantly became 2. Suji took out the Gem Strawberry with a smile and looked at it. The red strawberry was sparkling, the color was like a rose-red gem, the fragrance was very rich, sweet and sticky, making people want to keep smelling it. Gem Strawberry, extremely rare crop, contains magical energy after use. It can permanently increase the player physical point limit or basic attributes, and can also make magic props. Suji swallowed his saliva, really wanted to eat one right away. There are 2 in total. I don't know if eating them will increase my physical strength or other attributes. Suji thought about it, and was a little reluctant. He decided to wait until the magic strawberry perfume was ready before eating it. He was not in a hurry to eat it. But Yin Chen could not afford to make mistakes. If one was not ready, there was another one as a backup. After getting the things, Suji hurried to pick roses outside the shelter. The red roses were in full bloom. It was dusk at this time. The orange-red sunset fell on the roses, which was beautiful. Suji was in a hurry and had no time to appreciate it. He directly cut 2 plants with scissors. Rose X2. Double effect. Rose X2. She ran to the enchantment table, according to the recipe, put the gem strawberry and rose into the drawer. The mirror of the enchantment table emitted a gorgeous ruby red light, illuminating the entire room. Suji breathed a sigh of relief, but she couldn't rest yet. She hurried to take down the foundation maker and golden axe she had made before leaving. The moment she picked them up and put them in her backpack, the quantity of these 2 items doubled. Suji's mouth never dropped, and she was smiling all the time. The foundations made by several foundation makers will double. At this rate, Suji will definitely be able to get the materials for upgrading today, and as long as she saves the foundations, she should be able to expand the area of the shelter by 500 square meters in the next 2 days. Suji decided not to eat dinner, to earn materials wholeheartedly to fight. It doesn't matter if she is hungry. In order to upgrade as soon as possible, she can wait until after 12 o'clock to eat dinner. After receiving the dinner sent by Li Ming, Suji also doubled it. She directly forwarded one of them to Zhao Minglin, Xiaojichu, by Yun, Tong Haotsong. Li Ming happened to send 4 dishes, so Suji sent 1 dish to each person. Today they sent her gold or without asking why. Suji must repay this kindness. After she finishes today, she will have to send them more benefits. Not long after the dishes were sent, Suji received a lot of messages, but she didn't have time to read them. Suji was busy until 12 o'clock, and finally stopped to take a breath. She looked at her backpack. What a great harvest! She got so many ginseng fruits on Ginseng Island today, and sold them all. With the doubling effect, she got 10,000 high-grade wood, 2,000 metal fragments, and basic materials needed to make 5,000 foundations. She currently has 5 foundation makers, including the one she wanted to give to Tong Haotsong, which she hasn't given him yet, because she has double the amount now. And Suji will give it to him at 12 o'clock. Now 5 foundation makers are working together. As of 12 o'clock, Suji has accumulated more than 700 foundations. Some of them were sold before. 3 were started in the afternoon. In short, 700 foundations can expand 70 square meters. Suji expanded in one go. The surrounding land suddenly extended outward and soon became spacious. An extra 70 square meters means 3 or 4 more large rooms. She opened the shelter information to check. At present, the floor area of the entire shelter has reached more than 380 square meters. After today, for machines can produce 400 foundations a day, Suji can continue to make foundation machines, expanding 40 square meters every day. In about 3 days, Suji can upgrade. Looking at the supplies in the backpack, Suji felt a sense of satisfaction and peace of mind. She got 2 magic strawberry perfumes, one for Yanchen and the other for future use. After the doubling effect, she was finally able to deal with other things. First, she gave 50 iron ores and 50 foundations to each of the friends who gave her gold ore. Zhou Xueyue and Li Ming gave her 2 gold ores. Suji gave them 10 ginseng fruits each. After receiving the supplies sent by Suji, they were stunned. This is too generous. Why send so many things? Li Ming said in surprise. Shiji, this is too much. Why did you give me so many things? Zhao Minglin thought Suji sent it to the wrong person. Did you send it to the wrong person? I return it to you. Xiaojichu, what wrong? Do you want to exchange something? Bai Yun, 1 gold or can't be exchanged for so many supplies. My previous dishes are good. The dish Suji sent to Bai Yun was a spicy crab, Li Ming's specialty. He enjoyed it very much. He has been in the game for so long, and he has never eaten such delicious food. So he still wanted to exchange the gold or he gave for this dish. Although it a bit of a loss, but at least he likes it, it doesn't matter. As a result, Suji said so many things again. Suji, it for you. Take it. Suji also sent this message to the group. It was a bit troublesome to explain one by one, and she had to start making red weapons. Lan Su had divided her requirements into several points and sent them to her. Suji had to make the weapon drawings according to her requirements. After it was done, she listed the materials to be used and sent them to her. Even if it was easy for her to make a red weapon now, she would be busy until the second half of the night tonight with her meticulous personality. Tong Haotsong had just finished his work. Seeing the materials and a foundation maker sent by Suji, he was very satisfied. Suji really kept his word. He also saw the news that Suji won the first place. It is estimated that if he asks Suji to make weapons in the future, the price will go up again. Now he is the direct disciple of Master Qianju. Tong Haotsong looked at his purple weapon again, thinking, I don't know if I made this purple weapon too early. If I make it now, will it be more powerful? He sent the foundation maker to the leader of the third group, and asked him to use it to produce the foundation. This important material is managed by the leader of the third group. The leader of the third group was very surprised when he saw the foundation maker. Leader, you are so awesome, you even got this. Tong Haotsong, yeah, I exchanged it with someone else. It's so awesome, how can you still exchange it? A foundation maker can only produce 100 foundations a day, which is not enough for the whole team to share. It's not appropriate to only give it to us team leaders. Tong Haotsong thought, I can definitely exchange it, but it's expensive. Suji opened the price with so much gold ore, and there is not much gold ore left in the organization. For the first time, Tong Haotsong felt that such a large organization seemed not as rich as Suji alone. Chapter 105 Water World, Day 12. On the 12th day of Water World, Suji got up with dark circles under his eyes. It was already 8 o'clock, and it was raining moderately, and the whole world was gray. The raindrops fell on the eaves, making quite a loud sound, clattering. Suji was in a daze, and was not quite conscious. He handed the finished red weapon to Lan Su, and drank a large glass of water to wake up his numb body, because he had not slept enough. A glass of warm water can stimulate the body metabolism, and wake the body up from sleep. Suji needed to refresh himself. She felt the temperature had dropped again, and she felt chilly as soon as she came out. She wrapped her clothes tightly, rubbed her eyes, and walked to the flower pot of the Paphiopedilum. After finishing her work last night, she put a pink crystal in the magic pocket. Actually, she wanted to put a gem strawberry in it, because the color of the gem strawberry is also red. The Paphiopedilum will probably like it. But this thing is too precious. If it is melted and absorbed by the Paphiopedilum, Suji will regret it too late. So she hesitated again and put a pink crystal in. This was given to her by Yanchun, it must be good. She put the broken crystal stone in the magic pocket before, and got a pink mutant crystal stone, which can be used to make a lucky pendant, which is a little different from this pink crystal. This is pure pink crystal, the color is better, maybe after the magic pocket is upgraded, you can get something better. Crystal heart, an important material for magic dolls, containing rich magic energy. Magic doll, it sounds like a very powerful thing. But I don't know what to do for now. Suji put away the crystal heart, and went to sign in first. Sign in successfully, get Moonstone X1, Spicy Rabbit Head X5, Card Draw Opportunity X1. What card can I draw today? Suji didn't think about it at all, just randomly draw it. The result is a copy card. Suji was a little worried. What should I copy? There are so many good things now, it makes her embarrassed. I always feel that this can be copied, that can also be copied, but using it on one of them, I feel that it's a bit of a loss. Probably there is nothing special worth copying. Once there are too many good things, Suji's vision has also become high, and she has become picky. She had already sent the finished weapon to Lan Su last night. But she was busy until midnight last night, and Lan Su fell asleep, and didn't see it until she woke up this morning. Just seeing the weapon icon on the screen, Lan Su was very excited. Last night, Lan Su dreamed that she was using a peerless weapon. It's true that you dream at night when you think about it during the day. She got a red weapon when she woke up, and it was made by the strongest forging skill master in the whole game. She is so looking forward to it. What a lucky guy. If she hadn't just harvested a gem strawberry, there would be no such opportunity. Lan Su couldn't wait to take out her weapon. Suji was going to finish the chores in the shelter, and go to the underwater ruins. That was why she got up so early. She was too busy in a day. She had to feed the pigs, feed the cows, collect the foundation, change the bucket for the seawater filter. She didn't even have time to sort out the pile of supplies she bought yesterday. She could only come back to sort them out after saving Yenshin. And she didn't even go treasure hunting these 2 days. It's not a loss if you think about it, because she has been busy with other things, and the harvest is not small. If she can find a treasure hunting spot when she goes to the underwater ruins today, she will take the opportunity to dig a few times. It doesn't matter if she doesn't see it, the main thing is to find Yenshin. What if she goes too late? Yenshin is drugged by the mermaid princess, and it's a done deal. No, he has become a mermaid, then it's too late. When she came to the pig shed, Suji found that the little cow slept separately from the piglets. It slept on the haystack in the corner by itself. It was very well behaved. As soon as Suji opened the door, Before she went in, she heard the piglets humming and crying for food. The little cow just opened its eyes and looked at her, then stood up and walked in front of her, rubbing its head against Suji. Suji, you're so cute, little sweetie. She took out some clean grass and fed it to it. It opened its mouth, made a mooing sound, and then gently bit off the grass that Suji was holding and chewed it. If Suji wasn't in a hurry, she would have played with it more. This was Suji's first time raising a cow. The clean little cow was really lovable. After a simple breakfast, Suji put on a thick diving suit and prepared to go into the water. The backpack was filled with various props, including water-repellent beads and sea-speaking beads. With the water-repellent beads, she no longer needed to wear a respirator or oxygen tank, and she would not have to go up to breathe when digging for treasure in the future. In case of danger, Suji also brought the flash card and blessing card. In fact, she wanted to use the blessing card for Yenshin, but she felt that with a magic perfume to eliminate the smell, there should be no problem today. If there was any unexpected change, it would be in time to use it. With a splash, Suji jumped into the water. She could now swim freely in the water, as if she had become a fish that could breathe in the water. This feeling was so wonderful. For the water world, the water-repellent beads were simply the best thing. When she was about to get close to the underwater ruins, she heard many small fish discussing. The mermaids are so lively today. They have been singing since last night. Is there something going on? Do you want to go and see? I don't dare to go. The mermaid princess is very fierce. It would be terrible if she loses her temper. The mermaid princess has a bad temper. When she gets angry, she will keep singing ugly songs, making everyone restless. I heard that the mermaid princess captured a human. Mermaids are not sharks. They don't eat people. Why would they capture people? The mermaid princess likes people, not fish. Suji eavesdropped for a while. Originally, she wanted to continue listening, but those gossiping fish left soon. They were not going the same way as her. They went in another direction. Suji had to leave by herself. According to the route in her memory, she found the entrance to the underwater ruins. With the water-repellent beads, she moved much faster in the water, as if her body had merged with the seawater. Unlike before, she always felt resistance and often felt tired after swimming for a while. After entering the underwater ruins, Suji was extra careful to avoid encountering mermaids. Fortunately, it was easy to hide here, with seaweed taller than people everywhere, and dense coral reefs. When she heard the noise, Suji hid. After many twists and turns, she found Yenshin Place. But Yenshin was not there. Just then, two mermaids came over, and Suji hid and eavesdropped. The princess is angry. Should we still go? That human is disobedient. He is getting married tonight, but he still won't eat anything. We can't give him medicine. What should we do? The witch has a way. The princess asked us to invite the witch now. I don't dare to go. We have to go. The princess is angry. If we don't go quickly, we will be in trouble soon. Suji thought of the witches in fairy tales, such as the sea witch who gave the mermaid the potion to turn into a human. It is probably the potion provided by this witch, which can turn people into fish. It seems that we have to find Yenshin quickly, before this witch comes. But the two mermaids did not say where Yenshin is. Suji guessed that he should be with the mermaid princess. But where is the mermaid princess? Suji thought of a glowing coral reef that he had seen from afar on the road, and decided to go over and take a look. After the two mermaids left, Suji came out of the water plants, walked around a long way, and finally came to this glowing coral reef area. The glowing ones are some very small marine creatures, called sea fireflies. They are attached to the surface of the coral reef, emitting blue light, mysterious and beautiful, in order not to be discovered by the mermaids. Suji has been very careful, and he would find a place to hide as soon as he heard any movement. This also delayed a lot of time. But when he got here, he didn't find Yenshin. Instead, I saw a mermaid princess surrounded by a group of mermaids. As for why I could recognize that it was the mermaid princess, because she was different from other mermaids. She wore a dress made of pearls, her tail was also golden, her hair was blue, her figure seemed smaller than other mermaids. She had her back to Suji. She was getting angry at the mermaids around her. Her voice was sharp and piercing, like she was going crazy. Where did he go? Go call him. I've already called him. He must be on the way. Suji thought, are you talking about Yenshin? Here he comes. Princess, he coming. Suji turned back quietly to look. Sure enough, he saw Yen-Chen from a distance. He was much bigger than the mermaid, and he was very conspicuous. On his left and right were two blue-skinned mermaids. He stood in the middle, with no expression on his face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. The mermaid princess turned around, and Suji finally saw her face. That face was a bit like a hippopotamus, except for the big head. The nose was flat and long, the forehead was very short, the ears and eyes were a bit small, and the mouth was very wide. When she saw Yen-Chen, she smiled so wide that her mouth looked huge. Suji's expression was subtle, and she didn't know what Yen-Chen was feeling. But from a distance, he seemed quite calm. You're here. I heard that you don't eat. Don't you like to eat? The mermaid princess spoke to Yen-Chen in a gentle tone. But her voice was a little strange, so it sounded awkward. Yen-Chen remained silent. The mermaid princess' face changed, and she said, Didn't you agree not to ignore me? Yen-Chen still said nothing. The mermaid princess swam to Yen-Chen's side, looked at Yen-Chen's face seriously. We are getting married today. Yen-Chen turned his head away, finally speaking. I won't marry you. The mermaid princess stared at Yen-Chen. We must get married. You will never leave here anyway. Marry me. You can become a mermaid and live a happy life here. Yen-Chen was tired of arguing with the mermaid princess. She wouldn't listen to what he said anyway. Seeing that he was so cold to her, the mermaid princess hugged Yen-Chen. Don't you like gems? I can give you more gems. Suji was a little surprised to hear this. Could it be that all the gems Yen-Chen gave her were given by the mermaid princess? If that was the case, she would be really embarrassed. All the gifts given to him were with her. It seemed that the mermaid princess was infatuated with Yen-Chen and wanted to marry him. However, this mermaid princess looked like a hippopotamus, so it was understandable that Yen-Chen disagreed. If it was a beautiful mermaid princess, maybe Yen-Chen would really stay here and become a mermaid prince consort. Suji couldn't help but think wildly. There was no other way. She could only watch the fun from the sidelines while hiding here. Although the person had been found, she couldn't just rush out and snatch Yen-Chen away. It seemed like she was here to snatch the bride. It would be nice if she could give the communication talisman to Yen-Chen later. Chapter 106. Suji watched from afar as the mermaid princess took out several colorful gems to give to Yen-Chen. But Yen-Chen refused to take them. She held up the gems and said disappointedly, I know you are collecting these. Why don't you want the ones I give you? Yen-Chen said calmly, I don't want things given by others. The word others made the mermaid princess break down. Why am I someone else? We are about to become husband and wife. Yen-Chen, I will not marry you, not now, and never in the future. The mermaid princess' eyes were almost crazy. She angrily said, Why? Why? Yen-Chen stopped talking. The mermaid princess waved the gems vigorously, and the gems flew everywhere. She stared at Yen-Chen. I will definitely make you agree. Her voice was no longer gentle, and her paranoid and crazy eyes were scary. The scene was deadlocked, and Suji was worried that he could not find a chance to approach Yen-Chen. A few mermaids swam over and whispered to the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess' expression eased a little. Think about it here for a while. I have something to do. I will be back soon. We will get married tonight. No matter what, we will become husband and wife. Yen-Chen closed his eyes, as if he would not listen. The mermaid princess was used to it. Anyway, she had a way to make him agree. The witch came, she would get the potion soon. When Yen-Chen drank the love potion, he would fall in love with her, and be willing to become a mermaid, and be with her forever. The mermaid princess imagined a beautiful future with Yen-Chen giving birth to a little mermaid. And she smiled widely. Can they all leave? I want to be alone for a while. Before the mermaid princess left, Yen-Chen suddenly said. The mermaid princess frowned. Why? Do you still want to escape? Yen-Chen didn't say anything. Don't even think about escaping. I'm talking to you. No matter where you go, I can find you. They were getting married tonight, and the mermaid princess didn't want any accidents to happen. If Yen-Chen wanted to run away again, she could find a way, but it would be troublesome. So she didn't want to give him a chance. You stay here. Don't let him leave. After saying that, the mermaid princess left with peace of mind. Although the mermaids other than her had no fighting ability, they all knew magic, which could trap Yen-Chen, set up barriers and mazes. As long as they were there, it would be almost impossible for Yen-Chen to escape. As soon as the mermaid princess left, the mermaids worked together to set up a barrier around him. limiting Yan Chen's range of movement to this area. To leave, the three of them had to open the barrier at the same time. Suji thought, this is a bit troublesome. There are 3 mermaids guarding Yan Chen. How can she get through? Or should she just kill him? Snatch Yan Chen away. No. Rescue him. Unexpectedly, not long after the mermaid princess left, Yan Chen suddenly attacked. He took out the orange snow sword and held a mermaid hostage, and put the sword on the mermaid neck, threatening the 3 mermaids to let him go. Otherwise he would kill the mermaid. The 3 mermaids were trembling with fear, especially the one who was held hostage, who begged for mercy. Yan Chen had known for a long time that these mermaids were actually very timid, and their fighting ability was average. The only powerful one was the mermaid princess. Now the mermaid princess was in a hurry to get medicine, and she would not be back for a while. He had to leave now. No matter if he would be found later, he could not stay now. Later, the mermaid princess would use magic props to control him and force him to take medicine, and he would really not be able to leave. However, although these mermaids were afraid, they did not dare to let Yan Chen go, because they were also afraid of the wrath of the mermaid princess. If Yan Chen ran away, they would be in trouble. They had to keep Yan Chen. So these mermaids would only beg for mercy, but were unwilling to let him go. In fact, they thought in their hearts that Yan Chen would not do anything. These days, Yan Chen escaped several times, but he did not harm the mermaids. But at this moment, Suji suddenly rushed out. Yan Chen, she shouted. Yan Chen heard her voice, his expression changed, turned around and looked at her, and said with a smile, "You are here." His eyes were gentle, and his serious expression was relaxed. "Yes, if I don't come, you will really become the mermaid prince consort." Suji joked. Yan Chen smiled faintly, and said calmly, "No, you are here, right?" He would never marry the mermaid princess. Suji, okay. Are you so sure that I will come? In fact, Yan Chen was not so sure. Even if Suji didn't come, he would find a way to escape. But when Suji came, his mood was completely different. Yan Chen, no. Suji, okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Now let's get rid of them first. She quickly swam behind another mermaid and stabbed one of them with a hidden demon knife. She also heard Yan Chen thread just now. If they don't really feel the danger, they probably won't let us go. Suji's hidden demon knife has a poisoning effect, and after cutting through the mermaid's skin and flesh, it took effect. The mermaid screamed in pain, and the wound slowly turned black and kept bleeding. The other 2 uninjured mermaids turned pale when they saw this. Suji frowned and raised the hidden demon knife. If you don't let them go, you will all die. If they don't get rid of these mermaids and leave now, they may all die when the mermaid princess and the witch come later. Suji didn't dare to take this risk. Being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. This is the mermaid territory, and she can't be soft-hearted. The injured mermaid screamed loudly, and the other 2 mermaids were scared to death. They, unlike the threats from Yan Chen just now they really felt the fear of death. At the moment when Suji's knife was about to fall, a mermaid finally screamed, "Let you go." Suji's face did not change, but she was actually relieved. Although she said something harsh, she did not want to kill them. There was no need unless it was absolutely necessary. Although one mermaid was injured and poisoned, it was not a fatal poison, and she could still be saved if she found a way. Suji was not so merciful. It was not her turn to worry about the rest. The barrier was opened. Suji pulled Yan Chen away immediately. Use this quickly, it can cover up the smell on your body. While running, he handed the magic gem strawberry perfume to Yan Chen. Yan Chen looked at the details of the magic gem strawberry perfume. The perfume contains the power of magic. Not only can it completely cover up the smell, it can also be used on specific people. Only specific people can smell the fragrance. Yan Chen sprayed the perfume on his body, hands, feet, and neck, and soon it was all used up. Suji, it smells so good and sweet, and it smells so good. The rich strawberry aroma hit his nose, and Suji was startled. Will you always smell this good in the future? Yan Chen's expression was unnatural. Do you think it smells bad? No, I just think it a bit funny that you suddenly smell like strawberries. In Suji's eyes, Yan Chen became a walking strawberry, and a super sweet one. Inexplicably cute. It okay. Suji, but... It okay, you won't meet many people, most of the time in the game. You play alone, I guess few people can smell it except me. Yan Chen hummed. The 2 swam very fast, for fear of meeting the mermaid princess on the way here, and also worried that the mermaids would go to report the news, and the mermaid princess would catch up. Now it's just covering up the smell, and can't find it for the time being, and I don't know if the mermaid princess will have other tricks. After swimming for a long time, the two finally left the mermaid area. Just as they were about to get out of the cave, they vaguely heard heart-wrenching screams and strange cries from behind. Suji's scalp numbed for a moment, and his eardrums were a little painful. It was estimated that the mermaid princess had already discovered it and was going crazy. Suji did not dare to delay for a moment. We have to run faster. I guess the pursuers have been sent out by now. Yinshin, is your shelter far away? Not very far. Swim for another hour. Or we can kayak there. Suji brought a kayak with him this time, since it can hold 2 people anyway. Yinshin, that fine, I paddle, you sit and rest for a while, thank you for your hard work. Suji took out the kayak from his backpack. No, but I just happened to be sitting and talking to Li Ming, Zhou Shuiyue. I rescued you. I guess they are worried about you too. The moment the two climbed onto the kayak, Suji heard the system message. The light screen suddenly popped up. Release a limited time task. The sad story of the mermaid princess. The wedding is imminent. The mermaid princess consort has been kidnapped. Please find the mermaid princess consort and send him back to the underwater ruins. A reward of 100 gold ore. Click to receive the task to get the underwater ruins teleportation stone. Find the consort, and you can be teleported to the underwater ruins immediately. Damn, Suji explained directly. 100 gold ores. Is the mermaid princess so rich? Does she have a gold mine? In order to find Yinshin, she spent so much money. Suji glanced at Yinshin. This mermaid princess is sincere to you. She even issued a bounty mission. Yinshin, what mission? Suji teased, the mission to capture you. She just finished speaking. The system issued another message. Issue a limited time mission. Resolve the anger of the mermaid princess. The disappearance of the prince consort is related to the player. The mermaid princess will vent her anger on all game players. From now on, the sea will be stormy. At night, the mermaid princess will sing for the prince consort all night. The singing will affect the player's sleep and reduce the player recovery points until the prince consort is found. The player who captures the prince consort will obtain the mermaid princess personal magic skills. Suji glanced at Yinshin dimly. It good now, we are both fugitives, and the whole game is trying to catch us. Yinshin laughed when he heard it. Really? Suji, you can still laugh. Yinshin, don't worry, it okay. Suji shook his head. I'm not worried about it. I just think the rewards are rich. I wish I wasn't the person involved. I also want to complete these 2 tasks. Yinshin, what rewards? Suji read the contents of the 2 tasks to Yinshin in detail. You want gold ore and magic skills? Suji, of course I want gold ore. It's very useful. I'm in need of it now. If she gets 100 gold ores, she will be really rich. Make dozens of foundation makers, and in time, the shelter can be expanded into an island. Yinshin, how about you pretend to find me, send me back, get 100 gold ores, and then we can escape. Suji, not really, I am still a fugitive. Those 2 mermaids recognize me, and am I that kind of person? What if we can't escape? Suji thought, you are fine, the mermaid princess will never hurt you, but I am miserable. It would be easy for me to kill her directly. I guess she will torture me severely. Just thinking about it is scary. Yinshin, okay, then I will help you find gold ore. Suji, that what you said. I rescued you. You think about how to repay me. Yinshin looked into Suji's eyes. How do you want me to repay you? Suji, it's simple. My shelter is short of manpower. There are many things that need help. You don't need to dig for treasure anyway. You can feed chickens, raise pigs and cattle, harvest vegetables, and fish in my shelter. Anyway, food and accommodation are provided, and you will not miss out on benefits. With Yinshin joining her, she will have more time to dig for treasures and practice martial arts. But she was a little worried that Yinshin would not be happy. After all, he seemed to love freedom. He seemed a little constrained to do odd jobs in her shelter, even though she had just saved him. It seemed a little too much to ask him to work for her just for this. If Yinshin didn't want to, she couldn't force him. Chapter 107. Suji looked at Yinshin expectantly. But Yinshin asked a question that surprised Suji. Are you sure that after using this perfume, the mermaid princess won't be able to find me? I'm afraid that if I go back with you, I get you into trouble. Suji smiled, relieved, so he was still worried about this. Suji, She probably won't be able to find me, otherwise she wouldn't be so angry and issue a task, offering a reward of 100 gold ores. Do you know how many players this will drive crazy? She thought for a moment, and then said, "It's not a big deal. Since I've come to save you, I'm not afraid of those things. Just solve the problems when they arise." Yinchen nodded. "Then go back." Suji nodded vigorously. "Go back. Don't worry. I will never treat you badly. I give you a whole room. It just so happens that the area of the shelter has been expanded a lot, so it's not a problem to build another room. You won't have to sleep in the open anymore." Yinchen's eyes were gentle. "Yes." Suji was delighted and excited. She had wanted to help her for a long time, and Yinchen was her best partner. Now Yinchen was willing to go back to the shelter with her. Wasn't that God help? And there was no need to worry about inconvenience. She was about to upgrade the shelter, and it would definitely be more luxurious by then, so it wouldn't be a problem to accommodate one more person. Before she was happy for long, she heard a strange singing voice coming from behind. Probably the mermaid princess was singing. The wind and waves on the sea were getting stronger and stronger. The kayak was already filled with water, but it was still possible for now. The two of them quickly increased their rowing speed. The weather was bad to begin with, and it looked like it might rain heavily. Suji's body was already wet, so he could just go back and change. As for Yinchen, after living in the sea for so long, he probably didn't care. Suji asked, "Is that the mermaid princess singing?" Yinchen, "Yes." Suji, "It sounded very far away." Yinchen, "Her singing will affect the body, but it is only effective within a certain range." Suji, "She said she would sing only at night. It's broad daylight now. It seems that the mermaid princess has gone crazy, launching sonic attacks day and night. Although it's still far away, she might find a place to sing." It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon when the two returned to the shelter. They were hungry after rowing for so long. Suji put away the kayak and introduced her home to Yinchen. "Come and see. This is my vegetable garden. This is a small pond, a flower garden, and I also have a pig shed, where I raise pigs and a cow." Suji said excitedly, "I will build a fish pond and a barn in a few days. Let's go in and take a look." She led Yinchen into the house, because the living room was full of foundation makers. It felt a bit messy as soon as she entered. Suji hurriedly didn't put them in order. There were things here and there. People with obsessive-compulsive disorder would definitely feel uncomfortable. She herself was a little embarrassed. She laughed twice. "Is it a bit messy? I tidy it up later," Yinchen said. "It okay." Suji observed Yinchen's expression and found that he seemed to be in a good mood. "Do you want to live on the first floor or the second floor? Where do you live?" "I live on the second floor. There are no rooms upstairs. There is a room on the first floor. There are some supplies in it now. I can put them in my backpack and leave the room for you to live in. But if you want to live upstairs, I can move the workshop to the first floor." Suji still wanted to satisfy Yinchen as much as possible. "I can do either. It depends on what is more convenient for you." Suji, "Actually, they are all the same. I have to clean up anyway, and I will be able to upgrade in the next 2 days. There will definitely be more rooms. Both upstairs and downstairs will be spacious. You can live wherever you want." Yinchen, "Then I will stay on the sofa for 2 days. I will wait for you to upgrade." Suji glanced at the sofa. "Then I will put the sofa in my backpack and make a bed for you." Yinchen, "Okay." Suji nodded. "Okay, let's do it. Let's eat first." In order to welcome Yinchen and celebrate his escape from the control of the mermaid princess, Suji decided to ask Li Ming for some delicious food. Together with her own stock, it was enough for the two of them to have a big meal. Suji thought of a question. Yinchen has been staying in the underwater ruins. What has he eaten these days? She asked directly. Yinchen, "Sashimi, seaweed, and some conch that can be eaten raw." Suji, "It's not easy. Eating this every day must be easy to get a stomachache." Yinchen, Suji, "Ha ha, then we won't eat seafood for lunch today, and eat more vegetables and fruits." Li Ming learned that Suji saved Yinchen, and combined with the tasks issued by the system, she knew that Suji had offended the mermaid princess, and was now wanted for a bounty, and was both happy and worried. "We have as much food as you want, but you and Yinchen have to be careful, and if you need any help, just send me a message." Suji comforted her. "Don't worry, we be fine." Li Ming, "Now everyone is discussing how to find the mermaid princess consort. You must keep a low profile, and don't tell anyone." Suji, yeah. I won't tell anyone. Li Ming, I won't tell anyone either. At Suji's request, Li Ming sent a few hot dishes, which did not include seafood, but only a bowl of hot slow-cooked fish soup. After Suji received it, he placed it on the dining table, filling it up. Look, a welcoming banquet prepared for you. Come and eat. Suji invited Yanchen to come for dinner. Turning around, he saw Yanchen standing in front of Patio Petalum. Suji said as he set the table, "That my pet, isn't it pretty?" Yanchen, "Yes, it pretty." Suji, "Right, it can communicate with me after contracting a pet. You can communicate with the pet telepathically." Yanchen sat down. "Not bad. It has some skills. It's sleeping right now. When she wakes up, I introduce you to it." Yanchen nodded. "Yeah. Okay." Suji's words today were the sum of the past 10 days. She felt that she had not stopped talking, mainly because she was happy, and also because Yanchen had just arrived and he was quiet. If she did not speak, she would be embarrassed. She saw that Yanchen had been responding all the time, and his expression was also very gentle. He should be satisfied with this place. Thinking of this, Suji was also a little proud. It must be more comfortable than living in the cold underwater ruins. No one talked during the meal. Suji opened the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. The reward for this mission is very tempting, but where can we find the mermaid princess husband? There is no clue at all. How can we find him? Isn't there a teleportation stone in the underwater ruins? Can we teleport there directly? There will definitely be clues. Isn't the mermaid princess going to sing at night? Maybe she will mention something in the song. That makes sense, but the singing will affect the recovery of physical points. The number of treasure hunts during the day is pitifully small. If the physical points cannot be recovered, then we can't even dig for treasure. That would be a big loss. But if I can get 100 iron ores, and the magic skills taught by the mermaid princess. You said the mermaid princess husband was kidnapped by water? It has something to do with the player. Which player is so awesome? He directly took the mermaid princess husband away. It really awesome. Could it be that the husband is too good looking? Suji looked up at Yanchen, then took a big sip of fish soup. Yanchen, what wrong? Suji, it okay, is the food delicious? All made by Li Ming. Yanchen, I tasted it, it delicious. Suji nodded. Eat more. Li Ming said that we will still get 2 dinners every day in the future. Yanchen, okay, what do you need me to do in the afternoon? Suji thought for a while. I plan to go to the seabed to dig for treasures and kill monsters in the afternoon. You can work in the shelter, harvest the vegetables in the vegetable field. If there is any vacant land, sow seeds. I put a big bucket over the seawater filter. It shouldn't be full in the afternoon. You pay attention. If it is full, change the bucket. The foundation maker will continue to produce foundations. 10 foundations can be combined into 1 square meter of land, but you can leave this alone. Wait for me to come back and deal with it. I fed the pigs and cows in the pig shed this morning. You can feed them tomorrow. After Suji finished speaking, he felt that there was nothing to do today. So he said, if you are bored, go fishing. I put a statue over there, which can increase the success rate of fishing. It is easy to catch fish. You can sit there and fish. If you catch fish, you can put them in a small pond or give them to Li Ming to cook. Okay. Suji, by the way, I have a lot of drawings in my storage cabinet. You can take a look and put them on the workbench if you think you need them. Suji took out the communication symbol and gave it to Yanchen. This is for you. You can contact me anytime with this. Just like a phone. Yanchen eyes lit up. And he took it. Okay. Suji, I'm digging for treasure nearby. If you have anything, call me. I can come back right away. Yanchen, don't you want me to go treasure hunting with you? Suji, no. The sea monsters are not powerful. I can deal with them myself. And you can help me kill monsters, but they won't drop supplies. It a waste. Yanchen, that right. Actually, Suji didn't sleep well last night. She should have gone to bed earlier, but she is under more pressure now. There are more people in the shelter. She has to upgrade earlier, and she is wanted by a bounty, so becoming stronger is the best solution. Since Yanchen has been brought back, she should be given a safe and stable environment. We can't let him be caught by the mermaid princess again. After struggling, Suji decided to use the copy card on the gem strawberry. Copy card takes effect. Seeing the gem strawberry in his hand turn from 1 to 2. Suji was a little nervous. Eat one first, see what attribute points can be added. After taking a bite, sweet juice exploded in her mouth. So sweet. Suji had never eaten such sweet strawberries before, full of strawberry flavor, not only sweet and delicious, but also very cool. She felt full of strength. Player Suji takes gem strawberries, permanently increases the player physical strength limit by 10 points. The effect of adding 10 points of physical strength is quite large. If you are lucky, you can increase the number of treasure hunts by 1. There was still one left. Suji was a little reluctant to eat it all at once. But she was curious. Forget it, it will be the same tomorrow. So she ate another identical gem strawberry. One bite at a time. Player Suji took the gem strawberry, permanently increased strength points by 3 points. She saw her body enveloped by a blue light, which lasted for a long time before disappearing. Suji opened her character information. Name, Suji. Gender, female. Age, 23. Location, District 10. Stamina points, 110. Strength, 70, upgradable. Luck index, 92, upgradable. Skills, artisan level forging, proficiency 135, intermediate gathering, proficiency 64, intermediate swimming, proficiency 41, primary alchemy, proficiency 50, primary pet taming, proficiency 29, primary sewing, proficiency 28. Forging skills far surpass other skills. I have to find time to help Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyu upgrade their weapons in the evening. They are still using red weapons now. I have wanted to do it for a long time, but I have been too busy these days and have delayed it. Now that Yanchen is here to help, Suji can spare a lot of time to do other things. Look, just after dinner, without Suji saying anything, Yanchen has already consciously gone to the vegetable field to harvest vegetables. Seeing Yanchen working hard, Suji nodded with satisfaction. Let Yanchen take care of the housework of this family, and I will just kill monsters and dig treasures, and make weapons to earn supplies. She put on a thick diving suit, looking at the turbulent sea, jumped into the sea without hesitation. Hearing a splash, Yanchen looked up and saw only a splash on the sea surface. Suji just dived to the bottom of the sea, and found that there were more monsters on the bottom of the sea. The size of the monsters became larger, and their appearance also changed. Before, the crab monster was only the size of a winter melon, but now it is half a meter long and half a meter high. However, Suji still solved it easily with the hidden demon knife. As the monsters level up, the materials they drop also increase. Obtained, Foundation X3, Crab Meat X1, Bone Meal X1. The foundation drops 3 at once. And Bone Meal. Bone Meal, advanced material, widely used, can be used to make fertilizer, recovery potion, dye, mixed with grass seeds to make wildflowers bloom on the grass, increase egg production rate. Awesome. Bone Meal is too strong. This increased Suji's enthusiasm for killing monsters. She originally wanted to come down to find a treasure digging spot, not to kill monsters, seeing the monsters grow bigger. She killed one to see, unexpectedly. The harvest was not small. Then I have to kill 10 or 8 monsters today, to get more bone meal. Suji was in high spirits, holding the hidden demon blade tightly, and looking at the nearby crab monsters, lobster monsters. At this time, the communication symbol tied to her hand suddenly glowed. Suji was stunned. She had never used this thing before. If it glowed, it was probably Yanchen looking for her. Suji reached out and touched it, and heard a voice coming from the communication symbol. A dolphin is looking for you. Do you want to come back? It was the little dolphin. I don't know what's going on. She just started here, and going back would delay her again. What does it want to talk to me about? Give it the communication symbol. Suji heard Yanchen talk to little dolphin. She asked you what's going on, and you can talk to her by looking at this. Yanchen's voice, when talking to little dolphin, was soft and gentle, and different from usual. Little dolphin made a humming sound. Why did you bring back the mermaid princess consort? Now she is looking for you everywhere. Yanchen interrupted him immediately. I have nothing to do with the mermaid princess. Little dolphin said doubtfully. But all the fish heard that the mermaid princess was going to get married, but she was taken away by someone, which was a big loss of face. Suji said to the communication symbol, Little dolphin, he is my friend. He didn't want to marry the mermaid princess, so I took him away. Little dolphin. Can you please not tell others that he is here? Little dolphin. Okay, we are friends, then you should be careful. Suji. Yeah, what do you like to eat? I am looking for something in the sea now. I will bring it back to you. Can you play at my house first? Yanchen, go to the storage room and take some fish for it to eat. I will be back soon. Chapter 108. Suji killed several more octopus monsters, crab monsters, and the largest one was an eel monster. He got a lot of supplies. Crabs don't have much meat, so only a little can be decomposed. But when octopus and eels are decomposed, they have more meat. There are also some small monsters, such as squids. When I see them, I kill them easily. Octopus meat X18, crab meat X3, eel meat X5, squid bone X4, foundation X20, bone meal X3, glass X5, high grade wood X10, seaweed X5, grass seeds X3, sugar X1. Sugar is obtained by killing eel monsters. I didn't expect that there would be seasonings. Suji happily closed the backpack interface, and she saw the treasure digging point. With the water repellent beads, she doesn't spend much energy points when she underwater now. Treasure digging also consumes a lot less energy points. Before, it took 18 to 20 points to dig something up. Now it only takes 16 to 17 points to dig it out. Stamina points minus 17, get red supply box. Stamina points minus 17, get Coke X2. Stamina points minus 16, get gold or X1. Stamina points minus 16, get white supply box. Stamina points minus 17, get island teleportation stone X1. Suji was overjoyed. Today she was so lucky. She dug up gold ore and island teleportation stones. She could go to the island again. She still had a lot of stamina points left. Since the upper limit was increased by 10 points, she could dig again. Stamina points reduced by 17, get the recipe for recovery potion X1. So cool. All the things she dug up today were good stuff. Recovery potion, restore 1 stamina point per second after taking it, lasting for 10 seconds. Production requirements, alchemy table, intermediate alchemy skills. Recipe, bone meal X1, ginseng fruit X1, cuttlefish bone X1. She had all the materials needed in the recipe, but her alchemy skills were not yet at the intermediate level. It seems that I need to refine more medicine, improve my skill proficiency, and sprint to the intermediate level. Suji was about to go back, and heard the system prompt. The first water world settlement will start at 8 o'clock tonight. Players who have not reached level 7 will be eliminated. Each region will be ranked by shelter score, and the top 10 players will receive rewards. Yes, I said before that there will be a settlement after the skill competition. Now I come. Suji almost forgot. But she has already reached level 7. And her friends around her are not in danger of being eliminated. So Suji has never paid attention to this. Now that the treasure hunt is over, she should go back. She only has a few points of stamina left. If she encounters a few more monsters, she will have to eat to regain her stamina. Suji surfaced and saw Yin-chan sitting at the entrance of the shelter fishing. He sat on the small bench where Suji sat before, and the little dolphin lay on the soft cushion to eat. The two of them, one person and one dolphin, are having a great time. Suji climbed up. I'm back. The little dolphin shook its tail. You're finally back, I'm full. Suji, what did you eat? I ate my favorite cod. The little dolphin voice was cheerful. Suji remembered that. She had gotten some cod last time and put it in the storage room. She looked at Yin-chan. Yin-chan, it said it liked it, so I gave it to it. Suji, yeah, I brought back a lot of supplies. I have to settle the bill tonight. I plan to quickly expand the area of the shelter. Yin-chan, okay, is there anything I can help you with? Suji, well, it would be nice if you could share the light screen with me and help me check the news and sell some things. Yin-chan, I have harvested all the vegetables and found some seeds in the cabinet, and I have planted them. Some fruits are ripe, and I have put all the harvested ones in the storage room. The rice and wheat will be ripe in a few days. Suji, okay. Thank you for your hard work. Nothing. Yin-chan didn't feel tired at all. By the way, did you catch any fish? Yin-chan, I caught some. He said some. Suji went over and looked in the bucket, which was already full. There were herrings, sardines, and a big tuna. Suji, it amazing, you caught so many. Little Dolphin said, yes, it amazing, you caught one in a short while. Suji asked Little Dolphin about the situation of the mermaid princess. Then Little Dolphin said, he asked me just now. Suji looked at Yin-chan. Yin-chan, I know almost everything, I tell you later. Okay, then I go change clothes first. She had to change into dry clothes. When she came out again, the little dolphin was already sleeping soundly on the mat. Suji didn't expect the little dolphin to be able to live out of water, but this is a game, so there's no need to think so realistically. Seeing it eating and drinking and sleeping happily, Suji smiled. At this time, Papillon also woke up. Master. Suji, Lan Bao, it just so happens that I introduce you to him. This is Yin Chen, my friend, and he live with us in the future. Papillon rotated its flower, looking in the direction of Yin Chen. Is he the master partner? Suji quickly said, no. No, just a friend. Yin Chen could not hear Papillon's voice, but only heard Suji's voice. He looked at Suji with a strange expression. Suji scratched his head awkwardly. Ha, I was just explaining to my pet plant, it misunderstood. God knows that plants also know what partner means. Yin Chen, yeah. The cooling time of the lucky pocket has passed. Suji has to think about what to put in it again. There seems to be nothing suitable to put in it at the moment. Suji couldn't think of anything, so he simply asked Yin Chen if he had any good suggestions. As a result, Yin Chen did propose several solutions from a new perspective. Since the gem strawberry can have this effect, then can we try to put other ordinary fruits in it? Maybe it can be upgraded to something similar to the gem strawberry. Even if it can't, it won't be too bad. It's just a few fruits. It won't be bad to use them for an experiment. If you don't want to use gemstones of other colors, you could also use some seabed pearls or something. Yin Chen said, I can go find some pearls for you. I know where to find them. Suji, okay. Let find pearls another day. I put a peach in it today. Suji chose a big and red peach and put it in the magic pocket. If it really turns into a gem peach, it will be a big profit, although the possibility is relatively small. Suji himself knows that it is not that simple. It was getting dark. It was going to rain heavily tonight. Suji collected all the foundations produced by the foundation maker into his backpack. There were 400 in total. It would take time to synthesize. Suji decided to open a box first, so that he could have dinner later. I got 2 supply boxes today, one red and one white, and I open them all now. As usual, open the red one first. Feel the joy of the red box. Open the red supply box, obtain Lucky Pendant Blueprint X1, Gold or X1, Amethyst X1, Obsidian X1, Broken Mysterious Disc X1, Apricot Sapling X1, Melon Seed X1, Lettuce Seed X1. Compared to the purple box, most of the supplies in the red supply box are very practical. Open another white supply box. Get Soy Sauce X1, Rapeseed X1, a can of milk powder, a bag of mints, Instant Noodles X2, Toilet Paper X1, Cigarette X1, Bath Towel X1, Quilt X1. Not bad, this box is full of daily necessities, and there are quite a few. It a super lucky day. Suji suspected that she was blessed by the goddess of luck today. After opening the box, she immediately took the mysterious disc to repair it. Then she picked up the Lucky Pendant Blueprint. Lucky Pendant, a pendant with magical energy. Wearing it will increase your luck by 1 point. And it will also bring you good luck. Production conditions, enchanting table, intermediate magic skill. Production materials, magic pink crystal X1, lavender X1, obsidian X1. The blueprint is available, but Suji magic skill is not yet at the intermediate level. It just like the recovery potion. Suji was a little disappointed. She not only had to make more medicine, but also use the enchanting table more these days. In short, I have to speed up the upgrade of my other skills. Otherwise these blueprints will have to be put aside for now. Suji decided to start refining medicine after making weapons tonight. Yin Chen will be responsible for other things at home. After dinner time, it was completely dark. The sound of the waves was surging and terrifying. And you could hear it even if you stayed in the shelter. Some players in the chat channel have complained about hearing the mermaid princess singing. It's so scary. No wonder it affects the recovery of physical points. Because I can't sleep at all when I hear this song. It's really scary. What is it singing? I seem to be very close. I heard it. It seems to be singing. I must leave your heart at the bottom of the sea. I will definitely kill the woman who took you away. You must come back to me. Even if it costs blood, I will find you. Damn, this word is also very creepy. Why do I feel that the mermaid princess is not a good thing? Today I used the teleportation stone to go to the underwater ruins, and I met the mermaid princess. I went there too. Why couldn't I see her? I was almost killed by a mermaid. Yes, many people went there. How come you were the only one who saw the mermaid princess? Although all players who accepted the task had an underwater teleportation stone, not all players could find the mermaid princess. Many players also went to the underwater ruins, but now the mermaids are very malicious towards humans. If you don't find any clues, you will be attacked by mermaids instead. Especially when you are close to the underwater ruins, you will hear the mermaid princess singing up close, which will cause you to be in a very bad mental state. What more, ordinary players don't have water-repellent beads. There is no way to stay under the sea for a long time, let alone to meet the mermaid princess. That of course because I have won the favor of the mermaid princess, and I have a treasure, which allows me to breathe freely in the water. How is it? Is the mermaid princess beautiful? It's hard to describe. My family, not to mention beautiful, I can't bear to look at it at all. No wonder she ran away. I guess she was scared away. Are there any other clues? Yes, the mermaid princess gave me 2 portraits. The portraits depict the prince consort and the player who stole the prince consort. As long as I can find the clues, I will give you a reward. If you want the portraits, you can private message me. Seeing this, Suji couldn't help but private message the player. Not to mention anything else, just wanted to see how her portrait was drawn. She sent a message to the player while eating. But the player was too busy and couldn't reply at all. It was her turn after Suji finished eating. Hello. If you want a portrait, you need to trade it for 10 iron ores. 2 portraits for a total of 10 iron ores. Suji knew that there was no free lunch in the world. And this person probably wanted to make money from this. However, Suji could still afford 10 iron ores. She sent the iron ore. The other party quickly sent 2 portraits. In the portrait, Yin-Chen was vivid and lifelike. However, she was painted as an ugly female demon. Suji had a subtle expression. I don't know whether I should be happy or speechless. I am happy because in this way, no player can recognize her through the portrait, let alone find her. I am speechless because I am so ugly to be ugly like this. Yin-Chen just came over and saw her holding 2 portraits. What are you looking at? Suji, let me show you who does this look like. Yin-Chen, I can't tell, is it a siren? Which? Suji laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, it does look a bit like it. She didn't say it was her portrait, but it was quite funny anyway. These 2 portraits cost 10 iron ores, which is a bit of a loss. Suji, now all the players in the game are looking for us, and the portraits are out. What I am curious about is that players can't meet each other. Can anyone find us? Chapter 109. After dark. The number of people online in the 10th district has decreased by 10,000. Another cruel elimination. Players no longer complain about the cruelty of the system, and the cruelty of the game in the chat channel as they did at the beginning. Most of the players who have survived the game to this day have adapted to this. What more, swearing and complaining can't solve any problems at all. Everyone is more concerned about the rewards after the settlement. There are penalties and rewards for each settlement. Players who fail to reach level 7 will be eliminated. And those who upgrade will receive a survival gift pack. The gift pack will be sent to each player mailbox along with the settlement email. Suji opened the email. And the first thing that caught his eye was the ranking list of the 10th district. Shelter rating ranking list. First place. Suji 2nd place. Tong Haosong 3rd place. Chi Rong 4th place. Li Ming 5th place. Zhou Xueyue 6th place. Bai Yun 7th place. Tang Yingyu 8th place. Lu Fu 9th place. Situ Lily 10th place. Wang Di Suji and Tong Haosong ratings were not much different. There is only a 10-point difference. I guess Suji's advantage is that she has more foundations. She has several foundation makers, and she has been producing foundations like crazy these days, which has expanded the area of the shelter a lot, so the score has naturally gone up. Tong Haosong's score is similar to hers, probably because his interior decoration and home furnishings are better than Suji. Suji's home looks very simple, except for the necessary furniture. There is nothing else, and the things are placed in a mess, which is not beautiful at all. But even so, she still ranked first, and the scores of the first and second place were far behind those behind. Suji scored 209 points, and Chi Rong, who ranked third, only scored 137 points. In short, Suji and Tong Haosong were far ahead. Suji scrolled down the email, and turned to the bottom, and then saw the rewards for her settlement this time. Survival Gift Pack X1, reward for level 7. Random Intermediate Skill Upgrade Card X1, reward for the top 10 in each district. X1. Advanced Gift Pack X1, reward for the first place in each district. Only the players who are ahead will get better and better. And the rewards for the top few places alone can give them a significant improvement. Suji received the reward with one click, and then took them out and opened them separately. Open the Survival Gift Pack. Get Foundation X100. Iron ore X100. Pure water 10L. Steamed buns X10. Wheat seeds X1. Vegetable seeds X1. Plantable land X5. The supplies given in this survival gift pack are very rich. With these, players can not only expand the area of the shelter, but also be self-sufficient for a period of time. However, considering the recent weather problems, the difficulty of planting has greatly increased. It is not possible to grow food just by getting land and seeds. It rained so hard today that all the vegetables Su Ji had planted outside were soaked. Yin Chen was taking remedial measures in the vegetable field. Su Ji discussed with him about building a vegetable greenhouse, but it couldn't be done tonight. She continued to open other gift packs. Open the upgrade gift pack. Get red weapon blueprint X1. Red armor blueprint X1. Full set of diving equipment X1. Seabed or distribution map X1. This gift pack is also full of good stuff. Especially the seabed or distribution map is very practical. Su Ji can go explore the seabed with Yin Chen, bring in ore detector, and they will definitely find a lot of ore. In this way, Su Ji can sell the ore detector to the top 10 players, and it is estimated that he can sell it for a good price. Open the advanced gift package. Obtain Island Teleportation Stone X1, Pet Contract X1, Pet Bag X1, Space Backpack X1. The Space Backpack is similar to the pigskin backpack that Su Ji got before. You can put a lot of things in it, and only the weight of the backpack itself is carried. The things put in do not take up weight. But the Space Backpack has a larger memory, equivalent to the memory of a 20 square meter room, and can hold a lot of things. It doesn't need to occupy the system backpack. In this way, when you go out to search for supplies, many small things can be thrown into the Space Backpack. You don't have to worry about not having enough space in the backpack anymore. Su Ji put all the supplies in his pocket with satisfaction. This time, summarize it in one word: cool. First place is good. You can get much more and much better things than others. Late at night, a tar lamp was lit outside Su Ji's shelter. Yin Chen built a simple shed for the vegetables in the vegetable field, which was actually just a shelter from the rain, which looked simple, but was very practical. This was the best he could do in a short time. He was wearing a raincoat and a hat, and his tall figure was busy in the vegetable field. Su Ji was not idle either. She would stay up late tonight too. She planned to help Yin Chen upgrade the orange snow sword, and enchant it at the same time. This was a big project. She didn't have the blueprint for the golden weapon, so she could only upgrade it with her own design. The gems Yin Chen gave her last time, some of which had enchantment functions, Su Ji planned to use directly on him, such as obsidian, sapphire, and ruby. The orange snow sword was already a gorgeous sword. Even with these gems, it wouldn't look weird, but would be even more gorgeous and advanced. Su Ji could imagine how beautiful it would be to use after the sword was enchanted. She asked Yin Chen to rest early, and she would go to bed after she was done. As it turned out, it was past 4 o'clock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yin Chen asked Su Ji outside the door, "Is it convenient for you to come in?" Su Ji was stunned. Yin Chen was still awake. "Come in." Yin Chen walked in with a bowl of soup. "I guess you are almost done. I just made seafood soup. Would you like to drink some?" Su Ji smelled the fragrance. "Why are you still awake?" "Yin Chen, I just finished my work too. I couldn't sleep, so I stewed the soup." "Su Ji, have you been busy in the vegetable field?" Yin Chen, "Well, the shed is ready. The vegetables should be harvested normally." "Su Ji, you work too hard. I didn't expect Yin Chen to be willing to work late at night." "It okay, I can't sleep anyway, so I do something." Yin Chen moved a table over. "Drink soup first." The orange snow sword happened to be placed on the enchantment table, so Su Ji could take a break and catch her breath. Okay. She had a sore shoulder and back, and she put down the things in her hands while moving her arms and neck. "Are you tired?" "Su Ji, a little. Mainly my neck is sore. It would be nice if I could get a massager." Su Ji thought, maybe one day I will get one. By the way, the CD that was put on the repair table for repair today should be repaired. She can try to draw a prize. Seeing that Su Ji didn't drink the seafood soup and was going to work, Yin Chen reached out and pulled her. "What wrong?" Su Ji paused, looked back at him. "Oh, I remembered that there was something I didn't do. I repaired a lottery CD. I tried to draw a prize." When Yin Chen heard that she was just going to get something, he let go of her hand, thinking that she was going to do something again. He had never thought that Su Ji was actually a workaholic. Once she got busy, she couldn't stop. It was so late. And she still didn't go to bed. Yin-Chen didn't see the orange snow sword. If he knew that Suji didn't sleep at night to upgrade the orange snow sword, he would never let her do that, and would definitely urge her to rest. But Suji happened to put the orange snow sword into the enchantment table. So Yin-Chen thought she was busy with something very important. He couldn't interfere with Suji's plans and arrangements. After all, he had just arrived and didn't have a very clear plan. He couldn't just influence her with his own ideas. Suji trotted over and brought the mysterious CD. My favorite episode, the lottery session. Open the Waterworld Lottery Mall and click on the CD. The lucky wheel started spinning immediately. Suji stared at the pointer, hoping that there would be a super big prize today. Finally, the pointer landed on the mysterious big prize. Suji clenched his fist and said excitedly, "Nice eye. I really won the grand prize. Get Greenhouse Blueprint X1. Great. This is like someone giving you a pillow when you are sleepy. Suji just needs a greenhouse." Suji showed it to Yin-Chen. "Look at the blueprint I just drew. Isn't it super practical?" Yin-Chen, "Indeed, it amazing." Suji blinked proudly. "Ha ha ha, not bad. I knew I was blessed by the goddess of luck today." Yin-Chen nodded. "Now drink the soup quickly, and go to bed early." Suji, "Yeah. Okay. Let's drink together." "You didn't drink either. Right?" They drank a bowl each. The seafood soup tasted delicious. And it was full of ingredients. It used a lot of fresh ingredients obtained today, including crab meat, squid meat, several kinds of fish meat, and snail meat. The various sweet and fresh flavors were combined into a bowl of soup, which was absolutely amazing. Although Yin-Chen didn't learn cooking skills, he probably knew how to cook before entering the game. So the food he made was quite delicious. Suji suddenly became curious. What did Yin-Chen do before? By the way, I don't think I've ever asked you, what did you do before? Suji never told Yin-Chen about his past. But the two of them will probably live under the same roof for a long time in the future. It's good to know more. In addition, Suji is indeed a little curious. Yin-Chen said calmly. "Before coming here, I have been working in the research institute, and the things I do may be boring for you." Suji's eyes widened even more. This was a sign of interest. "Research institute? What are you researching?" Yin-Chen, superconductivity, do you know? Suji, I actually know this. I saw a blogger mention it before, but I know very little about it. You are in the research institute every day, and after being pulled into the game, wouldn't your research be interrupted? Yin-Chen nodded, seemingly a little regretful. Yeah. Suji sighed. I don't know when we can go back. Yin-Chen, maybe soon. Suji thought about it, and it was true. There was no point in thinking about it now. Her goal was to keep getting stronger. Just like playing games in the past, you had to finish the game to see the final boss, and know the end and purpose of the game. At first, I didn't think you were an academic researcher, but now that you mention it, I really think you are a bit like that. Suji said this. Yin-Chen was curious. What the matter? Because you look serious, work seriously, and have strong hands-on skills. Suji commented seriously. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, after you drank the golden nutrient solution, have you had no side effects? Yin-Chen shook his head. Then do you still have the same desire for the golden nutrient solution as before? Yin-Chen thought for a while. How about I take it out now, and test it for you? After Suji finished speaking, he took out the remaining half bottle of golden nutrient solution from his backpack and shook it in front of Yin-Chen. How is it? Do you feel it? Chapter 110 Waterworld, Day 13. Yin-Chen picked it up and felt it, and there was indeed no reaction. His body was very calm. No, it should not be needed. Suji, maybe something more advanced is needed? Speaking of more advanced, Suji suddenly thought whether to put this half bottle of gold nutrient solution into the magic pocket and try it out. Before, she had directly irrigated the Paphiopedilum, and had never put it in. But what else can the gold nutrient solution be upgraded to? Suji could not imagine. Let's put it in, and try it tomorrow. Can we make the greenhouse tomorrow? Suji opened the greenhouse drawing and looked at it. Greenhouse. Planting vegetables and fruits in it will ignore the influence of weather. Most vegetables and fruits can be produced normally. Warm-loving crops will grow faster and better. Production conditions. Energy stone X20, high-grade wood X100, glass X50, planting area at least 50 square meters, plantable land X200. Not tomorrow, a lot of plantable land is needed, and there is not so much now. Yin-Chen, Can you go dig some somewhere? It should be possible to go to the island. There is too little arable land on the seabed. It was the morning of the 13th day in the water world. It rained even harder today, and there were even lightning and thunder. The heavy rain on the sea made the entire sea area uneasy, and the bean-sized raindrops fell into the sea and became part of the ocean. Suji estimated that this heavy rain would not stop in the short term. She yawned and started to sign in. Sign in successfully, obtained Moonstone X1, Strawberry Candied Haws X1, Blind Box Card X1. She opened the blind box card directly. A lot of daily necessities were opened, such as shower gel, hand cream, hand soap, shampoo, conditioner, toothpaste. This whole set came just in time. Suji planned to give it to Yen-chin. After all, although the two lived together, it was not convenient to share these things. Just give Yen-chin a new set. Then, she took out the peach from the magic pocket. Only half of the peach was left. The peach flesh was dissolved, leaving only half of the rotten flesh. But the pit had mutated. The peach flesh was rotten and useless. But the peach pit turned golden. Suji threw away the rotten peach flesh, leaving only the peach pit. She carefully checked it several times, but couldn't see what was inside. Since the peach pit has changed, it should be able to grow a different peach tree in the soil. What will the golden peach tree be? Will it be a flat peach? Or will it become a yellow peach? Suji handed the upgraded orange snow sword to Yen-chin. It was supposed to be made last night, but after drinking the soup and chatting for a while, she was too sleepy. Yen-chin persuaded Suji to go to sleep, so Suji didn't continue to endure it. It was not until this morning that I took the orange snow sword out of the enchantment table and completed the last step. After enchantment, the color of the orange snow sword became brighter, like a lightsaber, and was surrounded by beautiful light. A closer look revealed that it was the light emitted by the gem on the hilt. How is it? After upgrading it for you, the orange snow sword has some more enchantment effects. Suji just checked it. Although the name of the orange snow sword has not changed, it has an additional magic effect. Just like the hidden demon knife. Orange snow sword, after being enchanted, the weapon has a burning effect, with a burning high temperature, enough to melt the target's skin, thus causing greater damage. Yen-chin, I want to test its power. Suji, in that case, why don't we go to the seabed to look for ore together? Or we can go to the island. Yen-chin, can I go to the island with you? Suji, yes. I can, after I use the island card. A small boat will come to pick me up, you stay with me, and try to get on the boat. Although it rained heavily today, it did not affect her desire to go to the island. Although the seabed ore was very attractive, Suji still wanted to go to the island. One reason was to dig more land for the greenhouse, and the other was that the sand and soil needed to make the foundation were not enough. It was estimated that she was not the only one who had the foundation maker. The price of the raw materials needed to make the foundation had skyrocketed, and it was not as cheap as when Suji stocked up before. Now they were all sold at double the price. Suji didn't want to spend the money, so she might as well go to the island and dig it herself. There was sand and soil everywhere on the island, so she could dig it at will. She took out the island teleportation stone and clicked to use it. This time she chose to go to a new island, so she didn't choose the two islands she had visited before, but asked the system to randomly assign a new island. Just like before, Suji soon saw a small boat coming. She pulled Yen-chin onto the boat, and imagined many possibilities in her mind. For example, would Yen-chin be unable to get on, or be ejected from the boat by the system settings? Or, after he got on the boat would not sail. As a result, nothing happened. Yen-chin and Suji were taken to the island by the boat. Suji said happily, "It is a success. It seems you can go to the island with me in the future." The boat was indeed small. The two of them sat close together, otherwise there would be no room. Luckily, both of them were relatively light and thin, so they did not cause any burden to the boat. "It raining so hard, I guess we can't sleep on the island tonight, and have to come back early," Suji said to Yen-chin. Yen-chin, well, it good to come back. There are still many things to do at home. The foundation needs to be cleaned, the vegetables need to be checked, and the pig shed has not been cleaned. They left in a hurry. Suji packed up the things and asked Yen-chin to follow him. He didn't give him much time to prepare. Yen-chin had just fed the pigs and cows, and was about to leave. After just one day, Yen-chin regarded the shelter as his home. Suji was relieved. It was really good to have Yen-chin as a housekeeper at home. She would have less worries in the future. Soon, Suji saw an island covered by fog. She immediately thought of the forest in the misty season. Could there be a fog monster on this island? However, she soon gave up the idea. After the boat docked, the two got off the boat together. At first, they were very cautious. But later they found that the fog here was just a natural landscape and had nothing to do with poisonous gas. The hazy fog covered the forest, which was like a fairyland on earth. Whether it was in the air or on the sea, there was thick fog rising, which was blown by the wind. Mysterious and beautiful. Welcome to Yongmei Island. Congratulations to the third player to land on Yongmei Island. Rewards. Yongmei wine recipe, Yongmei canned recipe, Yongmei Island specialties will be rewarded when leaving. Yongmei Island. As the name suggests, there should be a lot of Yongmei trees. The ginseng on Ginseng Island refers to ginseng fruit, but Yongmei Island will not be ambiguous. If there are a lot of Yongmei, that not bad. She likes to eat Yongmei sour and sweet. Very appetizing. Not only can be used to make candied Yongmei, but also Yongmei wine, dried Yongmei juice, all of which she likes to eat. Besides, it rained so hard today, they came just in time. If they didn't come, the bayberries on the trees would be knocked down by the rain, and then they would fall all over the ground and become fertilizer for the trees, which would be wasted. Suji rushed forward quickly, thinking about finding the bayberry forest as soon as possible. However, she saw some materials that could be collected on the way, so she had to stop to collect them. Yenshin had been in the lake for a long time before, and he had some knowledge of wild plants. He could recognize common wild vegetables, but even if he couldn't recognize them, Suji said he could pick them, and he would just pick them. There are mushrooms everywhere. The hillside is full of haystacks, and there are some huge mushrooms hidden under the thick grass. Suji gave Yenshin a pigskin backpack, and asked him to use it to carry things, while he used the space backpack rewarded by the system to pack supplies. In addition to mushrooms, Suji did not even let go of the grass. These grass blocks were taken back and planted around the shelter, and a whole piece of grassland could be grown, and then the chickens, pigs and calves could be raised and eat pure natural grass. Suji dug wildly, including the grass and soil, and soon, half of the hillside was dug beyond recognition, and it was impossible to see what it looked like before. Suji was digging happily, suddenly heard Yenshin say, "I saw a rabbit." Suji stood up and looked around. Where is it? She wanted a rabbit. Rabbits have rabbit fur and rabbit meat? Rabbit fur is very important. Now the weather is cold. Rabbit fur can be used to make warm clothes, such as scarves, hats, gloves, etc. It over there, in the hole. Suji quickly opened her backpack to look for the trap. I set a trap quickly. Yenshin, no, you go do something else, I catch them. Suji said hurriedly, they have to be alive. You can't use them to test the sword. Yenshin smiled slightly. Got it. Suji was afraid that he would kill all the rabbits later to test the power of the sword. There would be enough rabbit meat, but the rabbit hair would be ruined. And Suji actually wanted to raise them, because she could build a barn right away. The feces of these animals can be used to make fertilizer. Then a cycle will be formed. Suji also followed Yenshin to catch rabbits. The two found many rabbit holes. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Rabbits have many holes, and they dug holes everywhere on the hillside. Yongmei didn't find it, but she found a bunch of rabbit holes and rabbit feces. She first set up a few traps where the rabbits must pass to return to the hole, and put some radishes and greens on them as bait. Moreover, the rain was so heavy, and some smells were diluted, making it difficult for rabbits to come out to find food, and there was a high probability that they would walk into the trap. I just don't know what Yenshin meant by help her catch it. Suji watched Yenshin put his hand directly into the rabbit hole, and reached out to grab it. Suji looked scary. Aren't you afraid of being bitten? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yenshin pick up a big white rabbit, fat and big, with a round butt and red eyes. It seemed to be frightened, struggling desperately, but couldn't escape from Yenshin's hand. Awesome. Suji didn't dare to reach in to catch it, for fear of being bitten. As the saying goes, rabbits bite when they are anxious, and being bitten is too painful. Suji only wanted to use a trap. But he watched Yenshin catch 1 rabbit at a time, and soon he caught 4 rabbits for her. 3 female rabbits, 1 male rabbit. This one should be pregnant. Suji, you can see this, so it can give birth to rabbits when you take it back? Yenshin, I guess so. Suji was very happy. Great, where did you learn to catch rabbits? Yenshin, my roommate raised rabbits for experiments before, and I helped catch them a few times. Okay, you can catch the rabbits, I'd better go do something else. Suji planned to look for bayberry trees after all. This is Bayberry Island. There must be 2 bayberry trees to live up to its name. Chapter 111. Suji didn't find the bayberry tree, but he found a mangrove forest. But this mangrove forest is very poor. You can see a few clams in the water, and there are no decent seafood. But it doesn't matter. Suji is interested in the sand here. She took out a shovel and started to shovel sand. Today, she must take more than 10 boxes back. And soil. The production foundation depends on them. She worked hard to dig soil and sand, and soon dug more than 10 boxes. After the upper limit of physical points increased, she felt that her strength had also increased a little. Opening the backpack, she saw sand X538, soil X382 in the backpack. Although she felt that it was not enough. It was getting late. It was 9 o'clock when she went out. And it was 11 o'clock now. She really had to find the bayberry tree. Yinshin seemed to be immersed in catching rabbits. And he didn't come to find her. The two agreed to meet at the place where they separated at 12 o'clock. But Suji spent a lot of time here. Even if she found the bayberry tree later, she could only pick some for a while, and then go to meet Yinshin. And then bring him over. On the way through the mangroves, Suji picked up a few shells and clams. There was no other way. Seeing them on the ground, she couldn't help but want to pick them up. Even though she didn't need them at all, and they were not valuable. But she couldn't let them go, as she felt that it would be a waste if she didn't pick them up. There was no bayberry forest behind the mangroves. But there was a green meadow, full of shiny plants, with leaves shining and swaying under the rain. Suji saw that these plants all had obvious signs of being collected. And most of them were blue quality. So he ran over with a smile on his face. He thought they would probably be some ornamental plants or medicinal plants. Unexpectedly, the results were even more surprising. They were all magical plants. Sniffing magic grass, blue quality material for magic energy potion. This is great. Although the specific function of the magic energy potion is still unknown. But just by looking at the name, you can tell that it is definitely a good thing. Anything related to the word energy is a high-level item, such as energy stones. Suji picked them up crazily. But there weren't many. There were only a dozen mature olfactory grasses on the whole lawn. Suji picked them all. She wanted to pull them up by the roots and plant them back. However, she was told that the growth environment of olfactory grass is very complex and not suitable for artificial planting. Suji gave up the idea. After returning, she tried to find the formula of the magic energy potion. If the energy potion is really useful, she can come to Yangmei Island to collect olfactory grass in the future. The main reason is that it consumes too many island teleportation stones. When she harvested the magic smell grass, she also dug up most of the grass in this field, and did not dig up the field where the magic smell grass grew. She took the grass back with the soil and grass, and spread it near the shelter. Maybe the magic smell grass can grow, or other plants. Even if they don't grow, they are still beautiful. After doing all this, it was already 12 o'clock. Suji thought, oh no, this is good, I might as well not look for Yangmei first, and just meet up with Yinshin. After a busy morning, they had made a lot of gains. But they had not found the key bayberry. Suji couldn't help but smile. Life is really a matter of time. She hurried back to the place where she and Yinshin separated. Yinshin was already waiting for her there. He was empty-handed and dirty, but his hands were washed. Suji, how was it? How many rabbits did you catch? Yinshin, 18. Suji gave a thumbs up, great. You caught so many. Yinshin, we found a rabbit nest, and we've got everything. His simple words made Suji very happy. It seems that we need to build a rabbit house right after we get back. Otherwise, where can we keep so many rabbits? Yinshin, if it inconvenient, I can build a small rabbit nest first. Suji, okay, can the backpack still fit? Yinshin, no problem. I've already looked all over there, and I didn't find any bayberry. Let go in another direction. Suji took out food and water. Eat something first and then go, you must be hungry too. Yinshin shook his head. Not bad. Then eat something, I brought a lot of food with me. Suji opened an umbrella, fixed it on the tree, then took out 2 folding chairs and a folding table, spread a waterproof cloth, made it look like a picnic in the suburbs. She took out things one by one, first the barbecue, the grilled fish, the steamed buns, and a soup, followed by fruits, drinks. How is it? Have a good meal, eat more at noon, so you can work better in the afternoon. Suji said the same thing to Yanchen in the morning. In fact, if she was alone, she might be more casual. Because eating alone, it always feels a little lacking if you pay attention to the sense of ceremony or take too much food. But with someone else accompanying you, it feels different. Suji still likes to have someone to eat with him. Suji noticed that. Yanchen likes to eat peaches, and whenever there are peaches, he will take one to eat. So this time, Suji also brought a few peaches and put them on the table. After the meal, Suji saw that he didn't take the peaches, and took the initiative to hand him one. Are you not going to eat fruit after the meal? Yanchen shook his head, and took the umbrella she had left on the tree. No. I hold the umbrella. Suji didn't take out the umbrella before. Both of them were wearing waterproof coats and hats. So Suji felt that it was unnecessary to hold an umbrella. And it was not convenient. It was different when eating. Without covering, the food would get wet and not taste good. As a result, Yanchen saw an umbrella and thought of him holding it. Suji, no need. It won't last long. We have to work soon. Suji was not particular about details. It didn't matter if her clothes and hair got wet. She could just go back and take a hot bath and drink some hot soup. She was in good health. It okay. Yanchen had already raised the umbrella and pulled her to his side, letting her hide under the umbrella. The rain fell on the top of the umbrella and didn't get Suji wet at all. Suji looked up at Yanchen and saw that he was looking straight ahead with a calm expression. Bayberry likes to grow in fertile land in the mountains and forests. Since we can't find it around here, we have to look deeper into the mountains and forests. The two of them crossed a hillside and saw a lot of chanterelles on the way. This kind of mushroom is golden yellow in color, and there are big clusters of them, which can be seen at a glance. I want to pick them when I see them. And they are all purple. You can make a dish by picking a few of them. Many of them are covered by leaves, hidden under the grass and moss, basically. You can pick a lot of them when you see one. Although he was in a hurry, Suji was reluctant to let go of these chanterelles. Fortunately, Yanchen helped him pick the mushrooms quickly. He picked them up randomly from the ground, and didn't need to look for them at all. This kind of mushroom tastes delicious when used for cooking, with a strong fragrance and firm flesh. Suji likes to eat it very much. Anyway, picking a mushroom won't take up much time. Yanchen was also very helpful. He was quick-witted and picked one at a time. And soon he picked a full basket. Here you go. He handed a basket of chanterelles to Suji. Suji put it in his backpack, and saw that there were more than 40 chanterelles. There were more than 30 purple ones, and 10 blue ones. I didn't expect that there were more high-quality ones. From the introduction, you can see that these chanterelles will be made by Li Ming, and become some food to increase physical strength. You can keep all the purple ones for yourself. And it's not a pity to sell the blue ones. It has been raining recently, so it is the season for mushrooms to grow. I guess you can pick them in the near future. Most of the chanterelles in the forest were picked today. When she has a chance to come again next time, they will definitely be refreshed. You must have eaten this mushroom before. Right? I picked it in the lake before, but the quality is not as good as here. Yanchen, I remember you like to eat it, but there are very few in the lake, unlike here where they are everywhere. Ha ha ha. You remember this, indeed. The most common mushrooms in the lake area before were porcini and Alpinia oleracea, and there were very few chanterelles. As they were talking, they smelled the scent of bayberry. The aroma of bayberry was strong, and when they smelled it, they knew that the bayberry forest was very close. Suji took 2 deep breaths and sniffed around. It seems to be over there. Do you smell it? Yanchen saw her using her nose to find something, and his mouth corners turned up, and he actually smiled happily. Yeah, I smell it. Suji, let go. Let pick bayberries. When they saw the bayberry forest, the air began to emit a sweet and sour taste. From a distance, there was a whole bayberry tree with lush branches and leaves in front of him. Through the dense leaves, he could see clusters of red bayberries, each of which was very large, crystal clear like agate, and hanging on the branches was very tempting. This bayberry variety was obviously large in shape, and its color was purple-black. Suji ran under the tree and picked one to check. Donkue bayberry, large fruit with small core, sweet and sour taste, rich fragrance, can be used to make wine, and bayberry wine made from blue and above quality bayberries can increase physical strength and power points after consumption. Suji was overjoyed. Bayberry wine can actually increase physical strength and power points. She got the recipe for bayberry wine when she came to the island. Pick. She would have to pick dozens of boxes of bayberries to bring back for winemaking. She and Yenshin couldn't pick all the bayberries in this forest. Suji wanted to use the teleportation card to ask Li Ming to come pick them together. But it seemed a bit wasteful. If I get the island teleportation stone next time, it would be better to use the teleportation card when I come here again. Today, time is running out. And the weather is bad, and we can't stay overnight. After Suji hesitated, she decided to wait until next time. After she returned, she would find a way to get an island teleportation stone, and then bring Li Ming with her. Now the most urgent task was to pick bayberries quickly. A lot of bayberries could be picked every minute. Suji and Yenshin looked at each other and started working. In order to prevent the bayberries from being damaged and affecting the quality and taste, Suji used a basket to pick them gently. In fact, she could also use scissors to cut off the entire branch directly. But that would probably hurt the bayberry tree. So Suji gave up. She pinched the bayberries with her fingers and gently turned them. And the bayberries fell off naturally. However, the picking speed was not very fast. She and Yenshin picked until dark, and only harvested 20 boxes of bayberries. There are more than 20 bayberry trees in this bayberry forest. They worked hard for an entire afternoon, and only picked 5 bayberries. They didn't pick the bayberries on the top of the tree, because it was too high. It was obviously impossible to climb the tree. It was time-consuming, laborious and unsafe. If she wanted to pick the bayberries on the top of the tree, she would have to bring a bamboo fork next time. Yenshin reminded her. Is it time to go back? Suji was a little reluctant, but she also knew that if she didn't go back now, it would be difficult to walk after dark. The road conditions on the way back were bad, and it was raining heavily. We couldn't use torches. We couldn't go down the mountain in the dark. Okay. Let go. Suji put all the bayberries into his backpack and pulled 2 of them into his mouth. The sweet juice spread in his mouth, and it was really delicious. I work overtime tonight and find a way to brew some bayberry wine. But the idea is beautiful. But the reality is full of problems. On the way back, Suji looked at the recipe and realized that he was missing the most important thing. To make bayberry wine, I only have bayberries but no wine. However, I received a gift package of special products from the system. The first thing Suji did when he returned to the shelter was to open the special product package. Obtained, bayberry saplings X10, wine barrels X10, drying machine production drawings X1. Suji smiled immediately. This is the real specialty. With these, she can not only grow bayberries herself, but also make wine and make various dried fruits and vegetables. Drying machine, food air dryer, used to dehydrate fruits and vegetables, can dry fruits, vegetables, medicinal materials, meat. Making materials, energy stone X10, iron or X10, amethyst X1. Wine barrel, can brew beer, wine, rice wine, just put in the corresponding materials. Chapter 112 Water World, Day 14. After dark, Suji heard a strange song. She thought it was bad, the mermaid princess was coming. Suji asked Yenshin to hide quickly. But Yenshin disagreed. If Suji and the mermaid princess fought, he would not be able to help in time. You have to stay in the room and not come out, in case you are seen. What about you? How about this? We will all stay in the shelter and not come out. I will be busy in the studio. There is still a lot of work to do, and I have to stay up late to make weapons tonight. Recently, many people have asked her to make weapons, but her fees are high, and she has to prepare the drawings and materials herself. So she doesn't take many orders. But even so, the order is still 1 week later. The main reason is that she doesn't have much forging materials herself. By helping others forge weapons, she can get a lot of forging materials and the most needed gold ore. She can get 2 gold ores for making a red weapon. She can get 5 gold ores for a purple weapon. No one has asked her to make a gold weapon yet. Most of them asked her to make purple weapons, because the players who could afford the price were basically high-level players, such as Chirong, Tong Haotsong, and Bai Yun, who all placed orders with her. As for Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyue, they also sent her a lot of supplies to ask her for help. Suji agreed to all of them, and gave priority to Li Ming. In fact, she had wanted to make it a long time ago, but she was always busy. She put other people's orders behind, and gave priority to making Li Ming and Zhou Shuiyue weapons. Anyway, she couldn't sleep listening to the mermaid princess singing. But Suji could eat things that restored her physical strength to replenish her physical strength, so that she wouldn't delay treasure hunting tomorrow. But other players couldn't sleep, and there weren't many things to restore their stamina points. So they could only stay up all night and complain in the chat channel. She opened the chat channel and saw that everyone was discussing this matter. Who is so evil to steal the mermaid princess husband? Now everyone is worried. Can you stand up and take responsibility for your own actions? If this goes on, everyone will be killed. It won't be a big deal. At most, we won't be able to dig for treasure, go to the sea, have no supplies, and wait to die in the shelter. It's really terrible. It's so ugly. Oh my god. I just saw the mermaid princess. Really? How did you see it? She was floating on the water and kept shouting a name. I saw it when I was close to her. I was almost scared to death. Is it so ugly? It's so ugly that I can't sleep. Really? I understand why her husband ran away. I don't think I would be able to do it if I were her. What her name? It seems to be some kind of salt? Or is it smoke and dust? The singing voice that Suji heard became clearer and clearer, which meant that the mermaid princess was getting closer. She was a little worried, but for now she could only take care of her own affairs, and take it one step at a time. Yin-Shin was helping her beside her. Sometimes he helped Suji pass things, and sometimes he helped her hammer steel. Some physical work that did not require much technical skills could be handed over to Yin-Shin. This was the benefit of having an assistant. You didn't have to do everything yourself, and Yin-Shin was indeed a good helper. If he didn't understand something, he would ask Suji. He had a high IQ, strong comprehension ability, and could learn anything very quickly. Forging was not difficult. As long as he had strength and knew how to operate, Yin-Shin could make weapons. With his help, Suji made 2 purple weapons in one night. The one he made for Li Ming was a pair of mandarin duck swords. This sword has 2 swords in one sheath, and the handles are semicircular. The 2 swords are relatively light, have good self-defense effects, and are powerful. The left-handed knife can be used to block enemy attacks, and the right-handed knife can be used to attack the enemy. This was tailor-made for Li Ming. There is no extra decoration on the blade, in order to make it lighter and ensure the hardness of the blade. Suji did not want to add any more decorations, because holding 2 knives is already quite strenuous, and if it is heavier, it will not achieve the desired effect. The other one is a star-chasing bow, an arrow made for Zhou Xueyue. Zhou Xueyue is good at bow and arrow hunting. This star-chasing bow and arrow is the first purple long-range weapon designed by Suji, because she rarely made such weapons. And it was even the first time she made such a high-level long-range weapon. She spent a lot of time on the initial design. If Zhou Xueyue hadn't provided many good materials, Suji might not have been able to achieve such a good effect. Zhou Xueyue got the fire feathers, and the explosive golden silk that can be enchanted from somewhere, which greatly increased the power of this bow and arrow. The bow was wrapped with 2 layers of explosive golden silk, which increased the critical strike effect. The fire feathers can add flame marks, and the arrows can be ignited. If you don't wear protective gear, you will definitely die if you are hit by the arrow. Suji marveled at such a weapon when she held it in her hand. When she found such good materials, she would make one for herself. At 4 o'clock in the middle of the night, Suji finally finished making the weapon. She stretched and yawned. She was too sleepy. The mermaid princess was tired, and finally stopped singing in the second half of the night. The players were as if they had been pardoned, and they all went to sleep quickly. Suji thought to herself that she should also take advantage of these few hours to sleep and recover as much physical strength as possible. But what is Yin-Shin doing? Is he asleep? Suji walked out of the room, went downstairs to check, and found that Yin-Shin was not asleep at all. He was washing bayberries. I thought you were asleep. Yin-Shin. No, I washed the bayberries, dried some of them to make dried bayberries, and kept the rest to make bayberry wine. Suji, thank you for your hard work. The singing has stopped, and you should rest quickly. Yin-Shin saw that she looked tired. You go to sleep first. I will rest after I finish washing this. Suji, are there still more? We brought back dozens of boxes of bayberries today. It would take a long time for Yin-Shin to wash them by himself. I help you. We finish washing and rest sooner. Yin-Shin, forget it. Just go to sleep. I won't wash them anymore. Suji smiled. Okay. It's too late. I really can't do it anymore. She was exhausted during the day, and she stayed up late to make 2 weapons. She had already been exhausted. I don't know why Yin-Shin was still so energetic. As if seeing Suji thoughts? Yin-Shin smiled and said, I don't sleep much. I used to stay up late. Only 5 hours of sleep a day is enough. You are too strong. If Suji sleeps 5 hours a day, it will definitely not be enough. She yawned again, and then went back to her room to rest. The next day, Suji slept until 10 o'clock before waking up. When she opened her eyes and saw that it was so late, she was shocked and jumped out of bed quickly. As usual, she signed in to draw a card first. Sign in successfully, give Moonstone X1, Durian Thousand Layer X1, card draw opportunity X1. Suji casually draws a card and opens the message to check. The message is amazing. A lot of people said her messages. It turned out that someone mentioned that they had seen Yenshin in the lake area before. Yenshin has outstanding looks and good temperament. People who have seen him usually have an impression of him. At the beginning, the matter was not so serious. Many people knew some information, but they didn't bring out all of it. But the mermaid princess singing last night really affected all the players. Everyone stood on a united front and wanted to solve this matter and discussed every little clue. Someone also mentioned Suji. It was said that during the lake survival competition, she was seen walking with a man like this, and that man looked very similar to the man in the portrait. But Suji did not look like the woman in the portrait. When Suji was mentioned, the heat was even higher. Someone asked Suji to come out and explain in the chat channel. If it had nothing to do with her, just say it, and if it had something to do with her, she should also give everyone an explanation. But Suji was sleeping the whole time, and didn't see the news at all. Now many players thought she was deliberately avoiding, and didn't dare to come out because of guilt, and scolded her for not taking responsibility, as if it was really related to her. Of course, Suji knew that she was indeed the person involved, but she didn't expect that she would be suspected so quickly. Since it has come to this, it is estimated that some players will soon tip off the mermaid princess. By then, the mermaid princess will definitely come to the door. Suji frowned, thinking about what to do next. The card I just drew is a help card. When Suji was trying to survive in the lake, he used this card to call Yenshin for help. Thinking of this, Suji became more determined, and could only fight to the death with this mermaid company. Li Ming, Shiji, what are you going to do? Is there anything you need help with? Suji, it okay, even if you ask me. It won't be that fast. There should be a day or two to prepare. She went downstairs, and saw Yenshin had already prepared delicious food, and was about to go upstairs to wake her up. Awake? Did you sleep well? Suji nodded. Not bad, how about you? Yenshin, I'm fine, I made seafood porridge and stir-fried vegetables, come and eat. Suji, okay, why don't you take a rest? What time did you get up? I got up after I slept enough. It didn't rain today, I harvested the vegetables by the way, I settled the rabbits, you can go and see them later, I built a rabbit shed, I gave them vegetables and radishes, I also fed the pigs and cows. Suji looked at Yenshin with a moved look. Yenshin was such a caring little girl. He kept the house in good order. He not only cooked but also helped her grow vegetables and raise small animals. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Suji didn't know what benefit she could give Yenshin. After thinking about it, she didn't know what to say. But I didn't take the foundation. There were too many. It okay. I take it. Yenshin, the rice can be harvested today. I grind the rice later. See if you can figure out the winemaking formula. After brewing the wine, you can make bayberry wine. Suji, I asked Li Ming. Maybe she can do it. She hesitated a little, whether to tell Yenshin that the mermaid princess might come soon. After thinking about it, she didn't say it. Anyway, she hasn't come yet, and it would make Yenshin worry if she told him. Then let eat first. Suji sat down at the dining table, and then gave the Mandarin duck double swords, and the star-chasing bow, and arrow to Li Ming and Zhou Xueyue respectively. They were very satisfied after receiving the weapons, and then sent supplies to express their gratitude, because Suji made the weapons specifically for them. He didn't ask for the blueprint, only the raw materials. Suji didn't intend to ask for any benefits. She just made it for her friends. But Li Ming and Zhou Xueyue would never take advantage of her. Li Ming sent 10 energy stones and a gold ore, and a lot of delicious food. Zhou Xueyue asked Suji what he wanted. Suji thought about it, and decided to ask for the gold nutrient solution. He had almost used up what he had stored before. I don't know if Zhou Xueyue has it. As it turned out, Zhou Xueyue did have it. She sent her 2 bottles and 2 crystal stones. Suji had said before that he needed it. He just happened to get to these 2 days. He didn't need them for the time being. So he gave them to Suji. Zhou Xueyue, is it enough? How could it be not enough? Suji didn't want any benefits in the first place. She treated Li Ming and Zhou Xueyue as her own people. Enough? You gave too much. Suji took the things and sent a box of the bayberries he got yesterday to each of them. Yanchen is with you. If the mermaid princess comes looking for him, have you thought about what to do? Zhou Xueyue also knew the situation with Suji. Although he didn't talk to Suji about this, he heard it all from Li Ming. Suji, just fight him when he comes. It's impossible for her to take Yanchen away anyway. Suji can upgrade the shelter today. This is also good news. If he is the first player to upgrade, he can get some rewards. Maybe it can play a key role. She still had some formulas and drawings on hand, and it would be best if they could all be made today. She had something else to do. She finished her breakfast in a few bites, and got up to collect the foundation. Fortunately, she brought back a lot of sand and soil yesterday, and the foundation has been producing steadily. Suji combined all the foundations into the area of the shelter. After another check, the area of the shelter has reached 520 square meters. It enough. Chapter 113. Suji clicks to upgrade. This upgrade will take 12 hours. It a bit long. But Suji will not be idle. She handed the housework to Yanchen, and went to the sea to dig for treasure. I didn't dig for treasure yesterday in Yangmei Island, but I can't miss it today. Although the daily treasure digging materials don't seem to be much, they are actually very important. The materials given by treasure digging are often what players need most, and there will also be some surprise gains. The seabed is quite lively today. Many fish are swimming around in groups. Suji heard their conversation. The witch and the mermaid princess quarreled. Do you know why? I don't know. I have never seen a witch. I just know she is scary. I heard it was for the queen crown. The mermaid princess promised to give it to her. But she couldn't find it. Didn't the queen die a long time ago? Her crown is useless. But the witch wanted it. The mermaid princess agreed to exchange the crown with the witch for the potion that turns people into fish. As Suji listened, she thought of the crown that little dolphin had given her. The introduction said it was a lost crown. But it didn't say it was the crown of the mermaid queen. She didn't know what to do with it. So she kept it in the cabinet. It seemed that this thing was still very valuable. The witch quarreled with the mermaid princess over it. Suji decided to study it carefully after returning. As soon as she thought of this, she saw a mermaid coming from a distance. Suji frowned and hid quickly. She hid behind a coral, lowering her body. No one could find her unless they came to her. Having never seen a mermaid before, Suji guessed that they were sent by the mermaid princess to look for people. The mermaid asked other small fishes everywhere, and Suji heard it describing Yanchen appearance, but most fish were active in the sea, and Yanchen did not go into the water to dig for treasure, so even if the mermaid asked, she could not get anything out. The mermaid also asked about Suji, but Suji eavesdropped nearby, and found that when the mermaid talked about her, she described a very fierce human being, holding a glowing knife. How to say it? Suji thought. According to this description, she should not be found. Unexpectedly, a fish said that they had seen her. Suji was more surprised than the mermaid. He pricked up his ears to listen. There is indeed a human holding a glowing knife killing fish everywhere in the sea. He looks ferocious and scary. Suji suspected. Is this her? The mermaid was very excited when she heard the description of the little fish. It must be her. Suji thought. In the eyes of the fish. This is how he looks like. Unbelievable. Suji hid for a while, until the mermaid left, then she emerged. This way, she would be more careful in the future. She found a hidden treasure hunting spot, hidden in a patch of waterweed. If it weren't for the glowing sign, she probably wouldn't have found it. Start digging. Stamina points -17, get a blue supply box. Stamina points -16, get bone meal x1. Stamina points -16, get energy stone x2. Stamina points -17, get amethyst x1. Stamina points -17, get obsidian x1. Stamina points -18, get land converter blueprint x1. When her stamina was almost exhausted, Suji finally stopped. She finished all the digging today in one go, mainly because she was in a hurry, and thought she would go back as soon as she finished digging. The land converter she dug up at the end was the material she was most satisfied with today. Land converter can convert 10 pieces of soil into arable land, can convert up to 10 pieces of arable land every 3 hours. Making materials: Energy Stone X20, Gold or X5, Gold Nutrient Solution X1. With this converter, Suji can mass-produce arable land. Otherwise, her greenhouse cannot be made in a short time. 10 pieces of land in 3 hours. At the end of the day, excluding sleeping time, you can make about 50 pieces. One plot of land is about 1 square meter. At present, Suji has more than 100 square meters of planting land. To reach 200 square meters, it will take at most 2 days. If she sleeps a few hours less, it can be done in a day and a half. Suji secretly planned the arrangements for the next 2 days in her mind, and was also wondering whether Yinchen would be discovered. She hurriedly floated to the surface of the water. As soon as she came up, she saw Yinchen fishing on the shore. Suji didn't have time to go ashore, so she said to him, "Oh, why are you fishing here? Going quickly, it's too conspicuous here." Yinchen heard the sound and looked at Suji. She was soaked. Her hair was stuck to her face, and she looked at him with a worried look on her face. The reason why Yinchen was fishing here was not actually for fishing, but mainly because he was worried about Suji. Seeing that she had not come back for a long time, he wanted to wait for her. It would be better to fish than to wait, and observe the situation on the sea. As soon as Suji came back, she talked about him. It was mainly because it was daytime now, and he knew the habits of mermaids. They would not come to the surface of the water until night, and they would be active in the water during the day. So before it got dark, he was not worried about being seen. He went to get a thick towel and handed it to Suji when she came ashore. "It okay. You won't be seen during the day. I won't come out after dark." While drying herself, Suji repeated to Yinchen the conversation she heard between the mermaid and other fish in the sea. "You say, are they talking about me?" Yinchen thought for a moment. "Maybe." Suji's eyes widened at first, and then she said helplessly, "It okay. It better to be a little fierce. I guess those fish will be afraid of me." "Yinchen, go wash and change clothes first. It cool at night." Although it didn't rain today, the temperature was still very low. Especially the sea breeze was chilly. Suji was still wet, and it was easy to catch a cold if he didn't change clothes quickly. "Suji, okay. Then you can help me take this drawing and make it. The materials are all in the cabinet." Suji first handed the land converter drawing to Yinchen. The materials for making this are all high-level materials. Suji put some of them next to the workbench, and Yinchen knew it. Now Yinchen is more aware of all the big and small things in the shelter. "Yinchen, okay." Suji wanted to take a hot bath and change clothes before coming out. It would take at least half an hour for her to finish. She wanted to hurry up and do it first. This converter would take at least an hour. If she did it now, she wouldn't have to wait too long when she came out. She had to race against time. If Yinchen wasn't there, she would definitely put the drawings and materials on the workbench before taking a bath. Coming out of the bathroom, Suji went to find the crown first. The lost crown, a treasure from the ruins at the bottom of the sea. But it has been submerged for too long and has lost its original brilliance. "Yinchen, you have been at the bottom of the sea for so long. Have you ever seen this? Do you know what it is used for?" Yinchen shook his head. "No, but I have seen similar gems on this crown. The mermaid princess has a crown with such gems on it. Hers glows, which is different from this one. Suji, this has lost its luster. Maybe it was a very powerful treasure before. If she could restore this crown to its original state." She had no idea. She didn't know what to do. What if it was damaged? The crown was so big that it couldn't fit into the magical pocket of Paphiopedilum. Unless the gemstone was removed, it would not be damaged. Suji didn't dare to do anything rash. Or, should she try to enchant it again using the enchanting table? After thinking about it, there was no good solution. Suji had to put it aside and go to do other things. "Yinchen, the fruit drying machine is ready. Do you want to try it?" "Yes. I see if Li Ming has replied to my message. I asked her about the wine making. She should have replied. She was busy and didn't go back to check the chat messages. She only remembered this now. She opened the light screen and saw that Li Ming had replied to her long ago. "I have a wine-making recipe here, but I need a wine barrel. If you have one, I can help you make wine." "That would be great." She has 10 wine barrels. Li Ming has a wine recipe. She will directly send the wine barrels to Li Ming. She can just give her some of the wine when the time comes. Although the wine barrels can be used to brew various kinds of wine, Suji plans to use them all to brew bayberry wine, because the quality of this batch of fresh bayberries is good, Most of them are blue. As long as the bayberry wine brewed with blue or higher quality bayberries can increase physical strength and power points after drinking. Dozens of boxes of bayberries, a total of more than 200 kilograms, all brewed into wine, can probably brew more than 500 kilograms of wine. This is a big project, and 10 wine barrels are definitely not enough. But there was no other way. Su Ji didn't have the blueprint for the wine barrel, so he could only use these 10 to slowly make it. Although the amount was not large, it was definitely enough for me to drink. If there was more, I could trade some of it. However, brewing also takes time. It takes at least 2 months to brew in the real world, and it would take at least a few days in the game. After sending the wine barrel to Li Meng, Su Ji went to study the fruit drying machine. In addition to making dried fruits, the fruit drying machine can also make dried vegetables. Su Ji planned to dry all the mushrooms and preserve them. This way, the food can be preserved for a longer time and will not spoil easily. After all, she could not put all the vegetables and fruits in her backpack. She could only put them in the storage room. Although the storage room has a refrigerator function, it cannot guarantee that the food will always be fresh and not spoil. She and Yan Chen washed the mushrooms and put them into the fruit dryer. The two of them worked together and were very efficient. They finished processing all the chanterelles they brought back from Yangmei Island yesterday just in time for dinner. They had a rich dinner, because Su Ji gave Li Meng 2 rabbits. Tonight dinner is cold pot rabbit and roasted rabbit meat. With the chanterelles that Su Ji brought back from Yangmei Island, Li Meng made a dish of chanterelle stewed chicken. The chicken soup is fragrant and has the effect of replenishing qi and strengthening the body. The weather has been cold recently, and it is also humid at sea. Drinking a bowl of hot chicken soup is the most comfortable. Li Meng sent a full pot. Su Ji and Yan Chen drank 2 big bowls. The rabbit is also delicious. The cold pot rabbit is very tasty. There are a lot of peppers. The taste is spicy and fresh. The rabbit meat is tender and smooth. After eating, I sweated all over. Su Ji sighed. It would be nice to have a bowl of white rice. Yan Chen, the rice is ripe. I will grind it later. Su Ji, it's hard to grind it manually. I look for the mill blueprint later. Yan Chen, it no problem to grind a little and have a meal tomorrow. Su Ji, I'm not in a hurry to eat. I just said that. I've already eaten well. After eating and drinking, it was dark outside. The singing sounded again. This time it was closer and more unpleasant, even creepy. The mermaid princess must have gone crazy. Not only could she not find him, she also had a quarrel with the witch. Su Ji could imagine that after she found him, she would probably want to skin him alive. Chapter 114. Without time to think, Su Ji and Yan Chen were suddenly ejected from the shelter and appeared outside the shelter. Su Ji saw the shelter glowing and immediately realized that the shelter had been upgraded successfully. It was just time now. After waiting for a few seconds, she finally saw the full picture of the upgraded shelter. The house in front of her was several times larger, from a 2-story small house to a 3-story villa. Shelter upgraded successfully. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 8, reward upgrade gift package. Congratulations to the player for being the first to reach level 8 in the 10th district. Reward energy stone X100, gold or X50, shelter computer blueprint X1. The shelter has just been upgraded, and it is still shining, looking brand new. There was an operating table outside the house. I went over to check and found that it was a task system. Only players who reached level 8 could have this system. Moreover, this system was not limited to a certain area. Players from all 10 areas could send and receive tasks here. Su Ji opened it and saw that there was already a task inside. Ask for 10 magical smelling grasses. The reward is 10 energy stones. The player who sent the task was someone she knew. Yen Su from Area 2. It turned out that he had also reached level 8. He wants to smell the magic grass. This is not a coincidence. Su Ji just happened to have it. The task was released this morning. I don't know how long Yen Su has been upgrading. It's not surprising that Yen Su upgraded before her. Although she developed quickly, she has been developing in many aspects, and has not specialized in upgrading. If she focused on upgrading, without landing on the island or digging for treasure, she should be able to advance by a day or half a day. It can only be said that there are pros and cons. Fortunately, Su Ji is still the first in the 10th district. Su Ji clicked on the shelter information. Level 8 single family villa. Defense index, 3.5 stars. Aesthetic index, 4 stars. Overall score, 253. Upgrade conditions, High grade wood X50, 000, iron ore X10, 000, energy stone X3, 000, glass X1, 000, foundation area 3,000 square meters. From the outside, the single-family villa has good lighting. There are no other buildings around. Standing on the sea, the scenery is amazing. Every room is a sea view room. There is an additional yard and a small garden. Suji was even more curious about the changes inside. She walked in. It was already well decorated. The ground floor was made of smooth wood-grained bricks. The walls were painted white. There were even lights. She curiously pressed the light switch. The room lit up immediately. Damn, it powered on. Suji had been using tar lamps and torches for lighting before. She didn't expect that after reaching level 8, the house would be powered directly. This was too cool. For shelters above level 8, 1 energy stone is consumed every 2 days to provide basic supplies. It will be automatically deducted from the player backpack. If the number of energy stones in the player backpack is 0, the shelter will be cut off from water and electricity. It's too real. You have to pay for water and electricity in the game. It takes 2 days to get an energy stone, which is too expensive. Suji was reluctant to give it up, but electricity is really good. She will have to use it after switching, or just work harder to earn more. Suji found a basement. Level 8 shelters have a new cellar, which can store wine barrels and smoked meat. The basement is not big, just a small room. It is really suitable to put some wine barrels and make a smoked meat rack. She was already planning in her mind. The current living room is 3 times as big as before, and in addition to the living room, dining room, kitchen and bathroom on the first floor, there is also a storage room. Just like before. It has the function of a refrigerator, but it is much larger and has more categories. Suji went up to the second floor, where there were 2 rows of bedrooms. Suji planned to live in 2 large rooms with Yenchen, and the other 3 rooms would be used as a studio, a storage room, and a special forging room. In this way, when he was forging weapons, Yenchen could also use the studio alone, and the 2 would not interfere with each other. As for the third floor, half of it was open air. Suji planned to transform the rooms on the third floor into a leisure and entertainment room. Although she did not have much time for leisure and entertainment at the moment. She was just planning it. Maybe she would not have the time to transform it. The open-air balcony is used to dry clothes and food. Suji is very satisfied with the upgraded villa. With water and electricity, there is no need to worry about food and clothing. Life will get better and better. She took out the upgrade gift package rewarded by the system. Obtained: Brewing Barrel Blueprint X1, Milking Bucket Blueprint X1, Chicken House Blueprint X1, Advanced Egg Incubator X1, Advanced Fertilizer Formula X1. The things are pretty good. Suji opened them one by one to check. With these, her own resources will increase. But it all has to be done slowly. She couldn't do it alone, but Yenchen helped. Finally, Suji picked up the shelter computer blueprint again. Originally, she thought she should be immune to these rewards. As soon as she finished reading the introduction, Suji's eyes lit up. Shelter computer, function 1, check the shelter to-do list, can detect facilities registered by the computer, such as fish ponds, barns, vegetable gardens, etc., whether they have output or are not fed. Function 2, early warning system, if there are dangerous creatures approaching, an alarm will be issued. Function 3, smart wake-up service, report weather forecast. This thing is too powerful. It's just that the production conditions are a bit harsh. The materials alone require 20 mysterious discs, 100 energy stones, 50 metal fragments, 10 gold ores. It's outrageous. Suji worked hard to upgrade to level 8, and was only rewarded with 100 energy stones. But this computer actually needs 100. But this thing is so powerful, she must make it. It's just a pity that the mysterious discs will have to be saved in the future. Before the computer is made, they can't be used for lottery. Just after 9:15. The temperature has become much colder. The mermaid princess singing seems to be right beside her ears. Suji saw the waves outside like black water, and felt a little uneasy. Some people in the chat channel couldn't stand the stimulation of the song, and the weak-willed players jumped into the sea. The chat channel was full of complaints. Someone mentioned Suji. The man next to Suji in the lake survival competition seemed to be the person in the portrait. As long as someone mentioned it, it is estimated that some players will immediately run to find the mermaid princess, wanting to provide information to get rewards. Suji and Yenchen closed the doors and windows. and lit a few more stoves. They didn't know what would happen tonight. But since the mermaid princess hadn't come yet, there was still time. Suji thought about starting with the crown to see if she could repair it. Suji first put the crown into the enchantment table. But the enchantment table didn't react. She added obsidian and amethyst. But there was still no movement. It was probably the wrong direction. Suji remembered that she had drawn a reminder card today, so there was no need to wait any longer. She quickly took it out and clicked to use it. Prompt card. The lost crown has lost its luster. Need to use 10 amethysts, 10 pink crystals to repair it. It turned out that the direction was correct, but she used too little. 10 amethysts, 10 pink crystals. Where can she find so many in a short time? First ask friends if they have any. As many as she can exchange. After sending the message, Suji did not just wait, because she knew that, even if she could exchange, it would be at most 3 or 4, and now she was short of more than 10 or 20. She asked Li Meng, Zhou Xueyue, Tong Haotsong, Zhao Minglin, Bai Yun, Shi Rong and others. She also sent a message in the chat channel. Then she started searching the trading center and the Moonstone Mall. There was nothing on the trading center, and it was useless to look at the Moonstone Mall. She didn't have many moonstones now. Suji was at a loss for a few seconds and thought of a way. She could send a task to ask for help. Didn't she just get the task system console? After she upgraded, there must be other people who upgraded one after another. Level 8 players definitely have a lot of good stuff. And they can trade with players from other zones on it. She immediately rushed to the entrance of the shelter to check the task system console. The function of this console is very simple. It only issues and accepts tasks. You must accept tasks to communicate with players. There is also a reward and punishment mechanism. For example, if Suji accepts Yen Shufa task of finding the magic grass, and fails to complete it within the specified time, 10% of the reward will be deducted, which is an energy stone, to prevent players from randomly accepting tasks. Suji saw 2 more tasks on it. They are, ask for the crystal heart, exchangeable for energy stone or gold ore. Ask for bone powder X50, exchangeable for crystal stone. High-end players are really different, they all want good things. Suji also has the crystal heart. Crystal heart, an important material for magic dolls, contains rich magic energy. She put a pink crystal in the magic pocket before, and got the crystal heart. She had kept it, but it was useless, because there was no blueprint for the magic doll. This person needed the crystal heart. Could it be to make a magic doll? Suji noticed the other party name and region. It was the southern division of Region 1. If Suji wanted to get what he wanted from these people, he had to take out something they liked. After thinking it over again and again, Suji simply took on all the tasks above. Anyway, the worst that could happen was that the energy stone would be deducted. If he failed, he would die. After accepting the task, Suji could contact them. Suji sent a message to Yen Su first. She happened to have 10 olfactory hallucination grasses, but she didn't want the energy stone, and asked him directly if he could exchange them for amethyst or pink crystal. Yen Su was a little surprised to see Suji's message. He hadn't seen this name for a long time. But in the lake survival competition before, Suji left a deep impression on him. He couldn't forget it. Soon Yen Su replied, 10 olfactory hallucination grasses can be exchanged for 1 amethyst. Suji has a lot of olfactory herbs here. Suji wants to exchange more than 1. It seems that Yen Su should have more than 1 amethyst. She doesn't have 20 olfactory herbs. She wants to use something else instead. What else would Yen Su want? Suji thought of bone meal. She immediately sent a message to Yen Su. How about 15 olfactory herbs plus 5 bone meal for 2 amethysts? Yen Su, okay. Suji made up his mind. 2 were taken. Suji sent the things to Yen Su for trading. Maybe because they were not in the same zone. The transaction was not as fast as usual. Suji waited for a while before seeing the prompt of successful transaction. The task console showed that her task points increased by 2 points. Doing tasks here also adds points. Not knowing what the points are for, Suji did not contact the next person immediately, but continued to ask Yen Su, do you have anything else to exchange? I urgently need amethyst and rose crystal. Yen Su, the master who helped you make weapons, mentioned last time. If you can help me make a golden weapon, I can pay 5 rose crystals as a reward. Suji can make golden weapons, but now she is in a hurry and can't make golden weapons wholeheartedly. If she does, it will take at least half a day. Chapter 115. The order for the golden weapon can be accepted, But it cannot be done tonight. Suji hopes that Yensu can introduce some other business. Is there anyone else willing to trade in District 2? Suji has a lot of things to trade now. She can even exchange it with the foundation maker. That thing can be made by herself, as long as there are materials. The foundation maker is the best material for all players. One foundation maker can be exchanged for 3 crystals. Purple or pink is fine. If the trade could be done right away, Suji could first exchange the one she already had. She could now put the materials on the workbench and make 2 more. Yensu had his own foundation maker, but it was not difficult to help Suji post a message in the chat channel of Zone 2. If Suji was willing to help him get the golden weapon. Suji had already contacted players from the other 2 zones. Suji directly used the crystal heart to exchange for 2 crystals. 1 purple and 1 pink. From Nancy. Suji can make the crystal heart in the future, so she will exchange it now. Suji also asked Nancy if he could help her, and sent a message in the chat channel of Area 1, saying that she could exchange the foundation maker for the purple-pink crystal. If she could get it, she would give 10 kilograms of vegetables as a reward. No one would dislike such good things as 10 kilograms of vegetables. In the Doomsday Survival, the more food, the better. And it was just a piece of cake to send a message. However, Suji was so generous to exchange the purple-pink crystal, and it was estimated that it would be of great use. But neither Yensu nor Nancy asked her. They were all unfamiliar with each other, and they knew she wouldn't say anything even if they asked, so as not to waste their breath. Everyone was busy, and had a lot of things to do. As for the other task that Suji took on, it required 50 bone powders. Although Suji accepted the task, she couldn't come up with 50 bone powders. The task lasted 1 day, so Suji could only contact the other party temporarily. Ask the other party if they have purple-pink crystals. If they do, Suji will find a way to get the bone powder. If not, she will not do this task, and can compensate. This person is a player from Zone 6. Suji sent a message to him, but he didn't reply immediately. Perhaps he was busy. Suji then began to deal with other things. The shelter had just been upgraded, and she still had a lot of things to do. Repairing the crown was the most important thing, and the rest had to be arranged slowly. The barn and fish pond could be built. She took out the blueprint, selected the placement area, cleared the weeds on the vacant land, and clicked to make it. A frame appeared on the vacant land, and then it was covered by a white light, and there was a ping-pong sound of making it. The countdown for the production of the animal shed is 8 hours. And the countdown for the fish pond is 10 hours. It is estimated that when we get up tomorrow morning, it will be all done. The next step is to wait for the production of the greenhouse. The converter has not been made yet, so there is not enough land for planting. Seeing Suji running around, Yenshin asked her to do these things for him. Suji also wanted to do it, but the production of these architectural drawings would deduct a large amount of materials in the backpack. The materials were with her, and even if the drawings were given to Yenshin, he would not be able to do it. Yenshin is in charge of both planting and animal husbandry. He has helped a lot. There are also some small drawings that Yenshin can do, but there are more important things at the moment. Suji, just help me look after the task console. I have posted tasks on it. If there are new tasks or someone takes my tasks, just tell me. Before she finished speaking, she couldn't help but frown. The magic voice of the mermaid princess was piercing. Suji had hurt a little. He couldn't concentrate, not to mention he couldn't sleep. Even his work was affected. The same is true for other players. But there are also those who are far away, and the impact is not serious, and can only hear a little sound vaguely. It seems that the mermaid princess has now searched near Suji. Time waits for no one. Suji wants to repair the crown tonight. It depends on whether she can collect enough crystals. But it is too difficult to get more than a dozen in a short time. If it doesn't work, she can only accept the challenge. In fact, Suji has thought of another way. Otherwise, go to the underwater ruins to look for it. Last time, I saw the mermaid princess casually take out so many gems and give them to Yenshin. But Yenshin refused them, and the mermaid princess threw them all over the floor in anger. Suji, Yenshin, let me ask you something. Those gems you gave me last time, were they given to you by the mermaid princess? Yenshin, no. I collected them myself. Suji, where are they? Over there in the underwater ruins? Yes. There are some coral reefs that produce gems every once in a while, and I will take them away when I see them. No wonder the mermaid princess knew that he liked these, I see. If the underwater ruins can produce all kinds of gems, then there will be no shortage of amethysts and pink crystals. Suji took a deep breath. She told herself, no risk, no gain. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Just go to the underwater ruins to find it. It's like begging for money everywhere. Although it's a bit risky, but Suji has a strong intuition that this crown is very important and must be repaired. Yen-chen, I'm going to go to the underwater ruins. I need to find more amethysts and pink crystals. I guess I can only collect them there. Yen-chen was silent for a few seconds. I go with you. If you go, you will definitely be recognized. I don't think many mermaids know me. After all, that portrait of me is too abstract. But you are different. Suji also wanted Yen-chen to help him, but if he went with him, as long as he met a mermaid, he would definitely be recognized. He might not be a helper, and it might put both of them in danger. Yen-chen, but I'm worried about you going alone. Suji, there's no other way. If we go together, it might be more dangerous. And I bring a communication charm. If anything happens, I can still tell you. You can come and save me then. I have a help card here. Suji said this. It seems that he has already made up his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered it so thoroughly. Although Yen-chen was worried, he also knew that Suji's method was the most reasonable one at the moment. He and Suji alone may not be able to escape from the mermaid princess unscathed. Then be careful and keep in touch. Suji nodded. I know, I go get something and leave. Before Suji left, he put a magic-smelling grass into the magic pocket. It was just a random place, and he didn't know what it could be, so he put all the good things in it and tried it. You stay here to look after the house, and if anything happens here, tell me at any time. I always pay attention to the communication symbol. Yen-chen, I know. Suji put on a diving suit and jumped into the sea. This was her first time to go to the bottom of the sea at night. The sea water was cold. Suji was not used to it at first, but fortunately she got used to it soon. But at this temperature, she could only stay in the water for 3 or 4 hours at most. Not too long, otherwise her body would not be able to bear it. Suji calculated the time in her mind. It would take more than an hour to swim to the underwater ruins and back. She only had 2 hours to look for the crystal, so if there was no accident, she should be able to make it in time. However, visibility is very low at night. Before Suji came, she bought a light at the trading center. After turning it on, she could see things about 5 meters away. Yen-chen said that crystal gems are formed by special coral reefs, so she went to the coral reefs to look for them. Anyway, she could ask Yen-chen anytime with the communication symbol, so she didn't have to worry too much about not finding them. At night, many marine creatures came out to move around. There were many fish that could not be seen during the day on the seabed, and many shrimps and crabs poked their heads out, but Suji had no interest in these. She was only focused on getting to the underwater ruins as soon as possible. Since the mermaids all went out to look for people at night, there were probably not many mermaids guarding the underwater ruins. If she was lucky, she might be able to find a lot of gems. She didn't know if the ones that the mermaid princess dropped last time were still there. If no one picked them up, then it would be a bargain for her. Only after Suji entered the underwater ruins did she realize that she had thought too well. There were not many mermaids here, but there were many players. All the players in the game got the teleportation stone of the underwater ruins. Some of them couldn't stand the poison of the mermaid princess singing, so they simply stayed up and ran to the underwater ruins to search for supplies. Some of them came to report after getting clues about the bounty mission. Fortunately, these players were only on the periphery, and did not go deep into the underwater ruins. These people were here for the first time, and all came with teleportation stones. The teleportation stones could only teleport to the outside of the underwater ruins. They did not know the route to go back, and could only use the teleportation stones again. Most of them did not have water-repellent beads, and could not stay on the seabed for long. They did not dare to go too deep, and were afraid of danger inside. Only a few brave people who were good at swimming had already entered. But Suji guessed that they were not as familiar with the place as she was. And Yen-chen was there to show her the way. Even if some of the crystals were taken away, she would definitely be able to find some. Suji quietly slipped in. There were many players here, so no one noticed her. Yen-chen's voice came from the communication symbol. Do you remember the coral reef cave I took you to last time? Go there directly. There are several coral reefs that produce crystals, all of which are amethysts. Suji, okay. She thought, this coral reef produces crystals. Can we just dig up the coral reef and take it back? and then build a big fish tank to raise it? If so, will it continue to produce crystals, a real crystal producer? Maybe it will work. Suji decided to see if he could take it away later. There's a fight over there. Let's go over and see. Before Suji swam to the place, he heard fish talking. Is it a fight between humans? Yes. Yes, a lot of humans came tonight, and they all seem to be looking for something. Why are they fighting? The mermaid princess is not here. We can go in and take a look. Suji was not interested in human fights. It would be best if everyone went to watch the fun. She went to find the crystal alone. However, she saw that the direction the fish was swimming was where she wanted to go, and thought, no way, why are they fighting over the coral reef? Is it to fight for the crystal? Suji was confused. She went over to take a look, and it was indeed the case. The two men were fighting in the water. They were fighting underwater, which was already a waste of energy, and they refused to give in to each other. Even though neither of them had water-repellent beads, they couldn't even talk. They were fighting to the death just to grab something. If they refused to give in and continue to stalemate, they would surely drown. Suji thought, what on earth could they have to rob like this? She looked closely and found that they were robbing a huge sapphire, which was different from what Suji had gotten before, with a completely different color and size. It was probably a treasure. But this was not Suji's goal. She didn't plan to care about them, and started looking for the crystal with a flashlight. In the dark water, Suji was looking for something with a flashlight, which could easily attract their attention. After the other of the two saw Suji, he waved at her desperately. But he couldn't speak, and Suji didn't know he was calling him. Ding Chongwen was so angry. He was the first to find the sapphire. But Chung Yaojin showed up halfway, and they both got the sapphire at the same time. Neither of them wanted to let go, and they couldn't put it in their backpacks, so they could only wrestle with each other. Neither of them had the intention to kill, so no one took out a weapon. After all, it wasn't to the point of killing people for the sake of stealing. But if it goes on like this, someone will have to give up. And it depends on who can hold their breath longer in the water. Deng Chongwen was pretty good at swimming. He thought he would save face even if he didn't make it. He was the one who found it first, so he refused to let go. At this moment, he saw Suji, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He was so excited that he was afraid that Suji would leave, so he wanted to call her. But he couldn't speak, so he could only wave. The player who was fighting with him for the sapphire took this opportunity to kick him and snatch the gem away. Deng Chongwen looked at his empty hands. The man had already put the sapphire into his backpack and left with the teleportation stone. Not a single hair was left. Deng Chongwen knew that it was useless to be angry now, so he cursed fiercely in his heart, and then quickly swam over to find Suji. When he swam in front of him, Suji saw him. Deng Chongwen? Suji could breathe freely in the water, so he could talk naturally. Seeing that Suji could talk, Deng Chongwen subconsciously opened his mouth and swallowed 2 mouthfuls of sea water with an extremely painful expression. So it was you just now? Suji thought, what a coincidence, we met here. Although she didn't have time to deal with him. She took out a diving mask and a respirator from her backpack and put them on him. Seeing how painful he looked. With these 2 things, Deng Chongwen was finally able to breathe. It didn't matter that he couldn't speak. He could make gestures. Anyway, Suji could speak. So it didn't matter what he said to Suji. Suji didn't need the respirator and the diving mask anymore. But they were good things. She didn't plan to give them to Deng Chongwen. But it didn't matter if she gave them to him. I'm looking for something here. After Suji finished speaking, Deng Chongwen gestured hurriedly. What is it? I help you find it. Suji probably understood. Crystal, amethyst, pink crystal, if you are free, you can help me find it. If you find it, I give you this ventilator and mask. Deng Chongwen nodded vigorously. He hadn't seen Suji for a long time, but he never forgot Suji helped to him. After the lake survival competition, he returned to the second area, and his strength had greatly improved. Not only did he level up, he also met many powerful players, and formed a team with them. Although his strength was average, he was always working hard. He had been thinking that it would be nice to see Suji again, but he didn't expect to meet her here today. Suji wanted amethyst and pink crystal, and he just happened to have 2. Deng Chongwen took them out of his backpack and handed them to her. This was simple and easy to understand. Without saying anything, everyone knew that Deng Chongwen meant for her. Suji really needed it, so she didn't hesitate to take it directly. I take it. Just tell me what you want. Deng Chongwen shook his head, meaning that he didn't need it. Suji couldn't take his things for nothing. She had a lot of things in her backpack. So she simply took 10 ginseng fruits, a box of bayberries, and 100 foundations for him. The value of these things is definitely more than these 2 crystals. Suji and Deng Chongwen are very close. She can choose to hand the items to Deng Chongwen directly, or throw the items out and Deng Chongwen will pick them up. To be on the safe side, she still initiated a transaction and handed them to him. So she would have to wait for him to accept. But Deng Chongwen refused. He waved his hand, indicating no. Suji didn't want to waste time. Take it if I tell you to. Unless you want something else. She initiated the transaction again. I'm in a hurry to continue looking. These 2 are not enough. Don't waste your time. Deng Chongwen had no choice but to accept it and followed Suji. Suji was lucky and soon found a coral reef that could produce amethyst. In the darkness, an amethyst glowed purple, which was not conspicuous in the sea. Suji found it when he approached. Found it. Suji was a little excited. She took the amethyst floating on the coral reef, then took out a shovel from her backpack and tried to dig it out. It didn't work. Was it because it couldn't be dug, or was there some other reason? Suji began to change tools in turn. The golden shovel didn't work, so he tried the golden axe. Still didn't work. Suji also had a hoe, a pickaxe, and tried them all. The hoe responded, "Please use a more advanced hoe." Suji, I'm convinced. Her hoe was too low level. But this also shows that it can indeed be dug out. It just requires a more advanced hoe. Suji sighed. Where can I get the advanced hoe? I guess it won't work this time. I can only come back to dig next time. Suji searched again, found a purple crystal and 2 pink crystals. Deng Chongwen helped her find a pink crystal and an obsidian. Suji didn't want the obsidian, so he took it away. Deng Chongwen was very surprised. He didn't expect that gems could be produced on the coral reefs here. When he saw the azure sapphire just now, he thought it was a random material, but he didn't expect it was produced on the coral reefs. Suji glanced at her backpack. Adding what she had gotten before, she now had 4 amethysts and 6 pink crystals. She still needed some more. Suji told Yenshin through the communication symbol. I have 10 now. Can you see if anyone has accepted the task? Yenshin, someone has accepted it. They said they can exchange 2 amethysts for a foundation maker. Suji, okay. You can just put the foundation maker at home on the platform for the transaction. Yenshin, I can't do it. I have to wait for you to come back. Suji was helpless. Okay. I find a few more and come back. This way. It can be counted as 12. Yenshin, I'm watching. If it doesn't work, you come back first. Hearing Yenshin's voice, Deng Chongwen was very excited. Isn't this another big guy? He can actually communicate with Suji by voice. It's amazing. Deng Chongwen pointed at the communication symbol and gestured wildly. Suji, by the way, I met the teammate who survived in the lake before. Do you still remember him? Yenshin, yeah. I remember. Deng Chongwen was delighted to hear Yenshin say that he still remembered him. Unexpectedly, he wanted to say hello to Yenshin, but he couldn't speak. Suji, then I continue looking, and contact you if you have anything. After that, Suji planned to go to the place where Yenshin was rescued before to find out if the gems that the mermaid princess had lost were still there. Suji didn't want to take Deng Chongwen there, fearing that there would be danger. I'm going to another place. So don't go with me. Go back first. Deng Chongwen was very surprised at first. But then he thought that Suji was going to some good place and didn't want to take him. He hurriedly wanted to express that he could not take the things. But how to make gestures to tell Suji what he meant stumped him. Chapter 116. After arriving at the residence of the mermaid princess, Suji looked around for gems in the corners. Deng Chongwen followed him anyway. More people means more strength. Suji told him that the thing he was looking for might be on the ground, so he asked him to help find it and pay attention to the hidden corners. These gems may not be important to the mermaids otherwise. The coral reefs must be guarded by mermaids, and they would not let others take them at will. After the mermaid princess was lost, probably no mermaid would pick it up. According to this guess, the gems are probably still here. Soon, she found one under a waterweed. It seems that the bet was right. Suji remembered that the mermaid princess brought a big bag to Yenshin that day. There were at least a dozen gems in it, even if they were not all purple. Pink crystals, There would be 5 or 6, which was a lot for her. After a while, Ding Chongwen also found a pink crystal. Suji saw the dawn of hope. Maybe the crown could be repaired today. She continued to search with her head down, using a flashlight, not missing any place where crystals might be hidden. She then found an obsidian and a sapphire. Ding Chongwen also had some gains. Suji said the rest of the gems he found belonged to him, and the pink crystal and amethyst were given to her, and she would give him some other supplies later, so he would never let her down. Ding Chongwen was just trying to help, not to get any benefits, so he just waved his hand after hearing Suji's words, and continued to search seriously. The lights were on here, which attracted the attention of a mermaid. After all, this was the residence of the mermaid princess. There were humans here at night. Recently, many humans came to the underwater ruins every day, saying that they were here to provide clues, but they were useless. The mermaid princess was furious every day, and her subordinates had a hard time. In addition, it was humans who had robbed the prince consort before, so mermaids did not have a good impression of humans. Seeing someone sneaking around here, the guarding mermaid immediately raised his weapon and attacked. Ding Chongwen was closer, so it was Ding Chongwen who was attacked by the mermaid. He reacted quickly, and he was wearing protective gear, so he immediately blocked it with his long sword. So he was not injured. Suji heard the sound and stopped immediately. She wanted to take out the hidden demon sword to help, but she thought that the hidden demon sword had been seen by the mermaid, and it would be troublesome if she was recognized. Now the mermaid might not know who she was. So she took out the wild boar head cover and put it on, and then took out the Chihan sword. Regardless of whether the mermaid recognizes him or not, he can't tell with the hood on. When I first got it, I didn't think the boar hood was very practical. Now it smells really good. So much so that the unpleasant smell is tolerable. There is only one mermaid. Suji can handle it alone, and Ding Chongwen just needs to watch from the side. Soon Suji knocked it to the ground, but Suji didn't kill it. Instead, she took out a rope and asked Ding Chongwen to tie up the mermaid. She asked Ding Chongwen to continue looking for crystals here, and she pointed her sword at the mermaid, threatening it to take her to find more crystals. This is the mermaid territory. It must know where there are coral reefs that produce crystals. Otherwise, where did the mermaid princess get that big bag of gems from? Suji discovered that mermaids seem to be the kind of people who are very arrogant at first, but become very timid and scared once they are subdued. Maybe they are stronger in the sea and have a high status. They always bully other fish. But once they find that the other party is stronger than themselves, they become scared. The mermaid didn't expect Suji to be able to speak in the water. After carefully examining her body and confirming that she is a human, she was even more surprised. However, the prince consort is also a human being. He can breathe and talk in the water. This is why the princess likes him. Because the prince consort is good looking, has a nice voice, and can communicate with him. This human wants to find crystals. The prince consort also likes to collect those things. When the princess knows about it, she will let them stare at the coral reefs and collect them. The princess had saved a lot of them before and wanted to give the prince consort a surprise. But the prince consort didn't want them. The mermaid stared at Suji wild boar headgear. But this human looked too strange, completely different from the prince consort. What are you daydreaming about? Suji stretched out his sword. The mermaid was terrified. Isn't it here? It right outside. Suji pointed to where she had just come from. You mean the coral reef over there? The mermaid nodded quickly. Is there no other place? A place with more crystals. The mermaid hesitated. It looks like there must be some. Lead the way, or I chop off your head. Seeing the mermaid character, Suji's words became even more brutal. But Suji's sword touched the mermaid neck. The Chihan sword was shining coldly. If it went a little further, it would pierce its skin. The cold touch made the mermaid shiver. I take you there. Let go now. Suji picked it up and let it lead the way. The mermaid was short and light, so Suji had no trouble lifting it. Ding Chongwen wanted to follow, but Suji said, You stay here and keep looking. There are still crystals here. She took out another communication symbol from her backpack. Here, I will use this to contact you. Just hear me. If the answer is yes, use your weapon to knock on the coral reef to make a sound. If it is not, knock twice. I will come back here to find you soon. Ding Chongwen nodded, took the communication symbol, and was excited. With this thing, when he returns to Area 2, will he be able to talk to Suji? Suji pressed the mermaid forward. The mermaid kept chattering. Will you let me go soon? I will take you to find the crystals. Suji, if you keep talking nonsense, I will shut you up. Lead the way. Suji looked at the time and frowned. She had been in the sea for 2 hours. Originally, she planned to return in 3 hours. She hoped that this mermaid could really lead her to find enough crystals. The mermaid shrank, but because of Suji's fierce look, she thought of the human who had robbed the prince consort. It had never seen her, but heard that she was a very fierce woman with a knife. The mermaid looked down at the sword in Suji's hand, and heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that it was not a person. After swimming for about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the place the mermaid said. This place was deeper in the underwater ruins, and it was full of seaweeds, and the seaweeds had a faint green light. Suji saw many shining gems in the distance. They were densely packed, and there were all kinds of colors. Unlike the coral reefs on the other side of the mermaid, the coral reefs here were too productive. Suji's eyes were wide open. There is such a treasure place. Be careful, don't make any noise. This is where the witch lives. Don't let her find you. The mermaid actually doesn't dare to come here, because the witch has a weird temper, and is not easy to mess with. This is her territory. Although she doesn't care much about these gems, she will be angry if someone is found stealing her things. Suji didn't expect that the witch lived here. No wonder it looks so eerie. But those gems are really tempting. The witch should be proficient in magic. These gems are the materials for her to make magic items. If he could take them all, Suji would be really rich. In addition to the gems, there seemed to be a lot of magic herbs. They glowed white in the dark. Suji held his breath, and did not dare to make any sound according to what the mermaid said. One reason was that he was afraid of the witch, and did not know her strength. Another reason was that if he was caught, he would not be able to take these things away. Suji was afraid that the mermaid would do something. So he kept holding it, and letting it go in front. Here you go. Help me put all the gems in there. Suji was too slow to pick up the supplies by himself, so he could only enslave the mermaid. Seeing how scared it was, it probably didn't dare to disobey. The mermaid didn't expect Suji to let it do something. But Suji's sword was pointing at it, so it didn't dare to resist, and could only nod in agreement. It held the bag and carefully put the gems in it. Suji's eyes under the hood sparkled. In this area alone, there are more than a dozen amethysts and pink crystals. It is enough to repair the crown. There are also many obsidians. As long as they can be taken back, they can be used to make many magic props. Suji wanted to use the teleportation card to call another person. She could not search all the supplies here in a short time. She could not spend several hours here. At most half an hour. It would not work to call Yenshin, because this mermaid knew Yenshin. It would not be convenient to call others. Suji was holding the mermaid down, and he needed to look at the light curtain to communicate with others. If he was not careful, the mermaid would run away and make a noise to attract the witch, which would be troublesome. Suji wanted to collect gems and magic plants by herself, but she had to hold the sword in her hand, so she could only watch the mermaid help her pack things. Otherwise, she could just take enough crystals this time and leave, and then secretly bring Yenshin with her next time. This seemed to be a good idea. She could remember the route and come back next time. Every time the mermaid put a gem in, Suji counted it in her mind. She specifically told the mermaid, "Take the purple and pink ones." The mermaid didn't dare not do it. Soon, the bag was filled with 8 amethysts and 6 pink crystals. That was enough. But there was still more. Suji, okay. Give me the bag. As soon as she finished speaking, the mermaid expression suddenly changed, and she said in panic, "The witch is coming." The seawater not far away rolled up a whirlpool, and a black shadow appeared. Suji reacted very quickly, pulling the mermaid into the seaweed. She held her breath, and covered the mermaid's mouth, fearing that it would make a sound out of fear. It was very quiet around. Suji quietly pushed aside the seaweed, and saw a woman in a black cloak walking out of the shadow. Chapter 117 Water World, the 15th day. The witch's body was covered by a cloak, and her figure and face could hardly be seen. She looked petite, and her height should not exceed 1.6 meters. I don't know if she just came back, or was about to go out. The witch held a staff in her hand. Suji was a little far away from her, and could only see a colorful gem on the staff. It was obvious that she must be very strong. Suji didn't want to attract her attention, but he was already planning in his mind what to do if he was discovered. The mermaid, whose mouth was covered by her, could not make a sound, and looked at Suji in horror. Suji thought, as soon as the witch left, she would leave immediately, and would never stay for more than a minute. She stared at the witch intently, and her heart suddenly tightened, because the witch looked over here, as if she was looking at her. Suji felt a fear that could not be hidden. But soon, the witch looked away, turned around with her staff, and pointed forward. A black pointed roof hut appeared in the empty place. The witch opened the door with her staff and entered the hut. When the witch disappeared from Suji's sight, the hut also disappeared. Suji's heart was still hanging because of the eye contact just now. She was startled just now. Her body was tense, and her hands were more powerful. When she let go, her fingers were slightly stiff. Mermaid, can we go now? Suji came to her senses, raised her hand, and hit the back of the mermaid head, knocking it unconscious. She picked up the bag of crystals, put it in her backpack, and swam out while telling Ding Chongwen to the communication symbol. Don't wait for me. Just go back. I'm leaving too. She already had enough crystals here. No matter whether Ding Chongwen found other ones or not, she didn't need them. If you find any crystals, take them yourself. After saying that, Suji swam upstream faster, wanting to leave the underwater ruins and return to the shelter as soon as possible. After leaving the scope of the underwater ruins, Suji heard Yanshin's voice coming from the communication symbol. I saw the mermaid princess on the sea surface. You must be careful when you come back. Suji's heart sank. You didn't hide? I'm in the shelter, I can see her. She can't see me. She hasn't discovered me yet, but she's very close to us. Suji understood that Yanshin was hiding in the shelter, seeing the scene outside through the window. In this way, when Suji returns, once she emerges from the sea, she will most likely be seen by the mermaid princess. However, the mermaid princess probably doesn't recognize her, but the storm at sea is probably caused by the mermaid princess, which also shows that the mermaid princess is not in a good mood. Going there now would be dangerous. Would she hide in the water and wait for the mermaid princess to leave before going out? She would be soaked in the water for so long, and her body temperature would be very low. If she didn't go out of the water, she would not be able to bear it. If it doesn't work, I will find a way to lure the mermaid princess away. Yanshin knew what Suji was worried about. Suji hurriedly stopped him. Don't. How can you lure her away? Yanshin, I have a way. Suji didn't believe Yanshin's method was foolproof. Don't do it. I will come back and repair the crown soon. And you can try to confront her head on at that time. But you should stay safe now. She had high hopes for this crown, and she had put in so much effort, just waiting for the moment of repair. Her forbearance now was for the future. Suji, it will be dawn soon. Wait a moment. Don't go out. I need you to help me put the materials and make a few foundation makers. She had asked someone to contact her to exchange purple and pink crystals, saying that she could use foundation makers to exchange them. At first, there was no response, but now 1 or 2 people came, saying that someone could exchange them. Tong Haotsong also found a few purple crystals, saying that he could exchange them with her for foundation processors. Tong Haotsong said earlier that he would find a way. It was probably late at night, when he didn't sleep, and he asked people everywhere to get it. She asked for help, and now that someone has found it, even if she has collected enough crystals, it is not easy to say no. So the foundation maker still has to be traded. 3 foundation processors have to be traded at once. Although there are so many in the shelter, there will not be enough for her to exchange with others. So she has to let Yanshin make it as soon as possible. Yanshin didn't say anything. Suji added, listen to me. Yanshin had to compromise. Okay. Don't force yourself. Under the influence of the storm, the sea surface was not calm. The turbulent sea water was churning. Suji couldn't sleep in the water, and simply opened the light curtain to deal with things. By the way, a wave of products were also put on the shelves in the cheese shop. There have been no new products for some time, and the number of new items this time is not large. Mainly to clear the things in the backpack. Things that were not very useful to her were rare treasures for other players. If Suji sold them, there would be many people who would want to buy them. For example, the bowie hunting knife she used before, a set of protective gear, 2 kayaks. When the sky was pale, the storm finally subsided. The mermaid princess disappeared and the singing stopped. Suji was cold all over. Her lips were frozen white. And when she got ashore, she almost lost consciousness. Yanshin also did not sleep all night. When Suji got ashore, He rushed to her and wrapped her up with a clean towel and blanket. Suji was already in a daze. She just wanted to take a hot bath and lie down on the bed. Yinchen prepared ginger soup and food, and served them to her after she changed her clothes. Suji was sleepy, hungry, tired and thirsty. She felt like she could eat a cow, but she had no energy to eat. She finally felt a little better, but she didn't dare to go to sleep directly. She had to repair the lost crown. Dragging her tired body, Suji stood in front of the enchantment table and put all the necessary materials and the crown into the drawer. The moment she pushed the drawer in, the mirror burst into a strong light. Purple and pink flashed crosswise. Gorgeous and cool colors flashed back and forth, like a powerful force pulling. It worked. Suji was obviously very sleepy, but she was reluctant to go to bed. She wanted to wait for the crown to be repaired. Yinchen, you go to sleep. I stay here. I call you as soon as it repaired. Yinchen words made Suji a little moved. She was really too tired. Yinchen, go ahead. I will definitely call you. But you didn't sleep all night. I'm not tired. You stayed in the water for so long. I rested in the shelter. Yinchen pushed Suji to the bedroom. Suji knew that if she didn't sleep for a while, she would definitely not be able to hold on during the day. She looked at Yinchen. Then you must call me. Yinchen nodded. Suji then returned to the room. She fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. She slept for 5 hours, until 10 o'clock in the morning, when she woke up from the bed. She was shocked to see how late it was. No way. Is it not repaired yet? Or did something happen? Suji jumped up from the bed and rushed to the studio. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yinchen sitting in front of the enchanting table, supporting his head with one hand, looking at the enchanting table expressionlessly. Seeing Suji coming over, Yinchen said, You woke up? Have you been sitting here waiting? Yes. It's been 5 hours. Why hasn't it been repaired yet? Yinchen, I don't know. I've been here all the time. Their movement inside the enchantment table. Suji, it's been too long. She walked closer and stared at the mirror, and found that the color had changed. The mirror no longer flashed purple and pink light, and the entire mirror surface turned into a deep blue. Suji reached out and touched it, and it was icy cold. You go to sleep, and I take care of it. Yinchen hadn't rested for a day and a night. Have you rested enough? I'm fine. You're really an Iron Man, go to sleep. Before Suji finished speaking, the mirror cracked, startling her. Could the enchantment table be broken? Is this crown so strong? Suji was extremely nervous. A blue lightning-like pattern appeared in the middle of the mirror. Suji sensed that a force was about to explode. She looked at the drawer, and saw a dazzling light coming out of it. Yinchen grabbed Suji's hand and dragged her to the ground, thus avoiding the powerful impact from the drawer. This force rushed straight into the sky, and soon dark clouds covered Suji's shelter. The lost crown was successfully repaired. Suji held her breath, staring at the enchantment table without blinking. She slowly opened the drawer. Inside was a blue crown, with several glowing gems on it. The largest one was blue, followed by a purple and a pink one. Suji reached out to pick it up, but it felt so heavy that she couldn't lift it at all. The next second, she heard a beautiful song. It seemed to come from the crown. Chapter 118. A blue light poured out from the blue crystal of the crown. A gorgeously dressed woman came out. Oh no, it was a mermaid. Her upper body was human, but her lower body was a fish tail. She wore a top made of pearls and shells, and her hair was aqua blue. After she appeared, the crown suddenly flew up and landed steadily on her head. Suji was stunned. How could this happen? How could the development of things be different from what she imagined? Suji thought that if she repaired the crown, she would be able to obtain the power of the crown. Just like the novels and movies she had read before, the crown contained powerful energy, recognized her as the master, and then she would be able to crush the mermaid princess, beat the mermaid princess to a pulp, and make her never dare to mess with her again. As a result, there was actually a mermaid hidden in the crown, and it seemed that she was the real owner of the crown. Now, was she doing something for the mermaid? Suji had a complicated expression. Who are you? She was also a mermaid, but she couldn't be a relative of the mermaid princess. I am the mermaid queen, you saved me? The mermaid voice was very gentle, although she didn't look very good, but she was much better than the mermaid princess. Saved you? I guess so, after all. It was she who repaired the crown, which allowed this mermaid to appear. Suji nodded. My savior, how can I thank you? Suji thought, it turns out that the opportunity is here. Does that mean that repairing the crown is still beneficial? But before Suji could speak, the mermaid queen began to tell her story. You must want to know why I came out of the crown, it's a long story. After telling the story for more than 10 minutes, Suji understood. Many years ago, the mermaid queen sacrificed herself to save the entire mermaid tribe. Her soul was hidden in the crown, and no one knew about it. Everyone thought she was dead. The gems on the crown lost their function, the light faded, and was gradually forgotten, and thrown into the ruins on the seabed. No one knew that the queen's soul remained in the crown. Until Suji repaired the crown, the queen's soul was also repaired. Although her ability was not fully restored, she had recovered half of it. As long as she recuperated for a few more days, she would be able to return to her peak ability. And Suji was the benefactor of the mermaid queen. Since you saved me, I will recognize you as my sister. The mermaid queen smiled and took Suji's hand. Suji, you are my benefactor, and also the benefactor of the mermaids. From now on, the mermaids will obey your orders. Things seem to be going in a strange direction. Oh, is this your husband? Suji was about to explain, when the sound of a conch shell suddenly came from outside the shelter. The mermaid queen obviously knew the sound. My people are here, and the power of the crown has alarmed them. The noise just now was indeed a bit loud. And Suji hurried out to see. Now the entire shelter was covered by dark clouds, and there were lightning in the clouds. There were many schools of fish on the sea, which were probably out to watch the fun. She saw mermaids approaching from a distance, their bodies were exposed above the water, and they were watching the situation here. The mermaid queen, let go, come with me to meet my people, and let them thank you with me. Suji's smile froze. They probably didn't want to thank her. Among these mermaids, some might have seen her. What wrong? The mermaid queen smiled gently. She didn't know what Suji was thinking. She thought she was shy. It okay. Mermaids are kind and friendly. Suji wanted to scratch her head at this moment. I also introduce my daughter to you. Maybe you will get along well at first sight. When Suji heard this, she was completely upset. Daughter? Mermaid princess, mermaid queen. She was just wondering what the relationship between the two was. She thought they were sisters. I didn't expect them to be mother and daughter. They look similar, and they don't look alike at all. Suji turned around and looked at Yenchen. Her eyes said a lot. At this moment, only Yenchen understood her thoughts best. It okay, I go out with you. The mermaid queen smiled. It seems that you have a good relationship. Suji smiled awkwardly, although it was a misunderstanding, but when she met the mermaid princess later, if she wanted the mermaid queen to help, it seemed better not to explain it clearly. Just like that, Suji and Yenchen followed the mermaid queen out. The mermaid queen was in a very good mood. After so many years, she finally saw the light of day again. Now she was going to see her people again. She was so happy. When she came out, she was very stylish. When she raised her hand, she actually raised a curtain of water. And countless waves of sea water danced behind her, like fireworks of sea water. Some older mermaids recognized her immediately when they saw her. Queen! It's the queen! The queen is still alive! Our queen! Suji heard cheers coming one after another. The mermaid queen waited for them to shout for a long time, before waving her hands with satisfaction. My people, I'm back. This is my savior, she saved me. The mermaids looked at her one after another. Suji saw them whispering. I don't know if anyone recognized her, in short. Suji didn't see any familiar faces. By the way, I seem to have forgotten to ask, sister, what your name, how should I call you in the future? Suji, my name is Suji. It a cute name, Xiaoji. The mermaid queen showed a loving look. My name is Lilu, you can call me sister. Suji opened her mouth, but it was really hard to say it. If you are not used to it, you can call me Lilu. Suji, sister Lilu. By this calculation, wouldn't the mermaid princess have to call her aunt? Hearing Suji calling her sister, the mermaid queen eyes lit up, as if she liked this title very much. Where Nina? Why don't you see Nina? The princess is on her way. She should be here soon. The mermaid princess name is Nina, and this is the first time Suji knows it. When the princess comes, the scene will probably be very strange. Suji looked at Yenchen, not knowing whether to let him hide. But it already like this, just take advantage of the queen's presence to solve it. With the queen's support, Suji felt a little more confident. But before the princess came, Suji planned to ask for some benefits or something. What if the queen gets upset with her daughter and turns hostile? It not impossible. Queen Lella thought of it without Suji saying anything. By the way, this is for you. She stretched out her hand, and suddenly a teardrop-shaped blue gem appeared in her palm. Suji took it and looked at it. Mermaid tears. The tears of the legendary mermaid princess, which contain powerful magical energy. Click to use to gain 100 points of magic skill proficiency. 100 points. Suji was ecstatic, and she used it directly. After adding 100 points to the magic skill proficiency, it was upgraded to the intermediate level directly, and only 20 points were left to the advanced level. However, the mermaid tears did not disappear. Suji thought that this thing had other uses, so he put it away first. Lilu, do you want anything else? Suji, I'd like this. Sister Lilu, I want to tell you something. There is a misunderstanding between me and your mermaids. It better to say it now, so as not to make the situation confusing and difficult to explain later. Originally Suji was right, and Lilu also thought Yanchen was her lover. Suji briefly recounted the whole story. Lilu was surprised after listening to it. She looked at Yanchen. You mean? My daughter Nina wanted to marry him and locked him up. Suji, that right. But I took him away. And now the mermaid princess is offering a reward for our capture. Lilu was silent for a moment. At this moment, the mermaid princess arrived late. She stepped on a shell and rushed over the sea. She had been looking for people every night recently, and had been sleeping during the day. However, she was woken up not long after falling asleep. She was told that the queen had resurrected. Although she was the daughter of the mermaid queen, the queen had died when she was very young. She did not have a deep impression of her mother. However, the queen had resurrected. So as a daughter, she had to go and see it. So she hurried over. Seeing the groups of mermaids here, the mermaid princess knew that she had arrived. The mermaid wearing a crown in the distance must be her mother, Queen Lelu. The mermaid princess rushed to Lella quickly. She looked up and was about to speak, but her eyes met with Suji and Yanchen, who was standing beside Suji. Prince consort, the mermaid princess exclaimed in surprise. Queen Lella saw that the princess' face was blue, and there were thick dark circles under her eyes. She looked nothing like herself. She did not inherit any of her beauty, but rather looked like her father. And she only thought about someone else's husband when she came. The mermaid queen sighed inwardly, but still called out, Nina. The mermaid princess didn't remember what the queen looked like, but she knew it was right when she saw the crown. Mother, you are still alive. Yes. Why is mother with my husband? I've heard that. He is not your husband. How can you think about someone else's husband? It's just nonsense. Someone else's husband? The mermaid princess looked at Suji. The mermaid queen solemnly introduced, This is my lifesaver, the prince consort you mentioned, that is, her husband. The mermaid princess, impossible. Mother, he has no wife. He is my prince consort, he was kidnapped. Did you kidnap him? Still talking nonsense, you ask him. The mermaid queen let Yanchen say it himself. Yanchen said calmly, Princess, I said, I will not be your prince consort, she is my wife. I don't care if you are willing or not, as long as I want you, you must be. The mermaid princess was obviously mad. She looked at Yanchen madly, and then shouted angrily, He is mine, mother, you must help me. The mermaid princess' expression became ferocious. She had been looking for Yanchen these days, and now she finally found him. But the result was this situation, she couldn't accept it. The situation was a little out of control. Just when Suji thought something was going to happen, the mermaid queen raised her hand and gently touched the mermaid princess' head. Nina, be obedient. Don't covet other people's husbands. I won't, the mermaid princess screamed. But soon, her eyes became gentle, and her expression gradually calmed down. Suji understood that it was the mermaid queen who did something. She kept stroking the mermaid princess' head. Be good. This is your Aunt Suji. That her husband? You can't compete with your mother's savior for a man. Suji secretly felt lucky. If she hadn't lied, maybe the mermaid queen would really allow Nina to snatch Yanchen away. Seeing that the mermaid princess was about to lose control at any time, Suji always felt that everything was not over yet. After the mermaid princess calmed down, the mermaid queen also withdrew her hand. Call Suji auntie. The mermaid princess looked at her hatefully. Suji hurriedly said, Ha ha ha. No need. No need. The mermaid queen shook her head helplessly. Okay. We should go back. She looked at Suji. As long as you are still in the sea, I will let the mermaids bring you gifts every day in the future. That would be great. I get gifts every day, so happy. By the way, there is one more thing. Suji, Sister Lai Lu, can the bounty mission that the princess issued before be cancelled? She used to come out to sing at night. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. The mermaid princess looked at Yanchen, with a reluctant look on her face. Announcement: the limited time mission The Mermaid Princess Sadness is cancelled. The entrance to the underwater ruins of the mermaid tribe is open, and players can explore on their own. Announcement: the limited time mission The Mermaid Princess Fury is cancelled. All players will gain the favor of the mermaid tribe. Looking at the mermaid tribe going away, Suji slowly let out a long sigh, finally gone. Her body softened. She was really nervous just now. Luckily, the mermaid queen is powerful and sensible. Suji looked at Yanchen. Why do you look like nothing happened? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Yanchen, a little. In fact, he was only worried about getting Suji into trouble. As long as Suji was fine, it would be fine. Seeing that Suji was favored by the mermaid queen, he was not so worried. Suji, by the way, you haven't slept yet. You are probably too sleepy. You have a dull expression and dull eyesight now. But even if you are like this, the mermaid princess still loves you madly. Don't you have any ideas at all? Yanchen looked at her without saying anything. Okay. I won't joke around anymore, go to bed. Yanchen, I sleep for a while. I do the work in the vegetable garden when I get up. I've already fed the pigs and cows. Suji, okay. The mermaid princess crisis is over. She can do other things with peace of mind. The wine barrel drawings, milking barrel drawings, chicken coop drawings, made them one by one. Ah! I almost forgot. I haven't signed in today. Chapter 119 Waterworld, Day 16. Waterworld, Day 16. Heavy rain, temperature 10 degrees Celsius. Suji had just finished breakfast, put on his raincoat, and prepared to go to the vegetable garden. Yanchen went to the barn. After the fish pond and barn were built, the open space around the shelter was occupied. It looked messy, and weeds grew. Suji thought, I have to weed the grass today, and then build a road. There are no vegetables planted in the vegetable garden. Suji said that these arable lands are reserved for greenhouses. The land converter has been running. This afternoon, we will be able to create enough land for planting, and then we can build a greenhouse. Suji has been looking forward to it for a long time. 200 square meters of land for planting can grow a lot of vegetables. Suji plans to hire a professional to plant and manage it for her. She used to plant randomly, and she would plant any seed she got. As a result, the vegetables in the vegetable garden are in a mess. Eggplants and pumpkins are next to each other, and potatoes and peppers are next to beans. Moreover, the harvest time and area occupied by each type of vegetable are different, which is very unfavorable for harvesting vegetables. Sometimes, at a glance, it is impossible to tell which vegetables can be harvested and which cannot be harvested. So Suji can't do it casually this time. She has already found a player with advanced planting skills. She found him in the chat channel. She sent a message saying that she wanted to ask someone to help design a vegetable garden. The benefit was 10 energy stones. And many people came to her for the job. Suji screened around. Lan Su, the player who sold her gem strawberries before, also came to her. But Suji compared their planting skill experience levels and the pictures of their own vegetable fields, and still chose the current one. It was a girl named Moo, who spoke in a soft and cute way. She would send emojis and emoticons when communicating through text. She was afraid that she couldn't explain it clearly to Suji. So she added him as a friend and sent a bunch of pictures to explain to Suji. Moo, 200 square meters of land can grow a lot of vegetables and fruits. If we use intensive planting methods, we can grow more. Suji, yeah. I want to make it into a greenhouse. The actual planting area may be smaller. Less than 200 square meters. Moo thought for a moment. Greenhouse. The weather has been too bad recently. Without a greenhouse, many vegetables cannot be grown. Suji, yes. So I need you to help me plan. With a greenhouse, all kinds of vegetables can be grown. And there is no need to worry about the weather and temperature. Moo, the main reason is that the harvest time of each vegetable is different. And the yield is also different. The planting area cannot be evenly distributed. Under the premise of ensuring the yield, the land must be used. Let's do this. Give me a list of the types and quantities of seeds you have now, and I will make a scientific planting plan tonight. This is the best. Suji also thought so. Suji, okay, thank you for your hard work. Moo was very enthusiastic about this order. Then let's keep in touch. I send it to you as soon as I'm done. She really likes planting, and she turned the survival game into a happy farm game. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specialized in planting skills, and reached advanced planting so quickly. Now she can harvest a lot of crops every day, and it can be considered a high yield on the only dozens of square meters of planting land. In fact, Moo envied Suji for being able to build a greenhouse. She also wanted a greenhouse. The weather has been terrible recently. She has to spend a lot of time taking care of the vegetables and fruit trees every day. She made some sheds with non-woven fabrics and plastic sheets, but they definitely don't have the effect of a greenhouse. Scientific planting is very important. Suji has no planting skills, but she has this awareness. Moo admires her very much. Many players who don't have planting skills don't consider farming as a difficult task at all. She has several game friends who are like this. They just plant randomly, even if she makes suggestions. Moo decided to help Suji build this greenhouse. When he can build a greenhouse in the future, he can do it according to this method, which will save him trouble and earn him energy stones. With these 10 energy stones, he can make a seed generator. Although Moo is not short of seeds now, the seeds of several water-resistant vegetables have been used up, and there are still many seeds of drought-resistant vegetables left. This weather is not suitable for planting at all. Suji, is Suji here? Hearing a strange voice calling his name, Suji did not react for a while. She saw a mermaid sticking her head out not far away. What do you want to talk to me about? I am here to bring you something on the Queen orders. Oh! Queen Lela said that mermaids would bring her gifts every day. They really did. Suji, okay. Give it to me. The Queen said she didn't know what you like yet. But she asked me to bring something that all mermaids like on the first day. Pink mother of pearl X2. Suji accepted the gift. Thank you. You've worked hard. Mermaid, the Queen said, you can ask for anything that is on the seabed, and we mermaids will try our best to satisfy you. Suji, this is great if possible. I also like gems produced on coral reefs. Mermaid, okay, I will report it when I go back. In fact, Suji is very satisfied with the pink mother of pearl. This can be turned into water pearls when put into the magic pocket. Water pearls are the materials for making water-repellent beads. Suji has the other two materials, obsidian and amethyst. With water pearls, you can make a few more water-repellent beads. In the water age, the importance of water-repellent beads is self-evident. After the mermaid left, Suji put one of the pink fritillaria into the magic pocket of Paphiopedilum. Paphiopedilum has grown a little bit bigger now. Suji poured the remaining bottle of gold nutrient solution for it to drink yesterday. Paphiopedilum is now in a coma, and it will probably take some time to wake up. But it will not affect the use of the magic pocket. Speaking of which, Suji is now a wealthy player, with abundant supplies and no shortage of food and clothing. But he often feels that something is missing. For example, yesterday she wanted to make a wine barrel. She found that she didn't have the materials to make a wine barrel. Wine barrels need white oak, but she didn't have it. The 10 finished wine barrels she got before had been used to make wine, but it takes a long time to make wine. 10 wine barrels can only make 10 bottles of wine. Suji has so many bayberries, so she needs more wine barrels. Milking barrels need white birch and red birch, but Suji doesn't have them either. She only got some drawings, but no materials. Suji felt that she still had to go to the island to get these woods, but she didn't have the island teleportation stone now. However, she finally built the chicken coop today, because Duca sent her a message last night, saying that the chicks and birds had grown up a lot, and now they could eat by themselves without special care, and asked her when she would take them back. As soon as the chicken coop was completed, Suji told Duca that he could send them over. The chicks were kept in the chicken coop. And as for the birds, Suji also prepared some bird cages. The bird cages were carefully made. She showed them to Duca, and Suji was relieved when she said they were good. After taking the chicks and birds, Suji handed them over to Yenchen. Suji felt relieved to leave the family animal husbandry to Yenchen. Although he looked cold, he was gentle and patient with small animals, even more attentive than Suji. Suji didn't treat the piglets with care, only treated the cow babies well, but Yenchen treated them equally, touched them every day, and interacted with them when feeding them. Suji was stunned when he saw it once, thinking, no wonder he took so long to feed them every time. Now that so many chicks have come, Yenchen has something to do. Suji also has a lot to do. Yesterday and today. He drew an upgrade card and a blind box card respectively. The upgrade card is used to upgrade the enchantment table. Suji also used the blind box card. He drew several animal husbandry tools. Feed mixer, pig manure shovel, heater. Feed mixer is actually a mixer, mixing various feed ingredients, crushing, and then turning it into more delicious feed, improving palatability, and ensuring quality and balanced nutritional intake. The pig manure shovel is also useful. These pigs only eat and poop. So much pig manure can be used for compost. As for the heater, it is very useful at this time. The weather is so cold. The temperature in the barn is low. With the heater, it can provide them with a more comfortable environment. After she gave the things to Yen-chen nodded and praised. Not bad, all good things. Suji smiled and said, "That right." Suji then posted 3 tasks on the task console at the door. Seeking birch, red birch, white oak, which can be exchanged for ore, foundation, food and other supplies. The contents of the other 2 tasks are similar, except that the required supplies are replaced with the formula of magic energy potion, island teleportation stone, and gold nutrient solution. Suji's shelter has been upgraded for 2 days. When she first upgraded, there were only 2 tasks on the task table. Now there are 30 or 40 tasks, which means that more and more players have reached level 8. Not long after Suji's task was posted, someone took it. Yen-su contacted her. "White oak for food, how much do you want?" Suji, "The more the better. White oak can be used to make wine barrels." Suji wants a lot. Yen-su, "I don't have much, only 40, I cut some on the island yesterday, and it hasn't been converted into high-grade wood yet. Some special wood can be converted into basic materials. If it is not converted, it can be kept for backup. After conversion, it will not be changed back." Yen-su is just upgraded, cannot sprint to the next level in a short time, so some special wood is left. Suji, "Okay. Then I exchange for 40 or so. Give you 10 eggplants, 10 cucumbers. That enough?" Yen-su, "Okay." Suji received 40 white oaks after a while. 10 white oaks can make a wine barrel. An iron ore, glass, steel are also needed. It takes half an hour to make a barrel. Suji didn't expect wine making to be so troublesome before. The 40 pieces of which she exchanged this time can only make 4 wine barrels. She thought she might as well just make these barrels, since there was no white oak left anyway, until she saw someone selling wine in the trading center. 1 bottle of wine sold for 10 energy stones. Suji was shocked. Is it so expensive? Her wine has not been brewed yet, and she has not thought about the price. Seeing others selling it at such a high price, she quickly checked the details of the bottle of wine. Wine, blue quality high-grade wine, with rich fruity aroma and long aftertaste, 750 ml per bottle. Effect: taking 100 milliliters can help sleep, speed up physical recovery, restore physical strength after 5 hours of sleep, and be energetic. Drinking more than 3 bottles, there is a probability of increasing the upper limit of physical strength points, and no more than 3 bottles can be consumed in a week. 1 bottle of wine can be drunk 7 times. Under normal circumstances, it takes 8 hours of sleep to restore physical strength, but it only takes 5 hours after drinking, which can save 3 hours of time for work. The most powerful benefit is the increase in the upper limit of physical strength. Although it is still a probability event to drink up to 3 bottles a week, it is also very attractive. Suji's eyes lit up. She wants to make wine quickly. Continue to make wine barrels, and make them in batches. Suji sent a message to Yen-su. "Which island did you cut your white oak?" Yen-su, "Is 40 not enough? I use it." Wine appeared in the trading center of District 10, and it may not appear in District 2 yet, so Yen-su may not know the benefits of wine. Yen-su, "Even if I tell you, you may not go there. And that island is very dangerous." Yen-su got a lot of supplies on the island, but he was also injured. Even he said it was dangerous. So it seems that there is something. "Suji, don't you want to make a golden weapon? I have a condition. You go with me to the island with white oak, and I will give you a golden weapon when you come back." Chapter 120. Spider Island. There are a lot of poisonous spiders on the island, except for a forest. The rest of the island is barren. Although there are various products in the forest, the spiders are more ferocious. Not only are there an astonishing number of them, but they are also very large. These spiders can capture small animals on the island by weaving webs. I can only cut through their webs with weapons. The webs woven by some big spiders are very sticky. Once you get stuck, it is difficult to escape. I saw not only the skeletons of many animals on the island, but also humans who have just died. Yen-Su's words made Suji back off a bit. So exaggerated. Will she still go? It sounds really dangerous. You are the one who can make golden weapons. Right? I didn't pay attention to other information before, and suddenly I remembered that in the previous skill competition, you were the one who won the first place in forging skills. Suji, yes. The system had already sent an email notification before, so Suji didn't need to pretend. Yen-Su, if you can give me the golden weapon, I can go with you again, and I happen to have something I want to get. Suji had already retreated. But Yen-Su said this again. This person was scaring her, and then saying he wanted to go. Alas, this was normal. He was just kindly reminding her, so that she wouldn't find out how dangerous it was after she went there. But if there was only white oak, it wouldn't be worth the risk, because it might not be only on this island. There might be other safer islands, such as Ginseng Island and Yangmei Island. Suji hadn't explored these two islands completely, so maybe she could find them if she looked carefully. Of course, it is possible that there is no such thing. It is okay to go there. But Suji saw that Yen-Su wanted to go again. Maybe there are some high-level materials there. Yen-Su, but how to go together? You need to figure it out. Suji had a way. It was the same as when she asked Tong Haotsong to go there before. A teleportation card and an island teleportation stone. But the island teleportation stone should be used by Yen-Su. And then she would be teleported there. In this way, the two of them could appear on Spider Island at the same time. There is still time to consider whether to go or not, because Suji does not have an island teleportation stone now. Okay, I think of a way. And consider it by the way. Yen-Su, okay. Suji told Yen-Chen about his concerns. I can't go with you. Yes, there is only one teleportation card, so I can only go by myself. And that Yen-Su. You have also seen him. He is very strong. I will go with him. To be honest, Suji has a lot of worries. But Yen-Su is still waiting for her to help make the golden weapon. He should not do anything to her. And he will try his best to protect her. Yen-Chen, you have to think about it. If it's something you absolutely need, you can go. You can rest assured that I'm at home. It's impossible to stop Suji from going on an adventure to find supplies, just because it's dangerous. There's still a long way to go to develop and improve in the game. What Yen-Chen can do to help Suji is to take care of the shelter for her, so that she doesn't have to worry. If possible, Yen-Chen would like to go for Suji. But he is not a player, and there are many restrictions. Killing monsters will not drop supplies, so it won't be very useful. Moreover, he doesn't even have a backpack, so he can't bring back much supplies by himself. Okay, I think about it. The main reason was that she really wanted to cut down white oak. She had a golden axe, but she hadn't used it yet. If she cut down trees with the golden axe, she might be able to bring back hundreds or thousands of white oaks. Then she could make hundreds of wine barrels. Wouldn't that make her rich? She couldn't drink that much wine herself. She could drink one bottle 7 times. It would be hard to drink 3 bottles a week. Li Ming had 10 barrels. And Suji made 4 more barrels today. It would take 10 days to brew. She guessed that the bottle of wine that appeared was not brewed by the seller himself, but might have been obtained through some other means. The cycle is so long. If you don't make more barrels, you won't be able to use up all the bayberries. You can only use them to make dried bayberries or canned bayberries. But in that case, the effect will be small. It's still best to make wine. Suji is reluctant to give up this big business opportunity. If you can really make 100 wine barrels, you can harvest 100 bottles of wine in 10 days. The effect of bayberry wine may be better than that of wine. After all, the quality of bayberries is good, and the difficulty of obtaining them is also different. If you can sell 12 to 15 energy stones, I don't know, are there so many rich people who can afford so many energy stones? Why did she start to worry about this? I can only say that she thinks too much. The main reason is that she can't make a decision yet, so she starts to have wild thoughts. Suji held his chin up. Let's get the island teleportation stone first. There are more and more island teleportation stones now. You can often see news of players landing on the island in the chat channel, and some people will post pictures. Half of the time in the water world has passed. Teleportation stones are not as rare as before. You can also dig them up by digging for treasure. Suji decided to go treasure hunting in the sea first, to see if she could find one today. If not, she would ask in the chat channel if anyone was willing to exchange. Anyway, there was a task to exchange for an island teleportation stone in her mission. Maybe someone would take the mission when she came back. Not long after Suji went into the sea, she encountered a group of red jellyfish. They were pink, bright red, purple, pink. They were beautiful and dreamy, and they emitted a blue-green fluorescence. Suji did not dare to approach. The more colorful and beautiful things are in nature, the more dangerous they are. And most jellyfish are poisonous. Being stung might be itchy and painful. Moreover, the tentacles of these jellyfish are very long. Some are several meters long. Their bodies expand and contract, and they are all umbrella-shaped bodies of more than 10 centimeters, which always make them look difficult to deal with, even if they are a little far away. Suji dare not relax her vigilance, and will turn around and leave when she sees them. There are too many jellyfish. If there were fewer, Suji might kill a few to see if they would drop supplies. But with so many, she dare not take risks, although they are calm and well-behaved. In fact, those tentacles may quietly come to her when she is not paying attention. Not long after swimming away, Suji encountered another group of jellyfish. This time the jellyfish was not the same type as the one he had just seen. This time it was a mushroom-shaped jellyfish, which was as big as a basketball. Its body was almost transparent. Suji almost didn't notice its existence. Fortunately, she heard two flounders talking. Why are there so many jellyfish suddenly? They were not in our waters before. Yes, it's so scary. Some jellyfish eat fish. Don't touch this transparent jellyfish. A friend of mine accidentally touched it and died. The fish didn't know why so many jellyfish suddenly appeared. It seemed to be an abnormal thing. Suji guessed that the difficulty of survival had increased. The water world was halfway through, and the challenge of survival had also increased. In addition to being careful of the mutant fish and crabs in the sea, groups of jellyfish appeared. The danger factor of jellyfish is much greater than those mutant fish and crabs. She opened the chat channel, and saw that many people were talking about jellyfish. Other players also encountered various kinds of jellyfish. Suji encountered 2 kinds, and some saw 4 or 5 different colored jellyfish gathered together, and took pictures and posted them in the chat channel, which looked magnificent. Most players had never seen such beautiful jellyfish, after all. These things live in the sea, and they didn't know they were poisonous when they saw them for the first time, and many players even wanted to catch them and raise them, but they got caught. In the morning, many players were showing off the pictures of jellyfish they saw, saying they were gorgeous, elegant, and even more spectacular when they were in groups. Some players also said that jellyfish are jellyfish, and they can be taken back to make cold jellyfish salad. But now, the chat channels are all warning, reminding players who have not yet entered the sea or have not encountered jellyfish to be careful and not to get close to jellyfish. However, even if the players do not get close, some jellyfish will actively come up and attack the players with their tentacles. And like the jellyfish that Suji encountered just now, it is almost transparent in the water, and it is impossible to defend against it. Players may bump into it without even seeing it. It's so itchy, my hands are going to rot. Does anyone have medicine? The main thing is that I don't know what medicine to use. The detoxification pills are useless. Some jellyfish toxins can be lethal. They are full of poisonous stinging cells. If you touch them, you must wash them immediately, otherwise they will swell and itch non-stop. I have been washing them for a long time, and it doesn't work. Can I apply toothpaste? Will it work? Or burn ointment? You must use special ointment, otherwise the situation will be worse. What should I do? I don't dare to go into the sea to dig for treasure. It's too dangerous. The road to the underwater ruins is full of jellyfish. I can't go there at all. I thought I could find good things after the underwater ruins were opened. But I didn't expect jellyfish to be rampant today. Suji remembered that she seemed to have a medicinal herb that could treat jellyfish stings, but she forgot what it was called, because she got it a long time ago. She had a rough look at the details, and only remembered the words effective for jellyfish stings. She had to go back and look for it carefully. Suji swam carefully in the sea. Fortunately, she soon found a treasure hunting spot. There were some small jellyfish near the treasure hunting spot. Their tentacles were not long, and they did not look dangerous. Suji wrapped herself tightly, leaving no skin exposed. She also put on gloves. In this way, as long as the tentacles of the jellyfish did not touch the skin, there would be no poisoning. Other players can do the same. Those who were poisoned at the beginning were completely unprepared. This time, Suji's luck was a bit average in treasure hunting. She only had 5 points left. And the things she dug up were not very good. White Supply Box X1. Blue Supply Box X1. Book of Power X1. Magic Doll Blueprint Fragment X1. Mysterious CD X1. Obsidian X1. Bone Meal X3. After digging, Suji returned to the shelter. She was in a hurry to go back. Today, she didn't even kill the mutant monsters nearby. Usually, she would kill a few of them to see if they would drop supplies. After returning to the shelter, not seeing Yenchen, Suji went to the studio. Seeing Yenchen here, he took the finished wine barrel from the workbench. Suji had 2 workbenches. Originally, it could be done in an hour, but Yenchen didn't stay here all the time. After putting the first batch of materials, he went to pick fruits. After being busy for a while, he came back to the studio to change materials. Now all 4 barrels are made. Suji is back. I tell you, the sea is full of jellyfish now. It's very dangerous. You must be careful if you go into the sea. Yenchen hummed. The wine barrels are ready. Put them here. After that, he went out to work. Suji, thank you for your hard work. She did not send the wine barrels to Li Meng, because Li Meng wine had already started brewing, and 4 barrels were a bit too few this time. Li Meng would have to open them separately. Anyway, Li Meng had already told her how to brew wine, and it was not difficult. Suji planned to make these by herself. She originally wanted to open the supply box, but she felt that it was urgent to find medicine. So she went to the cabinet to look for medicinal materials first. The medicinal materials were all placed in a cabinet, sorted and arranged, which made it easy to find, because there were only a few of them. It took a few minutes, and Suji found what she wanted. Saddle vine can be used for external application, treating sores, hemorrhoids, can also be used to make cold medicine, painkillers, and it also has a good detoxification and antipyretic effect for jellyfish stings. So it was called this name. Suji only remembered that she had medicine, but the quantity was not large. This medicine can be applied directly externally, but she guessed that the effect of applying the raw materials externally would definitely not be as good as after it was made into medicine, and it would be too wasteful. If we find the formula for making ointment, we can make a few more and give them to more people. This saddle vine was found by Suji on Pig Island. Suji can tell Tong Haotsong to use the power of the organization to collect more saddle vines. There must be players in the organization who have been to Pig Island and can go there again. It's not bad to do him a favor. He has helped her recently. Suji quickly sent a message to Tong Haotsong, showing him the introduction of saddle grass, saying that he found it on Pig Island. Tong Haotsong understood it at a glance. Tong Haotsong, thank you. I sent someone to Pig Island right away. The jellyfish incident has caused a lot of controversy. The organization is already meeting to discuss countermeasures. Suji's message came just in time. Suji sent messages to her friends again, asking if they were okay. If they were poisoned, she had medicine. Yenchen walked in and asked Suji what she wanted for lunch. He didn't notice it for a moment, and it was already lunchtime. They had to take care of their own lunch. Today, some fish were pulled up in the fishing net. I put most of them in the fish pond and kept them. I left a few in the bucket. See if you want to eat any? Suji hung some fishing nets on the shore near the shelter. She hadn't taken care of them for a long time, but Yenchen remembered them. Speaking of the fish pond, Suji remembered that there were turtles and frogs in the small pond before. She sold a wave of frogs, and she didn't take care of the rest. After the weather got cold, frogs didn't like to call anymore anyway. Why don't we eat turtles today? Do you know how to handle them? She caught these turtles from the lake plate. It's been so long, and I don't know how big they are. Turtle meat is difficult to handle, but it tastes really delicious. Yenchen, do you still raise turtles? Suji nodded with a smile. Yes, it in the small pond, watch me catch it. Yenchen, let me do it, you go make a fire. Yenchen fishing skills are getting better and better. Fishing turtles is definitely a piece of cake. Suji, yeah, do you want to eat roasted sweet potatoes? I know how to do that. Yenchen, let's eat rice today. I've ground some new rice, and cooked it for you to try. Wow, when did you grind the rice? When you were out busy. When Suji was not in the shelter, Yenchen did a lot of things, but he didn't tell Suji everything he did. New rice refers to rice processed from rice that had just been harvested. Suji remembered that. She had planted the rice 10 days ago, and had just harvested it the day before yesterday. She had been very busy these days, but Yenshin still found time to husk and polish the rice, which was too diligent. She liked eating new rice the most, because it had a strong rice aroma, and the rice grains were crystal clear and plump after being cooked, and had a glutinous and chewy texture. After Yenshin came, Suji life became more comfortable. Suji cooked the rice, washed 2 sweet potatoes, and put them in the stove, and then ran out to see if Yenshin had caught a turtle. She saw Yenshin standing by the pond pulling the fishing rod, and it seemed that he was struggling. She asked in surprise, "Did you catch it?" Yenshin, "Yeah, I think so." Suji ran to his side. "Can't you pull it up? It's a bit heavy." Yenshin held the fishing rod tightly, and dared not let go. If he let go, not only would the turtle run away, but the fishing rod would also be broken. Suji thought for a moment. "I put this turtle in a month ago." Yenshin, "Maybe at 30 or 40 kilograms. Suji said in disbelief. "No way? 30 or 40 kilograms. Wouldn't it be a giant turtle?" Waiting for Yenshin to slowly pull it up, Suji was finally enlightened. This was the first time she had seen such a big turtle. She had raised it for so long. "If I hadn't thought of it today, I didn't know what it would be like if it continued to grow. Since I had gone through so much trouble to catch it, I might as well eat it. It was so big, 2 people definitely couldn't finish it." Suji killed it with 1 knife, and then dissected it. After dissecting such a big turtle, it became 20 portions of turtle meat. 15 of them were high-quality blue turtle meat. Making it into food can steadily increase physical strength points. Suji didn't want to waste it, so she only gave the ordinary turtle meat to Yenshin to cook. It better to give the high-quality ones to Li Ming to make food with cooking skills. She handed Yenshin 2 portions of ordinary turtle meat, and put away the rest. Yenshin took the meat, and went to the kitchen. After dinner, Yenshin cleaned the table. Suji started to open the supply box. "It had been a long time since I saw a white supply box." Suji planned to open one first to see what was inside. Open the white supply box, obtain iron ore X10, soil X20, high grade wood X30, coal X5, plastic X10, glass X10, cotton X2. It turned out that the white supply box had become a material box. She hadn't dug a white box for a long time, so she didn't know about this change. Anyway, although there is no surprise, it is not bad. After all, they are all useful things. Suji continued to open the blue supply box. Obtain gold ore X2. Hay making machine blueprint X1. Pig farming encyclopedia X1. Exhaust fan X1. Milk powder X2. Melon seeds X1. Green pepper seeds X1. The things in the blue supply box are indeed much better. To be honest, Suji's luck in treasure hunting today is average. Why did he also have a red supply box before? But you can't expect to be so lucky every day. I can only say that I didn't get hurt today. I'm lucky to come back safely. She picked up the other things one by one and checked them. The Book of Strength is not bad. It can increase 1 point of strength after use. This is the first time she has dug up something that increases attribute points. On the fragment of the Magic Doll blueprint, only in complete production conditions can be seen. There is not even an introduction to the Magic Doll. Magic Doll blueprint fragment. You need to collect 3 pieces to piece together a complete blueprint. Magic Doll production conditions. Enchantment table above intermediate level. Magic skills above intermediate level. Energy stone X50. Obsidian X10. Crystal heart X2. Sapphire X1. The production conditions are so complicated, and the things required are many and rare. It can be seen that this Magic Doll must be an extraordinary thing. At present, there are more and more items that Suji wants to make but cannot make. The most desired one is the shelter computer, but the materials required are too many. Suji does not hold out hope for the time being. Now she has saved up all the mysterious CDs. Slowly save them. Suji picked up the pig farming encyclopedia and opened it to take a look. It introduces some types of domestic pigs, the construction and conditions of pig houses, and how to feed pigs, how to breed, prevention and treatment of pig diseases, what pigs like to eat, how to make pig feed, and finally the slaughter and dismemberment of pigs. Suji took a quick look. There are many tricks in it. It is quite professional. She handed the book to Yenshin. Let me give it to you to study. When it comes to raising pigs, Yenshin is better than her. After reading this pig raising encyclopedia, Yenshin will probably be able to apply what he has learned to other situations. He will gradually learn how to raise rabbits, chickens, cattle and sheep. Suji patted Yenshin on the shoulder. I am very optimistic about you. Yenshin looked at her, seemingly a little helpless. Chapter 121. Although it was quick to find the saddle vine today, Suji now has too many supplies, and sometimes she can't remember exactly what supplies she has. Regular sorting is a must, and you can't be lazy. Otherwise, many good things will be left there without her knowing how to use them. Wouldn't it be a waste? While Yenshin is helping her now, and the greenhouse hasn't started yet, she might as well sort out the supplies. Especially the medicinal materials and drawings. She has to read the introduction carefully, and then classify them. Put those that can be made in one place, separate those that can't be made for the time being, check them regularly, and take them out when the conditions are met. For this reason, Suji made 2 large cabinets. Anyway, there are more rooms now, so there is room for more. It took 2 hours to organize. She reorganized the ingredients in the storage room, and put them on the shelves according to categories. The storage room has been upgraded, with various classification tables, but she has never organized them. Now that they are arranged, they are neat and tidy, and comfortable to look at. Vegetables are classified and placed together in the same color, and meats are separated according to the shelf life. Most of the food has been piled here for a long time. If they are not eaten, they will go bad. Seeing the shelves full of pork, venison, crocodile meat, Suji decided to find a way to deal with it today. She made a smoked meat rack, and put the meat on it to smoke, and dry it to make bacon and smoked fish. When sorting it out, she found that the sausage machine drawings she got a long time ago were also made by her. There is a lot of meat in stock, and the most is pork. She bravely went to the pig island before, and brought back so much pork. She sold some of it, and kept the rest for herself. However, several hundred kilograms of meat have been in the storage room for some time. If they are left there any longer, they may go bad. If they are made into sausages and bacon, they can be preserved for a longer time. There is no need for cooking skills to make these. They are all pure technology and processing. However, in order to ensure quality and quantity, Suji still consulted Li Ming. Li Ming told her that there are many types of sausages. Since she has a sausage machine, she might as well make more flavors. For example, corn pork sausage, pumpkin pork sausage. Don't you have chicken and shrimp? I can also make some potato and chicken sausage, shrimp and radish sausage. And there are many varieties. I can grill whatever I want to eat. Suji, okay. Got it. I prepare it now. Li Ming, do you want me to help you season it? Suji, are you free? It would be great to have Li Ming to help season it. Suji originally thought of adding some salt and sugar to enhance the flavor, but didn't want to bother Li Ming. Okay. It happens that I'm not busy now. The seabed is full of jellyfish. My brother told me not to go treasure hunting. I'm just cooking at home. Right? You don't have to go treasure hunting. Suji didn't want Li Ming to be stung by jellyfish. Even if she had medicine, the sting would hurt, and it would swell, and some jellyfish are highly toxic, and can kill in 1 minute. Yeah, can you help me make 5 sausage machines? I also want to make some sausages, but it's too troublesome to make them by hand. Okay. Then make the sausage machine for me when you have time. I provide the materials, and give you 20 energy stones. Okay. Suji, why are you being polite? I make it for you when the workbench is free. I do it for you first. It takes 20 minutes to make a sausage machine. If 2 workbenches are working at the same time, it can be done in an hour. Since Li Ming is helping her season the sausage ingredients, she will help Li Ming make the sausage machine. Division of labor and cooperation are perfect. When making the sausage machine, Suji took out some drawings she had sorted out in her spare time. The most important one is the lucky pendant drawing. A pendant with magical energy, which will increase the luck value by 1 point after wearing it. And it also has the good luck effect of making your wishes come true. Production conditions, enchantment table. Intermediate magic skills. Production materials, magic pink crystal X1. Lavender X1. Obsidian X1. She hadn't made it before because her magic skills were still at the elementary level. Now that she has reached the intermediate level, she can do it. If she hadn't sorted it out today, she would have forgotten about it again. This pendant is a treasure. She has all the materials. She can just put it in the enchantment table. With this, her luck value will be increased. Suji blinked and couldn't stop smiling. Yenshin, who was fishing, suddenly contacted her through the communication symbol. They were both in the shelter, but they had to go up and down the stairs. It was troublesome to run up to talk, and he was still fishing and couldn't leave, so using the communication symbol was very convenient. The mission console just rang. Would you like to come and take a look? Suji said that. A sound would be heard when someone accepted a mission, so Yenshin could help her keep an eye on it. Okay. I'll be down right away. Suji rushed down to check the mission console. It was raining outside. Yenshin was sitting on a small bench, wearing a black raincoat, holding a fishing rod, and when he heard the sound, he turned around and looked at Suji. Suji smiled and said, "You can use a fishing net to catch fish, but you still go fishing every day. Yenshin, what you catch is different from what you catch, and fishing is fun." Suji, okay. This may be the happiness of a fisherman. Suji clicked on the message on the task board. I have gold nutrient solution, but I don't need those basic materials. Can I exchange it for magic materials or medicine for jellyfish stings? The other party has to accept her task before he can communicate with her. These things, Suji just happened to have them, and it's okay to exchange them for gold nutrient solution. It's just a necessity anyway. She didn't know where to get the gold nutrient solution for the time being. Lanbao needs it, and it also needed to make weapons, so she had to stock up some. Suji replied, okay, for magic materials, I can give you obsidian, and I have stinging ones too. You choose one. You have both? Suji, yes. I give you 2 bottles. I take both the medicine and the obsidian. Deal. Suji sighed. This task table is really useful, and can be traded with other areas. High-level players are all on it, and many materials that ordinary players are reluctant to exchange or cannot get are in the hands of high-level players. Suji asked casually, I also sent other tasks. Have you seen them? Is there anything I can trade? I don't have those woods. I have the island teleportation stone, but if I want to exchange it, it must be something I like. Suji thought, this person is quite arrogant. But Suji is confident that he can come up with good things. Suji, tell me, what do you want? Tanshin originally wanted to leave after the transaction. She had other things to do. She had 2 island teleportation stones, but who would think that there were too many of these things? She didn't plan to trade them. Unless the other party can give her something she really wants. For example, Tanshin couldn't think of anything for a while. What is worth exchanging for the island teleportation stone? She has the weapon, the purple weapon made by the master, enough for her. Even if she wants a golden weapon, they will definitely not be willing to give it to her. A teleportation stone can bring various island supplies, medicinal herbs, fruits, wood, soil, sand, seafood and various animals. Tanshin can get a lot of things in a day. She is going to land on the island tomorrow, and the other one is for a few days. She might as well say something that this person couldn't give. Anyway, she didn't want to exchange the island teleportation stone. But she had already said it. Since people asked, she had to say something. The day before yesterday, she saw someone in the chat channel got a bead that could move freely in the water and talk in the water. It was called the water repellent bead. Tanshin, I want the water repellent bead. If Suji could really take it out, Tanshin would naturally be willing to exchange it. After all, the water repellent bead was too precious in the water world. It was invaluable. As for the water repellent beads, 1 island teleportation stone may not be enough. Tanshin knew that the water repellent beads were more valuable, but what she meant by that was, you have water repellent beads? Yes. Tanshin thought again. Since she had the water repellent beads, she should keep them for herself. And I can exchange them with you. Tanshin was stunned. I can exchange them? How? 1 island teleportation stone is too little. If you want to exchange them, you can use 2, or add something else. Tanshin's mind was working fast. She must get this water repellent bead. This kind of treasure is hard to come by. An island teleportation stone plus a bottle of gold nutrient solution. She still had some gold nutrient solution. She went to the Golden Island last week and dug up 10 bottles. But she didn't need to make weapons. And it was not of much use for the time being. Suji knew at a glance that this person had no shortage of nutrient solution. 3 bottles. Suji was concise and to the point. And he made a direct offer. Tanshin was annoyed. She was too impatient just now. She had already given Suji 2 bottles of gold nutrient solution. She could still take them out. Wouldn't that reveal that she had too much inventory? 3 bottles. That it. She must have the water repellent beads. Okay. Trade now. It already like this. Tanshin is really anxious to trade quickly, fearing Suji will go back on his word. She is straightforward, and doesn't bother to pretend. Suji can see that she is anxious, but she is not the kind of person who will raise the price temporarily. Okay. Wait a minute. Suji first looked at the magic pocket. The pink mother of pearl was put in at 9 a.m. It'd been so long, it should be ready now. She took it out to see first, to make sure she could get the water pearl, and then make the deal. Sure enough, she took it out, and saw a water pearl in the shell of the mother of pearl. This way. It was foolproof. Suji directly took out her own water-repellent bead to make the deal first. She had the materials to make water-repellent beads, and after the lucky pendant was made, she could continue to make water-repellent beads. When Suji said to wait a moment just now, Tanqin was also worried, for fear that Suji would not make the deal. She was relieved until she received the water-repellent bead. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to buy water-repellent beads. If possible. Tanqin really wanted to order one for her sister. But this kind of thing is hard to come by. And it was good enough for her to get one. But after thinking about it, Tanqin still asked, "Can you get more water-repellent beads?" She could exchange all her remaining island teleportation stones and gold nutrient solution. Suji was also a little surprised. Why did this person want more? One is not enough. And she wants to buy a spare one. Impossible. That was probably asking for someone else. She still had pink mother of pearl in her hand. When the magic pocket cools down, she can put it in again tomorrow, and then she can make another water-repellent bead. However, for this one, Suji didn't plan to ask for the island teleportation stone. Tanqin was from District 1, and her name also sounded like a girl. Suji replied, "Yes, but it will take time." Tanqin was surprised and happy. "How long will it take?" "I can wait." Although there is less than half a month left in the water world, the water-repellent bead is still very useful in this half a month. The sooner you get it, the sooner you can enjoy it. Suji, if it fast, the day after tomorrow. So fast. It faster than she expected. She thought it would take a few days. In fact, Suji can make it before tomorrow night, saying the day after tomorrow is also a safe bet. There is more time. But I don't want the island teleportation stone. In exchange, I want the mysterious computer disk, or the fragments of the blueprint of the magic doll. It takes 20 to make a computer, but 20 disks are too difficult to collect. Suji can only collect them slowly. If he can get it in exchange, it will speed up the progress. The fragments of the blueprint of the magic puppet are also good. She still needs 2 more to complete it. These are what she wants most at the moment. She doesn't lack anything else. 1 island teleportation stone is enough. Maybe in a day or 2, she can dig it herself. Tanqin, how many disks do you want? Tanqin had 3 disks before, all of which were used up. Today, she dug one and still hasn't used it. But she knew that 1 would not be enough. 4. Suji didn't ask for too much. The materials used to make the water-repellent beads are rare. 3 gem materials, plus she has magic skills and an enchantment table to make it. She also got the blueprint by using the mysterious disc. The production cost is so high. It is not expensive to exchange 4 discs. For other players, the discs are used for lottery, but the lottery depends on luck and chance. If you are lucky enough to win 2 grand prizes with 4 discs, you can get 2 gems at most. If you are unlucky and win the 2nd prize or the 3rd prize, they are just daily necessities and living supplies, which are not worth much. Tanqin also knew that the price was fair. But she only had 1 disc, so she could only find a way to find it. She didn't feel comfortable asking Suji to keep the water-repellent beads for her. So she could only go and exchange the mysterious discs first, and come back to her when she got 4. Suji was not in a hurry. After all, the water-repellent beads had not been made yet. She had already exchanged her own one for someone else. It would take some time to make 2 more. During this period, Suji decided to go to Spider Island. She thought about it. Although she was afraid of death, her strength had improved so much. And Yen Su was with her. So why not go there? If she didn't go because she was afraid that Spider Island was too dangerous. What if the island she randomly went to next time using the island teleportation stone was Spider Island? Or even a more dangerous island? There will be more dangers in the future. Some are inevitable. This time, Yen Su, who has been there before, will lead her. The risk factor is much lower. Why not go? Besides, she really needs white oak. In addition, the lucky pendant is made, which provides an extra layer of protection. After making the decision, Suji sent a message to Yen Su through the task station. I've done it. We can set off tomorrow. Chapter 122 Water World, Day 17. In order to go to Spider Island, Suji made full preparations. It is known that Spider Island is full of spiders. Suji bought various insecticides and insect repellents. She got a bottle of spray and wipe, and put it in her backpack, for use at any time. The insecticide was given by Xiaojichu. He always gets strange things. Xiaojichu has been studying sewing technology recently, and made a lot of thick clothes. Today, he also sent her a quilt and cotton coat. In return, Suji gave him 2 kilograms of sausages and 2 kilograms of pickled vegetables, and some foundations. At night, Suji was making blueprints while reading the news on the chat channel. Yinchen came in and told her that the chickens at home had laid eggs. Suji was very excited. These chickens were laying eggs for the first time. It felt like they had not been raised for long. But they could be ordered. The eggs were still a little small, and Suji planned to use them to continue incubating eggs. And recently, he got a new advanced incubator. Advanced incubator, an upgraded version of the incubator, which greatly reduces the incubation time and increases the success rate. But there was only one advanced one, and Suji just put a larger egg on it. At this moment, the goose eggs that were previously incubated in the incubator suddenly moved. There were 3 goose eggs in total. After they were cracked, fluffy little geese could be seen. They were wet and looked a bit ugly. The biggest difference between them and chicks was that they had red feet and were bigger. Suji shouted to Yanchen to come and see. Yanchen, Yanchen, come quickly. The geese have hatched. Yanchen came quickly. Seeing the pitiful appearance of the 3 little goslings, he immediately said, I get a box to put them in. I have to keep them warm. There will be more geese in the chicken coop in the future. The chickens and geese will grow up soon, and there will be more and more of them. It is estimated that we will be able to achieve egg freedom soon. Suji just asked in the chat channel if anyone knows what spiders are afraid of. Many people are brainstorming at this moment. Spiders must be afraid of fire. I think it is best to burn them with fire. Lime water, I have tested it myself. It is very effective. There are no spiders in the sea, Suji. You are asking this because you are going to the island, right? You can use pesticides. They are all pests anyway. Pesticides kill insects. Some of it is common sense. Suji also knows that spiders are afraid of fire and pesticides. Another reason why she asked here is that Yen Su said that there are some special spiders on Spider Island. It is better to be safe than sorry. Make more preparations, and she will feel more at ease. If there is no pesticide, then bring some lime water. Lime water seems to be a material for making pesticides. Lime is easy to get. As long as something containing calcium carbonate is calcined at high temperature, it can be made with shells. Suji threw the shells into the stove and burned them for a while, and finally processed them again, making 2 large bottles of lime water. At this time, Tong Haosong sent a message. These saddle vines are for you. Thank you for the information you provided. I sent someone to Pig Island today and found a lot of saddle vines. I also dug some back to plant. Suji, it okay. I take these saddle vines. Tong Haosong, I found the formula for making ointment at the place where I dug saddle vines. I can't give you the formula, but if you need ointment, please tell me at any time. Suji, okay, how about you give me a bottle of ointment when you're done? I have to wait for you to see the message if I need it again. Tong Haosong, yes, I send it to you when it's done. That night, Suji went to bed late and went to bed early in order to get enough rest. On the morning of the 17th, before dawn, Suji woke up. It was still early, only 6:30. Suji decided to think it rare to get up so early, do more things, feed the chickens, rabbits, cows, pigs, give Yinchen a surprise. These days, he did all these jobs. But actually, he is helping here, and it is not stipulated that he has to do it. Since Suji is free, he can also do it. After washing his face, Suji walked into the barn. A smell hit him. After the pigs grow up, they are really a bit untidy. They were not so smelly when they were young. Now these pigs are covered with mud, and they fall to the ground and make grunting sounds. Suji said with disdain, you eat and sleep every day. Can't you be a little cleaner? Look at Xiao Tian. How clean she is. And she doesn't get dirty even when living with you. The book Pig Farming Encyclopedia I read the day before yesterday said that pig feet can be mixed with milk powder and wheat flour. Pigs will love it, especially piglets, which can supplement a lot of protein and nutrients, and promote the growth and development of piglets. There happen to be a few cans of milk powder. Suji took a can and prepared to prepare a higher quality meal for them. You are lucky. Don't think I feed you less. But I feed you well. Suji took some green vegetables that were damaged by rain, chopped them into pieces, then added milk powder and wheat flour, and finally added some boiled water. After mixing and stirring, a portion of pig feed was ready. She poured it into the pig feed bucket, and the piglets screamed excitedly as soon as they smelled it. Suji was quite proud. See, I knew you would like it. The barn was pushed open. Yinshin brought in a portion of pig feed, and saw Suji was there. Yinshin usually prepared the food for these animals the night before, and fed them directly the next morning. Oh, you're here. I just fed the pigs. Look how delicious they are. Yinshin, why are you up so early? Aren't we going to the island? Don't sleep a little longer. Suji, I got up because I couldn't sleep, and I just had something to do. Yinshin, then you stay here and feed me and prepare the food. Suji waved his hand. No need, it too troublesome. I still had a lot of food left last night. Just grill 2 more sausages. I pack up and leave right away. Yinshin, I'm going to make your food for the day, for you to eat after you land on the island. Suji, that not necessary. I have so much food in my backpack, including dry food and seafood soup, and it not easy to eat too complicated food. She signed in today, and got a bowl of dry pot chicken wings, which she also stuffed into her backpack. She planned to eat chicken wings at noon today. It was nice to eat chicken wings in front of Yen-Su. Her luck in drawing cards today was average. She drew a blessing card. This card can only be used on others. She has saved 2 cards. She wanted to use it on Yen-Shin before, but it was useless. Should she use it on Yen-Su now? She will see when the time comes. She will keep it for now. She always feels that it is not that far yet. It seems a bit lacking to increase your own good fortune by blessing others. If you use it casually now, it will be gone when you really need it in the future. Before leaving, Suji checked all the items he brought with him. He made a new water repellent bead last night and put it in his pocket. We bought 50 of them last night. Although it is not troublesome to make them by yourself. This thing is cheap and convenient to buy. If 50 is not enough, you can buy more temporarily. It should be enough. Everything was ready. Suji opened the task table and gave the island teleportation stone to Yen-Su. In fact, when she gave it to him, she was a little worried that Yen-Su would ignore her after taking the things. They were not in the same zone, and they could only communicate through this. If Yen-Su did this, she would have no way to deal with him. The transaction between the two was based on trust. After the island teleportation stone was sent, Yen-Su sent an OK. Suji quickly used the teleportation card. In fact, she was a little worried that the teleportation card had restrictions, and could only teleport within the same zone, or that she and Yen-Su were not really friends. In short, she was afraid that the transmission would fail, or Yen-Su would not confirm. Fortunately, her worries were in vain. Suji was swept up by a white light, and appeared in front of Yen-Su, and came to Spider Island with him. Spider Island is very large, and Suji could see from a distance that it was a vast island. A large stretch of golden sand beach, which was beautiful even in the rain. There was nothing on the beach, only some branches and rotten wood, and no seafood was seen. Yen-Su said before that there was a forest here. Suji thought it was the same as the forest in the forest plate, but now it seems that it is not. From a distance, there is not much vegetation over there. The whole island is a bit gloomy and desolate. No wonder he said that except for the forest, other places are very desolate. There are so many spiders in such a place, and no one knows where they are hiding. On rainy days, it becomes a problem to use torches to drive away spiders. The torches Suji bought may not be used. Fortunately, she made multiple preparations. This was the second time Yen-Su and Suji met, but they were still unfamiliar with each other. This time they went to the island together, but their goals were not the same. Suji came for the white oak, and Yen-Su came for the golden spider silk of the mutant spider. Last time he came, he encountered it, but the situation was critical at the time, and he did not take it in order to escape. This time, he wanted to see if the golden spider silk was still there. If it was not, he would have to find a way to find the mutant spider again. In fact, he didn't know the function of the spider silk. But in this game, golden things are the best, and they will definitely be very useful. Follow me. Yen-Su had been here once before, and knew how to walk faster. It would take some time to cross the beach, There were not many resources on this beach. Yen-Su was not like Suji, who would pack several large boxes of sand when he saw it. Of course, Suji didn't want to take sand this time. She came with a golden axe, and her goal was to cut down all the white oak trees. If there were other high-level trees, she would cut them all down. Neither of them stopped, and they moved forward quickly. After leaving the beach, you will encounter many small spiders. Don't be afraid of them. Just be careful. However, when you get inside, spider webs will be everywhere. Big spiders are usually poisonous. If you get bit, you must take detoxification pills immediately. I told you so. Suji, it's okay as long as the detoxification pills are useful. I brought them with me. Suji also has advanced detoxification pills on him, which are much more effective than detoxification pills. Soon, Suji saw a dense mass of small spiders. There were spiders on the ground and on the dead trees. The number was so large that it made her scalp numb. Suji applied insect repellent all over her body. Although the smell was unpleasant, it gave her a sense of security at this time. She really didn't want spiders to run onto her body, especially small spiders like these. Don't worry about them. They don't bite people. They are like ants. Yen-Su saw that her expression was not right and thought she was afraid. Suji's mood could not be simply described as fear, but with a feeling of disgust and hatred. Seeing so many spiders made her feel a little hairy. She endured not to pay too much attention to these little spiders, and continued to move forward, and slowly overcame some psychological barriers. Just treat them as ants. Ants are not so disgusting, Suji thought. But just when she felt a little better, she saw countless thin webs hanging in the air in front of her. Yen-Su said calmly, I go ahead. Chapter 123. Following Yen-Su didn't make Suji feel much better, because there were spiders everywhere. And the strange thing was, the prompt for landing on Spider Island came late. I don't know what went wrong. Suji thought there were many people who came before him. Welcome to Spider Island. Congratulations to the second player to land on Spider Island. Reward: Spider Silk Fishing Net X1, Spider Toxin X5. You will be rewarded with Spider Island specialties when you leave. Suji saw all kinds of spiders lying on those spider webs, and their prey scorpions, flies, lizards, all trapped in the webs and unable to move. Some are still alive. Suji had grown up, and it was the first time she knew there were so many kinds of spiders. Yen-Su kept explaining to her. This one is called a spray spider, which can spray gelatinous substances at close range. That one is a ghost spider. Look how long its legs are. It shouldn't be here. It likes to live in dark caves. But maybe the spiders on this island have changed their habits. And that beautiful one, which is black in color. You must have never heard of its scientific name, Aranius. But you must know the Black Widow, which is the female spider that eats the male spider. Suji felt more and more confused the more she listened, and finally couldn't help asking, how do you know so many spiders? The specialty of Spider Island that I got is the Spider Illustrated book, which introduces many spiders. Suji, she didn't want this specialty. The rewards were good, but the Spider Illustrated book and other things made her feel creepy. There were so many spiders, and they all looked different. Are you the first player to come to Spider Island? The first player to log in will get different rewards, which should be richer. Yen-Su nodded, yes. This is also the reason why he needs to find golden spider silk. The reward he received includes a blueprint, which requires golden spider silk as material. Suji thought, I am the second one here, and I don't know what the specialty will be. Yen-Su said again, there is also a human-faced spider here. Suji, no way, it better not to let her encounter this. The spiders here are all very small. Don't be surprised if you see a big one later. Is this still small? Suji just saw a spider as big as a dumpling. But Yen-Su said it was small. How big can the big one be? Suji felt that this question was very important and had to be asked clearly. About the size of a rabbit? There are also bigger ones in the cave. Suji, the mutant fish and crabs are this big. Suji has seen many in the sea and is not afraid at all. But spiders this big are really scary. Suji sighed. Since she is here, she has known that this place is not simple, but she still came. She can only bite the bullet and persist. I hope to get more good stuff back. Where is the white oak tree? We're almost there. Hearing this, Suji felt a little better. She would chop trees carefully and be careful later. No spiders came near her just now. It was probably because the potion she applied worked. Where is it? In front? After getting a positive answer, Suji quickened her pace. She walked fast to begin with. In a place like this, she wanted to walk as fast as she could, so she didn't have to see the surrounding environment clearly. Before, she was concerned about Yen-Su's pace. But now she couldn't care less. Soon, Suji saw the white oak tree. To be honest, this tree looks pretty good. I have seen poems praising it before. But white oak trees are not common. Suji has only seen them in some online photos and film and television works. It has lush branches and leaves, a thick trunk, and looks tall and romantic. But soon Suji was disappointed, because there are not many white oak trees in this area. Suji counted them without any effort. There were 8 trees in total. It only took a few strokes to chop them all. She even brought the golden axe. It took so much effort to get to the island. But she only chopped down a few trees in 5 minutes. Suji's expression became subtle. She turned back and glared at Yen-Su angrily. She had a lot to say but didn't say it. Let's chop down these trees first. She took out the golden axe and aimed it at one of the white oak trees. 3 bangs. A thick white oak tree fell to the ground. There was still a stump left. Suji did not let it go and swung the axe to chop it again, and the stump also broke into pieces of wood. Obtained white oak X28, oak seeds X5. White oak, high-grade wood, rich in natural antibacterial substances, durable, not easy to deform, suitable for making furniture, barrels. Oak seeds look like nuts. They are brown and white. The introduction says it is suitable for sowing in warm weather, and it will grow into an oak tree in half a month. Although there are not many trees, but chopping down all 8 trees will yield more than 200 white oaks, plus seeds, which is not bad. Suji's depressed mood can only be said to have improved a little. It can only make 20 wine barrels, which is much less than she thought. But if she takes these seeds back and plants them around the shelter, she won't have to look for white oaks everywhere. It will only take half a month to chop down trees again, and accumulate them in the future. She can make a lot of wine barrels. Suji quickly chopped down 8 white oak trees, and thought about looking around to see if there were any other good things. But she only found some wild blueberries and wild onions, and that was it. This little harvest was not good enough. She turned back to look for Yen-Su, but he was nowhere to be found. It seemed that Yen-Su had disappeared when she was chopping trees just now. But Suji was so focused on chopping trees that she didn't notice him and thought he wouldn't go far. Did he really leave? Yen-Su said that. He came here to get something. Maybe he brought her here and then went alone. But the two of them were not in the same area, and there was no way to contact each other if they got separated. Suji opened her mouth and wanted to shout Yen-Su's name. But she gave up without shouting. If she shouted loudly, Yen-Su might not hear her. And it would be bad if other things were attracted. What kind of human-faced spider? And spiders bigger than rabbits. Suji didn't want to encounter them. As soon as she thought of this, she saw a huge blue spider appear on the ground. Damn! There was nothing on the ground when we were cutting down the tree just now. When did you come? Suji quickly stepped back. The spider was about the size of a child's arm, and it was not fully stretched. It was furry, showing a gorgeous metallic sapphire blue, with 8 legs, all very long. Compared to the spiders I had seen before, this one was much more colorful and gorgeous. Even if Suji had never seen a spider illustration, he knew that this spider must be poisonous. It was not poisonous after growing like this, which was unworthy of the color and size. Suji took out the hidden demon knife, watched it carefully, and took a photo and sent it to Li Meng to show her the gorgeous giant spider. However, Suji only dared to waste a second to post a picture, but did not dare to chat with Li Meng. After posting the picture, she turned off the light curtain. She raised the hidden demon knife and aimed it at the spider head, wanting to pierce its head and let it fly. As a result, the spider must have sensed the danger and spit silk at Suji. Suji quickly dodged it, fearing that the spider's silk was poisonous. The spider's silk it spit out was hard, and it shot at Suji like an arrow. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been injured. Suji became more alert. These spiders were too dangerous. She was quick to cut off its head while it was spinning silk. Even though its head was cut off, its mouthparts were still spinning silk. Suji frowned and didn't dare to get close. The spider had an oval head and small eyes. Compared with its body size, it seemed that its eyes could not be seen. The shining blue fur was wet by the rain, but it was still so beautiful. This was the only spider Suji had seen on the island that he didn't think was ugly or disgusting. After killing one, Suji always felt that there would be more around. Spider Silk Thread X1, Sapphire Venom X1. Supplies were also dropped. Suji quickly picked them up and put them in his backpack. Spider Silk Thread has high strength and toughness and has many uses. Sapphire Venom, after being poisoned, it will cause regional paralysis and inability to move, and the duration depends on the severity of the poisoning. Haha, they are all useful things. Spider Silk Thread can be used to tie things, and Venom can be used to apply on weapons. Suji suddenly felt the benefits of this island. Or go find some spiders to kill. Suji planned to walk around, collect supplies, and kill some spiders at the same time. She liked this venom, which was good to apply on the hidden demon knife or the bow and arrow, and was very useful for hunting or defending against enemies. It could paralyze the prey, so there was no need to worry about the prey escaping. This blue spider dropped these two kinds of supplies, other spiders might drop different ones. What was Yen Su looking for? The rain was getting lighter. Suji followed the footprints on the ground to find Yen Su. On the way, Suji found some more olfactory grass. She quickly squatted down to pick them. She didn't expect there were olfactory grass here, although there were not many, but since she saw it, she picked them all. When picking the olfactory grass, Suji had a strange feeling, as if something was staring at her. Her heart was lifted, and it turned out that her intuition was not wrong. Right behind her, there was a huge monster. A huge jumping spider was looking at her. When Suji turned around, the jumping spider suddenly jumped onto a transparent spider web in the air, because its body was too big and too heavy, so the spider web was a little shaken by it. Suji was startled. This jumping spider is orange. From Suji's angle, she could see a hard mark on its abdomen. It looked so cute. Are you still a spider? Suji suddenly felt familiar. Because it was looking at her with its big round black eyes, it was actually a little cute. This spider eyes were cute, and the orange hair on its body was pretty. Suji remembered. She had seen a cartoon about spiders. It was this spider, but the color was a little different. The spider in the cartoon was not this big. It was jumping around, and it seemed very lively. Suji, what are you doing? She couldn't understand what it was doing, and it was a little far away from her, as if it didn't dare to come over. The man and the spider confronted each other for a while. Suji found that it had more than 2 eyes. 8 eyes on its chest and head. But the 2 eyes were obviously very big and cute, as if it was staring at her. Not aggressive at all, and a little curious. It even tilted its head. Suji. No way, do spiders also want to be cute? Suji originally planned to kill spiders on sight, but this one seemed a little too cute. Before seeing the real thing, she had never thought that spiders could be associated with the word cute. Suji scratched her head. If only Yen Su was here, she could explain to her what kind of spider this was. But Yen Su didn't know where he went. Suji thought about it, and decided not to kill it. It didn't seem like it would attack her anyway. I won't attack anyone unless they attack me. Suji decided to leave. But she had only taken a few steps, and when she looked back, the spider was following her. Suji, why are you following me? Suji didn't know if it could understand. But after Suji finished speaking, the spider jumped twice, and quickly hid behind a tree and hid its head, but its 8 legs were all exposed. You are a little funny. If you play hide-and-seek, you probably won't win in your life. Suji didn't bother to care about it, and just kept walking forward. During this time, she encountered other spiders, and she killed them without mercy. The jumping spider behind her probably saw it, and it was getting farther and farther away from her. Later, it kept following her at a distance of 5 meters. It seemed that it was still afraid. Along the way, Suji encountered dozens of spiders as big as mice, and they all dropped supplies after being killed. The spider silk dropped by each type of spider is different. Some are very sticky, some are elastic, some are slippery and a bit disgusting to touch, and some are hard and thick. The colors of spider silk are also various, including transparent, white, yellow, and black. Suji collected them all. When she turned around, the jumping spider was still following her. Chapter 124. Don't follow me. I don't have anything for you to eat. After saying this, Suji was startled by a possible thought. You don't think I'm food and want to eat me, do you? When the jumping beast heard this, it started jumping wildly. I don't know if it was hit or it was denying it. Suji, you seem to understand what I'm saying. The jumping spider's 2 front legs moved, crossed together, as if a little shy. Is it rubbing its hands? Suji laughed out loud. This spider is cute and funny, what going on? But what if it wants to eat itself? Suji thought of the TV show she had watched before. Some creatures treat friends as food. What if it wants to eat itself by showing its friendliness? Then she is just being self-indulgent. Forget it, I'd better stay away from it. Suji didn't want to delete it, but she didn't want to become its food even more. If it makes any unusual moves, Suji would want to take action. Stay away from me, be careful or I kill you, just like I killed your kind just now. Suji's threat was still useful. She raised the hidden demon sword and shook it. The jumping spider was scared and fled at a very fast speed. Suji was sure that this spider could really understand her. Seeing it leave, Suji was relieved and a little disappointed. However, she quickly put this emotion behind her because she saw a cave and heard movement inside the cave. Could Yinsu be in there? Suji did not dare to be careless. She walked over and shone the flashlight inside. The cave was dark and damp. There were many white worms on the ground, and flying insects were fluttering around. The flashlight could only see a short distance. Dense spider webs were spread on the stone walls, and there were spiders the size of grapes on them. The flying insects were trapped when they touched the spider webs. Suji watched the flying insects being wrapped up by the spider silk, and then slowly devoured. She took a deep breath. She had just been healed a little by the cute spider, and now she had to endure all this again. Fortunately, this was in the cave. It was raining heavily outside, and the cave was dry. Suji could use the torch. It was a good thing that the 50 torches she prepared could be put to use. Suji took out a torch and stuck it inside to see the effect. As a result, the spider web was burned when it touched the fire. Some spiders fell to the ground, and some were burned by the fire and made strange noises. The hair on the spider body was flammable, and it burned into a small fireball, and there was a sizzling sound. Suji got goosebumps all over the floor, but she was still a little excited about burning this thing. She walked in, holding the torch and burning everywhere. The spider webs at the entrance of the cave were quickly burned clean by her. Suji wanted to look for something, or a treasure hunt. Just like the treasure hunts on Pig Island are hidden in the cave. But now there was nothing at the entrance of the cave except spiders, so she had to go in. There was a strange smell in the air, not just the smell of burning spider webs. That smell Suji had never smelled before, although it was not smelly, but it was repulsive. What was the sound coming from inside? Since Suji came in, the sound seemed to have disappeared. Suji felt that the cave was very deep, and it seemed to go all the way down. She walked for a few minutes, and the spiders on the stone wall changed in color and size. At first, they were all gray spiders, and then there were more red and brown spiders. They changed from the size of grapes to the size of tangerines. There were many more spiders on the spider web. She used a torch to burn it, and the spider web was still a little hard to burn. It seems that the spider silk is more resilient. The space inside the cave has also become much larger. Before, Suji thought the cave was too small, and she had to be careful not to touch the spider silk when turning around. But now she can do a set of gymnastics in this cave with more than enough space. In addition to spiders, there are many insects in the cave. They crawl everywhere on the ground, and few insects will climb onto the stone wall. Spiders hunt almost all in the air, and they can't eat these insects on the ground. When it rains, the insects may come in to hide from the rain. Suji has nowhere to land, and it is impossible not to step on insects. At first, she would pay attention to her feet, but there are too many insects, and she is annoyed, so she just stepped on them to death. After giving up avoiding the bugs, she felt much more comfortable, but the feeling of stepping on these bugs to death was not pleasant. The hole became bigger. Suji wanted to explore it. As a result, she actually found 2 gold ores. An unexpected surprise. The things in this cave are good. This also made her determined to go further in, and there must be better supplies. After walking for a while, the environment in the cave became more gloomy and terrifying. The dense spider silk was covered with spider eggs and sleeping spiders. Suji even saw 2 spiders lying together and performing rhythmic squeezing movements. Suji was sweating profusely and dared not make any sound. She felt that disturbing their sleep or their squeezing was not good. Moreover, the temperature of the torch was very high, which would be easily noticed by spiders. Suji hesitated for a few seconds, put the torch into her backpack, and switched to a flashlight for lighting. However, as soon as she put the torch away, she saw something move inside. Suji looked up, and her expression became stiff. There was a huge spider hanging in the air in the distance, about the size of a brown bear. Moreover, it was in a coma, with its arms and legs not open. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if the spider stretched out fully. Suji nervously shone the flashlight upwards, otherwise he couldn't see clearly at all. It was red all over, with long and thin red hairs. Behind it was a huge spider cocoon. Something was moving in the cocoon. It couldn't be a person. Thinking that Yen Su was missing, there was a sound from inside just now, but it disappeared after he came in. Seeing such a big cocoon now, Suji suspected that Yen Su was trapped inside. This is the plot in many movies, such as the alien turning people into eggs. But Yen Su shouldn't be so weak that he just turned into a spider cocoon. Maybe it was someone else? But Suji was the second player to land on the island, so there shouldn't be anyone else here. Of course, it's possible that there are no humans inside, but some animals. No more wild thoughts. Now we have to decide whether to escape immediately or kill all the spiders here. After all, Suji didn't want to become a spider egg. The main reason was that Suji was not sure if she could deal with this giant spider. What if she couldn't beat it? Just as she was struggling, a voice came from behind. No way. Attack from both sides? Could it be another big spider? Is it the partner of the giant red spider? Must it be completely coincidental? Suji looked around, thinking about finding a hidden place to hide first, and see what came in from behind. She actually saw a big rock over there. She dodged and rolled, and hid behind the big rock in 3 seconds. After waiting for a few seconds, she finally saw what came in. Suji's face was full of black lines. Why is this jumping spider still following her? Is this a love that will never lose contact? Or is it determined to eat her? This jumping spider ran in, and looked around everywhere when it saw everything in front of it. It didn't see Suji, and it looked quite anxious. Suji thought, it must be looking for her. Could it be that it was afraid that she would be eaten? And then it would not be able to eat her. Maybe humans are a very delicious food for it. Otherwise, Suji could not figure out why this jumping spider kept pestering her. The jumping spider came in, and made quite a noise. Suji saw that the giant red spider moved. Suji held her breath, and dared not make any more noise. She just hoped that this loving jumping spider would leave quickly, so that she could leave here with it. As a result, this jumping spider seemed to be looking for her, and actually jumped everywhere in the cave. It unreasonable. Suji stared at it in disbelief. Soon, the jumping spider found Suji hiding behind a big rock. Suji, is it necessary? The noise made by the jumping spider really woke up the big red spider. Suji heard a harsh sound, similar to a sonic attack, which made her eardrum hurt. Oh no! That guy woke up. After the jumping spider came to Suji, it jumped around her. But when it saw her fierce expression, it quickly jumped away and kept its distance from her. The pair of big black eyes looked at her in a daze. After Suji looked at it, the angry look finally turned into helplessness. Damn, what are you going to do? You know this will kill me. Suji didn't make a sound, but accused it with his eyes. But it looked very confused, not knowing what it had done at all. It looked like this, making it impossible to be angry with it. After all, it was just a stupid spider. It didn't understand Suji's panic at all. The giant red spider woke up completely. It lay on the huge spider web, and slowly climbed down. Suji had an ugly expression, but she was ready for battle. She held the hidden demon knife tightly, and simulated the battle in her mind. This was the spider home ground. And there were so many small spiders in the cave. Suji had no advantage at all. She had to find a way to get out first. Suji moved outside little by little, ready to run at any time. The eyes of the giant red spider were also scarlet. It stared at Suji, completely treating Suji as prey. Suji could see the desire and hunting in its eyes. With this comparison, the jumping spider looked at her with a completely different look. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Suji took out a bottle of lime water from her backpack. She used a large bottle, which was 5 L. She didn't know if it would hurt the spider, but she had to give it a try. The giant red spider eyes were so big and red. It must be very powerful. When it got closer, she would pour all the lime water on its eyes. By then, Suji had already made a plan in her mind. As a result, the giant red spider had no intention of coming over at all. Instead, it spit out a lot of spider silk lightly, trying to tie Suji up with spider silk and then roll him over. Suji dodged quickly, and used the hidden magic knife to cut off the spider silk that she couldn't avoid. After fighting for a few minutes, she didn't let the giant red spider succeed, but angered it. The red spider suddenly screamed, and then rubbed its limbs to make a sound. This was a harsh sonic attack for Suji, but it was a command for other spiders. In an instant, thousands of spiders rushed towards Suji. Suji had been on the island for so long, and had seen many spiders, but he was not immune to such a scene. Spiders move very fast. After all, they have many legs, and they are very agile. Suji quickly took out the torches and tar, and sprinkled the tar directly on the ground, and threw the torches one by one on the ground. She threw out more than a dozen torches at once, which was a bit too much, and some places did not need to throw 2 or 3. But she could not care about so many now. All the spiders were on fire, and screams rang out one after another. Suji's main focus was on the giant red spider. After all, it was her main opponent. Seeing her companions being burned to death, the giant red spider was extremely angry. Countless spider silks were sprayed out of its mouthparts. It was probably because all the spider silk in its stomach was sprayed out at the same time. Suji could have dodged them one by one before, but this time, there were hundreds of them at once. If there were so many spider silks, why didn't it spit them out before? It was probably because it couldn't bear to do it before. A possibility flashed through Suji's mind. Maybe it was left there to lay eggs? Or maybe these spider silks were some good stuff. Suji held the hidden demon knife in one hand, and took out the Chihan sword in the other, blocking and harvesting at the same time. Golden Wound Spider Silk X3. Golden Wound Spider Silk X5. What is Golden Wound Spider Silk? Suji didn't have time to look at the details, but when she saw the prompt, she was sure that this spider silk was a good thing, and she worked harder. But there were too many spider silks, and she couldn't handle it. If this continued, she might not take the spider silk away, and she would die here. Chapter 125. We can't let it continue to spit silk like this. Suji had to think of a way. Before coming here, she had never thought that she would be separated from Yen Su, otherwise she would have given Yen Su a communication charm. Now, Yen Su is not here, and she has to fight alone. How to deal with this giant red spider? Just now I used fire to burn so many small spiders. It seems that fire attack is effective. But this big spider has been spitting silk from a long distance on the web, and I don't get close at all. Suji just touched its silk, which is the kind with hard and elastic texture, not sticky. With this texture, I don't know if it can be burned. But now she couldn't stop and try to burn it with fire, because the spider silk attack was still going on. She had to keep defending. But defending without attacking would not work, because the spider silk might be endless. She had to fight. She was wearing a golden silk dress, so she should be able to block at least 2 attacks. She deliberately exposed her flaws, and when the spider silk came at her, she withstood the attack, then grabbed the spider silk with her hand, pulled it hard. The elasticity of the spider silk helped her bounce up, and she jumped onto the web of the giant red spider. There is a chance. After Suji climbed up, the giant red spider stopped attacking, as if it was surprised. Suji was standing on the thin spider silk like a tightrope walker at this moment. Fortunately, it was not very high. If she fell, she would not die, but she would probably break her legs. She took a deep breath, rushed forward quickly, approached the giant red spider, and then took out tar with her other hand and poured it on the giant red spider. Fearing that 1 bottle was not enough, Suji poured 3 bottles in a row, and then threw the torch over. The giant red spider immediately caught fire. It had thick and numerous hairs on its body, and each hair was on fire. The scream rang out again. This time it was the loudest, and the cave shook, and some gravel rolled down from the top of the cave. Suji's head was buzzing, and her eardrum was about to burst. She quickly stabbed the giant red spider in the back, trying to kill it and stop it from making any more noise. As a result, she raised her knife and was about to stab it, but was kicked away by the red spider. The kick was so powerful that Suji hit the wall, with a painful expression and a pale face. For a moment, she felt that her internal organs were all broken apart. This damned spider. Suji was lying on the ground, feeling pain all over her body, but she knew she couldn't lie there. She had to stand up immediately, or else if she got hit like this again, she would really die. After 2 consecutive attacks, the golden silk and golden brocade clothes were torn, not to mention her flesh and blood body. The jumping spider ran to Suji and looked at her curiously. "Suji, you stupid spider, why are you looking at me? If it weren't for you," She was too lazy to continue talking halfway, because it was useless to blame it. Forget it. Suji stood up with the help of the wall, and stared at the giant red spider. It was the one that deserved to die. She took out the food that increased her physical strength from her backpack, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. If she hadn't been unable to swallow it, she would have skipped the chewing step. After eating, her physical strength was restored. She launched a second attack. This damn spider, she had to kill it. Suji gritted her teeth and pounced on it, climbing up the spider web again, and this time she was sure to pour lime water on its face. She jumped onto the spider body regardless of everything, and stabbed it in the back with a knife. She didn't want to hurt it, but to fix it with the knife. She held the handle of the knife tightly, jumped down, and hung her whole body on the spider. Then she took out the lime water with one hand, swaying her body, and only then could she barely pour the lime water on its face. Some of it flowed into its eyes. The giant red spider body trembled, as if it felt great pain. This time it screamed even louder. It worked. Suji took advantage of its pain, and quickly poured the remaining lime water in the bottle into its other open eye. But this time she failed. The red spider shook its head vigorously, not only shaking off the lime water on its head, but also throwing off Suji, who was hanging on it. Although the hidden demon knife stabbed the red spider, the toxin of the hidden demon knife was not even as strong as the spider-owned toxin. Both were poisonous. The effect of the hidden demon knife was greatly weakened. Suji was already injured, and after being thrown down again, her face looked even uglier. But the good news was that the lime water she brought had taken effect, and the spider movements became noticeably slower. Suji still had a chance. Just as she was about to move forward, she couldn't lift her feet. She looked down and saw that she was tied up by a spider silk. The spider silk spit out by the love-jumping spider tied her up and prevented her from moving. "What is this for?" Suji asked in confusion. The jumping spider couldn't speak, so Suji could only guess its intentions. Suddenly, it exerted force, and dragged Suji out with its silk. Suji stumbled as it pulled her, but the next second, she realized that the jumping spider was helping her. The giant red spider sprayed a large amount of toxic mucus, right where she had just stood. If she hadn't moved, she might have been hit directly. The cave was too dark, and she didn't notice it just now. The red spider continued to spray mucus. The jumping spider wanted to take Suji away, but Suji couldn't just leave like that. After fighting till now, she finally managed to injure the red spider. She wanted to kill it. Now it was spitting venom, and it was probably at its wit end. Suji wanted to hold on a little longer. "How about you help me?" Since the jumping spider was willing to save her, why didn't she ask it for help? Suji saw that its silk was also very strong, and it might be able to help trap the red spider. "How about helping me restrict its movements?" "Use your silk," Suji said to the jumping spider while dodging. Although she was not sure if it could understand her, Suji tried her best, intending to pour another bottle of lime water for Red Spider to enjoy. Now the giant red spider was slower than before, which was a good thing for Suji. She thought of a way, climbed up from the side, and appeared behind Red Spider. At this moment, Red Spider raised one leg and aimed at Suji's position. In order to prevent Suji from dodging, it leaned against the stone wall, trying to trap Suji. It seems that this red spider still has some brains. But Suji had been prepared. The hidden demon blade can turn invisible. She had never used this skill before, but she used it this time. She was not very skilled at using it for the first time, but it also had a miraculous effect. When Red Spider's attention was all on Suji, the invisible demon drinking blade aimed at its raised leg and slashed it, cutting off one of its legs. Then Suji jumped off its back, holding the Chihan sword, stabbed it several times, using all her strength, and cut off the other two legs. Just when the red spider was about to go crazy, the spider silk spit out by the jumping spider tied up its remaining legs. The red spider temporarily lost its ability to move. Suji jumped up on the spider silk, first stabbed it in the eye, and while it was screaming wildly, he endured the pain of his eardrums about to explode, took out the remaining bottle of lime water, and poured the whole bottle into its mouth. The scream was too harsh, and Suji could only cover his ears. The red spider struggled violently, and the spider silk of the jumping spider was torn apart. But it was too late. It couldn't see, and didn't know where Suji was. Moreover, it drank all the lime water, which rotted its internal organs in its stomach. Soon it had no strength and was dying. Suji did not dare to be careless, fearing that it would make a fatal blow, and did not give it any chance to survive, and directly chopped off its head. Defeat Spider Island Boss Mutated Redback Spider, Reward Spider Treasure Box X1. Suji could not wait to open the treasure box. Spider Silk Armor Blueprint X1, Spider Long Sword Blueprint X1, Spider Venom Needle X10, Redback Spider Venom X10. Spider Silk Armor is a purple quality armor. It is a treasure, but it requires a lot of high-grade spider silk to make. It just so happens that Suji has already collected a lot of spider silk, and he can make it when he goes back. As for the spider sword, although it is only a red weapon, it has special effects. It has extra damage to spiders and reptiles. For example, if you use the spider sword to deal with spiders, the damage will be cumulative. With this, Suji can sweep across Spider Island later. As for the poison needle and venom, they must be used together. Apply spider venom on the needle, and the poisoned person will fall to the ground and be paralyzed for 2 hours. Since the spider that was the most threatening here was dead, the remaining ones also fled. Suji went to get the spider cocoon down. First, she cut the spider silk around the spider cocoon, and then the spider cocoon fell off. She used the hidden magic knife to cut open the outer shell of the spider cocoon, revealing what was inside. She was a little worried that Yen Su was really inside, but after cutting it open, she realized that she was worried for nothing. There were dense spider eggs inside, and they were all red. Suji shuddered, and almost lost her grip on the hidden demon blade. The nausea and hairiness made her whole body numb. She poured tar on it, and burned it all. These red spider eggs might all grow into spiders, like the ones just now. After burning the spider cocoons, another glittering object emerged. Spider Island Mineral Map X1. Suji picked it up and looked at it. Spider Island is rich in minerals, including gold ore, copper ore, and the mine caves of Spider Island can be found according to the map. Great! Suji was overjoyed, and quickly put the map away. She looked at the jumping spider. You have contributed to it. It was thanks to the jumping spider that helped to trap the red spider. Otherwise Suji would not have been able to get rid of it so quickly. The jumping spider jumped happily, and it was so fast that Suji's eyes were dazzled. Let go out first. After Suji finished speaking, she remembered something, took out the torch again, and checked around for a while. The hole was so big, there might be something inside. According to previous experience, you can always find something useful. Wait a minute. Let me see if there is anything good. Suji only spent 5 minutes searching, and found a spider mouthpart soaked in spider mucus. Broken spider mouthpart. The mouthpart eliminated by the redback spider boss, with poison remaining on it. Broken does not mean useless. You can repair it if you take it back. Don't throw it away. After going out, the rain had stopped. Suji took out the golden spider silk again to check the details. Golden spider silk contains many biologically active ingredients. A small amount of it can treat vomiting blood symptoms, and is a material for making hemostatic drugs. This is still a medicinal material. Not bad. Suji has more than 40 strands in his backpack, all collected in the battle just now. Suji breathed in the fresh air, and felt that the outside world was more comfortable. The spider cave was too gloomy. She really couldn't stand it. However, Suji looked at the jumping spider behind him. Do you want to follow me all the time? The jumping spider tilted its head, and continued to jump. Suji thought of a pet contract she had. No. Why would she want to contract a spider? She clearly hated spiders when she came to the island. Even though this spider was cute and helped, but a contract was not a trivial matter. You had to be responsible. Just like raising a pet, you can't just abandon it casually in the future. You have to keep it with you all the time. Suji kept the contract because she wanted to find a pet she liked to bind to. For example, she likes Paphiopedilum very much, which is in line with her aesthetics. But the jumping spider in front of her. The jumping spider has a round and fat body, black eyes, short and thick limbs, and 2 front legs moving around, approaching Suji little by little. The orange hair on its body seems to be very good to touch, and looks soft. Its skin also seems to be soft and clean. All this shows that it is different from other spiders. Suji heard it make a subtle sound. Yuah. The sound is very small. Not unpleasant at all. Suji, I don't understand what you were saying. Chapter 126. The jumping spider spit out 2 spider silks, but they had no attack power, and fell softly into her hand. Suji subconsciously caught them. I don't know what this means. Communicating with this guy is all guesswork. After the contract is signed, you can communicate with her. Just like Lan Bao, you can communicate without obstacles after the contract is successful. However, Suji couldn't say for sure. Maybe this jumping spider just wanted to play with her, and didn't mean to recognize her as its master. This spider silk was spit out to her. Maybe the jumping spider thought it was playing a game with her. Suji, do you want to make a contract with me? Do you understand what a contract means? Suji was thinking about how to make the spider understand her. The official explanation given by the system is, the contract book can make the player and the pet communicate with each other. The pet will also upgrade with the growth of the owner. The pet can become the owner's best helper and partner. The deeper the fit between the pet and the player, the higher the success rate of the contract. Suji, we become good friends. I can understand you when you speak, and then we need to help each other. I can make you stronger, and you can bring me benefits. It's easier to say it this way. She observed the jumping spider reaction. I don't know if it understood. It just spit out spider silk, one after another, puff puff puff. Suji, what is this? Puzzling spider behavior. But it inexplicably cute. Just like some animals spit to express love. Of course, it could also be that they were just playing, and it didn't understand at all. Or just forget about the contract. If it goes on like this, it's just ineffective communication. At least the jumping spider doesn't hate her and is willing to get close to her, so it shouldn't reject the contract. Then I'm going to contract you. Suji took out the pet contract from her backpack. She always carried this with her in case of emergency. This contract is also advanced, and the success rate is relatively high. Yuah. It sounded like it accepted. Suji reached out and touched its front legs, fluffy, a magical touch. The jumping spider jumped a few times on the spot. Hey, see, you look so happy, then I give you this chance. She aimed at the jumping spider and clicked to use the contract. Note, to contract a pet, you need to establish a spiritual connection with the pet first. Use Suji to click on the pet contract, and soon an option will appear. Please select the object you want to contract. The current available object is Lucas Jumping Spider. Do you want a contract? The current success rate of the contract is 90%. Is 90% so high? It seems that this guy likes me quite a lot. Suji is more confident about the contract. As for the scientific name of this jumping spider, it was originally called Lucas. Suji seemed to have some impression. Contract successful. Congratulations to the player for having the Lucas Jumping Spider pet. Congratulations to the player for successfully contracting the second pet, becoming the first player in the entire area to have both plant pets and animal pets. Reward: Gold Nutrient Solution X10, Random Pet Skill Book X1. Congratulations on lighting up the title of Intermediate Pet Trainer. Reward: Talent Fruit X1. Random Pet Skill Book. After using it, the pet can learn random skills. Common pet skills include physical skills, magic attack, physical damage moves, magic resistance, defense skills, legendary magic skills. Talent Fruit. Fruit for pets. After eating, it can strengthen the pet talent and personality. These two rewards are very useful. They can be used for Lan Bao and Lucas respectively. Suji looked at the jumping spider wrapped in a ball of white light. It was floating up with great enjoyment, and its cute big eyes were full of happiness. Suji couldn't help but smile and said, Lucas, are you just called Lucas or do you have another name? The scientific name of Lan Bao is Paphiopedilum, but Suji gave it a new nickname. But Lan Bao was planted by Suji, and he raised it from childhood, so the name was naturally given by Suji. But Lucas is wild, so maybe it has its own name. I'm a spider. A babyish voice sounded. Suji was completely melted by it. No way, Lucas' voice was actually babyish. I know you're a spider, I'm asking your name. My name is Spider. Spider, Spider. At first Suji thought it was calling her, but she quickly realized that Lucas didn't know her name at all. Was it talking about itself? The spider in Spider and her own name. She didn't notice it at all. After the contract, this coincidence makes people feel a little warm. You can't call it Juju. This is my name. Suji said to it seriously. Why don't you call it Juzu? It doesn't sound good. Suji, then call it Ju Bao. Like Lan Bao. It is considered the same generation. Suji admitted that he was bad at naming, and he couldn't think of any high-sounding names. I want to be called Juju. It has its own ideas, even if the voice sounds particularly childish. Its big eyes were shining with concentration. After the contract, it seemed to have gained intelligence. Its eyes became a little smarter. It was a little silly before. Suji, but my name is Suji, and my friends also call me Gigi, so we have the same name. The jumping spider seemed to be digesting the meaning of this sentence. Is it bad to have the same name? It will be hard to tell whether it is me or you after all. We will be inseparable in the future. Hearing that they would never be separated again, the jumping spider was very happy. It twisted and turned, moved its front legs left and right, a little funny, and reluctantly said, then, "Let call him Zhu Bao. It's so cute. Suji, so good, I give you something delicious when I get back." After successfully naming, Suji opened the pet information of Spider Treasure. Pet name, Spider Treasure. Type, animal pet. Level 3, Initial Awakening. Skill 1, Unbreakable Spider Silk. Spider Silk restricts the enemy actions, reducing the enemy movement speed. Skill 2, Cocoon Web. Wrap the enemy in a cocoon, making it difficult to escape. Place spider webs on the enemy escape route. Can replace traps. Great, Spider Treasure actually has 2 skills right from the start. And both of these skills seem very powerful. In fact, spiders are quite strong in the animal world. Although they are small, their skills are very practical. Both are binding skills. Suji is fast and has powerful weapons. She just lacks such a good helper. With the Spider Treasure, her combat power will be greatly improved. Let go. Let go. Sister will take you to find the mine. Suji has completely forgotten Yen Su. She used to think that he could help her, but now she doesn't need him at all. The Spider Treasure is her right-hand man. Hearing the joy in Suji's voice, the jumping spider also jumped up happily. The man and the spider happily headed for the nearest mine. At this moment, Yen Su was entangled by another boss of Spider Island, the Golden Spider. He was fighting with it, and could not get away for a short time. Suji wanted gold ore. So the mine she was going to was the cave of the Golden Spider. In this way, Suji soon saw Yen Su tied up by the Golden Spider silk. The huge Golden Spider approached, and was about to spit venom on Yen Su. This spider looks pretty. Its huge body is about 1.2 meters tall, and 2 meters wide with long legs. Its shoulders are slightly raised, its belly and back are gray-brown, and there are 3 neatly arranged wide horizontal stripes of goose yellow. Its 8 legs are also spotted with gold, and covered with dense fine hairs. It is much prettier than the red spider Suji encountered. But it is beautiful, and it is so ferocious that it cannot be let go. Suji quickly threw a torch over. Although he knew that the torch would not harm the spider, it could at least prevent it from harming Yen Su, and divert the attention of the Golden Spider first. Yen Su was trapped, which was not unexpected by Suji. Otherwise, why did he disappear for so long? He must have encountered difficulties. However, the two could not contact each other, and Suji could not have wandered around the island to look for him. It was also a coincidence that they met here, which showed that Yen Su was lucky. If she had not obtained the mine map, she would not have found this place. Since they met, she would definitely help. Suji and him were still in a cooperative relationship for the time being. Seeing Suji coming, Yen Su was not very happy, mainly because he was worried that Suji would also fall into danger. He saw Suji chopping trees earlier, and didn't call Suji to join him, because he knew it was dangerous here. He didn't want to bring her along. One reason was that he was afraid she would become a burden, and the other reason was naturally for her own good. Her goal was the white oak tree. Once she found it, she would go to complete her own goal alone and meet up at the beach when the time came. He didn't expect that he underestimated the power of the Golden Spider. There was more than one Golden Spider. After killing the male spider, a stronger female spider appeared, catching him off guard. The male spider is small, half the size of the female spider. The female spider is not only large, but also more ferocious. He had already consumed a lot of energy in killing the male spider just now, and he had no time to replenish his energy, and was attacked by a series of attacks, which is why he was defeated. Now that Suji is here, Yen Su is afraid that she can't beat him. Be careful, the silk of this spider can't be touched. The silk spit by the Golden Spider will cause damage if it touches people. But it spits silk slowly, in the words of the game. Its silk spitting skill has a cooldown, but it also has thick skin and flesh. Yen Su heard it several times, but it didn't feel any pain. He also killed the male spider in front of him, by using props after reducing its health bit by bit. Now that the props were used up, it became much more difficult to deal with the female spider. Suji simply agreed. Okay. She planned to remove the spider silk from Yen-Su's body first, and the two of them would deal with the golden spider together. Suji said to Ju Bao, use your skills to help me trap the golden spider first. Yen-Su then saw that there was an orange spider following Suji, which was quite big. Suji actually talked to it. Yen-Su frowned, a little surprised. Ju Bao was very obedient, and immediately sprayed out spider silk, and activated the skills he had just learned. After the contract was successful, the white light strengthened its physique, and made it much stronger, and opened up its intelligence, and it had mastered the techniques of using two skills. Unbreakable spider silk. It spitted silk very quickly, and the spider silk was tough, and soon tied up all 8 legs of the golden spider. One end of the 8 spider silks was on Ju Bao's side, and the other end was tied to the golden spider legs. Taking this opportunity, Suji took out the hidden demon knife, and cut off the spider silk on Yen-Su's body. The spider silk that bound Yen-Su at this time was not golden spider silk, but ordinary light yellow spider silk. Although it was tough and poisonous, it was not as sharp as the golden spider silk. Seeing that Yen-Su was not in a good state, Suji asked, eat something to restore your physical strength. Do you have it? Yen-Su, I have it. He knew that this was not the time to talk nonsense, and immediately took out a few fruits from his backpack, and stuffed them into his mouth. Suji took a look, and it turned out to be a small kiwi fruit. This can also restore physical strength. But seeing Yen-Su frowning after eating it, he thought, it looks very sour. My ginseng fruit tastes better. And bayberry is also good. But it is so sour. I don't know how effective it is in restoring physical strength. Yen-Su only ate 2. It should be able to restore at least 10 points. That's not bad. Suji saw that he looked a little better after eating the kiwi fruit. And then, he took 2 detoxification pills before stopping. She hadn't looked in the mirror before when she was weak, and there was no before-after comparison of the effects after eating. Now seeing Yen-Su's appearance, she knew that when the physical points were about to run out, the player would look like this. After recovering the physical points, he would soon be radiant. Yen-Su clenched his weapon and joined the battle immediately. He and Suji rushed towards the golden spider that was about to break free from the spider silk. Yen-Su's combat power was very strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill another golden spider alone. After replenishing his physical strength, he was full of murderous intent. After all, the female spider almost killed him just now. He almost didn't need Suji. With the binding skill of the spider treasure, he could kill the golden spider by himself. However, since Suji was here, he couldn't just be a decoration. The two of them worked together and quickly killed the golden spider. Defeat the Spider Island boss, the pleasing golden spider, and the spider treasure box will drop. Yen-Su was very generous with the drop supplies this time. He let Suji choose first. If he didn't want them, he could give them to him. If he wanted them all, he could take them all. After all, his life was almost saved by Suji. Although he had another way to save his life if Suji didn't come, he didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Suji came to save him, and saved him a life-saving skill. Yen-Su was so generous, Suji naturally didn't want to be polite with him. She first opened the treasure chest to see what supplies were inside. Golden Spider Poison Web Blueprint X1, Golden Spider Armor Blueprint X1, Golden Spider Silk X2, Golden Spider Venom X10, Spider Poison Needle X10. Supplies also dropped when the male spider was killed just now, but it was not a treasure chest, which shows that the female spider is the boss, and the male spider can only be regarded as a powerful big spider. Yen-Su guessed that the supplies in the treasure chest must be good, but she didn't expect it to be so good. Suji had just obtained a treasure chest of the redback spider boss, but her eyes still lit up when she saw this treasure chest. Yen-Su actually said that she could choose, so she simply took the 2 blueprints and left the rest to Yen-Su. The best things in the treasure chest were the 2 blueprints, but the blueprints needed to be made, and the materials were rare. Other materials were also good things, although Yen-Su also wanted the blueprints. Without Suji, the treasure chest might not be so easy to get, so this was fair. And he thought Suji would only leave 1 material for him. Suji, I found the Spider Island mineral map, it here. Suji didn't bring the ore detector, the backpack space is limited, he really forgot to bring it. But this hole is only this big, he should be able to dig it out. It getting late, she and Yen-Su have to work together. Can you show me the map? Suji thought about it. It doesn't matter if he shows it, although he got the map, but the current cooperation between the two, if Yansu can find more clues, she can also profit. She took out the blueprint and handed it to Yansu. Yansu took a look and soon found the bright spot. There is a spot here. Suji, it really is. A tiny spot on the map. As small as a needle hole, she had not seen it before, but it was not her fault. Such a small spot was not marked. How could she know what it was? But Yansu knew clearly. He had been to this area twice. The spot was not in the cave, but at the treasure digging spot behind the cave. He dug treasure at the treasure digging spot the first time he came. Follow me. He was about to lead Suji out of the cave. Suji called him. Wait. Suji did not forget that she must search every cave she encountered. And she would definitely find something. This was her habit. Under Yansu's gaze, Suji began to search in a carpet-style manner. The jumping spider had seen her looking for something in the red-backed spider cave, and followed her to search. The jumping spider had 8 legs, and it was faster at finding things. It jumped around, hopped around, and quickly explored the cave, and immediately found the thing. Gigi. Here. Zhu Bao still remembered that Suji said that others called her Gigi. Where? Here. Here. Zhu Bao's babyish voice was only heard by Suji. But in Yansu's ears it was a cute yua yua. Chapter 127 Water World, the 18th day. Yansu didn't understand what Zhu Bao said, but seeing the big spider following Suji, he guessed that it was Suji contracted beast. It just so happened that there was a spider contracted beast on Spider Island. Suji didn't mention it when he came before. It was probably contracted during the time when he was separated from Yansu. This was Suji's opportunity, but it also indirectly showed that Suji was very lucky. This spider looked cute, and I didn't know how strong it was. Yansu has never had a contracted beast, because he has high requirements for his contracted beasts. If he were asked to contract a spider, he probably wouldn't want to. He wants a ferocious beast more. However, where can he find a ferocious beast in this water world? There are no ferocious beasts on the island, and he can't contract a crocodile. In his opinion, ordinary crocodiles are not very powerful. He thinks sharks, whales, and the like are okay, but he hasn't encountered them yet. Suji picked up the supplies found by Zhu Bao. Golden Silk Bag X1. Golden Silk Bag. The treasure bag of the Golden Spider, which contains its treasured spider silk. Suji opened it and took a look. Golden Spider Silk X7. Wow, so many golden spider silks. I didn't expect that. There were only 2 strands in the treasure chest just now, but there are 7 strands in this bag. I'm rich. This is what Suji found with the spider treasure, so there's no need to share it with Yansu. She put it in her pocket and turned to Yansu and said, "Okay, let go." Yansu saw that she had found something, but he didn't know what it was, and didn't ask much. Yeah. But he was curious about the spider that Suji contracted, and pointed at the jumping spider and asked, "Your pet?" "Yes." Actually, Suji wanted to ask Yansu if she was cute, but he didn't ask after thinking about it. Judging from Yansu's appearance, he must be a straight man. If he gave a bad answer, it would be a disappointment. It is his own pet. Maybe he has a filter. Just like raising a baby. Maybe others don't think it cute. Just close the door and admire it yourself. Anyway, after the contract, Suji liked the spider more and more as he looked at it. And he would even help her find supplies. I don't have a contracted beast, so I want to know, what changes will happen after contracting a pet? Suji heard this question as if it was a novice who had never raised a pet asking about the psychological changes after raising a pet. But she knew that Yansu didn't mean that. As a strong person, Yansu should care about what kind of help the pet can bring to the owner. This is the right person to ask. As the only player in the entire area who has both plant and animal pets, Suji knows this best. How should I put it? Pets bring a lot of benefits to their owners. Suji directly told Yansu the introduction in the pet skill book. Pets all have their own skills. Generally, there is one. Some pets have 2 skills. The skills are probably physical skills, magic attacks, physical damage skills, magic resistance, defense skills, legendary magic skills. Just by listening to the names, you can tell that these skills are strong and weak, and they complement each other with the owner. The skills of pets can also be upgraded. For example, my spider treasure has spider skills. You can also see that spider silk has binding skills. Suji did not reveal all of the skills of the spider treasure. He only revealed what Yansu saw. It was not a big deal. Yen-Su fell into deep thought after hearing this. It seemed very good. It seemed that he could indeed contract a pet. He also had 2 pet contracts. One advanced and one ordinary. The success rate of the ordinary one was too low, so he did not plan to use it. One advanced one was enough. Soon, the two found the mining point. It turned out that the so-called mine hole was to be dug from the ground. The mining point had to be dug out to reach the mine hole. That was the same concept as the treasure cave before. Yen-Su and Suji were going to take turns digging, but they had to replenish their energy points before digging. It was getting late. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They hadn't had lunch. They were already hungry. It was just right to eat. Suji replenished her energy points. She didn't take out the food Yen-Shin prepared for her, but took out the dry pot chicken wings to eat. 6 chicken wings. She could restore 36 energy points after eating. Yen-Su energy replenishing food was still fruit. I don't know where he got so many different kinds of fruits to restore energy, but everyone has their own opportunities. Suji opportunities are completely different from his. And the things he got are also different. After eating dry pod chicken wings, Suji took out another ginseng fruit. After the meal, fruits can also restore physical strength. Seeing Suji food, Yen-Su paused, watched her eat for a while, then frowned and continued to eat his own. The food was tasteless, but he couldn't throw it away, so he could only finish it slowly. Suji started digging first. She was very interested in treasure hunting, and the harvest on Spider Island this time had far exceeded her expectations, so she was in a particularly good mood now. But she didn't dare to dig up all the stamina points, because there were outsiders around. She had to be more or less cautious. She stopped when she had 10 stamina points left. Obtained: Red Supply Box X1, Bone Meal X5, Metal Fragments X3, Mysterious CD X1, Glass Corn Seed X1. You come. Suji sat aside to rest. She put away the supplies and planned to go back and look at them. The jumping spider sat beside her obediently. It was actually quite curious when it saw Suji eating just now. Now Suji was resting. It pulled Suji close. Gigi. I'm hungry. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Suji didn't know what spiders like to eat, and he felt that they had mixed tastes. Meat. Since the cute spider baby made a request, Suji, as a good owner, would try his best to satisfy it. She just wanted to eat meat, and she had plenty. Would you like some barbecue? I happened to bring some barbecue today, and it tasted great. Some were made by Li Meng, and some were made by Yen-Shin. Suji brought them all. Suji took out a piece as well, and asked Chu Bao to taste which one was better, to see if it was the same as his taste. Li Meng made spicy barbecue, and Yen-Shin made honey barbecue. One was spicy, and the other was sweet. After eating, Chu Bao put the front leg with meat in his mouth, as if he hadn't eaten enough. How is it? Is the red one better, or the black one? Suji asked curiously. Chu Bao thought about it carefully, and seemed to be savoring it. Black. Suji exclaimed. The black one was made by Yen-Shin. Suji prefers the spicy flavor made by Li Meng. TSK, this child might like Yen-Shin more after taking him back. But Suji is its real owner. There is no competition for favor. While she was interacting with the jewelry, Yen-Su also finished digging. He didn't have many stamina points, and digging 3 times was not enough. There were not many things that could restore stamina points. He finished digging, but he didn't dig into the mine, which meant it was not enough. Suji and Yen-Su needed to keep working hard. Suji decided to continue eating, but she couldn't eat so much by herself. She was already full, so she could only eat 1 more round at most, and she could dig 3 more times. She looked at Yen-Su. Don't you have anything to replenish your stamina points? Yen-Su, there's nothing in my backpack. I find someone to exchange it with now. Suji, if you can't find it, I can exchange it with you. Hurry up. Give me the same price as you asked others. Yen-Su, okay, 15 energy stones or 300 iron ores for food that can restore a total of 20 stamina points. Suji thought about it. It okay. The price is not low. She took out the corresponding ginseng fruit. Then you eat it first and dig once, then I dig again. We take turns digging, until we dig out the mine. This is fair, otherwise both of them can't eat. They can only hold on. This mine must be dug out. That a mine. If it a gold mine, both of them will get rich. Gold ore is so expensive now. For them, the 2 of them are mutually beneficial. Without him, Suji can't find this place. If he digs for treasure alone, He may not be able to dig out the mine for a while, but without Su Ji, he doesn't even know this place. In this case, no one would feel that they were at a disadvantage, and they would naturally be willing to cooperate. After eating until they were about to vomit, the mine was finally dug out. The two also got a lot of supplies, but these were secondary, and the mine was the most important. Before entering, Su Ji took out a safety helmet and put it on. The mine was very dangerous. Yen Su glanced at her. He didn't have a safety helmet. He opened the light curtain and searched in the trading center. He really found a safety helmet, which was yellow. He bought it directly and put it on. Su Ji watched him imitate him, smiled, and said, "Safety first." Yen Su, yes. Yen Su walked in front, and Su Ji followed him into the mine. It was still dark inside, but they both had flashlights, so it was okay. The jumping spider shrank and lay on Su Ji's shoulder. Su Ji then realized that it could control its size. This would be good in the future. When it shrinks to a smaller size, he can carry it directly in his pocket and not be discovered. When he reached the depths of the mine, Su Ji's eyes were already glowing. It is not difficult to see from the faint golden color on the wall that this can only be a gold mine. She was shouting in her heart that she had made a fortune, but she still wanted to appear calm on the surface, even though the corners of her mouth were already raised. Su Ji felt that she still couldn't keep her composure. But who could keep their composure when seeing a gold mine? She didn't have such strong willpower. Looking at Yen Su again, he had already taken out a pickaxe and was ready to start working. Su Ji also quickly took out a pickaxe. Her pickaxe was made of steel, which she made herself. Yen Su's pickaxe is made of iron. It not as useful as hers. Su Ji, let's get started. I sleep in the mine tonight, dig all night, and come back tomorrow. Su Ji made a bold statement. Facing the gold mine, who would want to go home early? She wouldn't stop until she was exhausted. You know, she begged everyone for a piece of gold ore. It a bit exaggerated, but it was really difficult when we were short of gold ore before. When we needed to make the foundation maker, we looked for gold ore everywhere. Now there is a whole mine of gold ore. At least 100 can be dug. Su Ji's requirements are not high. She smashed the wall with a pickaxe. But not every time gold ore can be smashed out, sometimes it is stone. Of course, the stone can be taken away. With a steel pickaxe, it can smash out stone or ore in 3 hits. But it also consumes physical strength points. The physical strength consumption of mining is similar to that of treasure hunting, only a little less than treasure hunting. Usually, 10 points of physical strength are used to dig out 2 pieces of gold ore and a dozen stones. But this is not bad. After all, when digging for treasure, sometimes you spend more than 10 physical points and only dig up 1 physical point. Mining in the mine is much more efficient. The trouble is that the two of them have run out of physical points. If they want to recover their physical strength quickly, they can't eat anymore. The stomach is about to explode. The fastest way is to sleep. Su Ji hesitated again and decided to buy the bottle of wine at the trading center. After buying the wine, the physical strength will be restored in 5 hours, and she can dig again, drink again after digging, and dig again after waking up. It is 5 o'clock in the afternoon now. Calculating the time, by the time she leaves tomorrow morning, she can recover 3 full points at most. This is a life or death operation. But just this once, give it a try. Su Ji thinks she can do it. She has thought of a way, but she doesn't know what Yen Su is going to do. The person is right next to her. She can't hide her approach, so she simply tells Yen Su, "What about you? What are you going to do?" After listening to Su Ji's method, Yen Su said quietly, "It's similar to yours, but I was planning to let you knock me out and force me to sleep. That a bit bad, it better to drink faster." Although this also exposed the effect of alcohol, she couldn't care less at the moment. She and Yen Su were both big people, and it was meaningless to worry about these details. "I checked, there is no alcohol in my trading center. I buy a bottle, which can be drunk 7 times, and I can give it to you." Su Ji was not just out of kindness, he was mainly doing a favor, so there would be a chance for cooperation in the future. Cooperating with a strong man like Yen Su, she would naturally get a lot of benefits, and from observation, he was a good person. Yen Su was very sensible. He immediately said, "I will give you 10% of the gold ore we dug. If we counted it as 100, 10% would be 10 gold ores. If we dug more, we would get another one." Su Ji thought this deal was worthwhile. After all, she spent 10 energy stones to buy the wine. The value of energy stones is not as good as gold ore. Okay. Suji nodded readily. Seeing that Suji did not raise the price, Yen Su had a better impression of her. He had seen too many profit-seeking people. Surviving in the doomsday was too much of a test for human nature. Of course, it could also be that Suji did not lack supplies. Relatively speaking, some rich people would always be more generous. After buying some wine, the two fell asleep one after another. Suji told Zhu Bao to keep watch beside them. Anyway, they would wake up naturally when the time came. If someone came, they would be forced to wake them up. Being drunk just makes you sleep more soundly. But it doesn't mean you can't wake up. With Zhu Bao around, it shouldn't be a big problem. By 7 o'clock the next morning, Suji and Yen Su were so tired that they almost fell down. After falling asleep after drinking several times and getting up to mine, their bodies had reached their limits. But mentally, I still enjoy it. My body is broken, but I am tired and happy. Yen Su saw that the time was almost up and glanced at the gold ore in his backpack. I dug 121 gold ores, and I give you 12. Suji said weakly, okay. Yen Su, let go back. Suji nodded and didn't want to say more, and she was tired even to say a word. Although she was very hungry, she was so tired that she didn't even want to open her mouth to eat breakfast. Going back to sleep quickly was the serious matter. Because of her good tools, she dug more than Yen Su. She currently had 168 gold ores in her backpack. With the 12 given by Yen Su, it became 180. With so many gold ores, she believed that she must be the richest player in District 10. Maybe even richer than the entire organization. Back then, she couldn't even get 5 gold ores. But now at 3 digits. It was fun. But it was also really tiring. The two supported each other and returned to the beach. Suji was bounced back to her own shelter on the way back. Yen Chen had been waiting at the entrance of the shelter for a long time. He was startled when he saw Suji suddenly appear and fall down, and thought Suji was injured. He rushed forward and squatted down to check on Suji. What wrong with you? Suji saw Yen Chen. Help me back to the room. Compared to her weakness, the jumping spider that came back with her was jumping around, and it was very curious about the new environment. Yen Chen's attention was all on Suji just now, and he only saw the jumping spider at this time. Hearing it barking nonstop, I don't know why Suji brought back a big spider. But Suji didn't have the energy to explain, and reluctantly said, "It my pet?" Back in the room, Suji forced herself to take a bath. She was too dirty, her hair was full of dust from mining, and she couldn't stand sleeping without a bath. She couldn't stand it after taking a bath, but she was still thinking about many things. She took out the white oak from her backpack and piled it on the ground and told him to help make a wine barrel. I will probably sleep for a very long time. Suji closed her eyes when she finished speaking. She was about to fall down. But fortunately Yen Chen caught her quickly, and then carried her to the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Seeing how tired she was, Yen Chen shook his head and sighed. All he could do was to help her with the shelter, when she was not around and resting. As for this new pet, Yen Chen didn't know its name yet. Seeing the unfamiliar Yen Chen, Zhu Bao was a little shy. It didn't want to go out with him, and wanted to stay in Suji's bedroom to accompany him. Yen Chen said gently, "Will you go out with me?" Let her have a good rest. Chapter 128 Water World, Days 18 to 20. It was 10 o'clock in the evening of the 18th day in Water World. Suji slowly opened her eyes. She had never slept so long before, more than 12 hours. She was shocked herself. The room was dark. Suji looked at the screen. There were a lot of messages. She didn't care about anything else, and hurried to reply to the messages. No, sign in to draw a card first. Sign in successfully, get Moonstone X1, Xinjiang Depanji X1, draw a card X1. Suji was a little confused after sleeping. The more she slept, the more sleepy she became. Who knows? And she hadn't eaten or drunk water for a long time. She was hungry and thirsty now. After signing in, she took out a bottle of water from her backpack and drank half of it in one breath before drawing a card. This time she drew a repair card. Suji put it away first, and then replied to her friends' messages one by one. Among them, Moo sent a lot of messages. Because she had made the design plan of the greenhouse, she sent it to Suji for a day, but Suji didn't reply, and didn't give her any benefits. Moo might be worried that Suji would run away. Suji took a quick look at the drawings. And if there was no problem, he quickly sent her the promised benefits. The drawings were very detailed. with all the details marked. And a lot of precautions were sent, which showed her intentions. Suji thought about it, and realized that her behavior was overdue for the final payment. So he gave her an extra ginseng fruit as compensation. Moo moo, you are finally here. I thought you had something to do. Suji, I did have something to do and didn't read the message. Sorry. You gave me an extra fruit, thank you. At this time, Moo Moo hadn't read the details of the ginseng fruit, and didn't know it was the kind that could restore physical points. After she finished speaking and opened the details, she realized that this fruit was so good. Ginseng fruit has seeds, she can grow it herself. As long as she pays attention, she can grow a fruit tree that can also restore physical points. Thinking of this, the little bit of dissatisfaction in Moo Moo's heart instantly dissipated. This ginseng fruit is the best gift for her who is proficient in planting skills. It was getting late, but Suji couldn't wait to build the greenhouse. She put on her shoes and went downstairs while replying to other people's messages. She reported to her friends that she was safe, and then sent a piece of gold ore to each of the friends who had given her gold ore unconditionally before. She couldn't forget them when she became rich. She had to ask her friends for help when she was in urgent need of gold ore. Now that she was a big gold ore owner, it was not a big deal to take out a few and share them with them. Although gold ore is still very rare now, but Suji is a player who has dug gold mines. She doesn't need these. Of course, I don't give them to random people. I only give them to those friends who are very close to me. They usually give Suji supplies. Besides, friends always give and take. As soon as I sent the gold ore, everyone asked her what happened. Li Ming, what wrong with Gigi? You didn't reply to messages all day, and you gave me a gold ore as soon as you came. Suji, I went to the island today, and I was busy until the morning. I just woke up, so I give you a gold ore to play with. Li Ming, it seems that the harvest is not small. I just sold a lot of food today, and earned some supplies. See if there is anything you want. Zhou Xueyue, what wrong? Suji, it for you. Take it. Zhou Xueyue, gold ore is indeed needed. Then I give you some steel. Zhou Xueyue sent some rare steel, all of which can be used to make weapons. Xia Shichu, are you rich? Give me gold ore. Suji, yes, it for you. Didn't you give me a cotton coat? Xia Shichu, the cotton padded jacket is not worth much. 1 gold ore can buy me 10 cotton padded jackets. Suji, take it. The other two are Qi Rong and Tong Haotsong. Before Suji finished communicating with them, he heard Yenshin talking. Speaking softly. Stop jumping. Come here and stay. Suji was a little surprised. At first, he completely forgot about Zhu Bao, and was still wondering who Yenshin was talking to. As a result, he walked out and saw Yenshin sitting on a chair fishing. Zhu Bao was jumping on the bucket next to him, as if he was very interested in these fish. Suji was worried that it would almost overturn the bucket while jumping. Yenshin was very calm, and he didn't even look at Zhu Bao, but just said something and continued fishing. Zhu Bao, what are you doing? Stop jumping. Suji was not as gentle to Zhu Bao as Yenshin, but he was not fierce, just more casual, to make it behave better. When Zhu Bao saw Suji coming, he jumped directly on her, and became smaller the moment he landed on her, to be considerate and afraid of crushing Suji. Gigi, you woke up. I'm so bored. Suji, ha ha ha, I see you're quite happy. Yenshin also put down his fishing rod. You woke up. Are you hungry? Yes, but I have food. The food you prepared for me is still in my backpack. I can eat it as soon as I take it out. It's still hot. Didn't you eat anything on the island? No, all the food on the island was for physical strength. I almost ate to death. I didn't have enough physical strength. Yin Su and I ate like crazy. We couldn't eat anymore. After Suji and Yenshin got to know each other, they were no longer silent as before. Now she had a tendency to be a little talkative in front of Yenshin, especially since she had a great experience on Spider Island this time. She had a lot to say, and she just wanted to tell it all. She wanted to tell Yenshin about her experience, about how she cut down the white oak tree, how she escaped from the giant red spider, how she met the jumping spider and made a contract with it, and how she mined later, how she recovered her strength in order to mine more minerals, and how she drained herself. Suji said while eating. The meal was over, but the story was not finished. Yenshin listened patiently, offering her water from time to time. Slowed down. Suji was very hungry, And sometimes, he couldn't stop talking when he was excited. The jumping spider was also listening carefully, although it knew what happened as a party involved. It was very enthusiastic to hear it again from Suji. It made a yaw sound from time to time, and its eyes kept rolling around. It occasionally jumped twice to show that it also knew about it. Suji thought it was mainly trying to show its presence. Occasionally, Suji had to reach out and hold down its restless feet to stop it from jumping all the time. After Suji finished speaking, Yenshin asked, "You slept enough? So you can't fall asleep tonight?" "Yes, I slept for so long it bad, my schedule is messed up. Or you can drink some wine tonight and take a nap and get your schedule back." "No, I slept for 12 hours, wasted a lot of time, and I didn't do a lot of things." "What going on?" "For example, making wine barrels, and then making wine and a greenhouse. I just received the blueprint for the greenhouse. I have made the wine barrels, and I have started making wine." Suji, "Wow, really?" Yenshin, "Yeah, I went fishing after I was done with the work, and I have taken care of the barn and the fish pond, and fed the chickens and geese." Suji thought for a moment, and said, "But there is still a greenhouse, and 200 square meters of land that has not been planted. We have to plant it, and I got some seeds. Let's do it together tomorrow." "No, the supply box dug from Spider Island has not been opened, the Spider Island specialty gift package has not been opened, there are still weapons to make. I promised Yansu to make golden weapons, and there are oak seeds to plant. If you plant them early, you can cut down oak trees when they grow up. In addition, I brought back a lot of supplies this time. The skill book and talent fruit will also be used by Lan Bao and Zhu Bao. Oh, and I have to introduce Zhu Bao to Lan Bao." The more Suji talked, the busier he felt, and he couldn't sleep anymore. With Zhu Bao, she couldn't forget Lan Bao. As the owner, she had to be fair and let the two little treasures live in peace. "Zhu Bao, come here. I take you to meet your sister." Lan Bao must have woken up after being out for so long. She didn't talk to her when she came back. Could it be that she was jealous and angry because she knew Suji brought back a new pet? She immediately stood up and ran straight to Lan Bao's room. Sure enough, Lan Bao had woken up and was drooping her flowers. "Lan Bao, I'm here. Why are you unhappy?" Lan Bao's voice was a little frustrated. "Master, it was Suji's fault that he went to sleep without saying a word to Zhu Bao after bringing him back. And he slept for so long. Zhu Bao has a lively personality. It probably jumped around the shelter. It probably jumped in front of Lan Bao." When he heard Lan Bao talking, Zhu Bao was very surprised. It had jumped in front of this flower for a long time before, and it didn't make any sound. It didn't know that this was also the master pet. "Suji, Zhu Bao calls me sister. This is Lan Bao, my first pet. It a little bigger than you." Zhu Bao was a little shy, staring at Lan Bao from left to right. "Lan Bao, I brought it back this time. It will be yours from now on." From the sound, it was hard to tell whether Zhu Bao was a male or female. Generally female spiders are more powerful. "Zhu Bao, tell me quickly, are you a brother or a sister?" Zhu Bao's voice was pitifully small. "I am a sister." It became smaller, and jumped onto Lan Bao's leaf. Suji was very happy that Zhu Bao was a girl. "Lan Bao, did you hear that? It my little sister." "Lan Bao, didn't the master abandon me?" Suji hadn't come to see it since he came back. It had been depressed for a day, and thought Suji had abandoned it, because it hadn't been promoted. Of course not. Suji shook her head quickly. She felt like a mother with two children, and had to coax the eldest child well, in order to maintain the peace of the whole family. Suji felt that Lan Bao's color was a little different. It was completely pink before, but now its petals have become darker, and there are some purple-red spots on it. Suji quickly clicked on Lan Bao information. Pet name, Lan Bao. Type, plant pet. Level 3 Mid-Awakening. Skill 1, Magic Pocket. Put items into the flower pocket of Paphiopedilum. After a certain period of time, the items will change, may be upgraded to higher level items, or may be dissolved. Skill 2, Demon Emperor Devouring. Devour metals, gems or various plants, absorb them for your own use, promote self-upgrade and growth. Lan Bao has upgraded. This is really a great joy. She brought back the spider treasure, and Lan Bao was also upgraded. And the extra skills look pretty powerful. It just seems to be a bit of a waste material. But it's your own pet, so just give it to it. Suji is willing to spoil it. She took out the talent fruit and random pet skill book she got from Spider Island this time, and let Lan Bao choose first. Lan Bao, which one do you want? I give you the one that more suitable for you first. Since he has gained the attention of his master, Lan Bao worries have been eliminated. Seeing that his master let him choose first, he felt a little embarrassed, and said softly, I've already upgraded, so let him choose first. Lan Bao touched the spider treasure with a leaf. No, you choose first. Su Ji still wanted Lan Bao to know that he was very important to her. As her first pet, Su Ji always liked Lan Bao, and Lan Bao Magic Pocket helped her a lot. She was her caring little treasure. Even though the spider treasure was cute, Lan Bao was also her favorite. Then I want the gifted fruit, maybe it's easier to integrate with me because we are both plant-based. It also took into account that fruit-based things were not suitable for spiders to take. Okay. Su Ji gave it the gifted fruit. Do you want to put it directly into the pocket and eat it? Su Ji put the fruit into the magic pocket, and saw her flower lips opening and closing, and after closing the flower pocket, it trembled slightly, as if it was chewing and digesting. Is this Lan Bao's second skill? Devouring? It is indeed different from the magic pocket. When using the magic pocket, Lan Bao flower pocket does not move. It seems that it will take a while to work. Su Ji used the random pet skill book on Zhu Bao again. The spider was wrapped in white light. Just like when the contract was signed. It stretched out its 8 limbs with great enjoyment, and lay softly on the leaves of Lan Bao, making a comfortable sound. Su Ji, you will enjoy it. Soon the white light disappeared, and Su Ji opened the information of the spider. There was one more skill. Chained invincible spider legs, 8 legs chain kick. Can hit the target 8 times. One hit is sure to hit. The damage increases with the level of the spider, and there is a chance of critical hit. This looks like a physical skill. Imagine how Zhu Bao would look when using this skill. It was a little funny for some reason, but it should be quite powerful. After learning it, Zhu Bao wanted to try it out. It bounced in the air to perform the skill. It bounced 8 times in a row, and bounced up and down in the room like a bouncing ball for dozens of times before it stopped. Don't even mention Su Ji. When it stopped, it was so dizzy that it couldn't speak and fell to the ground. Su Ji. It seems that we still can't let it use skills casually. Su Ji then returned to the studio and began to open the gift bags and supply boxes. The Spider Island specialty gift bags did not surprise Su Ji. Maybe she had already gotten enough things from killing 2 bosses on the island. The 2 spider venom needles and spider fishing nets in the gift bag seemed a bit ordinary. The red supply box did open some good things, including high-end furniture blueprints, drainage pipe blueprints, mysterious CDs, a dozen metal fragments, and 2 keys that were almost used up. Afterwards, Su Ji sorted out the materials she had obtained this time until midnight. She placed several important drawings on the workbench, preparing to make them tomorrow. Golden spider poison web drawing, advanced trap. Can be used to catch wild animals, and is made with a large amount of sticky spider silk. Golden spider armor drawing, purple armor, which can not only block a large amount of damage, but also has a counter-injury effect. The materials are golden spider silk X5, gold or X5, and golden hammer stone X1. Spider armor drawing, purple armor, which is made of tough spider silk. The effect is not as good as golden spider armor, but it is also a good purple armor. It just so happened that the golden armor she had worn before was broken, so it would be good to make 2 more pieces of armor. Spider sword blueprint, red weapon, has extra damage to spiders and reptiles. Su Ji planned to use this to deal with those little spiders next time she went to Spider Island, which would probably be more effective than using her own weapon. It was the afternoon of the 20th day in Water World. Su Ji had been very busy these 2 days, dealing with a lot of trivial matters that had accumulated before, finishing several blueprints that were urgently needed, giving the golden weapon to Yen Su, and getting a lot of supplies. The greenhouse was also completed. Su Ji planted the seeds completely according to the drawings given by Moo Moo. Of course, in addition to planting seeds, there are many arrangements. The walls of the greenhouse are all made of glass. In theory, there should be ventilation fans above and below, but Su Ji only has 1 ventilation fan, so he only installed it below, because it has been raining every day recently, and it is not appropriate to install it above. The walls are black, which can absorb heat. This is very effective when the temperature is low. The heat absorbed during the day will be released at night. The greenhouse is a single slope. Although the lighting is poor, the drainage is good. Moreover, there is no sun in this weather, so there is no need for lighting. Artificial lighting is used in the greenhouse. Suji built 2 fireplaces in the greenhouse, so that it can be used for heating. The greenhouse always maintains a suitable temperature, no matter what the weather is like or what the climate is like. Even tropical plants can be grown. The greenhouse plants are also carefully selected. Suji purchased a lot of seeds for this purpose. He not only bought them at the trading center in the 10th district, but also purchased some at the task desk. I planted celery, cabbage, tomatoes, lettuce, eggplant, peppers, corn, cucumbers. In addition, there are some flowers and medicines. The flowers are mainly magical plants and flowers. There are relatively few medicinal herbs, including saddlegrass, bilberry. As for the fruit trees, I originally wanted to move the ones I had planted before, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. It takes up too much space and affects the space of other crops. In the end, I only planted some more fruit tree seeds in the greenhouse. When they grow up, if the weather outside gets better, I will transplant them out. This is more scientific. Suji has been busy in the shelter these 2 days. In addition, there is an infestation of jellyfish in the sea, so she did not go to the sea to dig for treasure. She was too busy with the shelter, and digging for treasure was not safe, so it was not a big deal to stop for 2 days. In the past 2 days, she made 10 more foundation makers, and realized the mass production of foundations, and made several land converters. Now the area around her shelter has expanded a lot. It was 500 square meters when it was upgraded before, and it increased by 200 square meters in 2 days. She sold the extra foundation and exchanged it for other materials. At this rate, Suji will probably be able to level up again before the end of the water world. But she still has to go to the island a few more times. One is to get a lot of wood, and the other is to mine. She also wants to go to Spider Island again. She drew an upgrade card today and upgraded her primary pickaxe. Now she has a stronger intermediate pickaxe, which is more efficient for mining. Just when the 20th day was about to end, the system prompt came. The water world is coming to an end, and there are 10 days left. Players who have not reached level 8 at 8 p.m. on the 30th day will be eliminated. The pet taming task is about to end. Players who have not completed the pet taming task should complete it as soon as possible. After 3 days, there will be no more rewards for contracted pets. Start the island adventure mode. From today on, each area will randomly send 10,000 island teleportation stones every day, either on the seabed or on the sea surface. You need to dig for treasure on the seabed, and you need to use fishing nets to salvage floating treasure chests on the sea surface. The ratio is 7 to 1. By then, the number of people on each island will increase significantly, and there will be no more rewards for landing on the island. After the system message was sent out, the chat channel became lively. It seems that I have to go to the sea. The island teleportation stones are so expensive now. I can't afford them, and can only rely on digging. What there to worry about with 10,000 stones a day? If I can't get them on the first day, I can always get them on the second day. Yes, in 10 days, it's your turn. Are you stupid? If you don't go digging and looking, you won't get a turn even if there are 100,000 stones. Many people can get 2 or even a few. It's too dangerous to go to the sea. I better fish at sea. The probability of getting it is so low. Others have already dug it on the first day, but you have to wait until the 7th day to get it. Just imagine how far behind you are. To be honest, those who have obtained a few island teleportation stones will still trade them. You can't afford it now, but will you be able to afford it later? Besides, high-level players don't mind going again. Even if the number of teleportation stones increases, the price won't be much cheaper. Don't dream. We, players with average development, can only dig by ourselves. There are still many people who are relatively sober. Those who think about buying at a low price after everyone has the island teleportation stone. And those who are unwilling to go to the bottom of the sea to dig for treasure are destined not to make it to the end. What more? Chi Rong and Bai Yun have posted some strategies for landing on the island on the forum. After reading the strategy, everyone knows that the island is rich in supplies. And going once is not enough. Many people want to land on the island earlier, but there is no island teleportation stone. Now the system sends a large number of island teleportation stones. If you don't seize the opportunity, you may be late. The supplies may have been robbed long ago. 10 districts. Tens of thousands of people go to the island every day. Who can guarantee that the supplies on the island will be refreshed so quickly? What if they are robbed today and not refreshed tomorrow? The players in front can eat meat, and the players behind can only drink soup. Let's talk about digging for treasure on the seabed and fishing on the sea surface. Although fishing on the sea surface is safer, the probability is too low. There are still more smart people who can survive until now. Everyone may risk being stung by jellyfish and go into the sea. After all, those who have not upgraded after 10 days will be eliminated. For most players, it is still difficult to upgrade to level 8. Suji spent so much time. With such good luck, there are so many foundation makers to make foundations to meet the requirements. Ordinary players can expand the island area to 500 square meters by slaying monsters and digging treasures for 100 days. Now for players who are eager to upgrade. Landing on the island to obtain a large amount of supplies has become a must. After reading the chat channel, Suji had already planned to go to the sea to dig for treasure tomorrow. She discussed it with her friends. Li Ming said she wanted to go too. She hadn't gone to the sea to dig for treasure for a long time. This time she ventured into the sea, mainly because she wanted to go to the island. After so many days in the water world, she had never been to the island, which had always been a regret for her. In addition, her cooking skill proficiency points had not increased for a few days. One reason was that there were no new ingredients, and another reason might be that her cooking skills had reached the advanced level a long time ago, and she had encountered a bottleneck. Since her cooking skills were stuck, she had to make progress in other aspects, such as gathering. Gathering and cooking complement each other. Li Ming planned to go to the island to take a look. Maybe she could find a breakthrough. Suji also thought about going to the island with Li Ming, as long as she could get another teleportation card. As a result, she mentioned it to Li Ming, asking her if she had any ideas. If so, she could make plans. But Li Ming said embarrassedly that she had already made an appointment with Qi Rong. Suji had already suspected it. But seeing Li Ming say that, she thought that the two of them were probably already in a relationship. Well, then, how are you going with him? He said he had a way. I don't know. Let wait until I find the island teleportation stone. It's not good to ask him to do everything. Li Ming felt that she also had to find the teleportation stone. Even if Qi Rong didn't take her, she could go to the island alone. She couldn't pin her hopes on a man. Besides, she was willing to go with Qi Rong because she felt that they had been chatting online, and had only met once during the lake survival. More contact in real life would be better. Maybe Qi Rong also thought so, which was why he invited her to go to the island with him. Otherwise, with her poor fighting ability, it would be a burden to take her to the island. Li Ming didn't think Qi Rong needed her to cook food for him. After all, the food could be kept in the backpack for any length of time, and it would still taste the same when taken out. When they first met, Li Ming didn't think much about how their relationship would develop. Now that it's going to develop, it's good to meet. Suji, you're looking for a teleportation stone, but you've never been to an island. Are you going to a random island? Or are you going to an island that Qi Rong has been to? Suji was still worried about Li Ming. After all, she was her best friend in the game. Although she was with Qi Rong, it was safe with his protection. But every island was different. If it was Spider Island, Suji would not recommend Li Ming to go. He said he was going to the Flower and Bird Island, which he had been to before. The name sounds good, what there? Li Ming, he said the environment is beautiful, there are many trees and flowers, and there are many materials to collect. Suji, not bad, that fine. Suji felt relieved. But she still felt incredible when she thought that her good friend was going to fall in love, and in a survival game. Suji turned to Yanchen and said, I didn't expect that you could fall in love in the game. Li Ming and a male player made an appointment to meet on the island, to go to Flower and Bird Island. I think it seems that they are going to the island together to find materials, but in fact, it seems like they are going on a date. Yanchen nodded. Suji asked curiously, you don't seem strange at all. Well, not strange, very normal. Suji looked at him strangely, and said, how could it be, if it were you, would you also look for a partner in the game? Chapter 129 Water World, Day 21. On the morning of the 21st day, Suji drew a reminder card. Her plan was to warm up for half an hour after breakfast, and then go into the water. She kept this reminder card for now, and saved it for later use. Breakfast was brown rice porridge prepared by Yanchen. Fresh brown rice was used, retaining the outer coat and germ of the rice. Unlike ordinary rice, this is living rice, and all the nutrients of the rice grains are retained. Cooking porridge with brown rice is healthy and delicious, but it is more troublesome to make. Yanchen was still patient. He got up early in the morning, stewed porridge for a long time, roasted sweet potatoes, boiled tea eggs, and added the pickled vegetables he made earlier. Today breakfast was very rich and nutritious. With him, Suji didn't have to worry about his meals at all. Although there was nothing to worry about before. Now he eats better. He is a little inferior to Li Ming, but much better than Suji. Suji naturally has nothing to complain about. He happily finished breakfast and went to practice sword. Now she is focusing on swordsmanship. She had made some achievements in swordsmanship before, so she switched to swordsmanship. However, this thing is interoperable. She was not used to it at first, but she got better slowly. In the future, there will be more opportunities to use the hidden demon sword. So Suji still has to practice swordsmanship as soon as possible. It is enough for now. But after returning from Spider Island, Suji guessed that the monsters she encountered in the future will gradually upgrade and become stronger. She can barely beat them now, but she needs some external factors to help. It is a bit difficult to rely on herself, because she is not strong enough. I only wanted to practice for half an hour, but I was so immersed in it that I forgot the time. It was only when the mermaids from the mermaid tribe came to deliver the daily gift that Suji stopped. Today, 2 crystals were delivered. Suji has received a lot of gifts from the mermaid tribe these days. Every day, when she is not in the shelter, Yin-Chen will collect the gifts on her behalf. After all, the mermaid tribe thinks that Yin-Chen is her husband, so it is natural for him to collect them on her behalf. A few days ago, there were crystal gems and mother of pearl, all of which were what Suji needed. This time the mermaid came to deliver something. Suji took out the food that had been prepared in his backpack and handed it to it. This mermaid came to deliver things to Suji every day without any complaints. Although it was the queen order, it was also dedicated. Suji thought that it would be better to give it some benefits and errand fees, so that it would not slack off in the future. The big meat buns made by Li Ming were given, which tasted delicious. Li Ming gave Suji 10 and asked her to eat them slowly. Suji and Yin-Chen liked them very much. She left one for the little mermaid. It just so happened that the meat buns could not be soaked in water, and could only be eaten when they floated on the water surface, so she let it eat here before leaving. The mermaid was embarrassed at first, but seeing Suji's hospitality, she ate it. After eating, her eyes were wide open, and her saliva was secreted even more. She felt a little unsatisfied. Suji, is it delicious? I give you something else next time. Thank you. You are so kind. This mermaid is a simple one. Suji took the opportunity to ask his own question. There are so many jellyfish in the sea now. Aren't you mermaids afraid? The mermaid was soft-hearted and answered enthusiastically. Those jellyfish are really abominable. I don't know where so many of them came from. The queen was afraid that we would get hurt, so she asked the witch to make a potion. As long as you apply it on your body, those jellyfish dare not approach. Suji, really? Then can my gift tomorrow be exchanged for this potion? Mermaid, of course. The queen said that all your requests will be met as much as possible. Suji nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Then you go back. See you tomorrow. The mermaid left happily, looking forward to giving Suji a gift and delicious food tomorrow. Although she could get the potion tomorrow, she still had to go into the water today. She went to change her clothes and came out, and saw Yin-Chen waiting for her on the shore. You said we were going to the bottom of the sea. I go with you. Yin-Chen was ready. Suji paused. You want to go too? Yin-Chen nodded. Yeah. Let's go down and take a look. You're not looking for something. Maybe I can help. That fine. Yin-Chen is good at swimming and has water-repellent beads. Without the threat of the mermaid princess, he can go into the water with her. Zhu Bao jumped beside him. I want to go too. I want to go too. You can't swim. Can you dive? Suji looked helplessly at the excited Zhu Bao. It was very clingy, and would stay with her all day. Suji didn't like being disturbed when she was working, so she let it go to play with Yin-Chen or Lan Bao. It was always reluctant, but was still driven out by Suji because it was very curious and noisy. It would ask questions about everything Suji did, like a curious child with 100,000 questions. Yin-Chen was more patient than her. Suji was annoyed by the noise yesterday, so she just let it go to ask Yin-Chen. As a result, Zhu Bao said aggrievedly that Yin-Chen could not understand what he said, and only Suji and Lan Bao could understand. Suji laughed out loud, and reluctantly let it stay, and answered its question again. Zhu Bao, I can learn. Suji helplessly said, spiders will drown if they can't learn to swim. Zhu Bao, no. I can learn to swim. Spiders can live in water. Suji shook his head, but you can't swim yet. But Zhu Bao wants to go with you. Why is this child so stubborn? Suji glared at it, and showed his master authority. You stay at home to look after the house. Yin Chen and I have both gone to sea. If you leave too, who will take care of all the things at home? There is no one to look after all the pigs and chickens. Zhu Bao thought it made sense. Then Zhu Bao will stay and look after those pigs and chickens, oh, and rabbits and geese, to prevent them from making trouble. Suji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, when you learn to swim, I will take you into the water again. The seabed is very lively. There are more jellyfish, and mutant fish monsters are everywhere. It is probably because there are fewer players going to the sea recently, and no one comes to kill them, so there are more and more of them. They look like fish monsters, but in Suji's eyes, they are all supplies. She looked at Yin Chen. Kill the monsters and get the supplies, and leave it to me, you can assist me. Yin Chen looked at the dense jellyfish around him. I will deal with these jellyfish. Suji, but there are too many jellyfish. Before she finished her words, Yin Chen had already made his move. This was the first time Suji saw him use the upgraded orange snow sword. The orange sword light pierced a jellyfish, and the jellyfish tentacles opened and tried to roll towards Yin Chen. Yin Chen remained calm, and his hands moved quickly cutting the jellyfish into 8 pieces, cutting off all the tentacles. He was still far away, and the tentacles of the jellyfish were not too long to touch him. Seeing that he easily solved the problem, Suji turned around to kill the fish monster. It's been a long time since I came down. Suji is quite excited. The grass seeds planted a few days ago have grown, and because of the bone meal, some small flowers have grown, which looks very beautiful. If it doesn't rain, Yin Chen will let the chickens out to eat grass. Chickens especially like to eat grass with small flowers. They will lay eggs the next day after eating. Every day Yin Chen will tell her how many eggs he picked up from the chicken coop, and Suji will also go to pick them up. Every time she picked up more than a dozen eggs, Suji was very happy. It felt like a big harvest. The small flower will not grow after being eaten. I guess I will have to continue to spread bone meal. So Suji needs to get more bone meal back. Killing monsters is a good way. Crab monsters, eel monsters, lobster monsters, squid monsters. Suji spent an hour in a row. The monsters this time are a bit difficult, seemingly a little stronger. But these minions can't get close to Suji at all, but they have become thick-skinned and hard-bodied, and it takes a bit of effort for Suji to kill them. He killed more than 20 monsters, and the harvest is not bad. Crab meat X3, eel meat X4, bone meal X9, cuttlefish bone X3, foundation X17, iron or X10, glass X6, plastic X2, metal fragments X5. Suji was too lazy to brush anymore. One after another, she was a little bored. She planned to go treasure hunting. She turned her head to see how Yin Chen was doing. She was shocked when she saw him. Yin Chen didn't know how many jellyfish he had killed. There were dozens of jellyfish corpses floating in the water. After the jellyfish were killed, they were no longer as beautiful as before. They turned into a transparent corpse that slowly floated up. The tentacles also lost their vitality and hung in the water. Suji looked around to see where Yin Chen was, and finally saw a figure in the distance. In front of him was a huge box jellyfish. From a distance, it was very huge, with terrifyingly long tentacles, and its body was as big as an adult hippopotamus. Yin Chen looked petite in front of it, not knowing how Yin Chen would fight it. Suji hurried over to help. Yin Chen. Why didn't he call her? Such a big jellyfish. And a box jellyfish, with extremely poisonous tentacles. Recently, Suji watched everyone chatting in the chat channel and learned some information about jellyfish. There is an oceanographer among the players in District 10. He knows a lot about jellyfish. He posted a message on the forum to popularize various jellyfish, including which jellyfish are poisonous and which jellyfish are edible. He even provided pictures he took on the seabed. This box jellyfish is different from the one in the picture in terms of size, shape, color, and the shape of its tentacles. So Suji boldly guessed that this was a mutated box jellyfish. If Yin Chen was touched by the poison cells on its tentacles, he would be poisoned immediately. Suji did not dare to delay and hurried forward to help. She did not dare to ask Yin Chen to stay away casually, fearing that her voice would distract him and then give the jellyfish tentacles an opportunity to take advantage. He looked like he was going to face the jellyfish alone. To be honest, Suji did not know how strong Yinshin was now. He was good at killing those small jellyfish before, but it did not reflect his true strength. She swam over quickly with a knife, and appeared behind Yinshin, whispering, "I help you." Yinshin heard her voice, and did not move. He hummed, "Have you finished over there? I'm killing shrimp soldiers and crab generals. I can stop at any time." She looked at the jellyfish from a closer distance, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The more dangerous things are, the more beautiful they are. The body of this giant jellyfish is transparent blue, glowing, and its tentacles are very thin, many of which are about 30, and they are flashing with tiny lights, like stars in the Milky Way. But they are actually stinging cells that store venom. It has more than 20 eyes on its body, which are very sharp. This jellyfish is also called the killer jellyfish. Unlike other jellyfish, it has extremely strong malice. The consequence of provoking it is to endure its crazy attack. The toxins on its stinging cells are all extremely toxic neurotoxins, which can kill people in a few tens of seconds. It is the most poisonous animal. Suji did not expect that the two would encounter such a big box jellyfish here. In theory, the prey of jellyfish will not be humans, but recently the jellyfish on the seabed have frequently attacked players. She whispered to Yinshin, "How did you bump into it just now? Or we can just leave if we can't afford to offend it." Yinshin smiled. It not impossible. He really hadn't done anything to it yet. It was just that the jellyfish suddenly swam over, and he didn't act rashly. The two of them were discussing, and were about to retreat, but the tentacles of the jellyfish stopped them. Chapter 130. Okay. Now you can't leave even if you want to. Suji stared at the jellyfish, and sent its photo to the chat channel first. Although I read the forum posts and knew some information about it, I didn't know much about it. Such a big monster, posting it to the chat channel, can also warn everyone to be careful. You know, after being stung by this jellyfish, if you don't take medical treatment within 4 minutes, you will die. If it hadn't appeared today, it would have killed countless players. It seemed to be observing, just not letting them go, and not attacking immediately. Suji whispered to Yinshin, "Fight or run?" "Fight?" Suji smiled. "Okay. Let's try." Suji tightly grasped the hidden demon knife. When she was practicing the knife today, she tried to communicate with the hidden demon knife mind. And it worked. She didn't expect to use it in actual combat soon. She breathed steadily. Her expression was calm. And the more she had to stay calm at this time, the more nervous she was. And she might make mistakes. If she made a mistake, the tentacles would fly over. Suji's light screen was not turned off yet. He saw many people discussing this jellyfish. The marine biologist also appeared. He talked a lot about this box jellyfish. It turns out that its full name is Australian box jellyfish. The biologist told everyone that it is best to run away if they encounter this jellyfish. If you are stung by ordinary poisonous jellyfish, you can just apply some sting ointment or something. But if you are attacked by this jellyfish, the consequences can be serious. Suji stared at the tentacles of this giant jellyfish. After all, this is its most powerful weapon. Its tentacles are 3 meters long, with many small curved spines on them. They are used to inject venom. Suji didn't know when it would attack. It wouldn't let him go. Then you shouldn't leave. Suji's calm eyes were burning with ferocity. Her principle was, I won't attack others unless they attack me. However, if the jellyfish took the initiative to provoke her, she wouldn't let it go. The tentacles of the jellyfish were slowly approaching the two. Suji guessed that it might have just been pretending at first. Pretending to have no hostility towards them, and not letting them go. Which explained everything. This jellyfish has self-awareness. Although all jellyfish have no brain, it does not mean that they are non-aggressive. On the contrary, once a jellyfish encounters prey, it will never let it go easily, and is very ferocious. Suji suddenly raised her hand, as if she threw something, but the hidden demon knife in her hand suddenly disappeared. At the moment when the jellyfish tentacles moved, the hidden demon knife that had just disappeared drew a light and shadow in the sea water. The hidden demon knife reappeared, and in an instant it cut off the 7 tentacles of the box jellyfish. Yinshin had fought with her many times, and had developed a tacit understanding with her. Seeing this, he immediately swam to the other side, swung his sword at the jellyfish, cut off the tentacles when they flew over, and then took the opportunity to swim above the jellyfish, stabbed down with his sword, intending to split the jellyfish in half from the head. However, this jellyfish was quite intelligent, and immediately turned its tentacles upside down, making it impossible for Yenshin to get close. Because no matter whether he could cut the jellyfish, as long as he got close like this, the tentacles that were pointing upwards would touch Yenshin, and it would be bad if they touched him. He was not wearing a diving suit, and his hands and face were exposed. So even though it was a pity, Yenshin swam away immediately. But it didn't matter. Yenshin was not fighting alone. When the jellyfish targeted Yenshin, it was unable to defend against the invisible demon knife. The demon knife had cut off many of its tentacles, leaving only more than half of the total 60 tentacles. This was enough to drive the jellyfish crazy. It used the remaining tentacles to rush towards Suji. After the box jellyfish stung a person, it would use toxins to cause the poisoned person's skin to necrotize. And it would also feel severe pain. The poison in this big box jellyfish is likely to kill Suji and Yenshin. This is why Suji is cautious. But in fact, except for the skin on her face, the rest of her body is covered with clothes. As long as its tentacles cannot penetrate her clothes, it will not hurt Suji normally. But Suji just noticed that the stings on its tentacles are very sharp, which is different from the jellyfish he had seen before. Maybe it is because of the mutation. Even the stinging cells of the tentacles have changed, being attacked from both sides by Suji and Yenshin. The jellyfish's tentacles were becoming fewer and fewer. If it lost all its tentacles, it would no longer pose any threat. The jellyfish was obviously aware of this, so its attacks became more and more intense. After finding that it could not hurt both of them at the same time, its body suddenly shrank, as if it was gathering strength. Suji thought it was going to escape at first, but it turned out to be coming for him. Seeing this, Yenshin immediately tried to pull her away and stand in front of her. Suji hurriedly shouted, "Don't." She pushed Yenshin away and faced the jellyfish without fear. Just when the jellyfish tentacles were able to penetrate her diving suit and directly pierce her body, Suji smiled. She looked down at the tentacles on her heart and raised her hand to cut them off. You can't believe it. She wore 2 layers of armor. It was so funny. The tentacle pierced her diving suit, but it couldn't hurt her at all. It can only be said that the tentacle attacked in the wrong direction. It was eager to kill her, so it chose to attack her heart. But Suji wore 2 layers of spider armor with full defense, and the tentacles of the jellyfish were very thin, even if there were thorns on them that could penetrate clothes, but they could not penetrate the armor. Suji smiled and said, "It over." Her hidden magic knife cut the jellyfish body, and the jellyfish split open a deep crack in the middle. Yenshin went around to the back, and finally split it completely. Obtained Golden Island Teleportation Stone X1, Jellyfish Toxin X10, Jellyfish Sting Antidote X10. Suji was stunned. The Island Teleportation Stone was also golden. Is there any difference? Suji picked it up to check. Golden Island Teleportation Stone. You can choose any of the 3 nearby unknown islands to teleport. As for the other 2 things, they also have wonderful uses. Jellyfish Toxin. The processed jellyfish toxin only has a hallucinogenic effect and is the material for making powerful anesthetics. Jellyfish Sting Antidote. It can effectively treat or relieve jellyfish stings. If used within 15 minutes after the victim is stung, it can effectively curb the symptoms and slowly heal. Killing giant jellyfish can get these things. Suji has some ideas in his mind. She opened the light curtain and posted a message on the chat channel. The giant jellyfish has been solved. If players encounter a poisonous giant jellyfish and cannot escape, it is best to fight it to the death. Even if you are poisoned, as long as you can kill the jellyfish, you can get the antidote. If you give up resistance after being poisoned, you will die. The recent jellyfish crisis has troubled too many players. Now there are even more dangerous giant jellyfish. No one knows what to do. Suji reminder solved many people's urgent needs. In the past, Suji rarely talked about these things in the chat channel. She took the initiative to talk about it today, because she recently saw many people sharing their experiences in dealing with jellyfish, and she also read the introduction of jellyfish sent by biologists, and got benefits. After solving this giant jellyfish today, she might as well send a message to return the favor. In the past, Suji would have sold this information, because it was still in the early stages of development, with few supplies, and lacking this and that. Now, she is already the fastest growing player in District 10, and she doesn't lack anything, so she will share it if she can. Suji had already spent a lot of energy in killing monsters and jellyfish, but she hadn't dug treasure yet. She thought of letting Yenshin go back to cook first, and she would come back soon after digging treasure. But Yin Chen was worried about the appearance of giant jellyfish again, and said he wanted to stay. Seeing his firm attitude, Suji didn't say much, and hurried to dig treasure. Today luck was good, and the treasure hunting income was also good. She got 1 red supply box and 1 blue supply box, as well as a mysterious disc and key, and bone meal and vegetable seeds. At 12:30, Suji and Yin Chen surfaced. The two swam to the shore of the shelter, and Zhu Bao jumped over when he heard the sound. Seeing Suji, it jumped into the water and floated to Suji's side. Zhu Bao, why did you come down? Are you really not afraid of water? I learned to swim in the fish pond when you were away. I have learned it. Are you so good? After Yin Chen came ashore, he reached out and pulled Suji. Suji climbed ashore, went to change clothes first. She was in a hurry to open the box, and Yin Chen went to cook. When opening the supply box, Suji didn't see the spider treasure. Usually it would follow and watch, but now it disappeared. Suji didn't care and opened it first. Open the red supply box, get the formula of Magic Energy Potion X1, Bread Kiln Blueprint X1, Lavender X1, Obsidian X1, Water Pearl X1, Pink Crystal X1, Bone Meal X3. Open the blue supply box, get the formula of Sting Ointment X1, Wild Mushroom Collection X1, Golden Hammering Stone X1, Syrup X1, Cabbage Seed X1. Not bad. Suji has always wanted the Magic Energy Potion. And finally there is a recipe. The magic grass is the only material for making the Magic Energy Potion. When he got the magic grass before, Suji was wondering when he could get the recipe. A bottle of Magic Energy Potion can restore 25 points of physical strength. Finally, he doesn't have to eat a lot to restore physical strength points and eat himself to death. The energy potion is probably a small bottle, and drinking a few bottles will not make you full. However, the materials for making this thing are rare. In addition to the magic grass, bone meal and gold nutrient solution are also used. Although Suji has it, with her current materials, she can only make 5 bottles at most. She has to save it for later use. She traded part of the smell magic grass she got before with Yen Su. Now the rest are what she brought back from Spider Island. The quantity is too small. It seems that she needs to get some more smell magic grass. The formula of the Sting Ointment in the blue supply box is not very useful, because Tong Haotsong has already given her the ointment, and she hasn't used it yet. But now that she has the formula, she can make some of it. It doesn't matter whether she sells it or not. After all, the organization is already selling it. She can give 1 to each of her friends. As for Wild Mushrooms Collection, it is a book that increases the proficiency of gathering skills. Suji opened it and used it directly. The gathering skill increased by 5 points. After a busy afternoon, the sky gradually darkened. The temperature during the day was only 10 degrees today, and it was even lower at night. The temperature was close to 0 degrees. So you must wear thick cotton clothes. It is estimated that it will get colder and colder in the last few days. It is easy to catch a cold in the water. After Suji finished his work and walked out, he felt a chill, zipped up his clothes to the top, turned around and saw Yin Chen was still fishing, and couldn't help asking him, "Did you catch any fish today? Sitting here fishing every day, I haven't seen any big fish." Yin Chen, "Yeah, a bluefin tuna." Suji, "No way." Suji thought he was joking. "Where is it?" Yin Chen pointed to the fish pond, and it was there. Suji ran over and saw that. In the clear fish pond, there was actually a big tuna. I don't know how Yin Chen pulled up such a tuna. The fisherman's arm strength is really extraordinary. Suji was busy in the studio, and didn't hear any movement. In addition to tuna, there was also a spider treasure in the fish pond. Suji didn't see it at first because it was in the water. It came out when it heard the voices outside. Suji was shocked to see it. "Spider treasure? What are you doing in the fish pond? Didn't you ask me to learn how to swim? If I learn how to swim, I can go to the sea with you." Spider treasure was very concerned about not being able to go with you. It has been studying hard today. It has a very high talent and has learned it now. It was holding its breath just now. It has many legs, swims fast, paddling underwater, swimming is effortless. Suji gave a thumbs up. She really admired Zhu Bao from the bottom of her heart. No one could stop this spider from doing anything it wanted. She looked at Yin Chen. "Let's have tuna sashimi for supper tonight." Yin Chen, "Okay." "Zhu Bao, I want to eat it too." "Okay, let's eat together. This tuna is so big, it can be shared with friends." Because he wanted to share tuna, Suji simply pulled all his friends into a group. In the future, any news can be communicated in the group. And if there is any need, everyone can work together to find a solution. If there are supplies to sell, they can also sell them in the group first. First, the good things will be sold to acquaintances first. And second, friends can strengthen their connections. Otherwise, they are too busy to have time to chat. The seabed is dangerous now. If anyone is injured or poisoned, tell them in the group, and everyone can help in time when they see it. Today we share the fish. Suji will prepare ointment for stings the next day. She will also send a copy to everyone in the group. Of course, these friends are not the kind who will take advantage of her. They have been in the game for such a long time. They should get to know each other. They will all be friends in the future. The group was established. Suji named it Happy Survival Team. There is no other way. She is bad at naming. She can only come up with simple and straightforward names. But this group name also contains her beautiful hope. Nothing is more important than happiness. Everyone joined the group. But no one spoke first. After all, they didn't know each other. As the creator of the group, Suji said a few words. Hello. Hello. Everyone in the group is my friend. I have been in the game for so long. But I haven't introduced you. Now I'm in a group. If you have anything, share it in the group and help each other. Being able to be friends with Suji, everyone knows more or less that those who join the group are all good players. Especially seeing the names of Chirong, Tong Haotsong and others. Xia Shichu has defined this group as a high-level player group. I was able to join thanks to Suji. It will definitely be beneficial to be in the same group with these people in the future. In addition to those who are particularly close, Suji also brought Lu Qi, Duke Zhao Minglin in. I have known Lu Qi for a long time. I met him when I just entered the game. Although we don't have much contact, Lu Qi is still a good person. As for Duke and Zhao Minglin, they both helped Suji, and they are both girls, so they can play together. Afterwards, Suji also added Bai Yun to the group. Last time, he helped her, and they kept in touch more often afterwards. I caught a big fish today. I cut it up and share it with everyone later. After Suji sent the message, the group immediately became lively. Xia Shichu spoke first. It looks like we're in for a treat. What kind of fish is it? It's so big, and it can be shared by so many people. Suji took a photo of the tuna and sent it over. Everyone naturally saw Suji big fish pond and the huge bluefin tuna. Xia Shichu sent 2 666s in a row. Li Ming, fresh tuna sashimi, I think it will taste good. Tong Haotsong, I have some ice cubes here. I give them to you to cool down the taste. Suji, okay, that will be even more perfect. Li Ming, then let me cut it. I use a special knife to cut it into thin slices. Suji, okay. Okay, I got a piece of wasabi before. I just happened to grind it and give everyone a little. Lu Qi, wow. Gigi, you even have wasabi. That great. Xia Shichu, I haven't tried wasabi yet. Is it mustard? Li Ming, wabi is not mustard. Its rhizomes are ground into powder. It can produce a special aromatic spicy flavor. It is best used for eating sashimi. Lu Qi, it not mustard. Wasabi is a high-end condiment. Chirong, it seems that I'm in for a treat today. So I share something. There are 10 people in the group. Chirong gave everyone a bottle of freshly squeezed mango juice. Chirong took the lead, and others followed suit. Xia Shichu gave everyone a warm coat. Bai Yun gave everyone a battery pack, which he had just made today. No one had ever seen a battery, and only knew what it was used for after receiving it and checking it. Advanced supplies. Xia Shichu praised directly. Bai Yun is generous. This battery pack can be used as an advanced energy device, and can produce energy stones. Bai Yun, it a gift for meeting. Everyone just needs to take it and use it. Then everyone else took out their gifts for meeting. Suji sighed. She really made the right decision to build this group. She quickly killed the fish, gave the fish meat to Li Ming, and asked her to help cut it into fish fillets, while she hurried to make ointment, and gave one to everyone later.